I swear to God, it made me. I'm also kind of a pussy, but it made me audibly gasp. And I look around and there's nothing around.
What does gasp sound like?
It was like a. It was like a. It was a scary. It was like an animal.
High pitched.
Yeah, it was like a.
What did you do?
What was your gasp? I was like. I do that. So fucking Erica's ass scared the shit out of me. What was that? Yesterday? She fucking pops out from behind corners. She'll open up the shower, and you're gonna give me a heart attack. Sometimes I get so angry because I'm just so scared.
Peter told me the dog tells me to drink him.
Drink him. So we're just walking down a hallway in a hotel. I think it's in Detroit. Yeah. Yeah, I call it Casey. Yeah, it could have been a little.
That could have been like just someone on the other side of the door just doing some like autoerotic.
Could have been. Yeah, could have been. I would be.
That's how all the dudes in the lumps are dying.
Autoerotic asphyxiation. Yeah. Wait, that's not really how you say that. I think I would be too scared to do that. Construction workers. The little kids. Brutal vicious cycle. Those kids grow up in construction.
It's weird to think that something's haunted that was made in like the 70s. Is that when the lumps was made?
Yeah, I think early 90s.
Also, it's even more recent.
Yeah, it makes it even that much more strange.
People think because it's shaped like a pyramid, there's some sort of energy transfer.
Yeah, it's like a portal.
That's why Chris Angel has all his stuff.
Oh, you can harness it. Someone just sent me a video of them. They were on David Copperfield's private island that you can rent.
Oh, he has a whole. I didn't realize he had a whole island.
Yeah.
On the left is the church,
Just picture him like eating a piece of cake.
dignified
I don't know, yeah, it's very
Yeah,
expensive.
right staff and the chalice.
It's like to stay on the island.
Yeah, it's like $4,500 a day.
It's at least kind of similar to Epstein's in that there's
There's a lot of young pussy.
yeah, a bunch of young puss. Cool. Well, that's probably why you can charge so much. You can sell the guys.
It's all
Well, I know South by is happening this time of year, and I made a little list of some of the top 3 people. There's only a couple days left of South by, and these are some of the acts I wanted to catch. There's panels, there's everything. So this is the first one. They have all kinds of movies. God, there's just all kinds of stuff. All kinds of. There's no telling. So tomorrow at 3 p.m., I think this guy's going to be here. It should be pretty sweet. It's Master Blaster from Mad Max. Oh my God. Okay, right, so the guy's back. So he's going to be giving a talk about how the Neutrogena system helped clear up his pores. Oh my gosh.
So it's the little guys, not also the big guys, just the little guys going to be there. Okay.
Big guy got sick, so yeah, it's just a little guy.
Oh no. Is he better? Is he getting better?
I don't know quite yet. That's not in the brochure, but if you look through it, you can see, yeah, it says just a little guy in parentheses. So, I think he's Blaster and the big one's X. So, okay, Blaster's going to be there, and I think, yeah, he's talking to Ed Helms. So, oh my gosh, the Hangover, Neutrogena type stuff. Yeah, it's sponsored by Neutrogena, so they kind of talk about, just the best ways to eat it and how it'll help you get through the summer, I guess.
Don't you think the little guy would be faster because he's taking a host body and controls it, and that guy has the muscle.
Inherently, you would think, yeah.
But it's perverse.
Yeah, he's literally the brains, and the guy's the bronze.
And that's again tomorrow at
That's at 12:30.
12:30. Okay.
Yeah, it's at the old abandoned Tesla factory, so it'll be cool. Ed Helms will be there early taking pictures, so cool. Get there early, you like that. Take a picture and Master Blaster. So then there's something pretty cool tomorrow at 5:30 a.m. You can stay a couple extra hours, and this guy's actually making it talk. So it's what's his name? Mr. Pontoon. Yeah, Mr. Pontoon.
And that's the same universe. That's the same universe as the Roadmaster. What's it called?
What is his name? It's Morton Joe is his name. So he's going to be there. It's just total happenstance that both the Mad Max dudes are going to be there.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah, he's going to be there teaching people how to write books. So,
At 5 a.m.
At 5 a.m. It's an early bird special, and it's by the big water fountain downtown.
and they are providing breakfast for that one.
Yes.
they provide breakfast.
It's catered by Little Susan's. So,
Is he gonna dress up like her? He normally looks like this, though,
he
doesn't he?
actually looks like that all the time.
Yes.
Because that's sort of messed up AI technology that helps you breathe.
Gosh, I hate that for people.
I know. It's like an iron lung that's portable.
And rest in peace to the guy in Dallas who just died. He lived in the iron lung for 70 years.
He had a photo taking smiling.
I know.
Or painting.
Yeah, he was pretty good, huh?
Oh, he painted with this mouth.
Yeah, he was so red. Yeah, poor guy. So red.
Wait, what's going on in those things? Can they be in iron paralyzed?
He's ripped.
Just getting strong.
It seems like they could have maybe made this more compact system over the last 7 years. But there's just been no research into that.
Yeah, after the whole
He's
last
the last dude to go in there.
Yeah, last one in, first one in.
There's, he doesn't, the only one still working was like a mechanic. It was like 90 years. And
Yeah, probably to keep some guy around to do the technology since it was, I don't know, rest in peace.
yeah, that guy's out of a job.
Yeah, I mean, what's he gonna do? Now he's 90. It's like the guy on that Prisoner movie. He goes back and he hangs himself.
Yeah, from Shawshank.
Yeah, Shawshank Redemption. That's a sad part of that movie where the old guy, he's used to jail life. I know. Keep making out on the other side.
Well, maybe he comes up with like a various plots to reintroduce the Leo. Get his job back and be richer than him.
Yeah, I mean, he would be the only person to know how to service those machines. Maybe he should.
Yeah, release a little SARS by polio out there. God, but I'll tell you who doesn't like polio. The third person, he's closing out South by this year. It's the third year in a row he's done it. Grant, it's Mr. Hood. Mr. Hood stopping by the Brown University, and he's giving out free scholarships to the first 100 people to sign up. It's Sunday night at 4 p.m. So, closing of the festival, Mr. Hood.
Dude, how fucked up would be in an owl that needs glasses? Because is that your one attribute that you just like, you can see like 50 times better than
For sure.
I think it was a BB gun.
Yeah, it could have been a BB gun. But he's still really smart. Our owls are pretty smart, I think. Brilliant. Yeah.
He's the owner of DeVry?
He's the owner and founder of DeVry University. He also created Shake Shack. So,
The burger place.
Yeah, what shows you what you can do if you are part of the DeVry family.
Yeah. For sure. Well, that sounds like a hell of a South by Southwest. Should be cool.
I think you can make his house.
Well, yeah, you should have time for the first two again if you just stay for Master Blaster after. You'll get to, he's got a small gun that he'll be showing how to shoot clay pigeons. So that's kind of cool. And he's going to do an acoustic performance with Diane Ward and Michael Cera. Yeah, we're loving it.
New spokesperson for Sarah V.
Yeah, Sarah V. Michael Cera. Yeah, he does have a small firearm.
Very exciting stuff. And what y'all are playing tonight?
We're playing tonight,
Which is very exciting, even though this will be next week. But y'all are playing tonight. I'm pumped about that.
Live stream Patreon, they could be there.
He could be there.
Yeah, subscribe to our Patreon. We're going to be streaming the entire concert from backstage. If you vote, yes, if you subscribe to the Patreon, you'll be able to. Patrick, thank you so much for coming on the show today. It was a whole bunch of fun. all.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you guys.
So, we're such big fans of you guys. So we're just hoping we can, ride your coattails here eventually.
Cool. Well, thank y'all so much.
Yeah, thank you. Black Keys. So cool. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. The William Montgomery Show is a Fanny co-production. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
It actually very.
Who the fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight. Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And here he is, the big red machine of Australia, William
It's got us up and rolling. The excellence that's showing.
That's great. Yes. Fill us in, Grant. Let us know.
Well, this is the first time experimenting with putting up the Patreon thing in like a back end stream, but that one's up. There is someone in there.
Oh my gosh, hello. Who is it? What's your name?
Elliot. Elliot, you make my AI pictures. I forgot to bring the pictures that you made.
Oh, does Elliot, did he make that one where we look really strong?
He made that one. And then he's made a couple where
That's really good.
yeah, it's cool. He's made a couple where it's my face on your face, and they're very scary. So I will send it to Grant. Yeah.
Oh man, I just got this other picture.
Oh yeah. So William, I already sent you that. I was on the plane and I saw you sitting 2 seats ahead of me with your fucking AI headset on.
So you did not immediately. I'm thinking there's 0% chance he found this on the internet somewhere of some.
No, it's so real. Look at that guy. Looks exactly like William with his AI headset on.
That is exactly how I would look. Did you really think when you saw me like, wait, what is William doing?
What is happening? And he was moving around like an Oculus, like a commercial for the headset. He was going like,
Yeah, the poor people sitting next to him.
like he'd never used it before. Like it was his first day using it. He was going like, it's on this 8 a.m. fucking Delta flight. Just
That's insane. Yeah, it was unbelievable when I saw it. I was like, how did Casey get this picture of me? What?
It's really troubling. The beard hair, I mean, it's all so weird. He's got
I know, and the freaking the little nose. I feel like that's what my nose would look like. I was looking at the nose, and yeah, the bald spot is totally right. I mean, look, I'm starting to do a little comb over. Is it a stupid idea?
no, it looked good.
It's cool. I know. I think you just have to grow out all of this.
bob it over.
But am I fighting Neil Hamburger style? Doesn't he have a classic? Does he do a classic comb over in that character?
Yeah, I think he does. But you guys are totally different.
Yeah, I know. Oh my gosh, a couple people are allowed to.
Yeah, it's not that widespread. Man, I got home today from the airport and the bedroom smelled like poop. And apparently Archie had puked in his kennel, then slept in his puke, and then jumped on the bed. So I had to take a big nap without the comforter. I had to throw the comforter outside. It smelled like a dog. It smelled like steak. So gross.
When are you planning on watching it? Maybe later tonight or tomorrow? I'm leaving tomorrow.
I think Kat put it in that. My girlfriend put it in the washer, I think. Thank God.
Okay.
But it's tough. Dogs are so weird. He just barfed on the ground and was like, breakfast is served. Just laid in the barf to sleep.
Yuck, and then got on the bed.
And they got on the bed. It's like,
Is there a new shoe, Papa?
shut up.
That's horrible. Poor little Gator and myself are on a high alert right now. Each world family. I don't know if he's literally a family or black, but they were scratching around and it'll stop for like 30 minutes. Thank God they are out of the chimney and then they get back in. It's just horrible. It's really poor Gator's constantly. It's awful.
It freaks him out.
Yes, it totally freaks Gator a little bit. Gator's kind of used to it, but it's something else. Just waiting for one to jump out at me. Luckily, that is
I wonder who would win in a fight, Gator or Archie. About the same stuff.
protect Gator if that happens. It's across my mind because sometimes they just get scratching so hard that it sounds like they're on the side. You know, they're coming. They made it through it. So it's again, I've seen the big strong Gators go. Really? Yeah, when it's do you still play with those brands?
Roman candles?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I ever was allowed to as a kid, and I haven't done it since.
Really?
Don't be afraid of maintaining that childlike sense of wonder.
Am I missing out? I always see the videos where people are shooting at each other, and it looks delightful.
You know, it struck me as the kind of kid that did play. You did it?
You pour gasoline in an anthill, just watch it burn.
Is that the other one I need to try out?
You ever done that?
Yeah, that's basically the most badass.
So the blood libel.
I saw somebody pour hot molten lead in an anthill one time, and then they did it up, and then it was like,
Yeah, there's a whole part of society that makes art that way. I think there's like a whole commune, like 1,000 people who are like that.
pouring the molten lead into needles.
Yeah, and it comes out looking like kind of like a DNA molecule.
Yes.
Is this where we come from?
Ants. I mean, the more the merrier. It's a bunch of them.
At the end of that day,
Thank God.
That's lonely.
Oh, man. That pretty as lonely as an ant.
Yeah.
All your friends are gone. Yeah. Like if you were the one ant getting a leaf that day, and then you come back and all your friends are frozen solid.
That'd be horrible because you probably can't eat the whole leaf by yourself. We want to share it. If you're a hunter-gatherer or something, you got your kill. Nobody's here to eat it.
Represents
So cool. Well, did anyone call us today?
You guys got so many.
Oh, really? Because, yeah, I messed up the thing last week.
Yeah,
I'm really sorry about that. But, like, I was able to hack on. And also, Casey, it looked like there was a copyright strike or something on the last episode. And then I click on it, and it was from our buddy in Kentucky. And we don't think it's from him, but they just, from us playing a song, they got our ass.
Oh, that's crazy. So what happens now?
I don't know. It sounds like everything's okay, but I was a little shocked. But I don't think it was him because I was like, he was so nice.
I know.
Do that to us.
And we were like trying to play his tunes, and we were like jamming out to it. I don't know why he put a strike on it.
Matt.
Hello.
Oh my gosh, hello. How are you? Where are you? Look at that hat.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
What's up, dude?
Yeah, not a lot.
Congratulations, Casey.
Thank you.
torture the host, like they want to torture
That'll be
Jesus,
bad.
the charge of the bloodline. So you have this
No, you're here, Matt.
I'm
good. What's going on, guys?
Oh,
Gosh, it's been a crazy week. We went and saw Dune 2 on Friday.
Yes.
Awesome.
What was your favorite movie you've seen recently?
Rounded up. There will be a trial.
Last movie I
Start of a trial.
recently that I liked, what the fuck was it? I can't remember the name of it.
I thought you were about to say The Last of the Mohican. But no, The Last. Oh. Well,
I can't even remember that, to be honest.
Damn, you don't like movies like that?
I don't. I haven't been watching movies for a while.
what are you more of a TV? What are you watching if you got your TV on?
Usually YouTube. I like to watch women getting arrested. That's one of my favorites.
After like credit card fraud.
Cop chases and all that shit. Interrogations and all that shit. That's one of my favorite things.
Welcome to Watch Mojo. Here's the top 10 chicks who got arrested with tank clubs. So hot, dude. I get it. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's
unaware
big launcher.
topography and
Do you like the song, William?
Yeah, love the song. Yes.
Logan, man, I'm glad you like it. Thank you for the cameo, too, man. I appreciate it.
Oh my gosh. Thank you, good sir. Wait, hold on. What is the song again? Which song are we talking about?
The one with I put your little quotes from you in there.
Oh my gosh, the electronic one.
Yes.
Very Aphex one, like, yeah, no, oh my gosh, it was wonderful. I would say let's play it right now, but you're going to give us a copyright strike for it like the last fucking dude, so let's not do that.
I gotta do what I gotta do, man.
I know.
I'm glad you liked it, man. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, oh my gosh, man, it was wonderful.
It's like an electronic thing.
It is, it sounds, again, it's very kind of hardcore techno-like, and then it's, I don't know, it's just trying to give words of wisdom to me. Yelling, it's a lot of yelling, a lot of insanity.
Hell yeah, you gotta give that thing a listen.
Yeah, no, Randall put it on. Man, you're not going to bust us, are you?
Hell no.
What am I putting on?
No, wait, I was kind of kidding. No, I'm already at flashbacks of last week. I mean, that guy was so nice.
Granted, boot it up.
Yeah, boot it up, Grant, if you can.
What is it again?
Yeah, you don't know. Wait, how does Grant find us?
It's on SoundCloud or Bandcamp. Okay.
Confiscation
Go to Bandcamp, put in Black Pill Machine.
So what is that? What were you thinking when you came up with that name? I like the name, but what is it? Literally like a dispenser that literally is dispensing out black pills?
Exactly.
Hell yeah.
Name of the song again?
It's like the Matrix. That's pretty cool.
And what's the name of the song? I have no hope, basically. That's what I'm saying.
What's this song called?
It's called Black Pill Machine versus Big Red Machine.
That's what the techno people do. Sometimes you see that on the song names. It's like the two artists against each other or whatever they are. Wait, Matt, you have hope. Stop. Why'd you say you didn't have any hope? You're talking about for just the title of the group.
Yeah, I guess occasionally, things work out. But the way things are today, I don't know.
What's like the worst thing going on right now?
What's that?
What's like the worst thing happening right now?
I just I missed like getting killed like over the past year like twice, and the other one was like a day ago. I missed getting hit by a fire truck by like
the other day?
Building right next door to me, and I just walked my dog, came right past, and I missed it by that much. Fire truck went right through the building, and then my apartment burned down last year, but everything was good. It's just
Well, the fire truck, yeah, I mean, if it had better timing, it could have stopped your apartment from down. It could have been a blessing, but
Yeah, but not only that, but they almost hit your ass. That's not good.
exactly.
tried to finish the job.
Well, maybe you could have sued them, though. Maybe there could have been a lawsuit if they ran over you, if they didn't kill you. But the fire truck's big. I probably wouldn't want to get hit by a fire truck. So if you look at what I just tried to do, this isn't very embarrassing. I did this number. And then I realized my arm could have.
What album is this on?
It's on D&B Adventures.
D&B Adventures.
Yeah, it's like the second album.
Okay. You got some albums.
Yeah, man, I make music all the time. All kind of shit.
All right, I got it here.
Hey, thank you for playing. I appreciate it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, just don't. We're getting a strike.
Hell yeah.
Higher level of research shows largely unsuspectingly
Why did you say that? Why? Yeah, no. I mean, you know,
so both of these
See, it scares me though, because if I ever try to run for political office, this is the first thing they're going to bring up. They're going to say, sit down, what is this? What is this?
Oh yeah. You can hear that?
It was great. It was great.
That was badass. Yeah. Makes me non-binary beats. Binary beats? Yeah, not non-binary. Yeah, William Montgomery makes. Yeah.
Because again, it's non-binary. It's going to turn out against
It's a whole fucking smear campaign.
Yeah, well, Matt, if that happens, we'll have to reach out to you. We'll have to talk sort of the intent behind the song.
Absolutely, no problem.
Thanks, Matt. We'll be very careful, okay? We need you happy and healthy. Don't be walking behind the fire trucks. Was their siren not on?
I don't know if you could see it. It was on. Like it hit another car, and then
Yeah, I don't think I'm picturing this correctly.
Yeah,
I was picturing. So what is that, the truck about to hit you? You're able to get kind of action? And you were just sitting on the other side of that wall?
just walked by with my dog, and 2 seconds with the truck just came through. So I motivated.
That would have killed you.
Yeah, 100%. We made it. So I don't know, maybe that's good luck that I'm just, missing these things by, an inch. But
I think it's good luck.
I think so too.
Somebody's looking out for you, man.
somebody,
Yeah.
The big dude upstairs is looking out for your ass, man. Don't forget it. All right, Matt. Well, thanks so much for calling.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys, and I'll see you guys soon.
Hell yeah, man.
The garden. Madison Square Garden. Looking forward to that.
Oh, yeah, cool. Hey there, dude.
Ready to rev.
All right, guys. Thank you so much.
So,
Theory,
Appreciate it. Talk soon.
Grant, did you make Trash Mountain? What is this? Why do you make Trash Mountain, dude? Don't make Trash Mountain.
Yeah.
Is it just me, or should he not be making
No, not at all. Grant, he was sweet.
It's not a metaphor.
Doing Trash Mountain to Matt, okay? That's very nice. That's how he took it.
What about that conversation made you think, oh, let me hit them with a fucking Trash Mountain right now?
Yeah, the fire truck shooter who was looking at us. That's probably what you're thinking, how can I really be mean and do Trash Mountain?
I need some Trash Mountain. It stresses me out.
Did you ever see I wanted to say line witch in the wardrobe, another brain
So scary.
Yeah, I know. When they're in that junkyard and that scary magnet thing.
Yeah. When I was born, I was too big. And my mom, she had been in labor for a really long time, and the doctor ran in and said, "What are you doing? This woman needs a C-section." So that's a true story. January 9th, 1995, and she'd been in labor for a long time. So if you're anything like me, you had a really, really big head since birth, and I've kind of grown into it, but I still got a big old knob upstairs.
Yeah. Oh my! I had always wondered about the C-sections, what the deal is. So that's one of the potential problems is for the mama is the kid having a big old head.
Yeah, I was 11 pounds when I was born. That's really, really big. It's a fat baby.
Were you really?
Yeah, I was like 10 pounds, 9 ounces or something.
Oh my gosh!
It's really fat. We'll show you guys next week, but I was sweating. I had a huge head. I could barely hold my head up. It was like the opposite of like
a preemie baby. Like I was too big. I was like too developed.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't think I had. What did I didn't have something. I think because I was born too early. Hey, hold on. Notice, what are you wearing these days on your head normally? Oh, this whole thing? Yeah, this is basically a mammoth headwear hat. It's the only shit I wear. And I used to play a lot of baseball, and I couldn't go up to bat because none of the helmets fit my head. I also have a really big head. Mine happened later when I hit puberty. Mine got really big. Yeah, I didn't get taller or anything. My head just got a lot bigger, and I couldn't play baseball anymore, which is really sad for me. But I found mammoth headwear probably 20 years later, and it's really kind of helped me feel better about that whole debacle of my life. Those 5 years I was trying to play baseball.
There's guys out there who are like us, and some of us are doing pretty good.
I know. So never forget that. I mean, you're gonna meet people at the mall. You're gonna meet people at fine dining, casual dining, different places who are gonna look at you and say, "What is going on with that head?" You don't need to worry anymore because you're not alone. And Mammoth Edward is there for you.
Yeah, you can look, you tap the noggin, you go, I see you, you see me, we're okay.
It's almost like a club, like a very exclusive club. You're just gonna do the thing to people, and they know what's up. They know you wear Mammoth Headwear.
You mammoth guy?
Yeah, you got a whole thing to do. But yeah, I mean, you know what they say about the people that have big heads?
Secret recipes I would create that play. And dog business as well.
CBS Radio Free FM.
Up out of the well,
This is a very special show. This is a show I've been waiting to do it since before I had a show.
The
Before
rest
I
of the
was
story
starting to have a show, I did Fear Factor
people get
years
very
ago.
upset.
Ellen and I did it.
People who lay
And
with you,
it was his Joe
and we
Rogan.
have massive recipes and
Fabulous.
spontaneous
I had
learning
such a crush on him.
as we
I
have
just
several
don't know. We're sitting around afterwards talking, and we're agreeing on everything. We were just going through this list, and atheist, this is BS, this is BS. It's just this huge kind of bonding experience. Fast, funny, cool, and see him live, he's terrific. And then Joe says, kind of out of the blue, and of course you don't believe we live in a moon. And I, of course, say, you mean you and me, Joe? You mean humanity? And Joe says, oh no, humanity, we define this impossible. And then starts a relationship between me and Joe, where we are getting along and loving each other, and then he sends me these videotapes that are done by mentally ill people. And I have no
associated with
one of these days, I'm going to get you with someone who can really discuss this with you. So I have here in the studio the bad astronomer, the bad astronomer, Phil Plait, and he has dealt
sometimes the
with people
expulsions
landing,
are a
and the word
result of
lunatic comes up very often because of its roots. So, Joe, you there? Joe is here. Phil is here. Joe, you tell us how we can live and Phil will explain it back to you. Okay? I just want to say before you get going, Joe, that almost every sort of debate they ever did, like Larry King or
are
something,
entirely
they
fabricated,
the
no
guy
basis in reality
who
whatsoever,
he
and
hosts
nevertheless,
this on. It's
powerful,
always someone with a lot of
powerful
experience,
imagination.
audiences on
And
his
then
side,
finally,
and then the
you
guy
have
they call
expulsions which
they
relate to
disagree with is some like Huts who can't talk, can't do anything. We have on here someone who does like ultimate fighting, someone who stand-up is terrific. So in this case, the bad guy, I believe, has more skills at talking than the good guy. This is why it's going to be so great. Tell us, Joe.
This is my take on it. I am not saying that I have any information that anybody else doesn't have. I'm not saying that I know that we didn't land on the moon. I'm not saying that I know that everyone's a liar. I'm not saying that it was a total hoax. All I'm saying is, when I look at all of it, when I look at the photographic evidence, when I look at the fact we haven't been back since 1972, when I look at the fact that no humans except the Apollo astronauts ever got through the Vanderbilt radiation belt, the fact that no one's even done a flyby around the moon, it seems unclear to me when I look at the press conference and I see Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong and like all
there's all
this
kinds of
weird and obviously like being defensive after they came back. What is that? I look at all that stuff. When I look at the video footage, that Mark Negro character was clearly out of time for sure. And so is that Renee guy for a lot of those guys. But sometimes occasionally someone who's clearly out of time has a point. If you can sit through all the BS and look at all the crap that they say and run it through a filter, every now and then they'll say something, oh, well, this guy's wrong about almost everything, but is he wrong about that. Now, when I look at that video, and some of the video that Zebro has of them faking the distance between the Earth and the Moon when they're shooting the Moon, or the Earth rather, through a circular window in the lunar module, and they have the windows blacked out. They're pretending that it's deep space. They're saying they're 130,000 miles out, and then you see them pull the window curtains down, or the shade, whatever they have covering over the windows, and you see that they're actually in near Earth orbit. That makes me curious. When I look at the photographs and I see intersecting shadows, now I'm no photographic expert. I don't know anything about the moon really, except stuff that I read on the internet. I'm not a scientist. But when I see intersecting shadows that seem to show some sort of a different light source, or more than one light source, it looks odd to me. When I see that those cameras, those crosshairs,
I want to begin with a historical photographs of the moon.
I have this gigantic coffee book, coffee table book,
aspect
and
of
it's all,
history
an
which
NASA book.
is,
It's
especially in the
beautiful
present
pictures
moment,
of the moon and all these
somewhat
different photographs.
controversial and was
When I
actually
look at
getting
some of them, they
these
look obviously fake. They look cut and cropped.
personally,
And I'm not saying I know they are. I'm not saying I have any special information. But I'm an open-minded person. And when I look at it, I say, look, I know I sound like a retard. I know I sound like a retard. I know saying that the Earth is hollow, it's dinosaurs inside, and I'm sure. It's very similar to saying I don't think people landed on the moon. But you know what? I don't think people landed on the moon.
Whose approach to history is really very straightforward. A lot of people can appreciate the sense that historians should really concentrate on the famous phrase, that's an identity of age and life.
Feel free to heckle him, Joe. Not that I think that
We're done.
Getting just the
I'm
fact
gonna let Joe rant on for a while, so now it's my
a
turn.
little bit more complicated than
All of the points you brought up there are the same ones that are brought up on all these websites. You see them all the time. Yeah, and they're all wrong. Every one of them. It's a lot of them are a bit tricky to describe. Some of them are pretty easy, like this idea that no astronauts been in the Van Allen belt. That's just wrong.
Okay, what was there through the Van Allen belt survive besides the Apollo astronaut?
Every single shuttle astronaut who's ever gone into space. The Van Allen belts are these regions of high radioactivity outside the Earth caused by the Earth's magnetic field.
Right, but they started 300 miles out, and don't all the shuttle trips go to 300 miles. That's it.
No, that's not right. There is a dip in the Van Allen belt over the South Atlantic. It's called the South Atlantic Anomaly. And the shuttle goes through this every 7 or so orbits. Hubble goes through it every 7 orbits. They have to shut it down if they shut some of the instruments down because of the increased radiation. And in fact, the Gemini missions, which were the warm-ups for the Apollo, went specifically into the Van Allen belt to make sure that the astronauts could survive the radiation. So even before Apollo, astronauts had gone in, and that was into the actual Van Allen belt to make sure it worked. You can say, yeah, the shuttle astronauts think it's going to the lower bit for a few seconds. Gemini went in and they tested it. They showed that, in fact, the radiation did not go through the spaceship very well, and the astronauts would be fine.
How high did it melt down to the lowest point?
I'm not sure exactly how high the surface of the Earth, the South Atlantic Anomaly is. I know it's a couple hundred miles because that's where Hubble is, 250, 270, something like that. You can look that up.
So it's basically the edge of the belt. Does the intensity vary between the edge of the belt and the edge of the belt? The belt lasts between, depending on who you ask. If you ask NASA, they say it's 24,000 miles. If you ask Robert Van Allen, the guy who discovered it, he said it's over 60,000 miles.
Well, it's actually James Van Allen, just to make it more clear, because it's really probably the only thing on the score on today. So what the hell? After he was in some set. The belts are actually pretty complicated. There's the inner belt and outer belt. The inner belt has more radiation, the outer belt has less. And, you know, you hear these claims, astronauts need an 8 sheet of lead to prevent them from dying from the radiation. And that's wrong, too. There's different kinds of radiation. The kind of radiation that is in the belt is actually stopped pretty well by the insulation in the spacecraft and the suits they were wearing. There's kind of radiation that you can stop with a piece of paper. And so a lot of people just think, oh, radiation, we're going to die. But there's different kinds of belt. Different radiation belts, different belts. It's all very complicated.
Has anyone ever gone through them?
Not all the way, but the Gemini mission's been deep into the heart of the state there to make sure that these guys will be in it. And the Apollo Apollo astronauts were moving very quickly because they were at the beginning of their trip when they still had all their velocity, and they only nicked sort of the inner part of the belt. They weren't in it for that long.
So if they went through 60,000 plus miles, how long was that day?
I don't know. I'd have to calculate that. It would take a while. But they didn't go through like straight through the belt. It's not like they're driving through the heart of Kansas. They just sort of nicked the corner of it. So they were only in the belt for a few minutes, and they're just sitting there.
They were only for a few minutes.
They don't. They stopped at the poles. Yeah. So what they did is they actually launched
can shoot through the poles and not touch the belt at all.
According to the log that I have in front of me, yes. I think you would have to go through some of them. But there are regions where the belts are stronger and regions where they're weaker. And so it is, in fact, it's sort of a donut shape. So you can go to avoid the worst parts of it, and that's what the astronauts did. They got an elevated radiation dose, about what you and I get for living a year on the surface. But the rest of it wasn't that bad. So when they got back, hey, it was elevated but not lethal.
Now, what about Operation Starfish One? I read about that. Where they launched a nuclear weapon up in the space in order to blast a hole through the belt. Is that the end?
No, that was actually, there were real tests in the 1950s and 60s where they blew hydrogen bombs in lower orbit or just up above the surface because they thought this was a good idea. And it's actually a government equipment. What happened was they blew these things up to see what would happen. And what happens is when you blow up a nuclear weapon, you get a very fast pulse of gamma rays, really high energy light waves. And these things slam into the atmosphere and they blast out electrons from the atoms in the atmosphere. These things stream out really quickly and they generate a really strong magnetic field that lasts a fraction of a second. And this is what you hear about this electromagnetic pulse. And it blew out electricity in a lot of places. This was over the Pacific and actually Hawaii, which was like hundreds of miles away. They were getting shorts, they lost power, all this kind of stuff. And the claim is that Starfish Prime, this one blast, I don't remember the date, but it was in the early 60s, fed so much radiation into the Van Allen belt that it was elevated for years. And what happened was, yes, it did have a localized effect. There was more radiation for a while, but after a while it did settle down. And I think that the problem that people bring up about this is that solar flare would do the same sort of thing, or maybe just all the nuclear testing raised the radiation level. But in fact, it just wasn't a problem. You look at the actual levels of the radiation in there and the path the astronauts actually took. Wasn't that bad?
Do they consistently monitor the levels of radiation? How do they know? Like how much damage this nuclear weapon launching into space did, and how much the radiation maintained, how much stays up there?
To my knowledge, I'm not an expert in Starfish Prime, not being a nuclear technician, or sorry, nuclear technician. They did launch a probe that went into the Van Allen belts. The reason they're called the Van Allen belts is because James Van Allen built this instrument that went on the first U.S. satellite that actually detected these high levels of radiation. And that's how they discovered these things. And that's how they continue to monitor the belts. Now, of course, we have satellites up there all the time. The radiation part, and they actually do measure it. They go in and out of the belts. And there are all sorts of devices on it to measure what the local radiation levels are. It's a good thing to monitor because in the case of a solar flare, that can dump a lot of hydrogen electrons and protons into the magnetic field also on top of the scientific. And if you're listening in your car, you may want to take notes. And so it sort of feeds the belts, and they do get stronger for a while, and that's when you get a lot of northern light activity in the northern hemisphere. So actually, it's kind of cool. You get a solar flare, you get a pretty light show, and you think, geez, if there are any astronauts up there right now, they could be in a little bit of trouble.
Now, what happened there? Now, what about solar flare that occurred mostly? There was like a lot of solar activity in solar flare that occurred while the Apollo mission was going on. What protected those guys?
Yeah, this was kind of the suck factor in being an Apollo astronaut, is that when they launched these things, it was actually at the peak of the solar cycle. The sun has this 11-year cycle where it has a lot of active sunspots and solar flares and stuff like that. Right now, we're in a minimum, but back then they were actually approaching a maximum. And honestly, it was just luck that there was not a massive solar flare during the Apollo missions. There was one in between two of them that was huge, and if they had been out in space, actually outside of the Van Allen belts, protect the price of them, catch it like a net, and they feed it down to the atmosphere. It becomes harmless. Out in space, you get hit by a solar flare like this, you're dead. And these guys could have been on the surface of the moon during a flare like that, and they would have died a 250,000 miles away from home. radiation sickness, which is a horrifying way to go. So these guys are true heroes in every sense of the word. They knew what they were getting into. That's right. It was just probability. I guess look, it's probability. Take it personally. I believe the large man on my right said that initially, but it was just probability that didn't happen.
Reaction to
I thought there were some things so clear that supposedly occurred during the abolition.
There was one thing. You realize, of course, the missions were spread out over 3 years. They went from 69 to 72. And they only lasted about, the first one, the Apollo 11 mission was like 3 days there. They were on the road for a few hours. They turned around and got out of there. So that was only 1 week. The later missions lasted longer. They were about 2 weeks. And the flare that I remember reading about happened in 72. I think it was between Apollo 16 and 17. And it was just simple luck. But there weren't any massive flares during the actual missions. There's one of these Moonworks guys, Ralph Rade, I believe, he's a great dude. Yeah, he was on Tim's show, and I believe he was treated relatively fairly. Actually, you guys were really nice to him, for sure. I've actually been hand-to-hand with him, and that was quite the experience. You'd think, you'd be kind of I've gone head-to-head with him. Actually, Michael Sherman, I took him on a few months ago on a radio show. That was a riot. I think so. It's out there someplace. You should hear it. It's pretty funny. Michael was the good cop, and I was like the gadfly, like, no, you gotta stop. Sabro says a lot of stuff, but it really all turns out to be wrong. He's got this top 10 list of reasons we couldn't have done it, and it's all garbage. And the Russians were so far ahead of us. It's like, well, yeah, they were until we started kicking their butts. They were going for headlines. First rendezvous in space, first woman in space. Like, how does the first woman in space help you get to the moon? We stuck this woman on a spaceship and put her in space. Great, that's a real engineering challenge, and so he makes these lists and stuff, and it doesn't make any sense. And he's making a lot of the same arguments, and most of them are pretty easy to show wrong.
Now, let's go through a few of the more things that Joe said.
Sure. Spend way too much time on radiation.
People know that when we're talking to Joe Rogan, if you can't picture it was a hunch of a fear factor. He's the one the government hates for making people eat bugs to destroy the government. I look at the FCC, just put out a thing and said, our culture is being ruined by shows where people eat bugs. Who the hell is they talking about, Joe?
I fear factor now. Culture being ruined by that. Hilarious.
There was just a thing of the senators trying to help television culture lead people's time stuff, and that was done by the FCC. There were shows where they make people eat bugs.
That's like a syphilis and AIDS-ridden prostitute who's leaving us themselves on a hangnail.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about that. But you were mentioned by name. But I don't know, was 60 minutes making people eat bugs?
I don't know.
I gotta say, watching those people eat those cave spiders was one of the toughest things I've ever sat through. That was pretty hard.
That's easy stuff. The horrible stuff that smells. That would be everything else. They're just little crabs or little crustaceans, So let's go back to the thing. I'm reading it out. That's where we are. No danger of radiation. They go through a hole on the top of the donut. They're only in it for a few minutes. There's no worries whatsoever. And the only reason why other people haven't done it yet is...
There's no worries whatsoever. Radiation is still an issue. It's an issue with Mars missions because it's a long mission. The reason we haven't gone back isn't technical or scientific. It's political. By the end of the Apollo missions, the people weren't that interested, and NASA was already starting to gear up towards the space shuttle, which is what the government wanted, and a space station. And Apollo just started, dying off. And
yeah, but everyone is promising a return to the moon. George Senior and George Junior. I don't think I wanted to let me read you an interesting quote. This is from his book. This is page 156 of his book, My Life. And it's just above talking about a conversation that he had after the Apollo landing. He said, just above Apollo 11 guys of the ridiculous blood libel that caused so much violence, the host-desecration charges, and so on. And there are a number of expulsions as well. The old carpenter asked me if I really believed it happened. I said, sure. I saw it on television. He disagreed. He said he didn't believe it for a minute that them television fellers can make things look real that weren't. Back then, I thought he was a crank. During my 8 years in Washington, I saw something on TV that made me wonder if he was ahead of his time.
Hillary Clinton might have said something that turned out not to be right. Oh, you should publish this.
I understand what you're saying, but it's rather odd thing to say for a guy who was the president of the United States of America. That's a weird thing to say. Even imply, even hint that possibly they know the most.
Listen, Joe, we are going to take a commercial break. We're going to keep you on board, and we're going to come back with Joe Rogan, the host of Fear Factor, against Bill
was a
Blake, the astronomer.
really a dynastic union.
I am very honored to have a conversation
lasted for several hundred
and
years.
I love Fear Factor. So
As you can see, with the modern boundaries that are sort of overlaid on massive stretching from the Baltic Sea almost all the way down to the Black Sea, encompassing several modern European boundaries. Where Jews settled were in Poland and Lithuania and parts of Belarus. And for our purposes, quite a few settled in this region of Ukraine, known as the West Bank. The right bank refers to the rivers, which more or less bisect Ukrainian ethnic territory. And the flows to the south, when you watch the flow, you stand on the right-hand bank. That's why it's primarily left. How many Jews living here after
these damn scientists always get their studies or something.
The most solid demographic analysis based on the sources that we have, some of which are actually quite accurate, tax records and things like that.
You know, just because you're president doesn't make you immune to ideas that may not be true. I believe our current president is a creationist, and he may have some other wacky ideas. So, just people on those ideas, man,
Get off your air and show the massive difference in intelligence level of our current and
oh yeah, they're like inverse. They'll give you that.
Here is another map that talks about Dr. Sandler's work. You can see much more clearly the specific locations where many Jews inhabited the right bank. So what exactly is going on with the Jewish communities there, and what was the cause of the uprising? Let us understand that the Jews actually continued their development.
During my 8 years in Washington, I saw things on TV that made me wonder, meaning that he was privy to information like this. We've all seen some weird deception, labeled propaganda, like the girl named Jessica,
which essentially
they were trying to label as the hero during the
structure.
Yeah, remember that? Where they were saying, you know, they had to go and rescue her to the hospital.
Local Jewish municipalities that regulate Jewish life throughout the entirety of the Polish limited by modern standards, but by early modern and by medieval standards, it was a lot of the Jews who were a non-territorial minority, meaning they did not inhabit a single contiguous territory where they were the dominant population. They were always a minority wherever they lived. Nevertheless, they were able to regulate their own affairs,
maybe Clinton was looking at his own footage of trying to find what is, but you know, look, maybe he's talking about the moon hoax. Maybe he's saying, maybe everybody did do that or not. Smart people can believe things that are dumb. We see this all the time. Even, the smartest people in the world, there's Nobel laureates who go out and quote stuff like homeopathy and all kinds of garbage. And so, I'm not saying you have to be dumb to believe
social
that. It's not at all. I know a lot of
that
smart people
would
who have questions about it. Like,
economic
parallel false shadows and stuff like that. You can be, you know, I'll admit, I'm not going to say I'm necessarily a smart guy, but some of the stuff had me baffled. Now, you mentioned intersecting shadows. Now, the Fox Moon Hook show, which came out in 2001, they specifically used the phrase shadows intersect. They were actually using footage of Art Sorrell, probably the leading Moon Hoax promulgator these days. And he said the shadows intersect. Now, I will tell you right now, if you could show me a picture where two shadows on the moon are physically intersecting, then I don't know what I'll do. You've shown me, yes, I'll kiss pen on the mouth, yeah. Now I want to do that. But that's the word that's used. And in fact, shadows don't intersect. The shadows can't intersect, but they're going in intersecting directions. Yes, the shadows appear to converge. They appear to be looking like they're pointing in two different directions. You can think of that here to be like two different light. Yeah, that's what it looks like. However, if there were two different light sources, you'd see two different shadows coming off of every object. So I'm pretty sure that's not what's going on. A better argument might be that if there were a light on the set, a nearby light, the shadows might appear to point two different directions because of the angles. But in fact, shadows are not parallel here on the Earth all the time, and you never see it. The reason for this, the reason they look not parallel is simply perspective. It's the same thing that if you're standing in a set of railroad tracks, the railroad tracks appear to converge on the horizon. You know the railroad tracks are parallel, they gotta be, or else the railroad can't run on them. It's the same thing. You have two objects sitting on the lunar surface. Typically, one is nearby and one is far away. And that provides you a sense of perspective. Both shadows are, in fact, parallel, but because of perspective, they look like they're pointing in two different directions. You can actually find this on the web. If you look up, moon hoax parallel shadows in Google, you can find these. I've taken pictures myself. I talk about this. I give a talk about the moon hoax. I show pictures of lampposts in a park across the street from my house where the shadows are not even close to being parallel. Some of them are pointing right, some of them are pointing left, but they all appear to converge on the horizon. What's called the vanishing point, right? This thing you learn about in art class, right? And that's what's going on here. And it actually, you can be really fooled by this. And I will say that when I first heard this argument, I went, those shadows aren't parallel. And it took me a few minutes. I get it. And then it made sense. But you see it all the time. You never notice it. Go outside. It's a sunny day. Pick two trees, and you'll see that the shadows. I mean, it's amazing. Everybody I talk to is this thing. Wow, I never noticed that before. It's amazing. What's in front of your face your whole life, you just don't notice.
Well, check that out. I've never really seen the picture on the internet.
Sure, we can leave this one on. But
Let's look at
I was hoping you wouldn't bring this up. Not because it's a good point, but because it's really hard to explain without images. But basically, the argument goes, if you look at the Apollo astronauts, some of them look like they're standing in a spotlight, like there's somebody literally standing in a spotlight, beaming a circle of light on these guys. And this is actually a fairly complicated physical effect. It's got a German name. It's called Heiligenschein. And basically, it is, I'll explain this on the radio, right? Part of it has to do with the fact that when you're looking straight down the beam of light, when you're looking, there are no shadows on the ground there. If you look off to the side, you see an object's shadow stretching behind it. But if you have light shining on your head and you turn around at the shadow of your head, the light looks very bright and it's a spotlight effect. I have pictures of this actually that I've taken in the infield of a baseball diamond. The dust has this peculiar property that sort of throws light back in the direction it comes. So if you look at your own shadow, you're sort of seeing the sunlight reflecting off the ground. They're stronger than around you. See again, and people are in their cars thinking the science guys are nuts. It's not making any sense. But this is what's going on. And in fact, if you get up early in the morning and there's dew on the grass and the sun is shining, you can actually see what looks like a soft glow around your head as you're walking down the street, and it looks like a halo around your head. It's really cool. Yeah, that's probably a bad point. I'm sorry. Well, I got that. There you go. So next time you're like slouching home, give that a shot and do it. But you know what? It works in dust really well. And it's really cool because I've got pictures of myself like that where I took out a camera turned around from the sun on baseball field, and there's a strong glow around the head. I love showing this when I give talks, but that's what the spotlight effect is.
So it's just done in the sun and
it's like an optical illusion, like a halo around the sun or something like that. It really is just that. It's really cool.
All right, now, recently, the Apollo 15 landing site has been spotted. They believe that you've seen that?
Yeah, that was cool. It wasn't, people say this isn't proof we landed on the moon. It's like, no, it isn't. But basically, when the Apollo missions landed, they disturbed the dust around them. And there's this mission called the Clementine. It was a military mission that orbited the moon. It took a lot of pictures. I'm pretty sure it was a Clementine picture. It just shows like a little spot on the moon, but it's right where Apollo 15 was. Now, those of us who know we landed on the moon look at that and went, oh, cool. And those of us who maybe have their suspicions are like, look, it's a smudge on the moon. Yeah, either way,
Here's the question about that. Sure, if there's this big smudge they can see from Clementine, how come you look at any photos of the lunar module of the lander? There's no black crater whatsoever. That was like a big, point with a lot of theories. The host theorists were saying that all the initial images of that NASA had drawn before the Apollo launches all showed that there was going to be a big black crater. There's that famous drawing that what is his name? The guy that does all those
Chesley Bonestell.
No. He the guy that has those old friendly paintings that you always see of like a guy, a kid at Apple, everyone's smiling. Thank you. Norman Rockwell actually has a painting of an Apollo astronaut climbing out of one of the lunar modules, and he's standing in a gigantic black crater. But if you look at any of the photographs of the lunar module, there's no black crater whatsoever. So which one is it? Is there a black crater from the lunar module, or is there no black crater? If there's no black crater, then how can this Apollo photograph from Clementine show a black crater? When you look at very clear photographs of close up, the lunar module shows no black crater whatsoever. Well, I'm going to have to call Norman Rockwell's alma mater and make sure they take away his aeronautical engineering degree. That's a good point. The old photographs from NASA. Before they'd gone to the moon, they weren't sure exactly what it was going to be like. And if you look at Chesley Bonestell, the artist I mentioned, he's the one who really, with very good ground, popularized this idea of going back to the moon. His paintings are totally cool. But when you look at the landscapes that he drew versus the landscapes that were there, they're different. We had this idea of what the moon's going to look like that didn't turn out to be right. And so, in some of these paintings, they show this huge flame coming out of the bottom of the lunar lander's right. But that's not true. There is no big giant flame like that. They used a fuel which didn't make a big flame. You couldn't see it. So the drawings weren't that accurate. Now, when they landed, there was not a blast crater. And this is a big theory. This is conspiracy theories. They say there was 10,000 pounds of thrust coming out of the bottom of this thing, and it should have, 5 tons should have blown out this huge hole. So, yeah, it was 10,000 pounds of thrust at maximum thrust. But in fact, as they were landing, they throttled down. I mean, you don't blast out your garage at 80 miles an hour. Blast craters, but the point, we had photographs from Clementine. Well, I should say right. I should say yes. That was part of the point you were making. So the thrust wasn't as big, and it was spread out over a big area, so it didn't make a blast crater. What the Apollo 15 landing site image from Clementine is showing is not a blast crater. It's where the dust is disturbed. Clementine was a mission to map out. It had a lot of, it was actually what they call the technology tester. They used a lot of off-the-shelf stuff to make cheap detectors that they were doing a lot of stuff with it. One of the things it did, it was mapping out the minerals on the surface of the moon, which is something you need to know. There's going to be something you need when you're going to go back, like supply of oxygen or titanium or whatever. So they did this mineralogical map. Scientists not able to listen. They have a hard time using big words. But it did that. And so what it's actually mapping is a disturbance in the surface, not really a crater. So you can imagine, you can go out to, let's use the baseball diamond analogy. Can you go to the infield? You can run your hand over the dust and make a disturbance in the dust from a huge crater. That's what we've seen. It's just where the dust was pushed. Really basically very big disturbance. Now, when you look at the right now, and you look at the lunar module, you see nothing. You see no disturbance whatsoever. Is that big disturbance or is it no disturbance?
Hold on a second, Joe. We're going to take another break and come back and get that answer. You sure have questions, Joe. No, you got to say, noblemen as a whole have their own little box as well. Rather than being addressed as individuals, they're addressed as so the nobleman who literally owned the entire town, not only the fields and technical sense, the serfs who worked them, but also the buildings, the flour mill, the church, all kinds of properties were actually owned by the nobleman. And the nobleman would essentially say to the Jews, listen, I don't want to live way out in West Bank. I want to live in Warsaw, where I have a lot of my other Polish noble friends. And so I'm hiring you to act as my arrendators, my tax farmers, and I expect you to collect from these properties X amount of money, let's say 10,000 zloty. I expect you to collect over the next year 10,000 zloty from my lot of family. Now, this would be something that could be delivered as a demand speech out of Parliament. They would have a representative of the Kahal, of the ruler, who would be negotiating with Parliament, the Paris, and the nobleman would say, okay, I want 10,000 zloty from the territory, collect it any way you want. If necessary, I will back you up with my sources, but that's what they would have to do. So, right, trying to negotiate that amount, 10,000. They would go back, and then they would have to find the way to collect 10,000 from the Ukrainian peasants. Obviously, a large portion of that would be in terms of agricultural output.
You would see a disturbance in the surface, and
but they could collect it in all kinds of other ways. For example, by imposing
pushing the dust around. So directly underneath the lander, the dust was blown outward, sort of in a radial pattern, just out in 360 degrees in every direction. And it went a long way. It was carried out by and so over a large area, there was a disturbance in the dust, but it was really only cleared out directly below the lander because there's no air on the floor. And if you take a blow dryer and blow it in with a pile of baking powder or something like that, the curly cues, that makes a huge disturbance in the land. But without that air to carry the dust on the moon, it really only just blew straight out with sort of a hole under the lander directly underneath it.
Notorious cases, a lot of emphasis in the Ukrainian folk songs called
That's right. It is disturbing because there was dust there that got blown out. There's no crater.
There's some debate about certainly the extent of this practice, but nevertheless the perception of it was very and that debate, Ukrainians wanted to baptize a child, celebrate a wedding, whatever things you might need to do, or they would have to pay a tax to the Jewish arrendator, to release the key.
The surface of the moon is actually billions of years old. The dust and everything there, but there's not. Iron meteorites doesn't really. They don't change the surface
for
that
all parts
quickly.
for the poles, the many accounts are living an increasingly conspicuous consumption lifestyle where they're enjoying many Western fashions and trying to keep up with what is the latest style in Paris. They're going to be demanding ever more every year.
We know where they landed.
The reality is that large more and the Ukrainians have to deal with a greater debt load. Who are the tax collectors essentially have a difficult situation of trying to exact that amount from the local population and then transmit it to those. By the way, I should mention one fact about tax farming. The Jews have to pay as well for their services, and the way they are paid is whatever above and beyond they are able to collect the taxes, that's what they can use for themselves. So the community would involve a large number of people who are engaged in various forms of tax farming. If the community is supposed to transmit 10,000 zlotys, and then they will strive to collect 12,000 zlotys, and 2,000 of that would be preserved for the community as a whole. The agenda, in other words, was an exploitative economic system that was directed by the whims of the noblemen in Poland
is precisely right, and he is said what was, I was really stumbling over. Yes, that's my fault, sorry. Well, I hear really see you breaking NASA news. It's not. It's just where the dust got blown around and mixed up.
The hammer being, of course, the forward command, the angle being the very clear, high resolution photograph. Now, what ends up happening is there will be massive, as I mentioned before, exactly the same.
No. When you actually look at a lot of the pictures, of course, you can't take a picture of the landing spot before they landed. We don't have that technology, so we only have pictures after the lunar lander was there. And when you look under the landers, you can see sort of these black radial streaks from the surface being scorched a little bit by the that's in one of the pictures, I believe. I've seen every single one of them. Okay, I might be wrong, but I do know that the dust was blown out from underneath these things. And without air, our sort of common sense ideas of how things behave on the moon get a little confused. And so you don't get dust billowing up in the air and then settling down to the pads, for example. It just blows straight out. By the time the lander actually touched down, the exhaust had been blowing out the dust for several seconds.
Here is essentially a type of hydraulics, and they engaged in a variety of pre-heating and gravity-like activities. Some of them were directed at Turks nearby, who were
confused before. This is going to be great. The rovers were actually, they were driving away from the lander, so there was still dust relatively undisturbed on the surface. And when the wheels would pick up the dust, what's really interesting is that if you think about it, if you were to drive through a big pile of dust on your car, what would you see? Well, the big particles, the pebbles and stuff would go up and come down, and that would be it. But the finer stuff would billow up, and you get these big dust clouds. I see that in movies all the time where somebody peels out right next to your dust. You don't see that with the moon. You see all the dust goes up and it goes down. A beautiful parabolic arc. The same way it was on Earth. But you have to be like gravel on the Earth, because this stuff on the surface of the moon is. I mean, I've actually heard it described as like gunpowder. It has that sort of very fine powdery texture to it, or actually gunpowder. The particles themselves are like grains of sand, but they're extremely small.
Those it was like dirt, it had weed. That's what it looked like.
Well, it's kind of hard to tell the weed is.
Have you seen the video of the lunar model under Polish pressure when they're driving? Looked at the conversion of some of these Orthodox Ukrainians as a way of
in fact, if you speed up the video of the Apollo astronauts, to me it does not look real. It looks like they're moving at the correct speed, things are falling at the correct speed, but if you look at their arms and their legs, it looks like they're
so what happened is this individual that doing it at one of the minor Ukrainian noblemen gathered around him a large number of followers from places like the Zaporizhzhia Siege, the major locations of the present River, and it led them on a massive series of attacks against those Polish noblemen. The attacks, of course, had to make their way through right side of the plane up towards Poland in order to achieve their objective, and they actually ultimately achieved their objective.
I think it is. When you see it a few times, I think you see them walk around and
on
doing
the way,
there
this became a reference
they're wearing these big heavy spacesuits in the back.
Olympic period often which are recorded in a series of chronicles about including most famously Nathan of Hanover's Abyss of Despair, the Event with Sudan, which was a terrible, highly evocative description of these populations.
I will give you $1 million right now if you can show me video of an astronaut jumping 20 feet up in the air.
This was a period of
$1 right now. Anybody who shows me video on
but surprisingly, most people who have a passing familiarity
they tried doing some jumps and they kept falling down. The problem is the spacesuit has this big backpack on it, which makes them really off balance. And they kept falling trying to do normal stuff. It was really hard for them to do stuff.
Well, when they fall down, they catch themselves their way. Uprising like they're being suspended on fire.
Yeah, they're in lower gravity, so they bounce funny.
Even if they bounce funny, when they're suspended on wires, like they're being suspended from a point to their back, their legs kick up, and then automatically come back down. I've seen video of them like fighting themselves where they're literally, their whole body is at 45 degrees forward, and they manage to right themselves. And
Joe, this has been astonishing. The whole hour. I can't even rebut you. Email me. I'll give you my number. Call me.
Largely living in peace for 300 years before this uprising occurred. There would be more of these uprisings in the future.
Yeah, this is a
1768 uprising, which was similar in nature and massacres in Guam, where Rothschild was very
Phil White, the bad astronomer.
killed in similar uprisings.
Joe Rogan
Because
about
of still
landing
Ukrainian
discuss
history
Joe
of
Rogan.
Ukrainian
And
violence
I
directed
really
against you.
thought
But
that Joe
if you look at it from the perspective of the chroniclers,
and
although
then
they
Joe came
clearly
in with
have
this combination, this
an
perfect
interest
combination
in
of
describing
aggression and
the
humility.
drums
It seemed to be almost unbeatable. I'm
values,
still kind of
they're
honest,
similarly
looking for the
still
truth,
discussing
with
the
very, very
economic
quick
roots
thinking and a
of
lot of
this
knowledge.
particular
And we didn't feel that the discussion about landing on the moon
what
was
about
over. So now we have
how many
Joe
Jews
Rogan
died
live in the studio.
in
Bob, you
this
guys mentioned time.
uprising
This is
led by
how I
Rothschild.
say, it's going to go on for
If you
years.
recall Salo Baron's
Coming on, you
depiction
Phil.
of
Last
the
thing Joe Rogan said
Latinos
was, I'm
Jewish
not done with you.
history, particularly when you're viewing Jewish
So he's
history
not done. We
from a
have now,
post-Holocaust
we have Phil
perspective.
on the phone. We
One
won't put these
takes
two in the
one
same.
Yeah, man,
tends
how
to
come you
see
ducking me, bro?
illustration
All the
of
way out of Vegas. I don't want to hurt you,
beyond
Joe.
what is logically
So I
possible.
guess it's
The
Joe
number of
started
hundreds of
last time
thousands
on the
dead
phone
is frequently
with explaining his
by
questions about
Well,
not
what I
only
want to say to
70%
anybody
of
that is listening to this, who's never started with you again. Well, I'm sorry. I just got to
it's
disclaimer.
largely
I'll
based
let
on
you start for sure.
soft
I'll go ahead at any point.
First of all,
I'm
the
ready for it.
census
All I'm saying, and all I said before is, I am not claiming to be a scientist. I'm not claiming to be anybody who's got any secret knowledge. I'm not claiming that I know something you don't. All I'm saying is I'm not afraid of looking ridiculous, and I think a lot of people are. And I think when you look at all this evidence, a lot of people look at it and go, well, of course we're not on the moon, and they don't want to look any further, and they stop right there. What I'm saying is the more I look at stuff, the more I see inconsistencies. I see all kinds of weird behavior. The astronauts, I see all sorts of weird photographic anomalies. I saw all sorts of weird stuff with radiation. There's a lot of weird stuff. And one of the reasons why I wanted to come on the radio with you is because I wanted to be able to ask someone about these things. Because all I'm getting is what I'm getting online. And I know you run a debunking website, right? I mean, that's what you do for a living. That would be badastronomy.com. No, I don't do it for a living, actually. I find great education like giving Have you ever worked for NASA or
these
employed
numbers
by them in
all
any way?
together and working town by town
I
with
worked
the
at Goddard
best
Space Flight
data
Center
you
for a
have.
few years, which is the National Center for Government Contractor. I worked for a
Even
company,
if we
not
look
NASA,
at
during the Civil
50%
Service.
of the Jews
Lars Zuccarello, one of these big movie guys, he went on the air once and accused me of having a NASA page, which is not true. I never had a NASA page. And then a couple of years ago, I went back to Goddard after I stopped working here about 5 years ago. A couple years ago, I went back to give a talk, and they reimbursed me, and I actually had a NASA check with my name. You got me now.
Last time, Joe called up and just kind of said the stuff that was troubling him about the program. Since you're on the phone this time, you're going to go first. I believe it's the harder position that Joe did last time. And just tell us to start out why you think one of the big signs are we land on the moon.
but
Right.
it does not
It's a
reach
funny
the same
position to be
levels that
in
we
because,
have later,
you know,
and
say,
it cannot be compared to
wait, how do you do that? How do I prove that you exist?
so it's
I can't even do that. You're just a voice on the other end. So it's,
to
you know,
recall
you
my
have to just
introductory
say at some
words,
point, there's
this
overwhelming
is
evidence
a
that
period
this
in
stuff
which
really happened. You know, it'd be silly to deny it.
really look
And I think with the moon landings, you're sort of in that category. And that is, we have all the pictures, we have all the
but we
people
also
who are doing it, we
have to
have all the
understand
historical
some of the
documentation.
economic
And
background
what's
of
going to
that
happen
virus,
is in any
and
project of this magnitude, I mean, this was one of the largest projects ever undertaken. I've heard different
let us
estimates,
go
but
to
something
the
like
aftermath,
100,000
because in many ways,
people involved with it.
the
And then
issue
there are going
of
to be things that you're going to scratch your head and say, how could this possibly
the
happen?
uprising
Typically, that stuff
continues to
just comes
reverberate
into,
into Jewish
you
history.
know, why did somebody behave
This
this way?
is
Why did that sort of thing
a
happen? In the case of
five
the
and
Muslims,
Disney
the people on the other side, if I can say that, they had what they call photographs and all that kind of stuff. And we talked about that before. We can, you know, we can get into that again if we want.
This should not be surprising
What is
to
it that I
anyone who
can
has even a
present?
passing
And
familiarity with
one of the
contemporary
things is
culture.
that there is hard physical evidence
widely
that there,
regarded
for
as
example,
a major
the astronauts over the course of 6
This
missions
is
brought back
because on a
800
surface
pounds
level,
of rocks and dust from
was
the moon.
able to
And this
invest
stuff is
refrain
really
from
weird. I mean,
police
it's
control
clearly
and
not
for a
formed
brief
of the earth. You
time
can throw
actually
scientific analysis
create
and say,
an
yes, this
independent
stuff clearly
state
was formed in a low
Ukraine,
gravity,
middle
waterless
17th century.
environment. It has all of the telltale signs of having spent time in
was, of course,
that even makes sense,
supported
airless
by
environment.
these
This stuff's been looked at by scientists from all over the world,
cowboy-like
and they all
individuals
look at
called the
it and say, yeah,
Cossack
that's from the
and
moon.
so Cossacks as a whole are kind of like a major
First of all,
heroic
Wernher
winners
von
in
Braun
Ukrainian
went
life.
to Antarctica in
These, of
1967
course,
in the height
look
of
at
the
Kovac
moon race
Nowitzki
and
with
collected
the
moon rocks
fear,
from Antarctica
trepidation,
as
and
they traveled
revolt.
hundreds of pounds.
I remember in my
I
first
have
trip to
heard
Ukraine,
There's
when I
photographs of
first
him,
met
there's videos
someone
of him there,
who dressed
there's
this
moon rocks they brought back, there's video of them carrying stuff back. He went in 1967, 2 years
a
before
walrus
Apollo.
mustache,
I have not seen
the embroidered
the
shirt, things like that.
documentation for
I
this,
felt
and
real
I
fear.
looked
I
around
said,
and
You haven't seen the photographs of him in Antarctica? You haven't seen, I mean, that's very clear. That's all
That's
right.
that's our, you know, horrible
I can't believe you don't know
our
that.
hero.
You haven't heard that argument that Wernher von Braun in Antarctica? Why would he go to Antarctica in the middle of the most hated technological race in human history? And he's at the helm of it for the United States of America. And he's going to Antarctica and he's bringing back
But
rocks.
before I explain that, let me also illustrate this by showing you one of the most famous monuments
That's
in Bay
ridiculous. It's
today
all over
is
the
a
internet. It's all
statue
over
of
everywhere. It's been documented. I've seen
and
videos.
is
No,
famously dancing
not
off the
conspiracy
behind the
sites.
shoulder.
It's all over legitimate sites. I've seen it. I've seen it on a bunch of different sites. It's
For
documented.
this is
Wernher
because
von Braun was in
after
Antarctica in
a short
1967, 2
while
years
of
before Apollo.
independence,
And he was bringing
Kovac
back rocks.
Nowitzki
Okay, now
decided
he was a Nazi.
orient the
A
Cossack
huge
state
Nazi
to
war
Moscow.
criminal who, by the way,
Rather
is the
than,
Simon Wiesenthal Center said would be
creating a
prosecuted
peace treaty
for
with
crimes
Poland,
against humanity if he was alive today. For sure.
creating something like either independence within a Polish or Canadian Commonwealth, or even just a peace treaty with independent Ukraine. He chose to sort of
There's people
shift
that
the
have talked
balance
about
of
it. There's
power
guys that
towards
showed their
Moscow.
tattoos and
And
discussed it.
ultimately,
And
that
Wernher
would
von Braun as they were working on ground, just to jump in here, totally separate from any group site. I just pulled up with a quick search, many pictures of Wernher von Braun in Antarctica. Yeah, you know, it's kind of weird that you would dispute that. I don't understand. I'm not
which had a
getting it.
couple of
Matter of fact, here,
details
and
that
now
were
that I
not
see one here,
included because they
There's
felt
actually a
to
picture
good
of
taste.
on
But
ground in
among the
Antarctica
figures
on
at the
the
bottom of
Marshall
the
Space
statue
Flight Center site, which is the
are
NASA site.
some
This is what was
views
made on or
and
about January 7th,
other
1967.
polls
But I have a question for you.
broad quarterly by
If they were to
its
fake moon
reports.
landings
And
and
they
there were
felt
some
that
people
was
in there
very
and they were going to do this, why would they send on ground
You see it
to
also, for
Antarctica? Why
example,
would they take
in
pictures of
the
on ground? Then why
Ukrainian
did they say, look,
national
on ground,
anthem.
meet you in
Here it
Antarctica?
is.
Why even do that? If this
It's
is
got
going to be
this
a secret
interesting
thing,
beginning
and you're
string
going to
of
go to
letters
Antarctica to collect
by
rocks, it doesn't make sense to
Ukraine
send
is
you a
not
rock.
There's a lot of things that don't make sense, but the fact is he was in Antarctica. He did bring back moon rocks.
They brought back some meteorites
From the moon. They didn't bring, I don't think they brought back hundreds of pounds. They brought back hundreds of pounds. If you find it, it's available all over the place.
Okay, well, I'm just going to
The
I'll just grant you
polls
that.
have a similar kind of
There
debate,
are
and even
Isn't that weird? Doesn't that seem weird to you? First of all, it was this evil Nazi running the United States of America space program, and 2 years before we go to Apollo 11, 2 years before that, this guy's in Antarctica collecting rocks from the moon. What is being a Nazi have to do with it? Well, they're lying. First of all, they're bringing back this evil criminal from Germany, and they're having him work for America. They're slicking his hair back and making him look nice in a suit, and this guy's an evil crap. It was never really him that he was a Nazi. I think legitimately, because they didn't think him. Oh, come on, man. I don't know how many Jews actually feel I'm not going to say he's a Nazi. I know you denied it.
but they're not
You
alone.
denied it.
Here are the original
You denied it.
lyrics
Nazi.
of the
First said
poem
Nazi,
that
you
inspired
denied it. You
the
didn't say,
Nazi.
you said,
I don't mean
And
I don't
if
mean
you
to
look
say
the
that he's
last
not a
stanza
Nigerian
that's shown
Nazi. I'm
here,
saying that
it's
I
actually
don't know
another
if he's a
stanza
Nazi.
that
I'm saying he's a Nazi for sure.
there's this
I'm saying
lament,
he's a Nazi.
very
At their rocket plant, he was building rockets
Oh,
for the Nazis.
Bogan,
B-2,
Bogan,
which was
how
used to
great
bomb
country.
London. Well, dude, he wore the Nazi uniform. What do you have to do to be a Nazi? Do you have to actually have video of you cutting a Jew's head off? What do you have to do? No, but there were Jews who were working in the rocket plant and they were Nazis and they were working. They were slaves, dude. This guy was a slave. He was the head of the program. I'm saying that Von Braun's history is, well, I don't think it's that clear over whether he agreed with Hitler. I don't think he did. Von Braun apologist. No, this is getting weirder and weirder. What you're doing is you're sort of poisoning the well here. You're calling it no. What I'm doing is I'm pointing out that the government did something really evil. They brought back a criminal, a horrible person, and they had him run America's space program.
Meditate upon this 17th century.
That's a horrible lie. They rescued all of these rocket scientists and brought them here, and they were all really, really happy to leave from what I've read. Well, they were not happy to leave. It was either get killed in war or come over and live nice in Cape Canaveral. But it doesn't matter. The point is, that does matter. That's a huge point. Well, I don't agree. I think, how could you not agree that doesn't show massive amounts of deception on the part of the United States government? The U.S. government has massive amounts of deception every day. It doesn't mean that everything they do is
no, that's part of Joe's point. Let's move off the Nazi thing. We got Phil Gray's from badastronomy.com. We have Joe Rogan, who's the host of Fear Factor, one of my favorite comedians. Have you ever seen Joe live somewhere?
Not live, no. I've seen two clips on the
I've never seen fabulous, and he just is just shocked me to death because when he first talked about this moon landing thing, I thought it was a weird little quirk that he had. He just knows so goddamn much about it.
But here's the thing, man. I'm not crazy, but I just want to explain this. I don't look for stuff like this. I didn't want this to come up. I'm not like the guy who's trying to find, like, I see all sorts of retarded arguments in these conspiracy theories. I see them left and right. I see retarded arguments in any kind of conspiracy, whether it's 9/11, who shot Kennedy, a driver, he turned around. There's all sorts of retarded stuff, but there's stuff that makes sense, and you can't throw it all out. And when you look at it all, when you look at the giant picture, there's so much wrong with the Apollo missions. There's so much wrong. Massive amounts of stuff that doesn't make sense. That's why I'm a busy person. I'm not looking into this because I'm bored. I'm looking into this because I was really disturbed. And the deeper I went, the more I realized there's something really wrong going on here.
Okay, so we covered the
moon rocks. We got an explanation. We got an English explanation. We got a little sidetracked with the Nazi. The argument against Von Braun. You brought it to Von Braun retired. Why would you send your rocket scientist? I don't know. He was there. I don't know exactly about rocks. Second of all, he was there in 1967 or 1968. 67 until 1969. The Japanese scientists first identified Antarctica as having a lot of meteorites. So it doesn't make sense that he went there 2 years before it was even understood that meteorites went there. I don't know why he went there. I don't think it was to pick up meteorites. And even if he did, that wouldn't have been enough time for them to prepare these rocks and get them. How do you know, like,
You are working on this. Mr. Rothschild from the moon. Very different than the lunar meteorites that are found on the surface of the Earth.
Right, but didn't the Soviet Union bring back lunar meteorite samples, and didn't they do it with an unmanned craft? And didn't the samples that the United States government sent out for independent verification, those are very small samples, tiny, sugar cube sized.
You know, you can get bigger slices than that. I mean, you can. Where are they? You know, it's a federal crime to be in possession of moon rocks. What do you think that would be? Because there's only 800 pounds of them. It costs $3 million to get them. If you want to live in bigger world, you have to go to NASA to do that, where they've got these things stored in very, very scientifically controlled conditions. Oh man, no. They don't let, flunkies like me in there. They let rich
Well, you know what? There's the bodysuit and the whole deal. It was pretty awesome.
I don't think this proves anything either way, but what I am saying is that any government that be willing to lie about having a Nazi run their space program, I think they'd be willing to lie about moon rocks. I don't think anybody lied about anything. I think it was public knowledge. I think everybody knew it. I think they said this is the best rocket scientist in the world, and we should damn well take advantage of that knowledge. Yes, public was. I think they downplayed it. I don't think they know anything, but I can't say either way. But the point is, the meteorites look different. It came from the meteorites come from Antarctica look different than the moon rocks. They re-enter through the Earth's atmosphere, and so they have the ones that have been distributed. The ones that have been independently verified. The Russians did bring back. They have sample return missions on Exxon one of their missions that went to the moon and brought back like 100 grams. It was a very, very small sample because it's hard to bring back a lot. And chemically and all of that, they were identical to what was found on the moon. And they're different than what's found on the Earth. And you got to realize too, it's not just NASA apologists who say that it looks example. These are the all over the world. And people looked at him and said, yes, we can see that these things did not form on the Earth, so they must form on the moon. Right, but isn't it possible that they could have done this with unmanned probes just like the Russians did?
Instituted some favorable tax policies that attracted and it was a site of significant attraction to a lot of
that's one of the things Joe's doing is he's just asking questions. On the one hand, you're saying the moon rocks could have been entirely fake. On the other hand, you're saying 45 miles in Antarctica collecting rice. But you're also saying they could have been picked up by land.
Either one is a
But those are mutually exclusive.
They are mutually exclusive, and both of them do cancel out the absolute proof that moon rocks came from the moon. Well, I think you can find several thousand geologists from all over the world, including countries that have no reason to support America. Look at these and consider they're legitimate. And these were legitimate that were invented in America before it was meteorites in Antarctica. Meteorites, though, before the Japanese knew, is that absolutely, were the Japanese the first to discover it? Was the big thing, was it thought about that beforehand? I mean, was it something that proven? I don't know the details of that sort of. Well, then there's no argument about the Japanese being the first to discover it, because it was previously assumed they just had to go there and find them. But maybe the Japanese were first to verify it, that's not good enough. Just thinking about that, this is a direction of argument I've never really considered before. I can't give you any more details because I don't know the story. Okay, but either way, I'm saying yes, that's not proof enough. That's not proof positive. But I think it's important you said to say, Bernard von Braunberg in Antarctica, it's ridiculous. High-profile guy. It's public knowledge. You go in there, pictures on that. I'll tell you what's ridiculous. We're going to Antarctica in the middle of the moon race. I don't know. That's an expedition that just people just like me. They travel all over the world in different conditions. I believe sort of like I believe that if you're going to plan a gigantic deception such as this, you do it in advance. And I think it's entirely possible if you wanted to look at it from that point of view that they were doing that. And again, I'm not saying that they did it. I'm not saying that they faked anything. I have zero idea how you have. To even if you do that, though, you would not sell it
maybe he maybe he's hands-on, maybe he wanted to be there, maybe he insisted. Who knows? There's no argument. You don't know who he's his personality. You don't know what he's like. You don't know what he insists on. He easily could have. Once again, the discussion between Phil and Joe is astonishing to me. It just goes so much different than I think it's going to. We have such different votes. I thought it was crazy. I thought you were completely crazy. It makes sense. The way you're holding it is
what was really
you don't have to be crazy to believe in the
how many different activities, by the way,
We have Joe Rogan, the host of Fear Factor, great stand-up, terrific guy. And we have Phil McLean, also a terrific guy. And this is the definition of a marketplace of ideas. He would mention that on CBS Radio Free FM.
As I mentioned to you when we were talking about religious history, he's kind of like a transitional figure between the Ukrainian and the Afghanistan. He was also
CBS Radio Free FM on Picture One is also here. Let's get right to it as quick as we can. Joe Rogan from Fear Factor asking questions of Roleplay about landing on the moon. Did we do it? Joe's just got questions. What's the next thing you want to open up for us today?
and
Phil, what other evidence would you say says we landed on the moon?
he was the first individual to use what was sort of like a scientific systemization of Kabbalistic wisdom. Much of Kabbalistic doctrine is very arcane and very elusive language, associated with heavy reliance on really trying to follow some of the main Kabbalistic texts like the Zohar. It was extremely difficult, even if you are fluent in Aramaic, it would still be really hard to do. You gotta have a teacher there to walk you through it. One of the major contributions of the Ramah, said, okay, let's explain all of this from A to Z, working from general to particular, and released a book which was published in his lifetime. We are now talking about a period where publishing is a reality. Pictures are actual painting, very important for and this initial sort of like introduction to Kabbalah of Pardes Simonis, the Rosh of the Pomegranates, was incredibly popular, cemented his reputation, even during his life, and he went on to create many other movements. One of the things that describes the Pardes Simonis is this chart that I set up here, which is essentially a part of what they call
I would say that this is, to me, the most compelling,
which is sort of like a metaphor for how God communicates reality to
what bothers me about it is that I know that in government and especially in something as huge as NASA, things are very compartmentalized. You're not privy to all the information about the entire project that you're working on. You are given information on a need-to-know basis. If it's your job to design O-rings, you are designing O-rings. You don't get the data and the blueprints for the entire Saturn V rocket setup. You don't get all that information. The very people at the very top of the food chain who knew about it. And isn't it a little odd that a couple days before Apollo 11 launched, the head of NASA resigned? You find that a little
how
odd?
they reach that form of abyss. So the idea in Kabbalah is that God, first of all, drops himself across this
monumental technological achievement. They're about to put a person on another planet. This guy says,
like a vacuum of God
that was
in the universe.
James
These are very different concepts. I'm not a rabbi, by the way. I'm just going to walk
I don't
through
know. What do you think? He doesn't want to be a part of a hoax.
So he created kind of like a space within himself that was empty of himself.
I want to get killed. I mean, look, if you believe, there's a lot of conspiracy theorists believe they killed Gus Grisham because he hung a lemon outside the lid. He put a lemon on a hanger and hung it outside the lunar module. He was dead in a horrible fire shortly thereafter. That's a very typical conspiracy claim. But is it not true that he hung a lemon outside the lunar module? And is it not true that our government is filled with evil, murdering liars? Our government is filled with honest, murdering liars at the top of the hill. There's a reason why they're in Iraq, and it's for money, and people are dying for it. And it's the same people, and that's the same type of people that the people who want to kill astronauts. I'm not saying I did it, but I'm saying it's possible. One big problem with conspiracy theories is that a lot of stuff is stated as absolute fact, when in fact it isn't. For example, well, it is an absolute fact that he put a lemon on a hanger and hung it over the lemon, and it's an absolute fact that he burned to death in that van that was hanging a lemon on. I'm saying it was communication issues they were having. He was saying this thing wasn't going to work. No, hang on. He has been quoted many times as saying that the whole problem, the whole program's in jeopardy, and he didn't think it was going to work. He thought the thing was a lemon. He was just having issues with subsystems. Why would he put a lemon publicly, put a lemon on a hanger and hang it on the lunar module? That is a monstrous statement from the number one astronaut in the country. Yeah,
all represent
I need a guy very forceful personality. That sounds like a guy killed. And if I was running a with the F5 versus rocket and the communication systems weren't working right because they were working day out, it wasn't working right. And he got really frustrated. He got the lemon in there. He was actually yelling something about how we're supposed to get the moon. We can't talk between two moons. Right. And then they're really not to kill Gus Grisham. I'm not saying they did. If they are willing to kill Gus Grisham, would they not kill the guy with the big mouth who designed the hoverboards? If they're going to kill Gus Grisham and Chevy and White as well, are they going to do it in the most publicly humiliating way that they possibly could, which almost destroyed the Apollo program and made NASA look really, really bad? 2 years later, they were they had thrown a duster in his bath. It didn't even set them off for a hitch. 2 years later, they were on the moon. They showed that they could do it. They showed that they could do it. If you're going to kill a guy, you're going to kill him inside the lunar module on the launch pad. That's going to show you did. The Apollo on fire.
Shattered. So as it were in the Rothschild conception, oil came into the first cave and then it exploded.
How can you say that when 24 months later they were on the moon?
Oil and the destroyed cave fell into the next one, and then we shattered as well. It happened all the way down to finally get to the oil is sufficiently reduced, and it also mixed with the actual material of the broken vessel that is able to exist in this world. So that's the doctrine that was destruction of the vessels. And in the Muriatic vision of Kabbalah, the task of the crew is to try to repair this fundamental destruction by separating out the gross material elements that are present in this universe and creating the crack sparks of holiness that represents like the hot oil, the radiance of God that are buried within the history. One of the most important aspects of the exercise approach, directly connected to stuff that Steve was wondering, is that Rothschild exercise urgency.
Well, yeah, it depends on where you read. You can read conspiracy sites, you can read the stuff based on reality. So you gotta do that.
Task activity of finding those sparks, elevating them from their material prison, and as these sparks as it will fly upward, we get close to the moment where the Messiah kind of truly revealed, and as we enter into an entire different period of alien and the model of the Spirit as Muhammad presented it is much more kind of like a description of the theological view of creation. But the Arizals added a verb to it. So an imperative, get out there and start doing this. well popular, had a remarkable career. For example, on the Pacific River, we discussed that tomorrow. David got a you can't just sit around studying things. You got to get out there and practice with the world, because that was the past.
That's another possible answer.
This
I
body
would
of
agree with you
ideas
if there were more compelling evidence from us. There's no doubt more compelling
circulated
evidence. It is circumstantial, but it does throw doubt.
Joe, how many people just give you?
with the advent of
You
publication,
obviously can't
they have
answer
to
this,
make
but
their
I'm
way
asking
throughout
for your feelings.
the entire
How many
Mediterranean
people
basin
would you say
and
would have to be
Israel
in
as a whole.
on
And
the
it is in
conspiracy?
this
Would have to
context
know.
of
That's a very good question. I
popularity
have
of the thought of
just your
Jerusalem,
feeling. I don't know.
particularly through the work of
understand how it
scholars
works. I don't
like
understand how the program works. I really
Shalom,
don't.
who's the
I
great Babylonian
look at it all
terrorist,
and I say, well, I know there was a bunch of crazy stuff that they did. I know. If you know that they had a gigantic set that was a duplicate of the surface of the moon they were practicing on, and they were taking all these videos and they were taking all these photographs. There's photographs of these guys on cranes. There's photographs of the lamb dangling from a crane. There's photographs of these guys like simulated low Earth or low moon gravity where they had harnesses on and they're bouncing around on wires. There's all these photographs of this setup that they had. Now, if they were filming this setup and filming pretending, and there's also absolute proof that there was a satellite in orbit, and the satellite in orbit was beaming back information. They were sending it to practice what they were going to receive from the guys on the moon. Now, if they already had all this video in place, they already had all these simulation footages, and you're talking about some grainy, low-resolution stuff, that's all we have access to. How many people really did have to know? I don't know, but I think a few. I mean, it would have to be a couple dozen. It would have to be the people at the very top. Would they be able to keep their mouth shut? I don't know. I go back and forth of what people are capable of, and then I go back and forth of what people are capable of in government. But there's got to be a ton of people at the very top of the CFR, at the very top of the World Banking, that know what's going on with globalization, that know what's going on with, the push by these banks for one gigantic global government so they can control everything. And that's an absolute fact. That's all going on right now. How many people know about that? How many people are blowing the whistle? Very few. So if they can keep their mouth shut about that, they can keep their mouth shut about anything. If it's just a few dozen people, I don't know how many people it is. And these people would think that would be a patriotic thing to do. You're talking about the height of the Cold War. You're talking about the Red Scare. We're afraid of Russia. There was this big thing. We want to show technological superiority over the Russians, over the Soviets. So it's possible that they would do this and think that they're being patriotic. And yet the next day, there was an article in the Russian newspaper that said Americans walked on the moon. I don't know whether or not our wars with other countries, whether or not our propaganda, whether or not these arguments are all real, or whether it's the puppet on the left and the puppet on the right. I don't know who's at the helm of all this stuff. I don't know how it all works. I don't. But when I look at this whole gigantic picture, it smells.
We're taking the smell. We're hearing said the word smell. That's Joe Rogan. Of course, the host of Fear Factor, great stand-up. This great guy. And Phil White, latest articles on the phone. We're talking about Blue Light and Diversity here. My name is Angela. We'll be back with more of this because I think clearly we're not done with either of these bitches. This is Angela at CBS Radio.
But nevertheless,
and this is Angela at CBS Radio, Free FM. I'm sitting with Mike Rudell. Also at my home is Joe Rogan, host of Fear Factor, who just has, this is a technique for debating that should be studied. Joe has the most aggressive and yet humble style I've ever seen anyone use. It's really terrific, and he's talking to Phil White, who has said to me many times when I've talked about my friend Joe Rogan, the questions he had, just let me talk about it, clear this up quickly. That's what we're trying to do. Phil, I want to give you a chance to kind of lead this, because Joe's got books open here. I'm just warning you. Joe's got books open. What topic would you like to deal with on the moon? Do you think?
what is their mind which is something that
one thing about this is that, a lot of conspiracy
said, what if this? And you can sort of what if yourself right into the corner. But the moon landing there is actually objective evidence. And that machines went to the moon and meant and one of them that people observed this. There are levels of conspiracy theory where they say the rocket went up and they just dumped it in the Atlantic. I actually heard one guy. One of the guys was actually a producer of a Fox TV show, the conspiracy theory show that came out in 2001. He said that. He said the rocket never went into space. And I laughed that there were people who stood under front porches and watched the Apollo satellites passing over Athens when he did that. So that doesn't work so well. But in fact, the Apollo missions, like Apollo 8, as they went to the moon, they were tracked by ground-based telescopes. If you go on the web, look up Apollo 8, you will actually find pictures of these taken through telescopes. Jam radio operators were actually able to track these missions to the moon. And the thing about those is that's a directional signal. If the machines didn't actually go to the sun, jam radio operators would have been able to do
I don't understand the technology.
I don't either. And I'm throwing this out there. I understand it. What do you mean? You go to it, online, you have to take a look. Yeah, on your that's where you get a lot of stuff. That's where you get a lot. These things have been involved in Australia. There's a very cute movie called The Dish, which is not usually historically accurate. It's like a collection of a bunch of different things that really happen and all kind of spy theories. It's not aliens and their telescopes see like that. And you could say, well, maybe this just means that we sent rockets to the moon because we did. But then, okay, but then the thing gets a little bit more complicated because one thing that is the Apollo experience is several of them, and they did this on Apollo 11, is they let things on the moon like these retroreflectors.
So do the Soviets. The Soviets did it twice. Well, look ahead
also
too.
has
Unmanned lunar probes. They left 2 laser reflectors. You can send a laser up to right now. One of them is functional, one of them doesn't work so well.
I think one of them got covered with dust or didn't get placed correctly or something like that. And
So that's nothing. It's the same thing as the Roths argument.
hang on, when you are putting one of these things on the moon, if you know you're going to be putting it with a robot, then you have to design it so that it has a fail-safe, so that it gets put in there correctly, or you have some ramp watching over it so you know the robots are doing this correctly. If you're just going to do this with people, then it needs to look like giant ice cube racks.
But fill out the grand designer.
These aren't people that sweatshop. They're
Scientists.
lab engineers and their managers and managers above them that do together.
I had to help Joe on this phone. The Challenger, Richard Feynman did point out very clearly on the O rings that there was a problem. It was too strong a hierarchy. NASA and the people at the bottom were not speaking up and did not have communication up to the top there. Yeah, and that's what, 1988, 9? Was that?
less educated than
Challenger with
he had no access to people whatsoever. So
yeah,
that's
when there was a problem in the pieces they were making.
well,
And so
and
I'm
that was
not saying that people aren't going to threat. I'm saying that what this does is it opens up all of these managers who are in charge of this thing would have been able to see that there was a problem.
so
It's
what
not
exactly
an
happened
upwards blowing hierarchy that despite people can talk about. It's just that you're just involving more and more people into this conspiracy, and at some point conspiracy is all part of the whole thing.
So I want to ask you a question that you touch upon all the time, and you jump right to evil and wars and this kind of stuff. But on a little more lower level, what is really the motive? I mean, if you have nuclear bombs and bomb weapons, channels, missiles, why show up
discussive episode,
I think too many Cold War to try to give some sort of perceived victory in the Cold War, perceived victory of technological superiority with the Soviet Union. And I don't know whether or not it happened. I still am not convinced one way or another. But you are certainly not convincing me that we weren't, not by any stretch of the imagination, especially since the last time anybody even did a flyby was 1972. That's just silly. Apollo 17. That's silly. How much would it cost? I mean, just ballpark. How much would it cost now in 2007 Descent
who
Joe.
ultimately would
If we get
reveal
together with
his
the Amazon
friend
guy and all that,
as genocide, as the long-awaited redeemer of the Jews. And basically, this idea gains tremendous popularity in American, certainly opine as to the basis for the fact, I can certainly point to the desperation of Jews felt after the 2nd century Christian uprising, and also to the influence of Kabbalah of the Arizal. Certainly Jews have been at this now for 100 years since the Arizal, and maybe it's time already that since the Arizal's teachings have been revealed to the world, another century is passed, and now it's actually
why would you start from scratch if you
to
already did it successfully 6 times out of 7 attempts?
all over
Apollo 13 being
Europe.
the only one that didn't land on the moon.
Non-Jewish
That's
society in particular
1969
is
technology. We witnessed small improvements.
and this all comes together.
You got the knowledge of what happened, and the technology itself has gotten a lot better.
The Apollo landings are the only technological achievement in human history that is not easier, cheaper, and faster to duplicate than it was in 1969.
This eventually heads on further by nation of Gaza.
They take the space shuttle up all the time. Not only that, the space shuttle is more expensive, and it's not as powerful as a Saturn V rocket.
You got to realize that NASA has been the government
goes through several phases as
the way it is now.
dementia grows and grows. It engages in ever more bizarre
The space
activities.
station was originally supposed to be
For example,
mean and it was going to be
claiming that he can
but then every
levitate,
congressman
claiming
wanted his
that he
fingers in it,
has
you know, we're going to build this here in my district, and then it got huge. It got hundreds of millions.
this
We're not talking about the space station, we're talking about the space shuttle.
transport himself and teleport himself from place to place.
The shuttle goes up all the time.
That's later
They wouldn't do one
sabotaged the
flyby of the
false
moon. They couldn't figure out why would they go backwards?
many activities.
It's not just because it's not designed to go to the moon.
Also,
Being ever since the Apollo astronauts have gone more than 400 miles up.
campaign that we're going to have to
That's about right.
explore
That's
right now.
ridiculous.
Here is one of the
260,000
prayer
miles
books that was
there and back,
composed
and the
by
best they can
his
do since
father,
1972 is 400
associated
miles.
with
Yeah.
his
And now, while you're saying it's
what were
ridiculous because you can't believe it, I think it's ridiculous because I can believe
the
it
first
very
is
well.
obviously
There's
the
that's not like
social
Las
message
Vegas, nothing.
that
And they
he
keep
has
talking
come
about going
to
back,
actually
but they talk about going back in
represent the end of
2020.
history
Why go back
and
in
the beginning
2020
of a
when you can just,
totally
that's the other problem. They don't have the telemetry data from the Apollo 11. Isn't that like the most important data? Isn't that like the most important thing? A huge technological achievement. They landed a man on the moon, brought him back, and they're missing the telemetry data.
almost meaning like
14,000 something reels?
and then it was kind of like moderate as long as it was discussing things like the nullification of fast days. You have, of course, the famous fast of the 9 of Mars, which is usually in the summer that
Reels of telemetry data.
corresponds to
Technological achievement in human history that's not stored at the Smithsonian Institute, it's not stored at NASA Vault, it's not labeled, it's not under lock and key, it's under gold vault. There's nothing weird about that.
I can't say anything about 14,000
Science
reels. I
or
don't know the
something.
numbers.
So, okay, that's it. Ninth of August now. There's followers this was
You lost more than 100 of the telemetry data. That's insane.
Other anti-roaming activities were considerably
It's NASA. NASA lost
for
it.
example,
This is the evil
his insistence on entry into a synagogue one Sabbath that he was denied access to. He was attacked
That's American.
to break down the door on the Sabbath.
They lost all that information too on the moon buggy and the
Once
lunar
present
module.
in the
They lost all
synagogue, he
that stuff.
essentially took over
How
function.
convenient.
Would call up women to the Union for an Iraq, which was another aspect that he thought extremely egalitarian. Really looked to women as a source of this as to gauge exactly how much that contributed to his overall popularity. But certainly as the institution proposed later after it was adopted by more liberal movements she would, women, she was actually married several times. It's quite likely that the first two weddings were never consummated. That may have something to do with his mental illness in one way or another. He later, however, married an orphan woman who had some kind of a checkered past. There were some questions about
As a professional mechanic, your tools are essential for your living. I count tools complete every repair. Now giving an edge. With broad selection and industry-leading warranty, you can count on Icon. You can count on great value. Over 1,500 stores and interest-free credit on qualifying purchases. Why pay tool truck prices? Come with Icon tools. Tool truck quality, unbeatable value, only at Harbor Freight.
Devoted supporter, and we'll meet her in a moment. He also at one point actually married a tourist girl.
We bring you
That
fresh
is
quality.
exactly what I mean by what I said. He actually performed or had performed a marriage ceremony between himself as the groom and an inanimate object, the tourist girl, however holy, as the bride. You get a sense of just how wild this went. Later on, there were credible rumors, although certainly, inflated because of their salacious nature, of a widespread activity, especially among his followers, of what was called Avera Lishma, which means sinning for the right reasons. Very complex doctrine in Kabbalah. If you think back to some of the kind of bizarre stories in the Bible, like Tamar dressing herself as a prostitute, with her father-in-law.
That's a great question, Troy. If you had to guess, would you say the first moon landing was fake, and then we got to the moon later, or would you say none of the moon landings were fake, or would you say most? I don't think we would. Never. I don't think so. That's a bummer. What about the Russians?
Jacob gets the blessing rather than his brother Esau. So
I don't think we got this. I don't think we have the technology. But you know the game, find the Hubble telescope, taking pictures of the rover and footprints on it. Oh boy, Norton, you may have stepped in it. You may have stepped in some real evidence. This shit is making me incorrect. Thank you, Tom. Earth-based, I don't know if it's Earth-based or not. Earth-based photos finding the flag, the footprints, and the rovers on the web. Okay, there are 1,000 times too small to be seen for Earth-based telescopes. So maybe it's just the FQV. Yeah, you can see galaxies far away, but you can't see the footprints. Well, the difference is you're seeing, you can see the galaxies here because it's light, whereas a footprint is a little dark mark on a. Well, galaxies are huge.
But as I mentioned,
We can zoom in on tiny little things on Mars. Yeah, but when you see a galaxy, you're seeing a billion stars that looks like one point of light.
okay for him
Like
to
you're
be
seeing
married to,
something that
but not okay to be
is say
read
50 or 1,000 light years
to
wide
demand that people
as a
use
pinpoint of light.
newfangled
Like that's all you're seeing. You're not seeing individual stuff in a
rather
galaxy.
than
You understand? We have the technology on Earth to take pictures
as
of Mars.
moving on his
Tiny
career,
little detail on the surface of
mania
Mars.
increases
So can you get those
experience
footprints? So we
of
should be able to
Victoria's
see
becoming
the rover
larger
that
and
landed on
larger
Mars.
and
All
more
the details we
longer
take on
lasting,
Mars. You're right,
and
but I think
egged
there's
on
one
by
rover that's
people like
actually there pre-3
Nathan of Gaza
and I'm guessing that's from
and
something that was
his
orbiting the planet,
increasingly
not from Earth.
enthusiastic
So
followers
the
decides that it's now
had
time
something
for him
I'm sorry,
to
what
reveal
orbiting
himself
Mars? I don't know. Okay, so
out
he's
of
saying,
consultants
well, if it's
to
orbiting
demand
moon,
that
why can't you take pictures
land
of
of Israel
footprints? Yeah, are there no photos of the footprints from space? Maybe I'm wrong. Yes. But that's wild. I mean, that would just debunk everything. So like, look, there's a picture we took. There's the rover sitting there on the moon. It wouldn't debunk anything to me. The drone they should be able to see, but the footprints wouldn't debunk it. I was just crazy.
sort of tells
Are
the
there no
story
photos of the
of
rover? Or the flag?
Shopside Speed. We'll just zoom in on a couple
I
of
see that
elements of
flag.
it. So Shopside Speed goes to Nathan of Gaza, sails off to Constantinople,
Like those things that are taken, you're talking about
and
space,
say,
they're
okay,
light sources.
I'm
They're
here.
taken with
With
like
the
ultraviolet light. They're seen as
Jerusalem and
light.
land of Israel,
I mean,
so
like there was light on
here
the
is
astronauts when they landed on the moon.
Messianic
Because
age.
obviously,
I think
because
that's it.
from the photos lit, yes, from the so that means that light does shine on that place.
With
So not the dark side of the moon.
representative
Light
of the
shining
cell
on
phone.
it. Yeah,
This
light
picture
light
shows
shining on it
actually
might give
a
it
cell
different
phone that actually did take
ability to
place.
be
The
photographed
cell
and
phone
actually
is not
emitting
the
light
time of
and
day,
giving off
the
a source of
demonstration,
source of
but
light.
he lays out his case, and the cell phone says to
How
him,
big is it?
"That's
Yeah, it's
so nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah.
Yeah, I don't
Mind
know.
if I call you
I
Shotzi?
mean,
Is
I
that
find
okay?
photos of it.
I have a counter offer. I'm not prepared to give you the land of Israel. Sorry, I
Are you
kind of
looking
like
for
it.
footprints?
But
But by the way,
will
a
allow you
universe
to
is
remain
way bigger than a
alive.
Jeep.
Yeah, I mean, I know what
I
you're
have a
saying.
Jeep.
Yeah.
You couldn't
That
fit a
is.
universe in there.
You may,
What I'm
use
saying,
my
on Mars,
presence
you
and
can take
authority
detailed photos from
unscathed.
Earth on Mars. You can't take more detailed. What detailed photos of Mars are people taking from Earth? Well, you can whatever. You can even other planets. Jupiter. You can get what are they looking at there, Travis?
See, 2011. These are photos taken from NASA's
It's
lunar
thousands of
reconnaissance
followers. There's a lot of
orbiter.
debate over exactly how
The
large the
sharpest
phone
images
was,
ever
but
taken
it's
from
certainly
space
very
of the Apollo
significant
12, 14,
all
17
across
landing sites.
Europe.
Okay, so you can't take
They
the photo.
are
Yeah, well,
we have
can you open them up a little bit?
Judaism. And the
Yeah, if
whole
they're lying about it,
following
why
is
wouldn't they
don't
fake
see what's
clear
the
photos?
culmination of
If they can fake the moon landing, why wouldn't they
here
fake
is,
better photos?
That's a tremendous question.
Way
How are they taking that bad of photos? I don't think it's a bad photo. I just think that something in 2014, that's the best photo we get of the moon from space, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, maybe from space, it's a tougher photo to take.
It's wild how detailed these photos can get from anywhere. But honestly, well, I haven't seen anything that's the size of a Jeep on
I
Mars.
joked that she was early
I haven't seen it. What are some Earth-based photos of Mars? Galaxies are bad examples because space is black, they're light, and they're also huge. And you're also seeing something that's, 1,000 light years wide as a pinpoint of light. That's how they're taking our telescopes are good. You're seeing something that's a billion giant bigger than our sun. You're seeing it at one point.
That's the best Earth-based view of Mars, and it's the whole planet. It's the least detailed. It's terribly undetailed photo. But do you have the capability of taking photos of the moon from space? Yes. So why can't we get a detailed photo of the moon?
My guess is that they haven't spent a lot of time doing it. Like for what? Like whenever they take photos, whenever they take photos from space, they usually aim a camera somewhere and they have a reason to do it. And there's a limited amount of time because everything's moving. So somebody said, why don't we take photos from space? But the moon landing site, somebody would go, why? For what? Why we did it? I'd like to do that, but there's no purpose. They're like, we go say nobody landed. Let's just show them that, look, there's the shit we put. But maybe scientists don't. Maybe they're not looking at it like, let's get a very small segment of people who won't believe it anyway to shut up and we can actually use this for scientific purposes.
Why not just get a filmmaker and take a picture of the rover?
Shoptaxi is definitely the Messiah. We have already accepted that. That's not
We have
negotiable.
good technology.
So
Just have somebody take a picture of it. I'm guessing that the creators look small. Like we look at how small those little detailed photos are taken, but they're not small. They're actual craters. They're large. Yeah, they look small, but they're not canyons. Yeah, they're big.
And so
That makes sense.
From space, you can zoom in on Google Maps
along with it.
Tiny
And
little
they constitute
way up in space.
a
You can't take a photo of a Land Rover on
well into the
Mars.
20th century called the
I guess those are the best photos they have. If they haven't tried it in 10 years, if that's the most detailed photos they have is 10 years ago.
Plus, if Google Maps were that good, they wouldn't need those cars driving around neighborhoods with the cameras on.
There was growing presence of them in 20th century Turkish politics, for example. Quite fascinating. There are
And you can get a
also
certain amount of detail
reverberations
from Google,
of
like when you
video
zoom in from Google
satellites.
satellites, you can get, and a lot of the things, are Google satellites closer
After
than
his
the ones,
initial
how far was that thing
conversion
that took those photos? I
still
don't
had
know
to
any
deal
of the
with
answer.
Well, I mean, yeah, Google satellites are right above us.
Right, how far was that
Well,
taken from? Was that taken from
back
something?
and
It
forth
was the same
with
distance.
even his conversion and with
This way
a lot of the
you
things
need,
he
Dr.
said, it
Tyson.
proved to be a bit of a
Or any
thorn in the
physicist.
side of the Ottoman authorities who
Let's see, 40 years later,
founded
flags
for
remain
example, was
unknown.
constantly giving out post-messianic authorities, naming people, okay, you can be king
No, it
of
says
Africa,
flags remain in
you can be
quotes.
the vizier of Europe and things like that. And it was creating a certain amount of disruption among his followers and among Jews in general.
Okay,
So
let's see what Tom
ultimately
in
he was
let's see
in
what Tom in
prison.
Connecticut has to say.
And
Because it's a
in
wild ass
prison,
phone call
among
description.
the last things
What's
he
up,
did
Tom?
was he requested a
I just want to say that all of the national defense bases my grandmother gave
great prayers
from the Challenger. Mic drop.
So she
in many
lived.
ways,
That's right.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Jesus! And I'm gonna tell you, Tom. I may not know your last name. I'm gonna take your word for it this time.
I was in the room, but I wasn't sworn to speak.
Christianity,
Wow! We finally found one. Thank you for your service. Yeah. Thanks, Tom.
who practice
Not sworn to secrecy. Got the answer.
understanding of
It's
Judaism
amazing that we
secretly,
have not
typically
gone to
because they
technology
realize
into
how
the
they
moon,
would
but we
be
can send a
exterminated
satellite
by
into
the
space to
larger
do the
community.
radio show.
And many
Yeah,
prominent
and we can
rabbis
also
were
have things like the space
falsely,
station and tourists
perhaps
not
not
going
so
up.
falsely,
Just
accused
real right above us.
Perhaps one of the most notorious
Not that it
was the attack on Rabbi Yonasan Ivashutz
And the Soviets would never call.
who
Here's the
was
beautiful
one of
thing
the
about the
most
Russians. They
highly
would
regarded
never have called
rabbis
us out on it, neither would the Chinese.
felt
Well, the Russians and the Chinese would never have called us out on the line. Why didn't they do it? Call it out on the line. Yeah, why did Russia and the Chinese ignore technology? Why would it leave even now? Why wouldn't the Russians be like, yeah, maybe that's what did American moon on YouTube. Russians? That would have sounded like it. I'm telling you, this is a great documentary. You should watch it. It's 3.5 hours. Of course it is. Of course it is. What do you mean? 5 minutes? It's really going to explain what there's a lot to digest. There's a lot of circle talk. Remember I told you that there's all this stuff on the internet that makes people crazy and convinced that they're right.
People lined up on either side who was their favorite rabbi that they would defend. It was like a rather
Okay, you know what? It's hard to have 3.5 hours, but I try to watch this stuff because I like to be informed. Watch it. I'll watch it piecemeal. I did watch the one UFO documentary that you told me about, and I did, and I watched the other one that came out. And it was amazing up until they went to the African kids to fucking hear what a bunch of children said. Like, that is a pretty wild scenario. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, but I was just too long. Why you don't think that's worth examining? It is, but not. It lost me because I have much more interest in what pilots say and possible photos and videos than what children say. And that was at the end of the documentary, so it's too long. Yeah, but that part, the fact that 6 kids all saw the same thing. Come on, pretty wild. Come on, preschool, the whole fucking school's that they were molested, and it turns out they weren't. But I don't think kids' minds, I don't find not to be as trustworthy as adult minds. Like pilots, I would put more stock in. I could listen to a pilot tell the same story as another pilot over and over again. I would put more in that. I'm just more sure they have say. You put higher stock in that. Just higher stock. But the kids, you can have. I just think they spend too much time on it. They wasted a good
on the way to Amsterdam with his family, he was actually put under house arrest in Frankfurt by critics who suggested that he was a late follower of Shabbat Tzvi. This is like, 80 years after Shabbat Tzvi has already passed away, and the Aseret Yesharim himself is held under house arrest. All of his writings were confiscated by the local Jewish court and then buried and lost. So a tremendous amount of his work no longer have extant. It is bordering somewhere under a cellar floor in the city of Frankfurt. Nevertheless, he was able to exonerate himself from charges.
That's the one I asked that astronaut about, James. I didn't know the name, but that was the one I asked. It's in not deep space, but deeper space than Hubble. And
the liberations of the
how do you handle the question?
debacle continued throughout Europe for a couple of years. Perhaps the last expression of this, the last really organized expression.
Yeah, and that probably got amazing. Is it up there now? I think they're still running tests. Yeah, right. Like a few months.
Personally, to be the reincarnation of Shabbat one Jacob Frank here. I don't think I want to overbalance the section by going into too much detail with Jacob Frank, but the ironic parallel with Shabbatai Tzvi is that while Frank also proclaimed himself a Messiah, unlike Shabbatai Tzvi, he did not appear to have the same level of
How far away is the James Webb telescope? Do you know?
He seems to be more of the Charlotte Heights. I think casual outside reading will feel that.
I'm wondering how long it takes for this repair to be done. Like on the Hubble, they can fly guys up. How would they repair this James Webb? Would they have to send it just to have a machine? Is there any type of like an automated chip they can send to do repairs on it? There's got to be a way to fix something.
One of the great criticisms leveled against him was that he did not follow the dictates of the Talmud. A little while ago. This is something that the bishop
location and orbit. This is the James Webb Telescope. Its actual position varies between about 250,000 kilometers and 832,000 kilometers, which is about 576,000 miles from L2 as it orbits.
Jacob Frank obliged and actually converted to
keeping it out of both Earth
That's
and Moon.
That's 500, and the Hubble is 550 kilometers. This is way further.
Catholicism, largely for public
Second, is it a gravitational thing between the Moon and
bishop
the
shoving
Sun?
him, and in so doing resulted in the confiscation and destruction of some 10,000 Talmudic recordings.
To gravity from the Sun here balance the orbital motion of a satellite. It's like a weird place between two points of
He
gravity.
later went on now as a nominal Catholic, but still, presenting his vision of himself as a Messiah, traveled throughout Europe. His daughter Ava, shown here,
I thought it was a million miles
after
towards
him,
the Sun.
following
I was wondering, wouldn't that fuck up the pictures
also
with that
both of them
bright light?
involved with similar activities.
I tell you, if all this is true, what Troy's saying, that show Third Rock from the Sun makes no sense.
You know what? With the Earth, Moon, and Sun behind it, the spacecraft can get a clear. Okay, that makes sense. I thought between the Earth and Sun, I think the light from the Sun, but the Empire State Building fucks up a photo because of the light. Because the Sun not do it. It's a million miles in space, almost behind it.
Readiness for the Messiah. That
can they do repairs on it or no?
Jewish followers of both Shabbat and of Jacob Frank. That kind of like sums up
Travis, get with it.
intellectual, spiritual warriors that have tremendous impact in the Shabbat field of most of Europe.
Is Travis the most James Webb designed to be serviced?
So that's where I think I'd like to leave us for today.
He might be the most
Let me
heavy-fingered
thank you
typer
all for
that I've ever
listening to this overview of National Day.
I thought we were landing on the moon.
Is out of reach.
Just out of reach. That is a fucking.
You just gotta hope.
I mean, what if something doesn't open up right? You can't. There must be some checks and balances on it that can kind of self-repair a little bit. There has to be to adjust. Holy shit!
Imagine if it broke right when it went up there. Oh,
Man, fucking, or if a little piece of moon debris or space debris hit it,
knocked it. Oh, nerds.
dude, there's fucking space debris all over the place. Little rocks,
We're going to
things
look
the size of
at
this
the
microphone flying around.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you bet there is. Charles in Chicago.
particular. And we're going to focus
We
on
just look at the other country
intellectual
landings.
that
We
affected
keep concentrating on the U.S., but there's several other countries.
Yeah, I didn't know if there were or not. I honestly didn't know.
Okay, well, how about if
From China.
if we faked it because we can't get there, and then China was like, hey, we went to the moon, wouldn't America have been like, no, that's horseshit, China didn't go to the moon?
China say like they never went, just went there and checked.
And if China did go to the moon, they'd be like, guys, this is crazy. Not only did we go to the moon, there's not shit up there.
Do you know what dicks they could make us look
Oh,
like?
no rover, no flag, no footprint. I mean, it is untouched.
And there's international cooperation between. I mean, I think Russia just ended between the Soviets, and even in bad times,
kind of always cooperated. Yeah, that's a great point. How many countries have gone to the moon? I didn't think to that point.
There is astronauts on the. There are other countries that put astronauts on the moon.
Or rovers. I'm not saying you can't send a rover. Then why wouldn't they point out the fact that we haven't? We're 7 countries.
They go there, be like, oh look, here's the American rover we found.
For what? Like for them, you and I having this fun chat. Scientists don't need to do that. Like they don't discriminate. Scientists don't go like, hey, let's prove to people that we're here. Like they just for what?
That doesn't make sense. I don't know why somebody just doesn't from Earth take a picture of the moon where we landed. We didn't land on the dark side. We were like Luxembourg. They would have said, hey, there's no flag.
So where's the just take a fucking picture? You see it. So wait, countries which have landed or orbited the moon by number of missions: U.S. 30, U.S. SSR, Russia 23, China 7. So you think there were 30, 60 between 3 countries? It ends in 1990. So by then, you think there are 60 missions with different countries, different astronauts, and different control rooms full of people, all of who are silent and none who are tattling on each other.
But again, swarmed. No astronauts. Just America is the only one that's an astronaut.
But again, the other ones not knowing that this was fake.
Like if Russia's gone so many times, just send an astronaut or a cosmonaut to the moon.
Maybe they figure there's nothing to be gained by it.
Maybe they can't get to the moon. You'd be surprised if we were.
Yes. I would be. As a matter of fact, I'd be 100% surprised. Yeah, it's interesting. Sure. We have to break. We have Mark Norman coming. We're late for more.
Also ready. The Shner Zalman of the is essentially the foundation of Chabad. I would include activities perhaps more appropriately as the structure. But we don't have any reliable pictures of
With weight loss by hens, customers report losing over 11 pounds in just the first month with compounded GLP-1 injections. Through HIMS, you can get a personalized weight loss treatment plan 100% online, prescribed by a licensed provider and delivered to your door for as little as $165 a month. Find the plan that's right for you and start seeing real results sooner. Get started today at HIMS.com.
Position. He is the acknowledged head of the movement known as the Mitznagdim, or the Misnagdim, as it's Ashkenazi pronunciation. Literally, that term means opponents, and they opposed the Hasidic movement, and so ironically, they derived their name from their the way in which they orient themselves to this innovative movement known as Hasidism. In reality, they could have called themselves, let's say, the traditionalists, because the Misnagdim represented the sort of follow-through of the earlier Talmudic tradition, which obviously predates Chabad by centuries, if not millennia, depending on how you want to define the traditional text-based Talmudic culture, but nevertheless the term Misnagdim stuck, and so they're a very important element in our discussion of the three major intellectual movements of the era. Finally, we have the Haskalah, which is certainly well typified by Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn, also known as Moses of Dessau, and he was the first really significant Jew to articulate a new way of identifying with modernity that did not view the outside world as necessarily toxic and dangerous, but rather one in which Jews were expected to engage, one in which Jews could fully connect with while respecting the boundaries of their own ideologies and beliefs, and yet they can contribute to and be affected by the outside world. These three ideologies came into very significant conflict over the course of the 18th and into the 19th centuries, and of course these three movements have a legacy, an intellectual legacy, which continues to affect us to this day. While we're on this picture, I can't leave without pointing out that the actors in this series called Shtiso, which is a very enjoyable series, they of course do not necessarily look the way they appear. Here's Shulam Shtiso, the character played by Doug Glickman, rather brilliantly, but rather different physical appearance. And here is his son, Akiva Shtiso, played by Michael Aloni. I especially like including this picture of Michael Aloni because it often happens when I'm walking down the streets in Jewish neighborhoods. People walk up to me and say, "Hey, don't I know you? Aren't you that guy, Michael Aloni?" Ha, that really doesn't happen to me. Occasionally, though, when I'm in Manhattan, I'm misplaced, and I'm often mistaken for other people like Will Smith. I'll probably cut this part out of the lecture. Let's go straight into the next part of the lecture. It's hard to have these lectures start so early in the morning. It's 8 a.m. here, and I can't see any of you in this webinar, so I'm just talking to my own face, and I'm tempted to cheer myself up with stupid jokes. Okay, so what I'd like to say about the three movements is I'd like to phrase them in terms of rebellion, because even the traditionalists, even the Misnagdim, who lay claim to be like following through on older tradition, they also have rebellious elements because they are forced by the birth of the Hasidic movement to redefine themselves in opposition to something new. So that requires a certain amount of repositioning, as we shall see. So all three of these movements represent significant intellectual rebellions, upheavals. Let me explain what I mean first. Let's start with the rebellion of discovery, which is chronologically the earliest of these three. Rebellions that are refers as a term I've used for the Hasidim. Here's a wonderful picture of Jews dancing and spot Hasidic Jews. Now, there are some Misnagdim scattered in here as well, by the way, maybe a few Spartan. They are rebels of discovery in the sense that they're certainly traditionalists, as we shall see shortly, in terms of their orientation to the basic theological and practical tenets of Judaism, theory and practice, but they claim to be energized by something new, something innovative, something which has been discovered in the tradition, which it has ancient origins, but has recently come to flourish and find new expression in the 18th century. They perceive that innovation as a restoration, or as a coming closer to perceived core, something that has always been within Judaism, but has been much more constrained and focused and restricted through individuals. And now with this new movement of Hasidism, it is suddenly made more available, like the overflowing of a well and spreading out of its waters to many other people. That's really what's wrong. What is this innovation? What is this new thing? Well, essentially deeply rooted in Kabbalah. As we discussed yesterday, the Tzfat explosion of intellectual, spiritual, religious creativity in the 16th century had strong reverberations through the thought of the Arizal, one of the great Kabbalists of that city and that era, and a profound expression later is the Hasidic movement in particular. So Kabbalah gives which obviously has ancient origins, although there's some dispute over specific texts and when they were written. But the whole idea of an esoteric, mystical approach to the Godhead through Judaism certainly goes all the way back to the biblical origins. Even Abraham has these, prophetic visions, Ezekiel and so on. So the idea of bringing more of that Kabbalah, more of that tradition into standard day-to-day Judaism was something that Hasidism was especially noted for. So it is a rebellion of discovery, meaning, hey, we have this amazing intellectual, spiritual resource here. Why aren't we making more use of it? That's really what Hasidism is in terms of its rebellion. Then, to contrast that, we have the rebellion of tradition, which is associated with the great Talmudic schools in Lithuania in particular. The rebels of tradition look at this innovation. They look at the Kabbalah coming into daily practice and say, wait a second, that's not right. Kabbalah is meant to be only for the holiest of holy. They're not saying that the Kabbalah is somehow incorrect or not representative of Judaism. They're saying that it should be more restrictive. That the Hasidim have stepped over their acceptable boundaries by offering this body of ideas to a much larger population of people who are not ready and who are not, spiritually refined enough to receive them. They perceive that innovation of bringing those restricted ideas and practices to the masses as fundamentally antinomian, meaning against the law. Things that should not happen because they could have disastrous impact. And just to give you a sense of how this can really be couched in terms of a rebellion rather than a mere opposition, one of their great heroes is the famous Sam Sofer, Rabbi Moshe Schreiber, very important thinker of the era, in which in his clash with not so much the Hasidim, much more the Haskalah, he laid down a very basic principle, which I want to explain. It'll take me a little bit of a second. Let's just go back for a second to the biblical practice of not eating wheat during a certain time of year in the summer. There's a particular crop of wheat during the summer harvest that's called Kadash. In Hebrew, that means new. And that new wheat may not be eaten during a certain period of several weeks during the summer. It's just one of those biblical laws. And so, as the Talmud puts it, Chadash Asur Min Torah, or as you say in Ashkenazis, Chadash Asur Min Torah. The new wheat is forbidden by the Torah. So Rabbi Schreiber, with Sam Sofer, used that passage from the Talmud to describe anything new as being forbidden by the Torah. Simply saying, Chadash Asur Min Torah. Anything new is forbidden by the Torah. You can't innovate with this new introduction of Kabbalistic ideas, but in particular, you maskilim who want to bring an organ into the synagogue, want to move the Sabbath to Sunday, want to revise the laws of keeping kosher. No way, Chadash Asur Min Torah. Anything new is ipso facto forbidden by the Torah. So that's kind of like a pretty strong statement. And I don't think that Sam Sofer meant it literally and universally, but it was definitely a way to kind of coalesce thinking around an approach to these new ideas. So it is a rebellion, but it is a rebellion for tradition. And then finally, the last group, the Maskilim, the so-called enlighteners, that we'll have much more time to discuss in the Q&A, hopefully. The enlighteners, the Maskilim, are, I like to term them as rebels of expansion, meaning they say, here we are in the 18th century, and we sort of have a particular way of life and a way of relating to non-Ashkenazim, specifically the non-Jewish world around us, but also to, and non-Ashkenazic Jews, of which there will be a significant new influx after the Spanish expulsion of 1492. And they say we should rather be expanding our horizons into other areas of political, social, especially cultural and intellectual endeavors that we've never really engaged in before. This background image is a beautiful medieval representation of a Jew and a Muslim playing chess together. Chess was seen for much of the second millennium of the Common Era as kind of like a leveling factor that regardless of one's ideological background, one could engage in a game of chess without necessarily sacrificing one's personal beliefs and practices. So they were seen as kind of like a safe meeting place for ideologically divergent players like Jews and Muslims, Jews and Christians, Christians and Muslims, and so on. This rebellion of expansion sees innovations in the tradition as corrections, as ways of addressing artificial phenomena that had developed over the centuries that may have been intrinsically harmful to the advance of Jewish civilization and thought. And their great hero is that we will see some of the the 18th and 19th century figures who were involved, but they tend to look backwards to figures that they feel are well representative of their values, such as Moses Maimonides, who was one of those very unique figures who, of course, lived quite a bit earlier. We're talking about 8th century before the time we're talking about 6th century. And Moses Maimonides, however, was one of those rare Sephardic geniuses who was adept both within the Jewish intellectual tradition and extremely creative, writing things like the Mishnah Torah, the Guide for the Perplexed, but at the same time, very, very active in the secular world. As a physician, he wrote many treatises in Arabic on various medical conditions and so on, and he's seen as kind of like a golden age individual and a prime figure for modern Jews to emulate. It is not inconsequential that many schools that sort of lean towards this Maskilic approach name themselves after Maimonides, Rabbah schools, because he's seen as one of these figures who's able to, join general and Jewish knowledge together in such an appealing way, while certainly not sacrificing his rigor in either area. So those are our three rebellions that will occupy us for the next, really, the rest of this lecture and the next one as well. Now, let us not forget the background, which we have explored in somewhat greater detail before, but let's just touch on these things because it's very important to understand the context in which the 18th century develops. Certainly, one of the most important elements is the Spanish expulsion and later the Portuguese forced conversion of 1497, which also resulted in significant demographic change as Jews fled or were pushed out of the Iberian Peninsula to many different locations, including, as you see on the left of this map, a las Americas, right, to the South America in particular, also some to North America, and quite a bit going to free cities like Amsterdam and so on, where they had considerable more leverage in terms of how they practiced their orientation to their traditional faith of Judaism, many of whom had already been converted forcibly or otherwise to Christianity, and they brought with them to these Ashkenazic lands an unusual intellectual flexibility as a result of their very divergent range of experiences with regards to faith. Let us look, for example, at the tragic case of Uriel da Costa, someone upon whom I meditate frequently, actually, and I've spoken about it in a few different lectures. He is shown here in this fanciful image as the dark, brooding man who has the young boy on his lap, who's supposed to be a figure, a representation of the earlier Baruch Spinoza. In many ways, they are quite complementary to each other. Uriel da Costa, very briefly, was a Portuguese man, Portuguese Jewish man. He was raised without being told his Jewish origins, and he actually pursued a career. He was a brilliant student. He pursued a career and received ecclesiastical honors at the University of Coimbra in Portugal. Then his mother revealed to him, Uriel, I got to tell you that maybe your name gave it away, but we're actually Jews. We've been crypto Jews since the Spanish, the expulsion, of course, conversion of 1497, and even the Portuguese Inquisition that was started in the early 16th century. He was initially delighted. He said, wow, that's great. I'm so fascinated. By the way, crypto Jews typically did not tell their children when they were very young about their Jewish origins because there was a tremendous danger should they reveal it to other kids in the neighborhood. So they were typically only enlightened as to their true status when they were young adults. His mother and he managed to leave Portugal, and they ended up in Amsterdam, where Da Costa was thrilled to be part of a real Jewish community, and he was so excited. However, the weakness that he carried with him was that his perception of the Jewish people was entirely based on the documentation he was able to access in Portugal, which was basically the Bible. And so he's reading about great figures like Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and Joseph and King David and so on. And he's like, wow, these Jews must be remarkable people. And when he gets to Amsterdam, he finds that, you know what, they're not quite as remarkable as he thought. You know, there are some that engage in, inappropriate business practices, and some that engage in intellectually dishonest activity, and he finds himself in a situation where he is a kind of a bad tshuva, right, a penitent, a newly religious person, but he finds that people, regular FFBs, religious from birth individuals, that's a contemporary term, from birth, meaning religious from birth, they don't necessarily behave with the standards that he expected. He gets into a lot of conflict with local authorities. He actually writes some books which are critical of the Jewish tradition. His intellectual genius was coupled with, unfortunately, a mental instability, and he is excommunicated several times. He actually moves to another community, tries to set in there. The same kind of thing happens. The end of the story is he went back to Amsterdam with kind of a resolution that, as he put it, I have to live in a community, so I agree to live as an ape among apes, meaning he will give up his personal view of what Judaism should be and what Jews should believe, and he'll live within this regular community because he simply can't live all alone. He's terribly attached to his mother, he wants to be near her, and so on. In the final excommunication, the Beit Din of Amsterdam decided that if he were to be accepted back, he had to undergo a ritual humiliation. They said to Oriel, we've done this several times, you say you're sorry, and then right away you go back and do other terrible things. You'll have to view my video on this to understand a little bit more of the practical details. But specifically, they said if you really want to come back, then this is what you've got to do. You've got to come to synagogue, you've got to confess in front of the entire congregation. You will endure a symbolic flogging. It's not a flogging like, to draw blood and things like that, God forbid, but it was nevertheless in the middle of the synagogue to be flogged, to see such a public, visible sign of public condemnation. And then he would have to lie down on the steps outside the synagogue and have the entire congregation walk over his prone form. Terrible humiliation. He goes through with it, then he goes home. He sits down and he writes a 12-page suicide note called, which has been published later, called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, the example of a human life. And then he pulls out a gun and he kills himself. Very, very tragic story relating to the question of identity, layers of identity, his earlier Christian identity being added, underlying his newer Jewish identity, the disconnect between his imagined Jewish identity and the identity of the Jews of Amsterdam among whom he lived. Very tragic, and I think quite relevant to the modern day. It's actually dramatic versions have been staged multiple times in a very popular opera, a very popular play in Europe. Anyway, he's a great example of the kind of intellectual yeast that was brought into Ashkenazic lands by the Portuguese Crispellis in particular because of their earlier Christian status. Recall that this is a process that took place over a century or two, and so there are people who have been Christian for generations who then finally make their way to Ashkenazic lands in order to join a Jewish community, and they've already been colored by a very, very different experience than traditional Ashkenazic tradition. Of course, the figure on the left here of Baruch Spinoza, who is shown by a brilliant painting by Hirschenberg as being so different from the brooding dark Acosta. He's in light clothing, blonde, and holding on to flowers as they both gaze at a book. Acosta with this penetrating 1,000-yard star, but with Spinoza with kind of this casual offhand glance. He, of course, essentially repeats much of the story of Acosta. Here is another work by Hirschenberg, who was just as individuals that I, Spinoza would also suffer an excommunication from the court in Amsterdam, one that seemed to pain him far less than that of Da Costa. You can see in this image where Hirschenberg portrays him as simply walking along the street, engrossed in his studies, whereas the traditionalist Jews of Amsterdam are cowering. One appears to be reaching for a stone to perhaps throw at him, and Hirschenberg is definitely sharpening his axe with this rather polemic image, but nevertheless, it points to the narrative that I want to describe here of intellectual ferment that's going on in Ashkenazic lands, particularly in Western Europe, that will eventually find its expression in, at the very least, the Haskalah, and really quite a bit more, as Spinoza, of course, has a much stronger arc of influence on Western thought. So we also have, as we discussed yesterday, demographic upheavals with the horrible pogroms associated with the Magnitsky Rebellion and large displacement of peoples into Europe, where again ideas are circulating, as many Eastern European Jews are encountering some of these Western European ideas. And then we are immediately following the Magnitsky Rebellion with the whole Shabbatai Tzvi debacle, which we discussed also yesterday, and that's followed up by Neo-Sabbatianism. This is one of the amulets that we mentioned yesterday, in which Rabbi Yonasan Eibeshitz was accused of being a Neo-Sabbatian, and even figures as phenomenal and as important as Father Moshe Sato were accused of heretical views. So going into the 18th century, we've got so many ideas taking around, lots of challenges to the status quo, and they will ultimately find expression in the three movements that I've described. Let's just look, before we move straight to the Hasidic movement, at the demographic distribution of Ashkenazic Jews and how that relates to the three movements that we're talking about today. This is a great map that gives you a sense of the demographic shift that we described earlier this week of Jews from the Rhineland. There are still significant populations of Jews in Germany by the time you get to the middle of the 19th century, but all Jews have also been admitted, not formally, but basically the earlier expulsion was ignored, so you have Jews making their way into the United Kingdom. But the large mass of Ashkenazic Jewry is primarily in the Russian Empire at this point. And in terms of the three movements that we're going to be talking about, the first is the Hasidic movement, that is chronologically the earliest in terms of its development, is the Hasidic movement, which is largely centered in what we would call today the right bank Ukraine and southern Poland. That's where you have the great centers of Medjugorje and Berdichev, and so many of the towns that are associated with great Hasidic masters are really located in the southern part of the great homeland of Eastern European Ashkenazi. Then slightly to the north, and it's really like a Venn diagram, Hasidim and Masnagim, they live side by side in a given street in any Eastern European shtetl. Although when you move further north, you are more likely to have fewer and fewer Hasidim and more Masnagim. The Vilna was widely regarded, Vilnius, as the capital of the Hasidic world, the capital of the Masnagdic world, primarily because it was the domicile of the great Vilna Gaon, Rabbi Eliyahu of Vilna, that we talked about earlier. But there were Hasidic movements active in Lithuania as well, including Chabad, for example. So they're primarily to the north, but as a Venn diagram, they're overlapping with Hasidic. Finally, you have the Masnagdic movement, the Haskalah, which also has penetration into Eastern Europe, but is really based in the northern German region. Berlin is one of the major centers of Haskalah in the early period, and these three movements will interact with each other over the course of the 18th and well into the 19th many of their arguments continue to reverberate through the principle. Well, what exactly is Hasidism? What do we mean when we say Hasidism? I did point to look about it earlier, but in terms of like what's important in Judaism, how does Hasidism differ from the traditionalists? I will remind you that one of the elements of Judaism that distinguishes it from its daughter religion, Christianity, or its granddaughter religion, Islam, less so Islam, is the notion that while Judaism has some key tenets, like, for example, the idea of monotheism, the idea of life after death, these are all classic elements of Jewish thought, the anticipation of the Messiah, but these basic ideas of belief, of intellectual commitment, can be summarized in, a very small number. You can use their various counts, depending on which of the medieval authorities you look at, but you can basically count the key things that Jews must believe easily on one set of hands. It's a small number of mandatory beliefs for Jews. On the other hand, we've got a huge number of practical requirements. Judaism is in many ways much more about practice than it is about belief. Like, what do you do with your day? Judaism, traditional Judaism obviously, has a highly regulated set of rules codified in 613 commandments, which dictate, how you're supposed to live your life. So, if that is the more important measuring stick for what is Jewish, how does Hasidism stack up against Islam? So, if we put this little chart together and we look at the practices or beliefs of both groups, let's say first, one of the key ideas is, do you believe that there are 613 commandments, meaning that the Torah comes from Sinai, from God, and that it defines these 613 commandments that the rabbis have articulated in the oral Torah, through the Talmud in particular, the Jewish law? It's not going to say, well, absolutely, that's our bread and butter, that's what we do all day, is study those commandments, and the Hasidim also say yes. So, okay, right, that's a really clear distinction. This, by the way, to jump ahead to the 20th century, certainly I'd say in the 19th century, this is a key distinction with modern movements, which are now called denominations of Judaism, that might not necessarily agree that there are 613 commandments. And even though among the Orthodox there may be some discussion of, well, this particular commandment, number 82, isn't really a commandment, it's just a rabbinic enactment, but you forgot one other that I included to make 613. That's perfectly par for the course for traditional Judaism. But in the 19th and 20th century, then there are people who would say, in the name of Judaism, that no, we think that there are only 10 commandments, or we think that there are even no commandments. That is all, later creation. This is not characteristic of 18th century Hasidism or Mishnayism at all. Let's look at some of the key parts of it, like the observance of Shabbat. By the way, the next three, this one and the next two, are really sort of like when a person wants to convert to Orthodox Judaism, these are, in my experience, limited experience with it, these are the three things that they really concentrate on. Because, learning and practicing Judaism in this traditional form is a lifelong endeavor. Study of the commandments itself is part of the whole package. So it's something that you really get better at as you get older. So if someone wants to convert to Judaism, they can't be expected to know and practice everything right away. They might have an attitudinal approach, saying, I'm willing to practice everything, I just don't get it yet. So the three areas that rabbis typically concentrate on are observance of Shabbat, observance of Kashrut, and observance of the laws of family intimacy. So looking at Shabbat, right, which has this very complex set of rules with 39 forbidden behaviors that are essentially created a manipulative reality, like, wonderfully no cell phone use and, so Shabbat is not going to say yes, absolutely, and it's going to say, oh, Givaldic, we love Shabbos, it's great. So they're the same. What about keeping kosher? Oh yeah, the Mishnayim, they love kosher chicken, they detest non-kosher chicken. Hasidim also, yes, as we shall see, they will debate the particular details of what makes something kosher, but the concept of keeping kosher is sacrosanct for both groups. And finally, the laws of family intimacy, which we discussed in the previous class, very basic to Judaism. The Misnagdim say totally we're down with this, and the Hasidim as well. They will argue over things like what's the appropriate way to construct a ritual bath, a mikvah, which is essential, of course, to laws of family intimacy, but they all agree that it is basic to Judaism. So, wait a second now. If we want to say that the primary intellectual religious commitment of believing that there is a Torah that comes from God at Sinai is the same for both groups, and all of the key elements of practice are the same for both groups, so what's different about them? Why is Hasidism something new? In large part, it is a matter of style. All of the elements of Hasidism are familiar to the Misnagdim, but there's a question of what they emphasize. Certain aspects of this very rich millennial tradition receive far more attention and energy in the Hasidic movement than they do in the Misnagdim movement. And that change in emphasis is something that really makes this a distinct group. Very, very closely related to the prior, its origins in the Misnagdim movement, but nevertheless distinct. So one way to try to understand this is that Hasidism is kind of like Jewish, but even more so, right? Like Hasidim go beyond what is required. Of course, they're going to meet the minimum standards. They want to go to beyond standards, and we can see this in all kinds of ways of life. I am personally most familiar with Chabad, and I think they're a great example of this, right? The fact that there are young people who are willing to dedicate their entire lives to move to some remote part of the world where there are hardly any Jews and set up a Chabad house just to serve the tiny number of Jews that may be in the environment. And they dedicate their entire lives to this. That's a phenomenal level of commitment that you do not see in a similar way, in my humble opinion, experience with the Hasidic or the Misnagdim world. But to give you one concrete example that we already looked at earlier today, the case of payas. So payas literally means corners, and it refers to the corners of one's face. The biblical law, as understood through the traditional Talmudic tradition, is that one, and based on a verse in the Bible, one may not use a razor to shave one's temples. And referring specifically to men, men may not shave their temples with a razor. So, as you notice, the hair on the side of my head, maybe I need a haircut, a trim, but nevertheless, they're certainly not long. It's more or less the same length as whatever hair is left on the rest of my head. And that's because I am a litvak and just have the traditional approach, which says no razor. Okay, fine. But the Hasidim say, if we can't take a razor to that part of our head, we're not even going to take scissors to the part of the head. And we're going to let that part of our head just go wild and free. And that's going to be kind of like an outward statement of who we are about. We are Jewish, but even more so. Now, it's not to say that it's forbidden to trim one's payos with scissors. But in Hasidic practice, it's highly discouraged. The idea is, no, you gotta live your life. What do they say today? You be you, and your you-ness is in the Hasidic tradition. And we see this with a lot of Kabbalistic-oriented movements because there is a Kabbalistic element to the payos and to the beard as well. And we see, for example, here, although these are actually fake payos, that they're applied, as we saw earlier in today's lecture, by a makeup artist, nevertheless, it's a very distinct external feature that is readily recognizable. So it's not like this is foreign to the Misnagdim, they'll certainly understand it, but nevertheless, it indicates kind of like a larger approach and style to everything Jewish. That's what the Hasidim want to emulate in their approach. It's ironic as well to note that there's life imitates art, imitates life. The Misnagdim in Lithuanian yeshivas, seeing what the Hasidim doing, sometimes sort of like say, well, that's a nice idea, Taka, I like that. And so you'll see a lot of young men in traditional Lithuanian yeshivot who are also growing their pants, maybe not as long and as curled as you would see with Hasidic groups, but they tend to cut them over their ear and things like that. So that kind of like shows how there's an ebb and flow and a mutual influence of previously hostile groups. So let us look at how Hasidism has been understood by historians, and specifically look at the question of how did this movement, which in many ways has some kind of extreme elements to it, like the payas look extreme, especially if you've never seen them before, how did they successfully capture the masses? So if we look at the great historians, the major historians who have looked at Hasidism, we've got to begin with Heinrich Gretz, very important 19th century German historian, who has a traditionalist Lithuanian background, and then he kind of moved into the Haskalah, which would be the subject of our lecture after the break. And he tended to look down on the Hasidim. He tended to see them as being neo-Sabbateans, being heavily influenced by the Sabbatean ideas, and especially although he doesn't necessarily regard them as heretics, he regards them as being, credulous and, poorly rooted in the intellectual tradition, buffeted by the horrible tragedies of the Magnitsky Rebellion, and influenced by the leftovers of Shabtai Tzvi's movement. And he says, this is something we really have to extirpate, and it's not the kind of Judaism that represents really the great tradition, and hopefully there won't be too many Hasidim moving over here to Germany where I'm writing in particular. So he had a decidedly negative approach to the Hasidim. Shimon Dubno, on the other hand, a great historian, also an encyclopedic historian, writing a multiple volume history of the Jews, said, what are you talking about? Obviously, you're too far divorced from the realities of Eastern European Jewish life. The Hasidim represent the true populist spirit of the Jews. That it's true that the Hasidim down in the southern regions of, right back to Ukraine, southern Poland, were largely divorced from the great Talmudic elite centers of the north. But you know what? They're good, enthusiastic Jews who are willing to devote themselves to the larger cause of Judaism. And if they find their religious solace in this much more popular movement that has, these charismatic leaders, what's it to you, Heinrich Gretz? And so he developed a much more sympathetic view of Hasidism as kind of like a natural outpouring of the zeitgeist, the spirit of the era, disseminating directly from the spirit of the people who really yearn for a personal connection to God. If they couldn't get it through arcane Talmudic texts, they would get it through the singing and dancing and friendships that were developed, characteristic of the Hasidic movement. This is especially noted in the work of Martin Buber, who is not strictly speaking a historian. He's a philosopher, but he was instrumental in working with the Hasidic stories themselves, the tales of the Tzaddikim, the great leaders of the Hasidic movement, translating them into German and greatly popularizing them in the western part of the world. His treatment of Hasidism was not really as systematic as you would see with Heinrich Gretz or Shimon Dubno, but it was decidedly sympathetic and emphasized those philosophical elements of Hasidism which he felt were especially appropriate for the early 20th century, and wrote some very meaningful works based on those. Then you get to Gershom Scholem, who sees them much more as a new iteration of a Kabbalistic movement, really emphasizing the intellectual origins of Hasidism in Lurianic Kabbalah. But perhaps one of my favorite analyses is that of Ben Zion Dinor, a fascinating Israeli historian, who essentially looks to the Hasidic movement as an economic rebellion. There's a lot more to say about this than I have time for, but the basic gist of his argument is that if you recall when we spoke about the Arenda in the Chmelnytsky lecture, there, basically noblemen owned entire towns in the post-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and that also meant that they actually owned the right to name the chief rabbi of any particular location. It was not a right that they necessarily were, especially interested in until they started receiving bribes to name one candidate over another. And so what ends up happening in the 18th century is that you have these local rabbis who receive their position largely through lobbying efforts with the nobility, the Polish nobility, rather than through, genuine pastoral work with their congregation. Why would someone want that? Well, there's a certain amount of what's in Hebrew called kavod, of prestige, honor associated with being the town rabbi. But there's also an economic incentive because that way you would receive the benefit of the local taxes imposed on the Jews for various services. It's called the korovka, sometimes called a candle tax, a basket tax, tax on kosher meat, all these things. So in exchange for a steady income, which is a pretty easy income, you would sit back and just let people eat kosher meat and you get the proceeds from it. They would essentially bribe the Polish nobility to get a position like this. And Hasidism, Dr. Juno argued, was essentially a counter-reaction to this corruption in the, air quotes, rabbinic elite. And they're saying, we don't want your stinking rabbis coming from the Polish nobility. We want the rabbis who actually care about us, who will actually, cry with us and console us, and will advise us and will inspire us. And so these Hasidic groups develop as kind of like a counterbalance to the dry and uninterested rabbinate that may owe some of its positions to really a corrupt, perversion of authority. I think it's a very fascinating line of argument. There's a lot to say for it. Finally, Ada Rappaport-Albert, a very innovative scholar of Hasidism, passed away just recently, great loss to the scholarly community. She said, hey, women were incredibly important in the Hasidic movement. We actually have a few examples of really exceptional women, like Webermacher, the maiden of Gutnier, who was essentially functioning as a Hasidic Rebbe in many ways, having a dish and giving breakfast and things like that. But even besides the exceptional women who attain much more leadership, the fact that there could be a shakeup of the traditional approach to Judaism in which Jewish women had a much more constrained role, just the fact that some of the rules were kind of like looked at with a more flexible mindset meant that many women could assert new ways for them to be involved in the practice of Judaism. And she says some really fascinating things about this. And I strongly encourage you to have a look at her gender-based approach, which I think has tremendous merit. So all of these things taken together, they all have merit, of course, but they give us a sense of the complexity of how this Hasidic movement was able to race through these regions in right bank Ukraine and southern Poland with such rapidity and rapidly gain the trust of the masses. Okay. Let's just talk a little bit about the origins of the movement, and then we'll take our break. We're going to pick up this lecture after the break, and then continue through the Haskalah as well. One of the most important contributions to the study of early Hasidism comes from my senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman at Bar Ilan University, a really great historian who's done some pioneering work in a lot of areas. And one of the questions he asked was, almost everything we know about the founder of Hasidism lived in the first half of the 18th century, Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer figure, and there are contradictions in some of the accounts, and some of them are hard to place or believe. What do we really know about the Baal Shem Tov?
Hi, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
Really asking these questions at the time
I'm well, thank you. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's go. Let me get on my hat real quick. Okay, I'm ready.
Soviet archives. And when he got there, he found, among other things, the Baal Shem Tov's tax forms. He actually found that there are direct references to the Baal Shem Tov, who apparently had a position of authority in this town of Najibush. Here you can see enlightened, highlighted the line from the tax records that refers to someone named Baal Shem, who is called a doctor, reverend elsewhere, which indicates that he actually lived with on a particular street, a particular address that was apparently provided by the community, and that he was a figure of significant authority, especially towards the end of his life. And so he
Right, there we go.
Discuss in his classic work, The Historical Search for the Baal Shem Tov, derived from Polish records,
Great strike.
a more concrete image of who this
Yeah.
founder of Hasidus
Come on, Rabbi. Hit it.
is. An amazing story. What I'd like to do when we come back from the break is begin with the precursors to the Baal Shem Tov, to place him in his social and intellectual context, and then we're going to get deep into the conflict with the Misnagdim and then the Haskalah. So I want to thank you all for your attention and endurance. Thanks very much for watching.
Listen to us anywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now Mark Bonner with the news. 3 suspected burglars have been killed during a police pursuit in Anaheim. 2 other people in the car earlier this morning survived. Police Sergeant Matt Sutter says
Nice spare.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi.
Surveillance video and neighborhood cameras that show these guys actually stole a car and were breaking into it and stealing items from the car.
Good spare.
Thank you.
People who survived the crash are in critical condition. Governor Newsom says Republicans in Texas are trying to rig their congressional representation.
Nice strike.
Nice strike. Thank you.
Let us pick up from where
Come on,
we're
Rabbi. You can do it.
And the precursors to the Hasidic movement. What I'd like to do over the next hour is to from the early Hasidic movement to their Misnagdic opponents, try to understand a certain element of the clash between these two groups, and then we're going to round it out with the third post in this triangle, which was, of course, the Haskalah, the Masculine. So we left off discussing the historical role and the historicity of Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, known as the Baal Shem Tov, phenomenal research done by Professor Moshe Grossman. But in this context, to understand the Baal Shem Tov more appropriately, we really have to go to some of the precursors to think about how he emerged as a figure in the 18th century. One of the most significant figures in pre-Beshtian research, Beshti being the acronym for Baal Shem Tov, is my colleague Dr. Yochanan Berzovsky Stern, who is, of course, a great scholar at Northwestern University in Chicago. He's done some phenomenal work on many different areas of history.
Come on, Rabbi.
Won the National Jewish Book Award for his remarkable work, The Golden Age Shtetl, which I highly recommend. But some of his early work in Jewish history of Eastern Europe.
There you go.
Oh, wonderful there.
Thank you.
Scholars who are called the Balei Shem. Let's just explore that term for a second. By the way, this is a rare archival photograph from my personal collection.
Oh.
I first met Dr. Berzovsky Stern in Kiev.
Nice job, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, ma'am.
The Soviet archive, when he was working in the bowels of the Vernadsky Library with a remarkable collection of Pinkasim, which are communal record books going back to the period we're discussing today, in the 18th century, of individual towns scattered throughout right-hand Ukraine. Absolutely fascinating work.
Come on, Rabbi. You gotta win one now, okay?
I'm trying.
One of these Balei Shem in particular, Hillel Baal Shem was his name. And as you see, the name Baal Shem reappears there's Hillel Baal Shem, and there's the Baal Shem.
Get it.
Who were these people?
That's what I'm talking
Hey,
about.
Rabbi, straight.
So basically, the word Shem
No.
means
What the
praise,
world?
and Baal Shem
That
means
was
the
crazy.
master of
That was
the
quick.
name.
Go ahead, Rabbi.
This is
Right.
the
Didn't I just get a strike?
for an
No, I
amulet
didn't see it. My thing
that
glitched.
is,
Yeah, it did. I just did get a strike, and it took it away.
Amulets are a very, very old
Okay.
tradition. It's
No. Hold on, let me go back.
Aramaic term is
This
kameh.
thing is glitching. It's glitching bad.
Material cultural.
Rabbi, did you get it? Because I don't see it no more. My thing is messed up.
Practical Judaism, where
Yeah, it's your
people
turn.
go to a
Yeah,
rabbi,
something's wrong with this. Hold on, I gotta refresh.
Rabbi,
Okay.
having such difficult time.
Yeah, there's something wrong with it, Rabbi. Something wrong with it.
Getting my livelihood together.
Something wrong with it, for real. So go ahead.
I can't.
Something's wrong with it.
It's your turn.
Something wrong with it.
And one of
Yeah.
Okay, just rejoin the game.
remedies, which again has
I did.
legitimate intellectual
I did.
roots in the tradition.
Okay, I'll close and reopen myself.
It's something which is right
Yeah,
there.
we're gonna have to do something because something ain't right.
An appropriate activity.
All right.
Is, the rabbi or the miracle worker would write a small
See, he's
Oh, it's-
something not right.
slip of paper, some kind of
Yeah.
what would look like a magical incantation. And we have
Yeah.
many examples of these. We have the Aramaic crucibles of Babylonia. We have small devices.
Right,
In
man.
fact,
I don't know what's going on, Rabbi.
I don't either.
You might have to start it over or
in
something.
the original writing of a biblical passage.
Okay, do you see it's your turn,
Can
Lisa?
you do? Can yes, it's your turn too.
I can't send another invite because
You
we're
might have to start it over again.
okay. I can't send another invite because we're in a game.
So these amulet makers were not necessarily.
Okay, I'm gonna resign. I'm gonna resign because something's wrong. Yeah, I'm resigning.
Okay,
There we
no.
go. You won.
All right, no, we both won.
Try to do it again.
Yes, ma'am.
Charlatans would get involved and would take people's money without producing anything that would have
There ain't no glitch here.
merit,
That's
other than perhaps as a placebo. It's beyond the scope of this short class to talk about the metaphysical import of these documents and to what degree they are efficacious. But essentially, there is an industry
Yes,
that
I got
persists
one.
to this
Nice
day
job.
All right,
of
Rabbi.
producing amulets
Thank
for
you.
people who have specific needs. And there are lots of these in right bank Ukraine, southern Poland, primarily because of the
Get it.
lower level of education
No.
of the population there. As I mentioned in the last lecture, the centers of Talmudic learning were primarily to the north. And I'm not
Rabbi,
sure
you gotta
this,
try
but I have a
harder now.
hunch
Come
that
on, you
the
got
market
this.
is inversely
I'm
related
sleepy. Are you
to the
sleepy?
of Jewish education in a given place. I could
Get
be
it.
wrong about that. At any rate, a lot of these
Come on, Rabbi, you got this now. Strike it.
and that's
No.
why Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, who was also noted for his wonder-working
You won
miraculous
then.
deeds, was known as the Baal
Good
Shem
job.
Tov.
Uh-oh. Hey, you can knock that one down.
I agree.
His name being a name of God, or the master of the name
No.
who is
Okay,
good,
I want
as
Rabbi to win.
opposed to all of those other Baal Shem who are not so reliable.
You
The Baal
want to
Shem
win.
was the backdrop for the emergence of this unusual individual.
All right.
Come on, Rabbi.
Who managed to
Got
bring
this now.
together
Strike.
as a charismatic individual, a circle of
Hey,
disciples
should not that one down. You
who
could
followed
got
him,
it strike.
and these innovative teachings of Hasidism.
No.
Yeah, you got it.
Prior to prior
Okay, you
lecture.
got this. It's okay. Still a
This
winner.
was essentially the nucleus of the modern Hasidic movement. It also had a lot of relationship to early book culture because while they may have lacked some of the more formal Talmudic training, literacy was
Get it.
picking up pace in this area. And with the Hasidic
All right, Rabbi, you got
early
this now.
publications that had a very dramatic impact on moving the
Yeah, come on, Rabbi, you got it.
folk culture
Get it.
to more of a formal culture We see this incident.
All right, it comes down to this. Get a strike, Miss Aquarius.
Published in his lifetime, despite his massive writings, which remained
You're going to strike it. I believe in you.
the Hasidic movement are largely spread, not so much
No!
through Israel,
Rabbi,
but
God, I want him to give me the way. Come on, Rabbi, you got two strikes now. Give us 2 strikes. 2 strikes, Rabbi, 2 strikes.
Known as the Magi of Mezrich. He had 5 distinct students who, as you can see from this remarkable work, the Historical Atlas of Hasidism, published by Princeton, his followers spread throughout the world. The Magi of Mezrich really represents
There you go.
Yes.
institutionalization.
I win, you win, Mr. Aquarius. Good job.
Good job. We both won.
That's right. All righty, Mr. Aquarius.
All right, James.
Sweet dreams to you.
Okay. Sweet dreams. I'll see you in the morning or tomorrow.
God willing, thank you.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, God willing, take care.
All right, you too.
Sweet dreams.
All right, you too. Sweet dreams.
Thank you.
I just say hello, okay? And I'm thinking about it. Okay.
Sweet dreams.
That was innovative and energetic and was rapidly.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
They began to think of themselves as a movement, as kind of like something which is really coalescing around a body of ideas and practices that are, distinct in a useful manner from traditional Judaism when they began to be opposed. So ironically, just like the traditionalists received their self-definition as opponents, misnagdim, from the emergence of the Hasidic movement, the Hasidic movement itself really derived a tremendous amount of self-definition from that opposition. So they're kind of like learning to draw the lines that separate them, and that helps them focus their own energies into what it is they are all about. That opposition primarily came from the circle of the great Vilna Gaon. Here's another image of him. What exactly were the Misnagdim opposed to? What exactly was their problem with Hasidism? So let's have a look at several key aspects of that opposition. The first is that the Hasidim were organizing separate prayer groups. Part of the reason for this was the less rigorous degree of scrupulosity that was applied to the prayer times as defined by Jewish law, in particular by the Misnagdic orientation. Let me just explain this for a second. In traditional Judaism, there are 3 main prayers of the weekday: Shachar, Mincha, Marav, the morning prayer, afternoon, and evening prayer. And the rabbis of the Talmud, in fact, is the very first thing that's discussed in the Talmud, is trying to delineate when exactly are those times. When is morning? When is afternoon? When is evening? When do we schedule these prayers? So the Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, tended to have a fairly rigorous definition, a fairly confined definition of the window of opportunity to represent, particularly the morning prayer. The Hasidim, however, argued that what's more important, the adherence to those details, which, by the way, particularly as you move further north in Europe, the higher level of latitude really changes the times in which those morning prayers may be recited. Do you really want to drag yourself into this kind of prayer? In the summertime, it could be really super early, too. So if you really want to drag yourself in where you're not even awake and mumble these words without any contemplation as to what they mean, perhaps it's more valuable to God to, wake up refreshed, to spend a little time in contemplation, maybe even eat a little breakfast to revive yourself, and then go to synagogue and pray like a mensch, like a human being. And so the sometimes overlapping, sometimes distinct times of prayer meant that, a specific community had to have a separate prayer house, a Hasidic prayer house. And this level of division within the community was regarded very negatively by the Misnagdim, and they took issue with it. And so related to that is sometimes they're just ignoring the mandated prayer times. By the way, Hasidim would counter, of course, that we're not ignoring the regular prayer times. what we're doing is we're making sure that the minimum requirement of certain prayers, like the Shema prayer, are actually recorded and actually recited within the mandated time. But the fuller prayer is really only recited perhaps a little bit later than the traditional time, but it's recited with kavanah, with intention and with meaning, and that's far more valuable. They argued that another element that contributed to this separation, this fracturing of the community, was that the Hasidim were adopting a different prayer rite, that of the Ari, the great Arizal, who we discussed earlier, Rabbi Isaac Luria, the great Kabbalist of the 16th century, and this was distinct from the prayer book that was used by the Misnagdim. Again, if you were a Martian landing on the planet, and you ask someone, can you please explain to me what's the difference between Hasidim and Misnagdim, and you would show him, we assume he's Martian is a him, I don't know what pronouns they would use, but you show him the regular sitter and the Ari sitter, and he would say, well, it's not like there's a huge amount of difference here. The percentage of words that are different or in different places are I'm guessing, single-digit percentages. Is it really that huge difference? Then, of course, they would say the Martian heretic, right? Because it does mean a lot. But the Misnagdim had an issue with the Hasidim for changing the rite of prayers. Here's a more significant issue. And by the way, I'm not going to make a big deal out of this, but Ben Zion Dino really did dig deeply into each of these issues to look at the economic roots of all of these shifts and how that had implications for the revenue streams that were generated by the Jewish population. And more significantly, did those streams flow? Did they flow to the traditional rabbi who may have received his position there as a result of bribing a Polish nobleman, or did they flow to this charismatic, popular Hasidic rabbi who received his position by popular assent, particularly in the early 18th century? So one of those most taxed issues was kosher slaughter, right? When you have a kosher meat produced, then there's taxes that have to be paid to cover the supervision and things like that, and also that not all animals, when they're slaughtered, are slaughtered correctly, or they turn out to be healthy enough to be consumed for kosher stipulations. So that means an element of loss for the kosher butcher. What is he supposed to do? So that's why there's a huge tax applied to try and offset those costs. So the Hasidim and the Misnagdim differed on a fairly fine point of Jewish law regarding the sharpness of the blade that is used to slaughter the animal. If it is too dull, then it requires the slaughterer to forcibly push on the animal's neck with more pressure than is appropriate, and that causes the animal more pain. But the thing is, if you make the knife too thin, you sharpen it too much, that even the slightest thing, if it hits the table incorrectly or something, that can cause a tiny nick, which would rip the neck of the animal rather than slice it. And as a result, that would also cause the animal pain, and these have implications for whether or not the animal is kosher. So the Hasidim and Misnagdim disagreed on to the degree of which the knife was owned, and therefore Hasidim said, well, we really, since we differ, we need a separate showcase, we need a separate slaughter, a ritual slaughter to prepare our meat. And that, of course, has implications for the revenue stream. One of the charges laid at the feet of the Hasidim by the Misnagdim was that they disregarded the study of the Talmud. They were so deeply involved in the ethereal wisdom of the Kabbalah that they weren't studying the Talmud as deeply as they should. This is probably true for the early period, especially because, as I've described, the nature of the distribution of higher education in the Jewish world at that time. But certainly as you go through the 19th century, it's no longer true. And Hasidim are just as likely to be deeply involved in the Talmud as Misnagdim are. But related to that was, instead of studying the Talmud, they're studying Kabbalah. And as we mentioned the last, this was like, oh my gosh, the Kabbalah is like super advanced study. We respect the Talmud, the Kabbalah, say the Mishnagdim. We consider it the Holy of Holies, but it should only be studied by a very, very limited coterie of highly advanced students who are highly qualified, who have already completed the entire Talmud and all of the commentaries and things like that. What are you doing giving the Kabbalah to regular people like this? Even in kind of like popularized versions like the Tanya, which took esoteric doctrines of the Zohar and elsewhere, and then sort of digested them in a much easier format for popular readers. You can't do that. That's not okay, says the Mishnagdim. And then they get a little bit more serious. They say, you know what we heard about these Hasidim? They engage in raucous, unruly, even drunken behavior, doing things like turning somersaults in the middle of the synagogue, wildly gesticulating during prayer, clapping during prayer. They engage in farbrengens, which are like gatherings with a lot of alcohol, and they sing all kinds of songs, but then they do this, which are really not appropriate, and they argue about the general sense of decorum that the Hasidim manifested, which they said was totally against their much more sober, staid, rigid Lithuanian behavior. It's kind of interesting to look at Hasidim and Mishnagdim today because, they kind of borrowed from each other. Hasidic prayer today is certainly, with some exceptions, there are certain groups that definitely have some rather unusual practices, but most Hasidim pray today with a lot of the discipline that the Mishnagdim were cherishing. And a lot of Mishnagdim, on the other hand, can also, shuckle and, bow back and forth with great violence and intention. That was probably an influence of the Hasidic movement back in the 19th century. So they really borrowed from each other quite a bit. Finally, one of the most nasty charges was that they were breaking laws and not following halacha. They, adduce a variety of things, big and small, and even they were following the teachings of Shabtai Tzvi. Kind of interesting that usually the charges are laid out in a similar order like this, which goes from things which are much more objective and easy to quantify to things which are much more kind of fuzzy and theoretical and people aren't really sure about. But it certainly gave a certain amount of impetus to the nature of the charge against the Hasidim. So how did they respond? So the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi Menachem Mendel, the tips, said, wait a second, what is going on here? They went to meet with the Vilna Gaon to explain where they're coming from and say, no, we're not trying to represent a different movement. And a lot of these things that you're saying are like not true, like the Sabbatean things like that. But the Vilna Gaon would not meet with them. The Mishnagdim pronounced a formal ban in 1772 and even burned some Hasidic texts in consequence of that ban. This is, by the way, something that will happen quite a bit in 18th century Eastern Europe. They'll be banning a lot of the Maskilic texts shortly as well. The Hasidim, who are now, demographically quite strong, and they issue counterbans and their own book burnings. So it's pushed back onto the Mishnagdim, and both groups begin to reify their relative positions to each other. A very, very strong social ban was reissued in 1781 against the Hasidim in an attempt to kind of extirpate this nascent movement, but it was already too late. The movement had already found so many willing and happy adherents in the southern part of the continent, and it just was not going to go away. And perhaps one of the most focused moments of dispute was when a particular rabbi in the city of Minsk, a traditionalist rabbi, lost his position to a Hasidic candidate in 1794, and then this Minsk rabbi took the drastic step of going to the secular authorities, the Russian government. We shall discuss the implications of what that meant shortly, and said that the Hasidim are essentially rebels not only against the traditionalist Jewish community, but by extension against the state. They represented a disruptive element in Russian society writ large, and they had to be controlled. And as a result, the Alter Rebbe was arrested and interrogated. He was ultimately released, which forms one of the many release from prison holidays that we will have in the Hasidic tradition, but by this point, the movement has really bifurcated from the Misnagdim. It was very difficult to repair relations, although that would be coming. It would be several decades away. So the Misnagdim, during this period of the late 18th century and the early 19th century, are seeking to define themselves primarily in opposition to the Hasidic movement. This is one of the great centers of the Misnagdim movement. It is the yeshiva of Volozhin in the northern part of the region in Lithuania. It is perhaps the greatest of those yeshivas. It was founded by the principal student of the Vilna Gaon, Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin. So what did they emphasize? The Misnagdim said, okay, we have to define ourselves well in our revolution of tradition, our rebellion of tradition. We have to refine ourselves and define ourselves against the Hasidim. So what do we believe? First of all, we believe in text, right? They said, you know what? All this stuff, these stories, these maisalach, these drinking parties that are disguised, say the Misnagdim, as religious gatherings, that's not for us. We're all about what does it actually say here in that book. So a tremendous amount of emphasis is devoted to really re-emphasis, re-energizing the emphasis on the Talmud itself, on its commentators, and so on. So really huge commitment to the text. And in fact, in common parlance, when a Litvak says that someone says a Dvar Torah, an interpretation of some Torah passage, and it's kind of sort of stretched, then people might say, well, that sounds a little bit Hasidic, meaning it's not really true, it's kind of inventive, and maybe clever, but it's not the real deal. What does it actually say? That's what we want to know. That's kind of a more of a Lithuanian cultural orientation. The Talmud in particular is elevated as the text bar none of the Lithuanian tradition. But that does not mean, and this is not something new, this is kind of a reinforcement of something which was true prior, but it receives even more emphasis, much more strength in the community. Things like children are taught the Talmud earlier, are expected to reach higher levels of Talmudic study as a result of this cultural orientation and so on. But that doesn't mean that the Kabbalah is ignored. As I mentioned, of course, the Lithuanians revere the Kabbalah. So they say, okay, yes to Kabbalah, but very, very carefully. And in one of the most fascinating books of the Misnagdim tradition, something that really affected my life deeply, Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin writes this book, the Nefesh HaChaim, the soul of life. His first name, of course, is Chaim, so it's also the soul of Chaim. And this is, in many ways, the Misnagdic response to the Tanya. The Tanya, deeply dipping into the wells of Kabbalistic wisdom and offering a book for a wider reading public, proved to be an extremely popular work then and now. And so the Misnagdim countered by saying, hey, don't think that there's no Kabbalah in our Misnagdim movement. Have a look at this book, which is truly an amazing book. Let me just tell you one personal story about it. I remember when I first went to yeshiva in Jerusalem, and I came to it as an adult, so I did not have a strong childhood background in Talmud. And I was doing fairly well, I was enjoying it and so on. But after a few months, I was speaking with my senior colleague, Rabbi Mordechai Becker, who was privileged to count among my teachers in Talmud. And I was speaking to him on the phone, and he says, how's it going? And I said, well, it's okay. It's kind of interesting, but, we're doing a lot of Tosfos, and it seems a little bit like, I sit down, it's a crossword puzzle in front of me, the Habdil, to make a distinction. I'm just giving a metaphor. It's a crossword puzzle. I solve the puzzle. I go on to the next puzzle. I come home, go to sleep, then go back, another crossword puzzle, right? And I was seeing it largely as a kind of a dry intellectual exercise that wasn't giving me kind of the charge that I wanted spiritually. So Rabbi Becker said to me, okay, I'll tell you what to do. Get a copy of this book, Nefesh HaChaim, because I was studying Lithuanian yeshiva, and this is a very Lithuanian book. And he said to me, just one thing, don't read it for more than 15 minutes a day. Just focus on 15 minutes, read it deeply, but don't get too crazy about it. So I picked up the book and I could fit it into my day because I would normally take the bus from where my wife and kids and I were living to the yeshiva. It was about a 15-minute ride. And I would say, okay, on the bus, I will read Extra Time. And I read it and I was so engrossed, and it was impossible to tear my eyes away from it. It was so impressive. It continues to have an impact on my thinking today that I frequently go way past my yeshiva stuff. And when I finally looked up, I was like in the middle of, Shuafat or some distant neighborhood in Jerusalem. And I had to get off the bus and then get on another bus going back the other way because I was so engrossed that I could not stop when I was at 15 minutes. Anyways, that just gives you a little bit of a sense of how the Misnagdim are reacting and shaping themselves and doing very creative things in an attempt to meet the Hasidic challenge. And they are also, as we've mentioned several times now, carefully borrowing from the Hasidim. They were loath to accept the idea of the tzaddik, and there were certain aspects of the behavior of the tzaddik being the leader of a Hasidic dynasty, sometimes referred to as the Rebbe, depending on the specific case. There were some aspects of the behavior of certain tzaddikim, the establishment of large courts, sometimes quite lavish, almost royal in flavor, with conspicuous consumption. They were skeptical of the practice of writing kvidla, of individual Hasidim writing a little note of petition, and then paying a small fee to the Rebbe, a pidyon, which would then be used for charitable functions and things like that. That was the theory. And then having the Rebbe include that kvidla somehow in his prayers. All of these things were viewed with great skepticism and frequently disdained by the Misnagdim. So they weren't prepared to go that route. But they did really value the level of adoration that the ordinary Hasidim would lavish on their intellectual spiritual leaders. And so the Misnagdim movement also began to move more in that direction, where the Rosh Yeshiva was someone, the head of the academy, was someone who began to receive an inordinate level of veneration compared to earlier periods in Jewish history. So there's again another borrowing from the Hasidic movement. So we've had a chance to look at the Misnagdim and the Hasidim. There's a strong degree of conflict that fuels the spirit, but now we've got to go to our final section, the third pillar, as it were, of this conflict. Let's look at the period of the Haskalah and the activity of its adherents, known as the Maskilim. So this particular picture is a famous one. It shows on the left the great Moses Mendelssohn, the father of the Maskilim movement, and he's engaged in a game of chess with one Father Lavater, who was in a very sad moment in European Jewish history. They had maintained a personal friendship in which they spoke freely and openly, and then all of a sudden Lavater came out with a publication that scandalized Berlin in the 18th century, saying that Moses Mendelssohn has basically indicated to me that if he had his way, he would abandon key elements of Judaism and maybe even convert to Christianity. And so therefore he charged them publicly. He sort of claimed to be outing him and said that he demands that he either convert to Christianity or submit to a debate. Really an unfair kind of thing to do. We don't know the degree of veracity of whatever they actually said to each other. But Moses Mendelssohn is scandalized by it, refused to participate in the debate. He later wrote some very sophisticated works, including his key work, Jerusalem, which is a defense of Judaism and a repudiation of Lavater's charges, so much so that the figure in the background, Lessing was his name, if I remember correctly, wrote a dramatic work called The Three Rings, I think it was called, in which Mendelssohn was lightly disguised as a wise king who somehow managed to mediate between the three great greats. But let us go to the historical roots of the Haskalah. We got to go back further again to some elements of Jewish thought that I think really can be traced quite directly to an earthquake that occurred in Ferrara in northern Italy in the year 1570, where one figure named Azaria de Rossi, who was basically a copy editor, a proofreader in the early age of publishing, not an especially profound scholar at that time, but there was this horrific earthquake in his town of Ferrara that required all of its population to decamp from the ruined city, which was still being affected by aftershocks, and live for a period of time in the fields outside the city. Outside these fields, a lot of populations that didn't have a lot of time for open-ended conversation suddenly came into enforced contact with one another, and Del Rossi had some remarkable meetings with some Christian monks. And in that context, he learned a lot of really cool things, was able to identify that they had access to the letter of Aristeas, which he was able to identify, really some phenomenal things, and they had very, very effective conversations about a whole range of scientific, theological, and other aspects. And he kind of like worked into the way of thinking that we see in Maimonides of accepting truth from whoever speaks it. He came out then with a great book called Meo Einayim, which is in many ways the first really Maskilic book that advocates for the greater appreciation for what non-Jewish culture has to offer, and this will prove to be an extremely influential book. Then we have to add to it the Portuguese Jewish diaspora, which we discussed in the previous lecture. Jews who had already been soaked in Christian intellectual traditions and had ipso facto a kind of flexible view of identity and varying perspectives. And when they finally reclaim their Judaism in their far-flung diaspora, they bring a very different ways of thinking to both the old world and to the virtually new world, where there are a lot of Portuguese Jews living as well. So by the time you get to the 18th century, you have figures like Moses Mendelssohn, who personally, he represents kind of like a formative liminal figure between two periods. He himself was scrupulously observant. He was a halakhic Jew in the full sense of the term, and he never deviated from what we would call today, the term is anachronistic, but he never deviated from Orthodox status. However, he managed to attain unprecedented heights in Enlightenment culture in Germany. He mastered the German idiom of the day, which was not that common among Jews who speak primarily Yiddish, very closely related to German and can be understood by a German speaker, but kind of has the patina of a medieval peasant dialect to German of the era. And not only that, he mastered to the level where he was actually able to engage in high-level literary discussions. Engaged with Immanuel Kant in literary essay competition, in which Mendelssohn fared actually very well, and he was regarded as something of an anomaly. But here was a Jew, which Christian society largely regarded as being backward and primitive and having very little cultural merit, but he was able to really contribute to the highest levels of European culture of the day. And so he was widely regarded and celebrated by German liberals in particular, adherents of the Enlightenment tradition. And one of his principal arguments, both in his own person and in his writings, was that the artificial boundaries and limitations that are placed on Ashkenazic Jews in Germany should be lifted. The term that would be used for this is emancipation. That's an American term that's widely used in historical literature today. It isn't really emancipation like freedom from slavery, because Jews were hardly slaves at this time, but they were laboring under a huge body of varying restrictions, some of them which were quite anti-Semitic in nature, restrictions on residency, restrictions on what fields they could enter, economically, restrictions on higher education, numerous, sometimes humiliating restrictions like the requirement to take a special oath, because if they were called to court, their word was not accepted, and they had to have a special, special text, sometimes with humiliating rituals that went along with it. And so Mendelssohn argued that all of these things are backward and irrelevant and should be dispensed with. For our purposes, because we're really focusing on the question of engagement with larger society and the intellectual exchange, he argued that Jews should be accepted into the intellectual streams of discourse of his era, and that was his principal thrust of his raison d'etre. Now, as the movement progressed, many of his followers would not accept the bargain that they could remain in the traditional Orthodox lifestyle and still be accepted by general society, and they argued for greater adaptations to Western society, which included jettisoning of Jewish beliefs. One of the principal proponents of that approach was Solomon Lyman, a fascinating individual who left behind a really entertaining autobiography. In many ways, he was Mendelssohn's peer in terms of his mastery of the German idiom. But like Mendelssohn, he chose to abandon his Jewish roots. And although he made a career essentially out of being an ex-Jew and what he had to say as being an ex-Jew, he could describe with ridicule the Jewish experiences that he had. And when he was a youth, he was quite a bit of an intellectual seeker. So he actually spent time in the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezrich himself. He actually portrays somewhat of a sympathetic portrait of the Maggid, but nevertheless he moved on from that and he went to Germany. He never had the same degree of acceptance or of success of Moses Mendelssohn, but he represents kind of like the different direction that the Haskalah took, which represented a moving away from Judaism. Mendelssohn strived with limited success to create a movement that absorbed some elements of Western society without abandoning Judaism, but there's a very strong movement. The Maskilim simply said, you know what, it's too difficult. If we really want to get into Western society, we have to give up our Jewish identity. So in Western Europe, this was perhaps most well illustrated by a fascinating moment in the late 18th century, which really brought Mendelssohn to the fore. And it was the premature death controversy of 1772. Basically, a number of figures, including a rather unusual non-Jewish individual and an early Maskil, and I have a separate lecture on this, so if you're curious, go have a look at my YouTube channel for the premature death controversy, and you'll see the whole thing discussed there, approached the local Duke Friedrich of Mecklenburg-Schwerin and said, there's a horrible problem. People are being declared dead and buried before they're actually deceased. And the Duke said, that's terrible. Are you kidding? I can only imagine the horrible fear that would result from such an event. And they said, and you know who's the worst out of the Jews? Because the Jews have this custom, which is observed to this day, that it's considered respectful to allow a body to remain in state longer than necessary. And rapid burial, in Israel, for example, within 24 hours is considered the norm, is much more preferable, largely from a philosophical and Kabbalistic reason, because the rapid decomposition of the body is believed to be associated with the process of atonement And so therefore it's considered a kindness to the body to bury it as soon as possible. But that means that the Duke said, if this is happening, then Jews are being buried without proper, supervision of their death certificates. He therefore made a public health decree that Jews may not bury their dead until they wait 3 days from the moment of expiration. They've got to wait 72 hours before they bury their dead. By the way, the image that you're looking at here is part of a whole host of really unusual devices that were sold not only in Europe in the 18th century, but into America as well throughout the 19th century, of like emergency signal that you're not dead devices, like this coffin that shows on the left a man lying in his coffin in some kind of deep coma. But when he wakes up, as you see in the picture on the right, he squeezes a little bulb and his flag goes up. In other versions, there's a string and he can ring a bell, and people will be alerted to the fact that, hey, there's someone who is prematurely buried and they will go dig them up. So the Jewish community turned to Moses Mendelssohn and said, you got to help us out here. They also turned, by the way, to Rabbi Yaakov Emden, who was a traditionalist. But Rabbi Yaakov Emden said, you know what, I think you're better off going with Moses Mendelssohn in this regard. Moses Mendelssohn wrote a document that convinced the Duke to modify his position. And so there was a temporary reprieve from that particular decree. But Mendelssohn then wrote back privately to the petitioners and said, you know, I did this for you. I got it done. I'm glad to hear that. But listen, the truth is, it's not such a bad decree. I mean, the risks to public health of premature burial is pretty awful. And he pointed out that Jews had historically practiced a kind of delayed burial. As you see in one of these catacombs, I believe this is from Beit Shan in northern Israel, but we have them in Europe as well, in Italy, for example, where Jews would practice kind of like shelf burial, and then in some cases they would actually return to collect the bones after decomposition occurred and rebury it, reinter it in a family crypt. There's lots of ways in which Jews practice burial. We don't have to necessarily do this 72-hour thing or this 24-hour thing. And he pointed to use science and the Torah, really the history of Torah and tradition, to say that, you know, we actually got it done this time, but I'm not sure we should really be interfering with public health dictates like this. We should be more engaged in civic society. We should be, part of Germany itself. Even though they don't recognize us as proper Germans yet, we should nevertheless demonstrate to them that we can be proper Germans. Now, sometimes, perhaps in the vein of Solomon Lyman, this went really far. One of Mendelssohn's students, David Friedlander, shown here, in their long struggle to receive emancipation in Germany, which, by the way, in France was delivered almost immediately. 1789 was the revolution, and then by 1791, Jews were emancipated. There's obviously a lot to say about how effective that was, given the Dreyfus Trail 100 years later, but I don't want to go into France right now. Let's say in Germany. David Friedlander said, you know what? The truth is, all of these things that you're saying, Moses Mendelssohn, are totally true, but the Germans just aren't going to accept us until we do something pro forma. And so we actually advocated the so-called dry baptism, meaning, you know what? Why don't we just, we don't really believe it. Why don't we just go along and convert to some form of Protestantism, some form of Lutheranism, maybe, that would be a nominal Christian identity. Look, we've seen with the Portuguese Jews, it works.
Kids, some stuff and some traffic. Hot topic. I call it tropic. It's not my topic. That's kids and hot topics.
Crusade era digital acceptance of our refusal of baptism, and then we'll get everything we want socially, legally, and so on.
What's her name? Who's the girl with green hair? Miley Cyrus.
Officially,
no, they don't look like Miley Cyrus. They look like Billie Eilish.
But unofficially,
all the kids.
She always wears baggy clothes, hiding the bush.
Phenomenon of German Jews in particular. She was a nominal baptism in order to provide social and economic investment, especially for their children throughout the 19th century. It's quite likely at the side of the Haskalah it's hard to kind of draw the line and say here and no further. The no further was frequently adopted as an option. Some people, like Rabbi Samson and Flora Hirsch, a very important thinker who influenced, by the way, his teacher Heinrich Gretz that we discussed in the last lecture, he said, we can't stop this train. It is overwhelming. There's too much of value in Western European civilization to hope to keep the Jews boxed in. And so therefore he argued that what we should do is rather articulate a clear set of boundaries. What are those things that Jews may sacrifice in adapting to Western norms? And what are the things which are sacrosanct and must be maintained? And so he actually developed a form of what will later be called modern orthodoxy, meaning it was both modern, Western European, and engaged in society and so on, but at the same time it was orthodox, keeping fast to the core tenets and mandatory behaviors of Judaism, carefully shaving off those practices which were felt to be purely customary in nature, historically determined, and of little theological value, but steadfastly defending those elements which were nevertheless mandatory for Jews. By the way, many felt in the era that Samson Hirsch, Rabbi Hirsch looked a little bit too modern with this image, so you'll see versions of the same picture where he has a much more healthy kind of like, that's really an Orthodox beard there, don't go with the other one. That's basically what's happening in Western Europe, right? The Ashkenazim of Western Europe are having difficulty finding that space where they can maintain their Jewish identity without completely submitted, sometimes in a very slavish way, to European norms, including conversion. And a smaller group, sometimes with great internal dissent, separated from the rest of the
It's better be up front. Is it though? Yeah, I think so. Not take too much time. Yeah, smell yourself. Make it about you.
Very big difference in the population density of Jews in Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, it's a fairly thin number. You can see lots of yellow numbers here, which is 1 to 4% Jewish population. But as you move to the east, you're seeing 5, 10, more than 15% Jewish population. That big purple blurb there in Podolia, Bessarabia is really the heartland of the Hasidic movement, especially in northern Hungary too. You can see more purple over there. So the dynamics of the Haskalah shake out very differently as Mendelssohn's ideas move to the east. There's also a huge difference in the political context. Whereas in Germany, where much of the Haskalah activity was happening, there was the potential that Jews might be accepted. There was a strong movement of liberal Christians who advocated for that. Christian Wilhelm von Dohm, for example, who said that, the way we're treating Jews is not really appropriate. We should move forward with this. So there was political possibility for an advance of Jews, kind of like a carrot just dangling in front of their eyes. There was a lot in German culture that these masculine Jews revered. The poetry of Goethe, Schiller, the music of Beethoven, the philosophy of so many figures, Hegel and others. They say, what? This is a lot to choose from here in German culture. So they were very attracted to it. The Haskalah was deeply attractive. And of course, the linguistic affinity of Yiddish and German is not such a big chasm for Jews to jump over that. And Russia, on the other hand, is very different. Politically, forget about it. We're talking about the period of the Tsars, which was, generalizing, but in the 19th century, really quite repressive. Jews were still regarded as inozemnic, as foreigners. They were, they were not participating in the Russian narod, the peoplehood of the area, and it was an autocratic state with very little possibility of serious change. In fact, that change would only come in the 20th century. The restriction of Jews to the Pale of Settlement in the late 18th century, that would become quite onerous as we move forward through the 19th century. There was a very different Russia in comparison to the West. Culturally, the Jews were not as thrilled with Russian culture as they were with German culture. Russian culture of the 18th century in comparison to Western culture, German culture, is no comparison. They didn't have the same literary heft as the Germans could going into the 19th century. It's true the Russians will really surge forward in the 19th century with people like Tolstoy and Pushkin and Turgenev and Dostoevsky, but at this period there is less attraction in Russian literature for Jews. And linguistically, Yiddish and Russian are much further apart. It's true that Jews mastered enough Russian for, what minimal contacts they needed for business. But also, let's not forget that Russian is not even the dominant language except in the cities. In the countryside, it's all Polish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Belarusian, and those are the languages in which Jews find some utility in terms of day-to-day communication. So there's far less, kind of like attraction of Ashkenazi Jews to the Russian environment in those contexts. Whereas in Western Europe, the consequence of much Haskalah is assimilation, outright conversion to Christianity, and abandonment of Judaism. In the eastern part, they see the value of some of those ideas, but they think about acculturating themselves. Meaning like, we're going to stay the way we are, but maybe we should adopt just little pieces of it and find a way to articulate a distinctly Jewish modern way of thinking. And so where you see that, for example, is in the advance of Yiddishism as a culture, the advance of the secular study of Yiddish culture, the growth of secular Yiddish writings like Angela Marshall Sporim, Shalom Leich, and others, the development of a distinctly Jewish political viewpoint, Zionism, and the addition of Jewish values to the burgeoning movement of socialism. All these three things, by the way, will be discussed in much greater detail in the next lecture, so don't be worried by the fact that I'm zipping through them right now to conclude our 18th century time. Some examples of this is people like Joseph Pearl, who was a very important Moscow in Eastern Europe, who, as you can see from this picture here, remained an Orthodox Jew. He was a great proponent of education and set up a network of schools, very significant. Tarnopol is one of the most important centers of this, children's schools, to give them kind of like modern European education. He also was a brutal opponent of the Hasidim, and he wrote under pseudonym some nasty attacks on the Hasidic movement. But nevertheless, Haskalah in general is more closely related to the Litvaks than to the Hasidim. Let me just conclude with some really important points here about the government. I may go a couple minutes over, I apologize, but I want to bring us to a conclusion. In Russia and Eastern Europe, I mentioned the horrific nature of persecution under Tsar Nicholas I in particular. This is the period in which Nicholas I, who emerged as a leader immediately after the assassination of his father in an abortive rebellion, December's rebellion, he adopted a policy of autocracy in Russia, which meant that Jews were to be forced to fit into the model of understanding of what it meant to be part of Russian society. And it was not an easy fit at all. There were several policies that Nicholas I adopted, including the destruction of the Kehillah, that we discussed way back in the second lecture in 1844, and especially the notorious Cantonist decree. Now, the Cantonist decree was this rule that Jewish children, as young as 12, legally, to the Russian armed forces on a strict quota. Prior to 1837, Jews could pay a different tax and then would be exempted from conscription. But we should understand that Russian conscription was 25 years in length. This was essentially a lifetime commitment. The 25 years would not begin when a Jewish child was impressed at 12. They would have to spend 6 years in a mandatory training camp called a canton. They were in these regions, and hence the term cantonista. They would spend 6 years in these training camps, and then they would spend 25 years in the army, and that was basically, say goodbye to your son. You would never see them again because they would be lost to the Tsar's army. They were frequently, exposed to conversionist sermons by the staff there and so on. And the whole idea of this horrible decree was to try and accelerate the assimilation of the Jewish population. But that was the stick. The carrot was similarly placed before them, and that carrot was unfortunately poisoned. Bringing in people like Max Lilienthal, a well-meaning but naive individual who wanted to offer the Haskalah to the Jews of Eastern Europe, they set up a system of crown schools where they said to families, you don't want your son to go to the army? I can understand that. But we do want him to learn certain values so they can be productive members of Russian society. So therefore, if you send your child not to the local cheder, not to the Hasidic rabbi, but send him instead to the crown schools where they will receive a well-rounded education in the sciences and literature and so on, then your son will be exempt from the draft. But these schools, as Lilienthal himself found out to his dismay, were also very thinly disguised efforts to expose the children to Orthodox Christian propaganda and conversionist efforts. And Lilienthal left in disgust, and he ended up in America, actually. And the crown school system was widely excoriated by the Jewish population. But during this period, really 1837 until World War I, Jews were living under some form of this horrific cantonist decree that certainly pitted not only Jews against the state, but also pitted them against their own communal authorities, because in a diabolical twist, Nicholas I, with his very inefficient government, placed the responsibility of choosing the conscripts on the Kehillah leadership itself, which meant that it was the leaders of the Jewish community themselves who had to apportion those conscripts to the Russian law of death and decide which children would be taken away. In some cases, not surprisingly, corruption seeped in, and you had the children of the weak and the poor and orphans. They were the ones who were sent before the children of the wealthy and the powerful, which led to a tremendous corrosion of the belief of the traditional Jewish community in their Kahal leadership and their traditional rabbinic leadership. It was a horrible moment in Jewish history when the Jews as a whole felt that their own leaders had betrayed them, and you can see this playing out in the enthusiasm that is being expressed for really quite different movements like Jewish socialism a few decades later. We'll get to that in our next lecture. But to wrap this up, what I'd like to show you now is a photograph of Eliezer Zweigman, a very interesting individual who wrote a remarkable work looking at the grand scope of this triangular conflict between Hasidim, Mistagdim, and the Haskalah. He wrote a book called Shalom Al Yisrael, and in there he wrote, God saw three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu of Lithuania to safeguard the Torah, to purify his Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent study. The Hasidim in Volhynia, which was in the south, to marshal devotion and to fan the embers of feeling. And then finally, the great Moses ben Menachem, that's Moses Mendelssohn, in Germany, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the land of religion. And ironically, what would happen with these three groups is that first the see them in the Stagden, who are at each other's throats at the beginning of the 19th century. They begin to make common cause when they realize that the Haskalah moving in from the west represents a far greater threat to the values that they hold in common, that they begin to dampen their own concerns against the Haskalah. And one would only see kind of like an incorporation of Hasidic values towards the beginning of the 20th century, which will be more of our topic in the next lecture. But ultimately, these three groups begin to find a modus vivendi with each other that's really more characteristic of the 20th century. When I say a modus vivendi, I do not mean that Jews agree with each other over these very deeply cherished values that relate to intellectual origins in the Hasidic movement, the Stagden movement, or the Haskalah, but nevertheless they have realized that there are far greater external threats that are brought to bear on the Jewish people. That means that the arguments are certainly muted as you compare them with the very fractious late 18th century, early 19th century. I'm sorry for going a little bit over time. We will continue with the discussion tomorrow. Actually, it'll be on Monday. We'll continue the discussion on Monday, 8 a.m. New York time, and it's 1 p.m. Central European time. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to continuing this discussion with you next week.
A New York Times headline caught my eye. It read as follows: "The psychedelic revolution is coming. Psychiatry may never be the same." Psychedelics are everywhere. Psychedelics, soon the new Prozac. Investors want in. The most important, I feel, here, because people believe in psychedelics. Depression, anxiety. So many desperate specialists coming to us now as medicine that can make us all better. But there's a dark side. So, Lily, what is this?
Right. I just want people to see what I see.
What do you see?
I see cover-ups, and I see the possibility that a lot of people could...
Today we're going to look at the 19th century in particular, kind of like the long 19th century, which begins with the emancipation of Jews in France in 1791, and then we're going to move forward right up until the long 19th century to take kind of the phrase that was coined by Eric Hobsbawm. So, first of all, what do we mean when we say emancipation? This is kind of like an unusual term. It's a term that's actually borrowed from American scholarship. Emancipation is used to describe the liberation of the African slaves in America, which was clearly of a very different character and quality than the granting of equal rights to Jews in Europe. Nevertheless, that term has been well accepted into the historiography, and we will work with it. Just kind of like we'll talk about tomorrow, the term Holocaust also has some, difficulties and why we should use that term, but it has been widely accepted, and so we will work with it as well. What exactly did emancipation address? Well, we should recall that right up until the late 18th century in Europe, and well into the 19th century, depending on which country we're talking about, and even into the 20th century, if you look at the former Russian Empire, Jews labored under a second or even third class citizenship status. They were typically understood as resident aliens.
Big brains. Protect that noggin of yours what they have for Mammoth Headwear. Their heads start at 7 3/4 inches wide and just get bigger from there.
Really basic rights, like
it's big heads only around these parts. If you've spent your whole life stretching out heads left and right, or just going without because nothing fits, Mammoth Headwear is a total game changer.
Yeah, you don't have to get the thing on eBay like I had to get for a hat. I got off of eBay one time. It was too small. I had to get some hat stretcher, and I swear to God, it's still in the hat stretcher, and I take it off every now and again and try on the hat, and it's still too small. And this is 4 years, I swear to God.
Not ready yet.
Yeah, so I couldn't really wear anything before Mammoth had wear. I mean, they have snapbacks, trucker hats, beanies, sunglasses that will dig into your face and give you a headache. So this hats and the sunglasses.
Yeah, you can basically have full outfits from the neck up. And if not only will life be a lot more comfortable, you'll look incredible too when you finally get a hat that fits.
Yes, I mean, it will be wonderful. I mean, so you need to head to mammoth.com and use code WMS for 15% off and free shipping on U.S. orders.
That's a great deal. The 15 and the free shipping. I'm loving that. That's mammothedward.com, code WMS, or click the link in our show notes.
And give that giant head of yours the gift of Mammoth Edward.
Where, their residency rights could be taken away
Hello.
anytime.
What's up, you rapscallions?
Oh my God. We missed you. Not shit. How are you? I miss you.
Miss me. This is the first time you've met me.
Okay, but we like you already.
I saw the post about that William put about Patreon, and I went to it, and I didn't have a Patreon account or anything, so I had to set it up and put my card in and everything. And by the time I actually got the subscription, there was 2 other paid members, and the total was $60. So I don't think I'm the first $40 member, and I just want to say I'm sorry. I failed you guys.
Josiah, just you getting one is beyond sweet. What is the 40 again? That's a mercenary? A mercenary? Are you mercenary?
That's the title, yeah.
Ooh, welcome to the mercenary level, my friend. Welcome to the fold.
Thank you. I do want to say also, as far as the Patreon, I was watching the live stream, and I could not hear Matt. It sounded like you guys were hearing him and interacting with him. I couldn't hear his audio at all.
I realized this after the fact. This is the first time trying to push out a live stream here, and I think I just had the wrong audio input or output rather. Hopefully I fixed it since then.
Josiah, thank you for letting us know, because Grant sure wasn't about to tell us that he would have thanked you for telling us.
He was buried in the lead.
So cool. Well, where are you? What are your plans today?
Today, I don't really have much plans. I'm just hanging out at my apartment, chilling. Do you guys know what a Galileo thermostat is? That's pretty cool.
Are you making one? What is it?
No, it's this thing. You get it in train. It's this thing right here. It's filled with water, and it has these glass spheres in it with little metal tags. And the one that's floating below it says what the temperature is in my apartment.
So 76. Where are you? That's kind of warm.
I'm in New York. We just have the heat on right now.
Turn it down. So the heat's actually a good thing right now because it's cold.
Elevation.
Yeah, it is. I can't really control. That's why I got that. Is I can't really control the exact temperature that it is in here. My landlord controls it, so I keep that kind of where it's at. I can turn the radiator on and off, but he has control over how hot it is, how hot the radiator gets.
Is he a nice guy? Has he ever tried to?
Oh, he's the best. Yeah. He lives here too, so he has to make sure it's a good temperature.
He's listening. Oh, cool. Yes. Is he listening?
No, but I live alone.
Just as it's getting really hot.
Not really much pressure in my apartment, as you can say.
Oh my gosh, are you gonna get on Facebook Marketplace? That could be a good place to find stuff.
Yeah, that and Amazon, cheap stuff on Amazon.
Yes, just don't go on eBay for the furniture, because I got some furniture on eBay, which I never got a couple years ago. It was filled with mold.
Really? Well, also eBay, you're bidding with people, so somebody can come in at the last second and just take it from your ass,
That's correct. Yeah, if you can. Yeah, sometimes I get involved in the bidding wars, but luckily not too often. Sometimes they have to buy it in the future. Yeah, it's pretty quite lovely.
And they thought
I actually have another question. So I have tickets to both of the Madison Square Garden shows in August. And I was wondering, are they actually going to take people's names to put in a bucket when it's that many people?
They do it.
Is there a way to sign up?
Yeah, no. I mean, I know for the past arena shows, yes, they were totally getting names and putting them in a bucket. So yes, I would.
That's awesome.
Yeah, oh my gosh, I wonder how many people. I don't even know. I'm sure a bunch of people would sign up for that damn thing. Oh my gosh. But yes, I think they are.
Okay. And do you know, is it something where you would just sign up when you show up there, or is there going to be a website or something?
Yeah, I would think when you get there, and then if you see me, I'll probably be taking some names. If you give me $200, I will extra. I'll put a star by your name. No, I'm kidding. Oh my god. No, but yeah, I think it's just sunny up there.
What about us? Now, let's think about the problem.
Wait, you ready? You got a minute ready?
Maybe. I don't really do. I've done stand up maybe like a dozen times, but I don't really do it like that. You know.
Tell us maybe what your benefit is.
Yeah,
okay. What would I talk about? I probably talk about candy bars.
Yeah.
Probably talk about how like real adulthood is realizing that Snickers is like the best candy bar, and you start to look at the other options like Milky Way, just caramel. We got that. Great Musketeers. So what's that called?
Get that out of here. I do not like either one of those either.
That's why we put a little thin layer on the bottom to be classy. Crunch bar is like you're biting into chocolate covered bubble wrap. Nobody wants that.
What about a Baby Ruth? I had one of those on Saturday night. I had a real sweet tooth Saturday night, and I had for the first time in a while a Butterfinger, which I loved. I didn't like, and then the Baby Ruth. It was pretty good.
That's so good.
Butterfinger is actually my favorite example because it's like, what is that experience? It's like you're biting into something that's 2,000 years old. What is a Butterfinger? I might as well go up to the Olympic Stadium and just like gnaw on the walls. You know? Or just hold the vacuum right in front of you while you eat them.
I know. I was laying in the hotel room bed, and I just ended up covered in Butterfinger pieces when I woke up the next day. And crumbled everywhere.
Wow.
Look at your
Yeah, that's pretty much a given. You know, you gotta kind of just accept that if you're gonna be a Butterfinger.
Yep. And everything's looking good. Butterfinger. Okay. All right, Josiah. Well, thank you so much for joining the Patreon. I appreciate this.
Josiah, so much. You guys are my favorites.
Josiah, really quickly, I have a joke for you. Do you want to hear it?
I would love to hear it.
Okay. Man, movies have been pissing me off lately. Moulin Rouge. No, Mulan Asian, but nice try.
I'm allowed to steal that?
If you get on Madison Square Garden, you can tell that shit.
I have to. I will be telling that joke.
Yeah, you need to. And then you can have some more Moulin Rouge. Then you can be thinking along those lines and maybe come up with some more Moulin and then Rouge jokes after that. Tags.
Yes, I love it.
And bring your landlord because he sounds cool.
Yeah, he's great. His name's Tony.
Okay. That's my landlord.
I'm sorry if I'm sweating profusely right now. I'm a little bit excited to be on the show.
We don't.
That's great. That's great.
A soft filter on you, so we're not seeing it.
Oh, thanks, Gordon. You said you were maybe going to put soft filters on people. Thank you.
Not like you do, but I'm just saying.
Or similarly,
that's sweet.
Great, huh?
economic relations with Germany.
He used to play with Roman Candles a lot growing up. Did you know that, Josiah?
Really? No. New York, they're pretty tight about fireworks, so I can't really get good fireworks.
Is that true? That's a bad prison, right? That put you in Rikers. Yeah.
Yeah. They like forget about people in there, like don't know what cell they're in.
It's a broken system. Yeah.
Attica, they'll put you in Attica.
Is that another one?
Attica.
Is that the green one?
I talked to afternoon. Al Pacino's. Al Pacino. We love you, Josiah. Yeah, I think you're going to do great.
Yeah, I think you guys too. Appreciate it. Yeah, we think you might have what it takes for the mercenary class. It could work out.
The rankings
I'll be there. I'm structuring it in. It's part of my monthly expenses.
Well, get some furniture, though. You do need to get a couple. Get some furniture.
Maybe we should mention $40.
Yeah, the show's a priority, but a dining room table sounds like
yeah, you can have somebody else. Yeah. All right, Josiah. Bye.
Have a great day.
Yeah, maybe we need to like have them put in their financial statements for the last like quarter, and if they're really broke, we'll send them.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we gotta, especially for the mercenary class, we have to make sure. I mean, because we need the mercenaries taken care of. Yeah, 100%. I mean, he doesn't have any furniture in there. I mean, right. But I'm glad you said something because I started feeling some kind of way.
He's living in not a rent control apartment, a climate control apartment. His landlord is able to at any moment make him hot or cold, which is concerning.
Yeah, he's sweating. The poor guy's sweating.
Definite squalor.
Yeah, squatters' rights. So brutal.
Gosh. But at least he had that cool pull down curtain space. That was good. It was fun.
Characteristic said,
And then we also got him to think that you did play for him. Just isn't that what you wanted? I think that you did.
You did make me feel a little bit cool in there. Cool. I put up your background
Napoleon did something radically different.
So now people know where it's at.
Do the Jews
Here it is, and yeah, we got to see if you're applying for the mercenary class. I mean, we would have to. We need a statement.
Yeah,
what happened to Josiah happened to anybody.
No, we won't let that happen to you guys. We like you, even if it's just a kiss and a handshake. You don't even have to give us any cake.
Yes, but if you're sick, do the kiss on, I don't know, forehead, I don't know, whatever. If you're sick, yeah.
Way back in the ancient period when
I'm about to bring in the next person. One sec.
Here goes nothing.
very latest.
I'm resizing you on camera.
So he said, well, no problem. Just be Napoleon. I am Napoleon. Let us
Oh my gosh, snuggle pussy.
Snuggle P-word.
And so he sent out a call
Snuggle, I can hear you.
throughout Europe, saying
What a
that
P-word.
Napoleon is going to be reconstructed.
My little mute button was muted.
There we go. How are you? What had happened? Had you been, why was it muted? Had you been on there before doing something? You had to.
I didn't want anybody hearing anything crazy or, I mean, I was probably up to no good. I don't. I mean, I kind of been hooked up to the PlayStation. I mean, I got it all running through this little headset. I got my work, my PlayStation.
Wait, what are you playing on PlayStation?
I've been playing the finals. Diablo 4 again.
What's the finals? Basketball?
No, it's like Fortnite. I don't know. It's like multiplayer. The whole map is destructible or whatever you
Oh shit. Love that. Don't start playing The Last of Us 2 Remaster because I need to. Because I got in the top 20% yesterday. Finished the daily run somehow. Normally I'm not even fucking me. And it's like I'm playing so much and then finally I have one chance to do the daily run and then I end up a fucking zombie bites me or something. It's raging.
What happens when a zombie bites you? Does it let you keep playing or the game is over?
For the daily run, the game is over. That's why the pressure is so high. That's why I think I do end up dying. I can't deal with the pressure sometimes.
What do you advise?
What should I do?
I mean, you might need to practice up. I mean, I don't know if there's any real life, I don't know, in the gym and stuff, just getting ready for, I don't know.
I haven't. Casey has a Casey. I mean,
just in case.
I wish I could wear.
I'm scared.
I don't think I could carry it on. The president of this organization. Basically, they met.
How's the weather? Oh my gosh, I can't wait.
What are you going to dress up as? Any ideas?
I don't know.
What's been your best Halloween costume ever? Do you have one that pops out of your head, or you like dress her up?
Yeah, one is Gandalf once, but it was really just I just wore a snuggie really and like a beard.
Do you have a wizard's hat?
Yeah, well, it's like not even a wizard's hat. I mean, yeah, grab it.
Get it. Yeah, oh my gosh. It's close by.
It's Andy. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, like oh my god. Look at that thing. Oh my god. Really not. Oh, it's kind of a little floppy.
It's kind of funny. You go wear that to a music festival or something.
Oh
my gosh, yeah.
What is that bad boy?
Things that look like tangents, but are really basically the same thing.
I mean, if you're gonna be playing guitar, you gotta have those cool hats.
Who's playing the guitar?
I don't know, like I feel like Santana.
No, I'm kidding. You play the guitar?
That's what I was saying. Stevie Ray Vaughan.
I play the guitar.
The assembly levels were no slouches. They realized that
Stevie Ray played guitar, virtuosos love hats like that. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Santana, the Bristle Twins.
Indiana, right?
Indiana, they're at Lubbock. Yeah, Indiana.
Died in Indiana.
So they sort of said, well, you know, you have
Yes. They're so weird. They had pilots. Stevie Ray Vaughan should have known not to get in that chopper. And there's the twins. Yeah, they weren't even. They were good. I mean, they were pretty good.
They're good people. It doesn't mean they're good pilots.
Yes. So Snuggle was, he promised us you never get in a chopper.
Ooh, yeah, I'm really afraid of heights. I don't know. I mean,
Well, don't get in a helicopter because you're going to be pretty high up.
Yeah, I gotta think I'd die if I were gonna. I mean, I guess.
Will French law be
You might not die, but I wouldn't risk it. Somebody was actually, I was recently driving down to San Antonio and I saw the $20 helicopter ride. The thing started, the rotor started to spin. I was like, what fucking person? Just paid $20 for this fucking helicopter ride. God,
It doesn't seem like enough money to cover expenses on like a certified helicopter.
No, not at all. It looks like one of those helicopters you see like flying at the ocean or something with like just the two things going around.
I don't like that.
Yeah, have you guys been in a helicopter before? Like,
Same deal. No, I've never. No, I don't think I would. I don't think
it doesn't sound smart.
No, I don't think you could pay me to get on that.
I never understood why people wouldn't all wear parachutes. Because if it was going down, you figure you could just bail on a parachute to save your life.
Well, what if the helicopter is falling downward, Casey? It would chop your ass up.
It's worth the risk. If you timed it just right, you could go right between the blades.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Very delicate.
I've always wondered about jumping out just right before it landed.
I know. Like an elevator. Like if the elevator's collapsing, you just jump at the last second and you're okay.
I never thought about the propeller though. That shit, yeah, I mean, that would probably cut you in a bunch of pieces.
Yeah, I've seen videos of one of those things touching somebody's head and it's immediately gone.
Oh, really?
Immediate blood spurting out of the fucking neck.
That reminds me of that cartel video I watched where they skinned that guy. We talked about it about 12 episodes ago.
Yeah, I saw something I shouldn't have on Reddit today. It was,
Tell us.
it was like just a shoot. I think it was in Ukraine or something, but I mean, really, they just mowed down this van and then they just went and just pulled everybody out. They're just pulling everybody out. It was. Yeah, they shot him a bunch and pulled him out.
Maybe that's when you press mute on your headset. Maybe you should. Oh my gosh, you're
watching war videos again.
Yeah, I don't even
by the way, just
call
to
it
make
a
sure
bad
that
link
they're
or
not
something. It was
using their
be careful. At least you have that shirt on, though. It's kind of badass. I love the eagle with the American flag behind it. That's fun.
It's kind of fucking
I got it on Amazon. I got a bunch of shirts on Amazon. And then I couldn't, then it said they were delivered and I didn't find them for like a week. My neighbors grabbed it or something. So
Oh gosh, and then you ended up putting the packages finally at your place, or you did not at the neighbor's door.
I don't know, I'm so shy around them. They just kind of put it on my door. I was like,
what are they really?
Confirmation.
And they go to this.
Yeah, are they really pretty girls or something?
Do they co-ed?
yeah, they must be
No, what are they? Are they weird or something? Or why do you feel weird about being or saying
I don't know. I really will just kind of look. There was one day where I think I saw them, but I didn't really introduce myself or anything. So I really barely. They're just like, hey, can you move your car? I'm like,
That's a good conversation starter.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Well, you still have time. How long have they been your neighbors?
well, I don't know. I guess I moved in August or something.
Well, it sounded fun right there.
What happened there?
It I moved in August, so I don't know how many months that is. That's like,
Well, you still have time. I would say hello because my deal with my downstairs neighbor is some lady, and which doesn't matter, but it's a lady, and she just now gives me a weird look. And it's like, what have I ever done? And generally, but I should be saying hello to her, and sometimes I do, and she'll just look at me and walk in the door, her door. So don't be totally snuggle pussy.
Someone's passing by, I kind of like wave.
Say hello next time.
Deuce is wild.
I know that could be fun. Deuce is wild because that I think means they realize you know how to have fun. You're being cool. Yeah, but you're talking about a little thing. You got there.
So we should hang out with him more. Why don't we ever hang out with him and like smoke kush?
Yeah, is that what you were about to say? You're about to mention the smoke weed, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, they're always out there blowing dope. I'm like, maybe I should just start doing that.
Blowing dope.
Blowing dope.
Oh. I was like, oh my gosh, is that a new thing they call marijuana dope?
Silencing. Yeah.
Snuggle Pussy, thank you so much for calling in today. And yeah, oh my gosh, say something to your neighbors. Introduce yourself, and then it's not going to be weird at all. Then it'll be nice when you say
Hopefully return my package.
So they still have some of your shit?
So here's
There was one that went missing. I don't know. They might have it.
You're going to see them wearing one of your shirts. That would be awkward when you're getting off that.
I was worried they would see all the shirts.
Win some, you lose some. But okay, Snuggle Pussy, well, wonderful to talk to you.
All right. Have a good one.
Because I do the same thing. It'll be 3 a.m. and I'm Googling like American flag eagle t-shirt and one t-shirt with funny logo about blowing past someone on the baseball court.
Do you ever find what you're looking for? Do you ever end up getting one of the shirts?
Yeah, I haven't pulled the trigger on any and ones yet, but yeah, I mean, I buy shirts all the damn time. My closet's stuffed with shit I don't wear.
And like current privileges to study certain subjects in higher education.
Yeah, Grant, what was that noise? Oh my gosh, was that a person?
I know.
Was that you, Grant? Did I hear somebody? Oh my gosh. Oh, Marcus and Jaynard. Marcus and Jaynard. Oh my gosh.
Hold on, Marcus. Can we guess which one's which?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, Casey, what are your thoughts?
Aren't you guys a sight for sore eyes? You guys are beautiful.
Look at y'all. Y'all are so sweet and y'all are right next to each other. I love it. I needed to see some love today. I'm seeing some right now.
I gotta go scream.
As long as they can demand.
You guys are a cute couple too. Look at us.
That's definitely. I think Marcus was the one screaming.
Yeah, are you Jaynard?
German terms of this.
Marcus is fine. He's done screaming, so.
Pardon.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Well, thank y'all. How are y'all doing today?
For example,
So good. Here's the funniest thing. I just cleaned Mark's kitchen for funsies, and now he wants to get married. So.
that mild
Well, I was on a few weeks ago, right after Christmas, and I was just talking about
a little bit of kind of like
Jaynard the whole time. So, and then we went and bought tickets to go see you in Tacoma.
as everybody else.
Oh, cool. Very exciting. Oh my gosh, so we were messing up. So Merkin. So we're speaking with Merkin. You're messed up.
I'm Merkin. You guys are in sight for sore eyes. I was tired of that waiting.
How does Grant have it kind of nice in there? What's Grant? How is
He does. He checks in with us. Leaves a couple jokes in the chat.
Cool. Good. Yeah, we told you you're giving me too much credit.
I'm coming to Tacoma as well, Marcus. I'm going to be there.
Yes.
Yes,
Just for Jaynard.
just for Jaynard.
Just for Jaynard.
Are you running around the apartment right now, Jaynard? What's going on?
I'm pacing. Well, here's the thing. Just yesterday, less than 12 hours ago, Jaina rearrange my whole entire living situation. So consensually, I was supervising, but it was nothing like it did yesterday.
So do you all actually love each other? You didn't know that?
Yeah. It's weird. It's got I don't know if you remember Crab Ride.
That's funny. Yeah, I have a shirt that says Crab Ride. Was that death metal or was that
And I bought Lucas and I matching cartwheel sweatpants.
Oh my gosh, when are you gonna hurt me? Are y'all like kissing and stuff or is that mainly just a platonic?
It's platonic. I mean, it's consensual.
We kiss so hard all the time. We smooch so much.
I love a good kiss. You almost do that on here with you. Yes, a little. Okay. I understand. Okay, family. Well, is it so? I assume it's looking good in there.
Yeah. Like she trimmed up my plants, like the plants looking. Where the model?
Let's see some of your books.
Yeah, she trimmed up my plants. Yeah. It's a cozy little area now. So
yeah, although what books do you have? You guys have the books. You have Infinite Jest.
Do we have books? Yes.
Tell me your sorry.
Yeah. Do you want to hear about the books?
Tell me your books you got.
I have a lot of picture books. I have books with pictures of shoes in them. Sneakerhead, yeah. I can't afford to buy every shoe in the world, so why don't I buy a book so that way I have all the shoes in the world? You know?
Fair enough. I totally understand it. A book will last longer than shoes.
Picture lasts a lifetime. That's true. Well, shoot. How was Tacoma? Us in Washington, we call Tacoma Tecumseh, so I hope that, you're safe, obviously. So,
You're Spokane, right? Spokane, you mean?
Spokane, not Spokane.
They call it Spokane.
Right in you in Tacoma. Sorry, got my wires crossed there.
Yes, Spokane. Yes, Spokane. What is it called again? Spokane. Yes, Spokane. Yeah, there's a cool waterfall. I smoked some Dro by the waterfall at one point. That was fun. There's a wonderful pancake place. I think it was called the Original Pancake House. Oh, yeah. And it was wonderful. They had a sourdough mixed in with buttermilk.
That's interesting.
I swear to God, it was. I got blueberry ones the second day, original ones the first day. And maybe I liked these. It was just the best pancakes I've ever had.
Wow.
Yeah, it was really nice. But yeah, it was fun. An hour to pancakes. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know what that would taste like on my palate. I'd have to try it.
Do you like sourdough?
As much as the next guy.
Then I think you would like it. If you were not a sourdough, at one point in time in my life, I hated sourdough. I hated olives. But now I kind of like some. But yeah, at that point in time I tried it, I would have spit it out.
You weren't ready for it.
No.
I tried something new, not last weekend, but the weekend before, was a peanut butter jelly burger.
What is that? Peanut butter jelly on the bun?
Yeah, it was just like a smashed burger with bacon, cheese, caramelized onions, and in there was peanut butter and jelly. And delicious, I'll say. I'll get it again the next time I go. So
sounds good, and that's so interesting. That's what the kid makes everybody eat. Do you remember the Twilight Zone, the movie?
Oh, the movie? No. The movie
sends people to the cornfield.
Yeah, the little kid who sends people to the cornfield. He makes his family eat his peanut butter and jelly burgers. But they make it sound gross, but you made it sound really good. I'm sure it's delicious. But yeah, that little kid is so bad, and he ends up expelling people to the cornfield, to the cartoon world, the system. That was so scary. Sister dies in the cartoon world.
She's running from the dragon. Either a piece of blood comes out. They used to scare that out of me.
Okay,
but luckily yours was much better.
Yeah, that was actually in Tacoma. So while you're in Tacoma,
maybe you get one of those burgers.
Yeah, the 571 Grill is a beautiful restaurant. So we could. If we want to go today,
it'd be your birthday.
We just got a really special outfit just for your show.
Cool. Well, it's gonna throw me off. So the pressure's gonna be too much. All right. Well, very nice. nice to talk to y'all.
Oh, you too? Yeah, thanks so much for bringing me into this conversation. You guys are just so fun to look at and talk to.
Well, thanks for coming into the conversation.
The least we can do, Marcus.
Yeah.
I'm so excited to see you guys on the 23rd. Plug your show for you at the Tacoma Comedy Show.
Hell yeah.
We're going to be there. Get tickets. Yeah, dude. Casey, congrats to you on regularship, man. That's incredible. We're so excited.
Oh, thank you. It's going okay so far. I'm excited. Thanks, y'all. It's been cool.
Yeah.
I know, it's been great. I know. We have to, there's one tonight. Yep, one coming out tonight.
Oh, yeah, there is. Yeah, that's right. You guys ready? Green Grimace out?
We'll see. Yeah, my first one, so this is my first one doing the minute at the beginning, and I don't want to spoil anything, but it's a little bad, so don't judge me on that, because it's actually kind of funny, despite what the hanging out. Yeah, I just remember thinking, oh, this is new, because I haven't had it not go great, and I went out and it was like totally silent, I was like, oh, okay, maybe I'm bad. So, we'll see. But the next one's looking forward to it.
We're going to watch my rearranged apartment. We're going to have a little party tonight, just to watch Phil Tony, so. And actually, the last time I was on here, we had a party for William Montgomery show, so we're gonna have a little party for when this episode airs.
Oh, that's exciting! Hell yeah, dude!
Oh, the Patreon? Cool. Good idea, guys. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the ads have been, they're maybe now kind of paying for it, but yeah, we're just trying to figure it out.
Cool. No, I think that's great. You guys might be my first Patreon I signed up for, just because I've talked to you twice now.
Sounds good, and it looks like luckily you have some furniture in your apartment. The other sweet fellow at the beginning, there was no furniture.
Oh,
he was like living in a salt trap. It was sad. Yes. No, but we love your place if you're still watching.
Can I ask you guys a question? Is that all right?
Yeah.
What are your opinions on grown men playing with RC cars?
And he was especially incensed with
Leave it for the kids. Message received.
There is a pretty cool RC car subreddit though that I frequent, where people are showing off their RC car, RC, and I do like looking at that.
Yeah, it's my newest hobby, and I'm just curious. Jana's supportive as much as she can be, but
They can be, but one, there are six.
How long has it been since between 1 and 6? How much time did that take?
No, we're 4 months.
1 month about.
About 1 month. One time we went to Seattle and I bought a new RC car and she got a new outfit, and then we come home and I'm unboxing my RC car and she's taking her outfit. She pauses halfway, the exact halfway point of changing her outfit, and it took me about 45 seconds to realize.
Hold on. Let the record show, it was a spicy outfit. I was like, let's do an experiment. If I unbox my spicy outfit, will this be more important than the RC car? And alas, we did finish unboxing the car before I got a glance, but no, it's okay. Okay.
It was RTR. It was ready to run. There was nothing to set up. It was good to go.
Who could blame you, dude? Yeah, you had your eyes on it. I love it for sure. All right, good sir. Well, thanks so much for calling me. Thanks, man.
I love you guys. I'll see you guys in a couple weeks.
Cool.
Swallowed up by its neighbors in the late 18th century, and the largest single
were they in love or not? I couldn't tell. I know in the last part about the outfit, the saucy outfit, implying that he should be paying attention to the spicy outfit implies kissing. Yes, she kissed him on the neck. Yeah, she kissed him on the neck towards the beginning. Yeah, something was.
Degradation of Jewish
start my video. I'm trying to. Hey, what's up, man?
Whoa! Oh my gosh, Russell!
What's up, man?
What up? Oh my gosh! Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness! I've been trying to get on here and talk to you in case you were fucking 6 months.
Oh my gosh! Well, here we are. Where are you doing? You're outside somewhere?
I am.
You've been blazing some. Your eyes look red. You been smoking some dope out there? Your eyes look so red. It looks like a filter. Yeah.
I love you. Hey, I just smoked a joint from the dispensary legally.
Cool.
But we're trying to get to this escape room. We have an appointment at 5 o'clock. I just went inside and talked to the dude. I said, hey, I'm on the line with the podcast. He's trying to talk to me. He's like, hurry up, dude. He's like, hurry the fuck up.
Oh my gosh.
Like, we're not going to be able to get into the fucking escape room. And here we are on the podcast.
Well, be careful because he might make it so you can't escape the escape room. He might do this and trap y'all fucking inside. If being high in an escape room and being trapped sounds scary. You're braver than I am.
Holy shit.
If it closes before you get out, you have to stay in there until it opens again.
Yeah. Hey, dude, don't say that.
Sorry, Rusty.
Don't fucking they didn't make us sign anything that said that.
So they made y'all sign some stuff?
Well, they're going to. We haven't, but they're going to. We've done it before. They're going to. They make us sign something. We don't read it.
So if you've already been, are you going to know how to escape?
No, we've been to the same one, but they had like different roads, you know, like different scenarios.
Okay. What is this scenario you're going to today?
Catch up.
Papa's spooky study.
Papa's spooky study. Be careful. Hopefully it's not too scary.
We gotta break out.
Is this in Key West?
Yeah. What? Yeah, we live in the Key and more ideas last year. Far off there.
Give me a second, I'll figure out how to escape it for you.
That sounds like great. They don't want to stop.
Don't give them any clues, man.
Don't. Yeah, they don't want spoilers. Stop.
There's a picture of it.
You gotta help us out a little bit, dude. We were almost like, okay, on the verge of the last episode we did.
Oh, the last escape room, y'all almost broke up. What does it just get real stressful in there when you can't figure out what's going on? I guess
It is so stressful.
it's a trust.
Literally,
How much does it cost?
30, 40 bucks a person.
Cool. Okay.
That's not bad. It's about working together. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of the escape room is to get through.
Yeah. Cool. Well, maybe today y'all will get it done. Yeah, hell yeah, you got your mind right with the weed. That's funny, smoking that before you smoke it. This kid and a microdose of mushroom. That sounds funny. Again, braver man than me, I would end up in the corner crying if I did that. Let me out. Yeah, I'd be really scared of it. I don't want to be here anymore. Yeah. Cool, Russell. Will y'all give them hell? Okay, get back in there. Sign the paperwork.
We're breaking out, dude.
Yeah, y'all gotta get it.
Some special skill that they can
Cool.
See you guys later.
All right, bye. Good luck.
We love you.
Or in the case
Happy escaping.
of the Baltic coast in Latvia,
Russell.
veteran.
I love you, man.
Oh, Captain, I love you. Last second, I was like,
What a funny Monday. Just get totally fucking snizzed up and get to an escape room. That's awesome.
Yeah.
it sounds like the keys in the typewriter.
Okay, well, if you still listen to the typewriter.
In fact, here, look at this.
There's a key. Dutchman's keys. What do? You're just walking around a room and then see a key on the typewriter and then use it for the different locks or doors?
Maybe you have to type out something in specific, like something specific, and like it comes out in the keys.
The Domine Satanica. Yeah, it's that's scary. So it's Daddy's spooky study.
Papa spooky study.
I like it when it's Daddy's.
Yeah, it's super spicy.
There's implies some sort of incestual relationship.
We'll make our own daddies.
Daddy's hot chicken. You have to escape from the hot chicken club.
That's
cool.
Very cool. Have you ever done one of those?
Yeah, I did one in Paris one time. And I cannot really remember. I
was on tramadol at the time because my back was hurting, and I went to a clinic and they gave me a bunch of tramadol, so I was loaded. But it was I remember it being really fun. I remember it was a jail setting, so we were in a jail, and there was some lever we pulled, and it lifted the toilet. We found some fluid. But it was really fun.
Grab one more person here. Get your video up.
Hello? One sec. Oh my gosh, Trap Dog. Look at that sweet dog. And we got Danny driving out. Is he a pretty good driver?
Yeah, pretty good right now. I think so.
Cool. Yeah, I had a buddy in Memphis, and I shouldn't say that name. It doesn't matter. He's better now. But we used to get in his car and he would do whippets, and it would scare me to death because he would drive and do the whippets, and then we would almost hit cars. It always scared me to death.
Over, isn't you, Danny? Yeah, he's over.
Cool.
Get the old walk. Yeah.
Where are y'all going?
We're on a road trip. We're going to Tennessee.
On stomping grounds. Yeah, my own stomping ground. Where y'all coming from?
Louisville, Kentucky, man.
Okay. Where are y'all going in Tennessee?
Going King's Farm. It's like the northeast corner.
Oh yeah. I never was there, but I remember.
Yeah,
How do you think I was here? But I remember what the hell did that do? What are you doing there?
I'm fucking doing doors and windows, huh, Danny?
Yes, you are. What was there recently some sort of storm or something? Or how were y'all just driving there from Kentucky to do some doors and windows?
I think there was some kind of recent contract or something. I don't know.
Cool.
Keep it on the books.
Let's leave.
Yeah,
I just worked there. I don't know.
cool. I understand. Well, y'all be safe. Yeah, I lost my virginity in the mountains of Tennessee.
Check out the map. You guys got to check this out, huh?
Oh my gosh. Were you on I-40?
1.75.
Were you on I-40?
I don't know what road we're on.
$250,000, 7,000.
We're about to go through the Cumberland Gap.
Canada,
Wagon wheel. Cumberland Gap.
Yeah, y'all gotta listen to that when y'all go through there.
South Africa.
Yeah, we're probably going to lose service in there. There's a big tunnel, so.
Oh gosh, well, y'all don't honk in it.
Oh, no, we're definitely going to fucking honk.
Don't honk in it. Oh, no.
Western Europe.
It would have scared me if I was a little boy behind you because my uncle always said they collapsed if anybody honks out. So it always scared me to death.
Western Europe because the Russian
Well, Trap Dog, were y'all in the tunnel?
The second major strategy was no, let's not lose.
We're losing you, brother.
Yeah, we're losing y'all.
And in this area,
I can hardly hear you, but I think it was something nice. Thank you.
Perhaps most famously,
Trap Dog. Oh, just like that.
There goes Trap Dog.
Right when he was complimenting you. There goes Trap Dog. You should lead off with the compliments just in case.
Yes, please. Because we don't need, we're about to go through a tunnel. I mean, that's
one of the things that's less known about the Russian Empire is that
somebody messaged Kat, my fiance, and said, hey, your boyfriend sucks and he makes people angry. What? Yeah, I guess to get to my heart, and they know home is where the heart is. They messaged Capper and I said, your boyfriend sucks. Well, I told you somebody yelled at me outside of their car, right? Didn't I say that on the podcast?
When? Oh, yes, you're in Austin.
Yeah, I was outside the mothership, so I went, Casey Rocket, and I went, what? And he went, you fucking suck. Yeah, people are nuts.
Rather than moving to some other country,
Yeah, can't let the damn weasels get in the fucking henhouse.
No. Because they mess up with the chickens. Yeah,
they eat all the laughing.
yes. Global thank you so much for calling or trying to call.
Yeah, talk to some fun people.
No, it was fun. Just until Trap Dog, it was kind of a downer at the end. And actually, the self-resource literally went out.
I think maybe worried, maybe they went off the road. I know. He's living his best life going through a tunnel.
Model
Windows and doors.
of land.
Late in the day,
on the structure of a Jewish community.
Cool. Well, that's about it, I think. For us, Patreon, we're on the Patreon. Yeah. Look us up. We'd appreciate any support. And $40 mercenaries, send us your bank account info. We'll do a little background check and see if you qualify. Yes, we have to. So you can hit the dining room table and have a name. Yes. Alrighty. Well, that's it. Bye. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098.
Finally,
and never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. The William Montgomery Show is a Fanny Co production. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
The fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight.
How did that express itself into political movements? So I'm going to take the final 7 minutes of this lecture to walk you through. It never gets more complicated than this, but stick with me, okay? So here we have a political spectrum.
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the Deacon's Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, that big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery. It's crazy to think of. Yeah, I did the fucking Dutchman's Key last night, and I swear I know I always say it, that I'm never going to do it again, but I'm not doing it ever again. Did it really, would it mess up your head? Yeah, I felt like shit the rest of the night. Well, because it's like, basically like sucking on a penny or something, because it's this lead key, and it's really lead. It's a house key. It's not silver. It's one of the bronze ones. Oh yes, I think it's lead. So I was like, in my head, I was like, I need to do like a big, like go out on a big bang at the end of this minute. Hit it with the Dutchman's Key. First of all, big bang not really ever happening with the Dutchman's Key. But I started to it, I spit out the key, and immediately I started getting like a sharp pain. And I think I'm getting lead poisoning from it. That's scary. Well, you need to, I can go with you maybe, or you need to, just a Home Depot, they have the machines in case, if you ever tried a silver key, because they make the silver keys, honestly, that might get help, because it's hilarious. You did the Dutchman's Key, I think Saturday, and I hear you did it the one time, and it went great. Got a big pop. Yeah, got a pop. And it's, in this industry, it's all about pops. If you're not getting pops, you're not getting anywhere. Yes, you are stagnant. If you don't get pops, you're stagnant. You hear that, Grant? Stagnant. Open your eyes. Yeah, and Grant, not to change the subject, but Grant, we're going to get to the bottom of whose idea this was to put rollies, roller wheels, rollies, whatever you want to call them, on the little tables. And see, it crashed, got Casey's arms real bad. It fucked me up. I think it's going to give me blood poisoning. It's starting to make a blister.
You can't blame it on that after talking about the lead poisoning.
Well, blood poisoning and lead poisoning are actually two different ball games. So I'm suffering on two fronts right now. Yes.
Can we get a closer look at your arm here?
Whatever. I don't zoom out.
Zoom out.
It's fine. It's right here, right on the tibia, right on the thorax.
No, I see a bruise. It might be hard to see, but I swear I see a bruise.
It's because you make it so bright in here. It's like a casino. I can't fucking. I don't even know what time it is in here.
You can't identify your wounds.
That's why casinos are so bright, so you can't see if they're like injecting you. And if you fall out of your chair drunk, some bruises when you get back up on the chair. Hey, Grant, by the way, I wonder. So we walk in here. I walk in here, and there's some totally weird just talking my fucking head off. Grant, is this going to start being some normal thing?
I think it's called celebrity. I think you're becoming a big deal.
He was sweet, but is he going to pay y'all? He didn't seem very trustworthy. What, he's looking at his face today? Where is he right? Are you looking at him right now?
I am.
No, I am. I trust him as far as I can throw him.
Yeah.
You're famous. I don't know what else to say there.
Grant, you have no freaking idea what's even going on right now. For better or worse.
You have no filter, Graham.
Yeah, dude, it's fucking already 90 degrees in Austin. It's too hot. It's kind of all right today, but I'm worried. It's too hot already.
Yeah, I did give my dog a cold washcloth last night. He was so hot, granted, and put on his forehead like he was having a migraine.
That's sweet. What do you just put cold water on it, or do you put it in the fridge or freezer as well, or how are you doing this?
Yeah, well, he was walking around, and I'm like, this dude looks hot right now. And he's like, yeah. And so I went in the fucking bathroom, got a little tasty washcloth, cold water, put it in the freezer maybe 5 minutes, and I draped it over his head like a veil, like it was his wedding day.
And he loved it?
He loved it. And he was trying to get up on the couch, and I said, Archie, you stay down there. I'm on the hard floor because you're going to get the couch wet.
I know, and also the hard floor is probably cooler. Does Archie get up on the couch with you some?
He loves being on the couch. He likes being close to me for warmth. So he'll sit at my hip side, and I'll have my arm on him like Ramses the third, Egyptian pharaoh. It's sweet. Yeah, we're really close. He's a good dude. Cat's out of town. My girlfriend.
Yeah, did she make it all right?
Yeah, she made it. It's like a 24-hour journey.
Yikes!
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's crazy Sonic has them doing that. I'm kidding. I know she does something. That was a stupid attempt at a joke. Yeah, no, I cannot believe a 24-hour freaking.
Yeah, well, there's a 8-hour time difference. So it's crazy. She left Sunday at 3 o'clock and got there Monday.
So she's in the future, and she told you the future is like tomorrow going to be a good one. Croissant, cappuccini, cobblestone streets. It sounds good. Ooh, I would love to maybe rock if I ever made it through smoking a cigarette. That'd be cool. I would probably smoke a cigarette.
Me too. I'd rip a heater. Yeah. St. John's Cathedral. Eat a bunch of mackerel.
Mm-hmm. You have to do that. You have to visit St. John's Cathedral.
They have the best mackerel on Wednesdays.
I love Prague. Yeah. And I had a horrible in Detroit. I had a horrible. I got spooked. I got haunted.
William got haunted. He called me at 2 in the morning saying that he had possibly been visited by a poltergeist.
You hear this, Grant, or you moving the table?
Is that even for real?
Yeah, no, I was walking down the hallway after we departed because we were on different floors, and we say goodbye, and then I'm walking down the hallway, and I heard a growl noise literally right by my head, and it made me audibly gasp. I didn't. I swear to God, I made a noise, and I looked behind me, and I run to the room, and it ended up okay. It really scared me because I was telling Casey, it's scary really because I immediately started thinking, am I going crazy? Am I hearing voices?
Well, you famously heard the lions roar when you were younger.
Yes. So
this is fucking dude. Something's happening. I think we're getting Ghostbusters because I told you that very famous story, baby crying in my backyard in Georgia. Yes, 2 or 3 weeks ago, when I was here, baby crying in my backyard. Now you're getting haunted again. Same type of haunting.
Where is it coming from? How do we stop it? What's going on? Where is it going to
need to. Most importantly, what's the end game? Because it ain't going to get any better. No. Yeah, and I mean, I'm having the nightmare on the plane, and it's crashing again, and I literally can't breathe. So, like, what is it? Sleep apnea? Me just trying to sleep sitting up? I don't know. Sleep apnea is a nightmare that's real. I know, it kills people. It's a silent killer. A silent killer. It killed Crispin Law. Yes, killed Stevie Nicks. Was Crispin Law the one that fell from the rafters? That's Owen Hart. Yeah, Owen Hart killed him too, because I think he was taking a nap on the rafters. Yeah, he started having an apnea nightmare. Yeah. Apnea. Oh, what's that, Grant? Sleep apnea. What is the blue? Is that veins?
That's airflow.
So your tongue, so when you have sleep apnea, your tongue is going.
It's closing it off.
Oh my God. Shave off a little bit of the tongue. Probably fix most of the problem. I wonder if they would surgery. I don't know, for a sharper tongue. That tongue that leads to a point. I can't believe people do that sometimes. Sometimes people give themselves the snake tongue. Yeah. Freaky. I could not. What? I wonder, do they put you under for that? They just cut your tongue with like a damn razor? Oh, yeah, maybe just give you the shots in your tongue. I don't know. I remember there was a good Ernest P. Worrell recurring segment on his show. Did you ever watch Ernest? You know, like Ernest goes to jail, like things. Yeah. I just need some. He had some television show. One of his recurring things was a tongue character where it was a guy in a big tongue suit and it had like these little teeth around him, so you could tell it was the tongue, and then he would get shot sometimes and he'd fall asleep. He was like at the dentist and it was the numbing shot. Oh, okay. Ernest. Yeah, Ernest, rest in peace. He died smoking too many cigarettes, Jim Varney. Yeah. And that, he would love to smoke a cigarette in Prague, I'll tell you that. He would, in his DeLorean. That's cool, he had a DeLorean. I don't remember that. Yeah, oh my gosh, he drove a DeLorean. I found it on eBay one time. Really? Yeah, I was looking up DeLoreans like 10 years ago on eBay, just looking around. And I swear one of them was Jim Varney's old DeLorean.
Okay, hello everyone.
How much? I wish I could remember. I might have done.
At this point,
It was $100 on
I
it.
kind of like a general
I recently got a jacket and
the
so much.
expression of political opinion.
So that's sad. That's the dangers of eBay. You find something you think is good and then it's going to smell real bad. Staying in someone's cat house.
We should
Stuff
go
that
on
smells like
to
cats.
understand how this was filtered
Yeah, I was
through the
with my
experience.
buddy. We were in Biloxi, Mississippi. My buddy and I one time doing
20th
some
century.
little
I'd
comedy,
like to focus
little
next
tour
hour
thing we did
specifically
again like
on
10 years ago.
Soviet
We stayed at this girl's house. And I
significant.
pull out this like
Demographically, certainly
I pull out
the
this
largest
just thing that had blankets and pillows in it. When I open up the top, the worst smell of cat urine engulfed me. And my buddy can't smell. He doesn't have a sense of smell. So he was just seeing me gagging, and he started laughing, and I started laughing. And like the mom is there of the mother of the girl whose house it is, who's on the. Was she laughing? Was she laughing about it? It was just us two in the room. We were just worried. It was just sometimes it's fun to get the giggles like that. Sometimes you cannot stop laughing. You know you have to stop. That always makes it funny. Like you're like a funeral or something. Yeah, says something funny. Childlike sense of wonder. Yeah, dude. I don't know. I wish Fuzzy was here to tell this story, but I have to talk about this. This is so funny. So Fuzzy, Kilji, door guy, Mother Fuzzy, so funny. He's been doing this bit at Mothership where before he walks on stage, this is fucking hilarious. He slips somebody a note in the front row, so he'll be walking up and he'll slip the note, and then he'll walk on stage, and the note says, "Get help, not a comedian. Please help me." That's fun. And then he does his act, and his act is like, super silly, like, was he such an upbeat guy? And then, apparently he's done it for weeks. And last night, he hit it, so when the front row during the tour guide show, he gets on stage, he's doing his act, and then he sees the guy just bolt up. and like he ran downstairs and he told security, "Hey, like we need to get the police. I figured this guy's in trouble." Oh my gosh! And so, like, the security guard is like, "No, man, like it's a bit," and goes, "No, you don't understand. This guy, like, somebody's like holding him hostage," which is so funny because what? Yeah, that's insane. What would be the end game? They're just making him stand up. That's insane. Well, hopefully Fuzzy thanked him later for helping him like that. Well, no, apparently the guy was fucking livid, and he went back upstairs and he asked for his check, and yeah, Fuzzy tried to apologize. And the guy was like,
which is now the Czech Republic.
Didn't want to talk to him. Really, really mad. Yeah, what an idiot. What are the chances he's actually being held hostage and not some comedian making a joke? Why would he be coming on stage? He can just walk up and do, like, what situation would be happening? Hey, gosh. I guess that guy was just like, this is my one opportunity. It's my opportunity to take my 2020 or whatever, and that was his shot. But it's funnier when you hear Fuzzy tell it, but it's such a crazy, you know, I always love a good personal bit, a bit you do, not for anyone on stage, but just to kind of make someone feel a little more comfortable, for sure. Shouts out to Fuzzy. We always do this when we see each other. Fuzzy, peace sign, dude. If you happen to see this, we always give each other a peace sign. It gives me comfort. It gives me a sense of comfort. Yeah, to know that someone out there gets it. Yeah. Well, we were.
Russia has disappeared, and they've labeled this map.
We're doing a last second. So today we're doing. I am really worried, Casey, that I get it. I don't feel bad that I just got sick. What am I supposed to do? You're telling me. I'm 80% sure if I went to a doctor, they would say, "Hey, you have like abnormally high amounts of lead in your bloodstream."
The Russian Empire has disappeared.
And that's what happened to the Franklin expedition. They got stuck in the Arctic. They were eating spoiled goods. Oh my gosh, Casey, would you have your glasses on if you were in the hospital? That is why he has his glasses on. He's in a coma. He has glasses. He always needs his glasses. Isn't that what the girl says in the sad Macaulay Culkin Virgin? Or is it a different one? No, yeah, my girl. What, does he have his glasses?
Where I am right now in New York.
What is he dead in the casket? He doesn't have his glasses, and that's what she cries about. Isn't that what it is? Because didn't he get attacked by bees? The bees got him. These things happen. Yikes, you gotta run, I think. I don't even know what you do. They say cover your body in mud like you're being chased by the predator. And then the bees, yeah, they have vision like the predator at first. So yeah, they can see you with the heat vision. Where'd he go? Yeah, where'd he go? And then he always says that in that movie. Where'd he go? Where's the boy? Yeah, he's always looking for some boy. I never got that one. I thought the movie was beautiful, great. I didn't Macaulay looking for some boy. I know. It's like, are you gonna at least like show us what boy he's looking for? Yeah. Come on, let me see him. I know he's an animal. Yeah, it was so weird. It took away a lot from the beautiful movie I thought. I know. I do those cutaway scenes where he's like, I don't know if it's his friend or a relative or what, but it's horrible. It's what is that? The big grant that the kids fly on? Or when you shoot the kids? Peppy? It looks like the water bottle is kind of like a piece
all
of
over the
Oreo.
world, literally, and Russia is involved, but they are not willing to
Did you ever do that, Casey? Get a Liberator? Yeah. I'd get one on the side. Would you? Yeah, like a little punky hoop. Yeah, hoop. Yeah.
And
hoop on the side would be fun. And you could put a keychain on it for like the city that you most recently visited. Oh wow, he's just in Las Cruces, New Mexico. That's so cool. Las Cruces. There he is. Ooh, that is a double. Look at that one. But with the water bottle, yeah, it looks like a fun extra piercing. Jewelry. Well, Grant, do we have anybody? Did anybody call in?
We have one caller.
Oh my gosh, hold on. Well, we might have to talk to them the whole time because
you want to bring them in?
Yes, sir.
Let's see if they pop in.
I'm not sure if it's apocryphal, but it certainly
Well, the
captures
pressure's on.
that Russian
Yeah,
soldiers
I
would
mean, this is a
pull,
high
use
pressure
their
episode
bayonets
today.
first.
We've had some things totally fall through the cracks today. We might pull it out as one of the best episodes of all time. Yes, I think there's a chance, but yeah, I mean, it started out rough. We had just a wonderful surprise, and then that falls through, and then it's like, my bagel sandwich was pretty good today. I was about to talk shit about that. It was pretty good. Where'd you get it from? Oh my gosh! It's a pink food truck. I can't remember the name of it. But it's a breakfast bagel. Breakfast bagel. It was pretty good.
Russian cities who simply do not have enough to eat. So on International Women's Day,
they're not coming in, right?
Food riot that erupted when
Well, they started and then they stopped.
the city of Petrograd,
Okay,
Peter's
so they're lost.
city,
I mean,
named
whatever.
after the patron saint.
I was just wondering if maybe the invite didn't go out correctly.
We don't even want
By
to
the way, this name Petrograd is significant.
unless
It used to be
do.
called
But we
Saint
love
Peter's
to talk
Church
about
after
there you go.
Hello. And then the word
What's going on, guys? Oh my God, it's Kate Milton. Kate Milton, the golfer, was all.
They want to be more patriotic.
I'm kidding. How are you good?
Petrograd, not being a Russian suburb.
Just watched the episode last night.
Where I grew up in Northern Ontario, there was actually
Oh yeah, congratulations to Sweet Casey.
pre-Indian.
Yeah, that was a big episode. That was a big minute. That was absolutely hilarious. The crowd walk is hilarious.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was so exciting. Thanks, Kate. That was awesome.
Wait, what happened to someone said you have like a disease, some sort of rash again?
I don't want to even. What are you even talking about? I've had a pretty good day today. What do you mean somebody saying I have a rash? That's really going to mess up an otherwise all right day for me. Somebody saying I have a rash?
I thought Tony said you had some sort of
I can show you my body.
ass or
Would you believe it if you saw every inch of his body? Yeah, or if I showed you my body, I promise you I do not have a rash, Kate.
Suddenly, will anyone really
yeah, I
understand
do believe
how
I
this
don't know that I
happened?
want to see every inch of your body.
No, you don't. Yeah, you don't. Trust me, neither do I right now. But yeah, no, I was sick. It was 3 weeks ago, Kate. So yeah,
There it is. There it is.
Oh yeah.
Run by
It's
this man,
smallpox.
Alexander
Yes, one of the first cases of smallpox in
main challenge of the provisional
Boston.
government was
100
they wanted to
150
establish a
years,
permanent
I hear it is
Still
making
had
a
to
strong
figure out what they were
comeback.
doing
So
about World War I.
Damn right it
Still
is.
on
Smallpox,
for
big
another
day.
year. They haven't
Yes,
figured out
smallpox,
stay in
yellowpox,
the war,
yellow fever,
themselves in the war.
typhoid,
They
typhus.
decided to stay in the
Hans
war,
actually got yellow fever. I'm kidding.
but they had to
What
try
you're talking about
pull
Hans.
together a
Hans is taking all right.
representative body
Hans,
to allow
Hans is good. I'm kind of
citizens of the
surprised
Russian
that.
Empire to
I mean, he has to
vote
take a
on
break for the
this
episode to
so-called
wait for
constituent
that
assembly.
idiot Rick
Very
Diaz to
local
come back.
kind of democratic ideal.
So it begins.
Full
Oh, yeah, so it begins. Let him have it, kid. Why do you think he's an idiot? Yeah, what about Rick?
While
He was on the
they
show.
were
He was really nice. We like him.
laboriously creating
Well,
this,
Rick, yeah, he
constituent
seems like a
assembly,
nice person, but
Oh, yeah, take the headphones off.
smaller
Hold on.
and,
no, it's getting serious. I mean,
unscrupulous
he is a nice person. It seems like at least, but when he does comedy, it's just not like when they talk about doing a little bit longer format, 3 minutes, I think, instead of 1 minute. Which I think for Idris Hans, I mean, I haven't ever seen Hans more than a minute on Kill Tony, but it seems like he would do much better than Rick. Like Rick seems like the perfect man to do a whole 1 minute of comedy.
Yeah.
Destroy
Yes.
the
Okay, yes, we'll see. I mean, it's going to be a grudge match and all grudge matches. I mean, the loser leaves town. Yeah.
Loser leaves town. Is Rick not allowed in the country if he loses? Is he kind of...
Yeah, they're going to put some out with Interpol, I think. Yeah, something with his passport. Your flag.
Which made it,
okay, yeah, that would be good. That'd be good, yeah. He shouldn't be allowed back in from wherever Brussels or Eastern Europe nation that he's from.
Wait, so what if Rick invited you to like a nice steak dinner or something? Would you decline? Since you don't like his comedy, would you accept?
I would pretty much take anything free. At this point, I am in school, so anything free I'm probably going to take up.
Where are you, a dorm room right now or apartment?
I'm in my apartment.
Where are you studying?
Economics and computer science. So, really, really interesting classes and very engaged throughout most days.
Is it sarcasm? That's a pretty good sarcastic. You had a straight face for that. Yeah, I'm thinking, yeah, they're going. I thought you were being serious.
No. It's a very boring. I actually didn't go to class today because they're so boring.
Well, there was some philosophy class. I got into philosophy for a little. There was some class I just stopped going to because it like sucked. And my dad got fucking towards the end of the semester. He was asking me about my grades. God, I'm getting PTSD thinking about when I used to have to tell my dad about bad grades. Holy shit. But he's like, William, why do you have an F? And I was like, I just quit going because I didn't give a shit at the time. Larry was bad. So I do not recommend it. At least go to the class.
You don't have to have a They should probably just at least go.
Yeah, put your earpods on.
Yeah, my first semester when I was a freshman, I just stopped going to like all my classes. And my dad, he has a very bad phone call. I have a long talk about that. I passed like 2 classes, maybe.
Okay, what's the number on that? The GPA?
Yeah, it's like 1 or something, 1.5. So then the next semester I had to get like all A's to be able to stay in school. So
Were you able to?
A's and B's. I just went to class. I'm a borderline boy genius kid. I don't know if you know that. Can we? I can see that. Can we guess what college you go to? Okay, sure.
Okay. First off, do you think we're going to?
I don't think you will.
Is it a D1 school?
Yes.
Oh! What are y'all good at? Is there like a specific sport you're good at?
Some people might say football, but in recent years, not so much. I would say probably hockey nowadays.
What is one of the colors? What is one school color?
Red.
Indiana?
Aggressively that communism
Close to Indiana.
Political modality of the entire globe. At the very bottom of the globe here, you see the capitalist.
Wisconsin.
Probably looks familiar to you as
2 guesses.
a monopoly man. Monopoly man.
Well done.
2 guesses. Okay. See, isn't that where the bus went?
Based on
Running back? Wasn't that his name?
idea of
Yeah, John Bettis, the bus.
I haven't heard about that.
10 years. The bus. That's a fun nickname. Because what? You're running over people when buses run over. It's kind of a graphic thing to think about. If you're a good running back, the bus running over people.
Sometimes made
Sort of, well, how are your classes going? Is everything going okay?
Yeah, everything's going all right. It's just, kind of not super interesting. It's real nice out. It's February 27th and it's almost 70 degrees here in Madison today, which is absolutely bizarre.
That's concerning. Yeah,
Capitalists,
it's global warming. I'll be in Wisconsin on Friday. Janesville, Wisconsin, doing a comedy camp.
Okay, yeah.
Go see him, Kate. How far away is that? Whoa, look at the guns.
Maybe a half hour.
Oh my gosh, a half hour. Kate, consider it. Are you going to?
Where are you going?
The Comedy Cabin in Janesville, Wisconsin.
Comedy Cabin. All right, I'll look into it because I have some family coming this weekend for Big Ten hockey. I just play
and so people who
Michigan
come
State.
from there are called Belarusians or literally translated to white Russian.
I'll have to look into
In the
tickets.
context of the
I gotta look into it. You gotta go. He's 30 minutes away. When is this gonna happen again, Kate?
And so
I gotta see him before he blows up. I have to. I gotta make sure everybody knows that I saw him before
either openly
he gets big.
I'm sure that's what you gotta do. I mean, I was able to see Michael Jordan in high school, which was probably the coolest, like, athlete, like, younger days story. Was it see Jordan in high school? Did you know that, Kate?
I did not know that. I probably went to guess that. Yeah, that's pretty cool story.
Yeah, 1981. Yeah, Kate, I'm not that old, dude. When was Michael Jordan in high school? I wish. That's my fantasy, though, Kate. My deepest, darkest fantasy is that I saw Michael Jordan play in high school. And you said, they better play this guy more. Yeah, this guy's going to be big.
Is that what you thought? You knew he was going to be. You knew he was going to be pretty
I
good.
knew he was going to be a breakout star for the Bulls. And it's weird that I was specifically the team, but I knew for a fact when I'm watching him, I was like, this guy's going to be a breakout film starring Chicago.
sacrifice in the
Chicago.
Holy Mother Russia was being sacrificed before the altar upon which Karl Marx sits, right, the founder of socialism, and it is labeled international, right, the Communist International, the Socialist International.
Dave, you had a good rebound recently in your life, Kate? Like something with a love interest, or
Russia was about to
Honestly,
be
no.
sacrificed.
It's been a little bit sad, I have to be honest.
The various
I'm
figures
looking
you
for
can
love.
see,
I'm actively looking for
they're
love
labeled
out there
at
on
the
the
top
streets.
in
Cool, there's
Russian.
probably a bunch of honeys
Lenin,
up
of
in
course,
freaking
the central figure
up on
the
campus,
red
dude.
robe,
Aren't there some
right
probably
next to
honeys
him
in your
is
class?
picture
You need to start
is
going to the class,
Trotsky,
dude. You're in a
right?
great
Remember that
spot. I
Trotsky
think it's a
was
great
Jewish,
position
and Trotsky
to
was
meet a
all
chick in a
black,
class or
right?
something, dude. You're in
And
prime
Trotsky
time
is
right now.
also
You gotta get off. Or you're on the
especially
apps. You gotta get off the apps. You gotta go to the
very
classrooms.
effectively
You gotta meet these
the
chicks,
Red
even if
Army
you don't have the specific class. You see a pretty girl in one of the rooms. Go in there, sit
There's
next to her.
also this representation
Yeah, you're right.
here
Well, sometimes I go to
of,
church, just to see if there's any kind of Catholic women looking for some straight dog out on the road, just kind of looking for someone to pick up and bring into the home, be a nice lady.
Well, you need to be going
and he's
for
holding a bag with
your
the number 30 on it,
for
which
your
is
soul.
certainly a reference to the betrayal of Jesus by Judas
Yeah, to really
for
go to
30
church, 'cause
silver
they-
pieces.
not for ass. Yeah,
So
not
the whole
for
idea
pussy.
is
You
that
need to
the
be
message
asking
is that
for
the
money. You
Jews
be
are
talking to Jesus
somehow
at church, not
betraying
looking at
Russia
pussy
as
at
well
church.
by contributing
That's
to
a
this.
problem
In fact,
these
it's a
days. People
major
looking at all this
staple
porn
of
on
Russian
their phone
propaganda
in church.
was
That's
the
a
white
nightmare
Russian
these days.
propaganda was that the Jews
Pastor in church, I do see a
sold
lot,
out
you're right.
Mother
Do
Russia
you see it
to
a
the
bunch, Kay?
communists.
Yeah, every now and then I'll do, because there's a lot of students that go, so every now and then you kind of look left and right and you see somebody just kind of tuck their phone away real quick, because they know that people are kind of looking around, they don't want to get caught.
Yeah, they're on XNXX. Yeah. Unless they're in Utah, because you can't get on Pornhub in Utah.
Pornhub, we both found that out the same night independently.
Yeah. A little embarrassing when my parents watch this, I think. But yeah, in Utah, you can't get pornography. Kind of strange.
Several
You
examples
can't drink out there either, I hear.
currency during the very brief
You
period.
can they do like half serving sizes, and they can't serve you another drink unless they've seen that you've completely finished your first drink. They have weird laws.
Yeah, that doesn't fly here in Wisconsin. That wouldn't work here.
Yeah, it's a lot of big drinkers in Wisconsin, isn't it?
Yeah, they kind of give you two, and you can't really order another one unless you finished both of them.
Well, you gotta pound them down at the same time, and then they'll give you a couple more.
And you can't order one drink. It's a minimum two.
Well, who knows, Kate? Maybe if Casey and I don't want to speak for Casey, but maybe if we ever get off the wagon, maybe we should just come visit you up in Madison and just get go to a bar and just get wasted.
Oh, that's a great idea.
No, that's not a great idea, Kate. You just did that. You failed the test. We've been testing people. It wouldn't be a great idea. I would end up dying up there. Like fucking what's his name? Like Otis Redding. I'm gonna end up like Otis Redding's ass in fucking Wisconsin. He died in the lake. Did you know that, Kate?
Sitting on a dog.
I don't know. His plane flew into the lake and they found his ass frozen solid. Because it gets so cold up there.
That's not a good way to go out.
Hell no.
No, they tried to thaw him, but he was too far down.
Yeah, he's like, ow! Ow!
This has
Ow!
some very negative
What are you doing? No, that's not Otis Redding.
before they could affect the political
Stupid. Yeah, sitting at the dock of the bay. Love that song.
And it only became a hit after he died. The song was released like 1 week later.
Well, Kate, it was so nice talking to you. You're so sweet. Oh my gosh, yeah, it was kind of a last second thing, and you're the only caller. So yeah.
Is there another one, Grant? That's like that right now.
So it's still you, Kate. So we're gonna have to talk to you for 30 more minutes. And you gotta figure out some questions for us or something, dude. Holy shit, you're the guest on it.
You don't have a big crowd for the show, or what? Also, the link is wrong. The ID is wrong on your Instagram.
Oh, the ID is wrong.
It is wrong? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, there's supposed to be another 2 at the end. I figured it out because it's 3 digits and then 4 digits and then 4 digits.
How did you figure out that it was a 2? Holy shit, Kate.
Hey, wait, go ahead.
Computer science, guys, come on.
Go ahead and send it again real quick.
Kate, I am so impressed. You need to actually be going to class, dude. You're smart. You need to be going to all of your classes. You need to be studying. So you just happen to put a 2 at the end of things and it worked?
That's so fun.
Well, yeah, I mean, I knew that there was only one, it needed 1 more digit, so there's only 10 possibilities. 0 through 9.
Oh my gosh. Here, Grant, can I hand you this and you do this on my phone, but don't look at any of my shit on here? That's insane.
I cannot guarantee that last week. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Kate. I appreciate you. And Grant, you saw me posted it. You saw me. Oh, he didn't look at the numbers, man. Okay.
JV production.
It's good, Grant. Just hear you. He's now looking at my phone. He's going through all my text messages right now, and I'm horrified. He keeps trying to change William's Face ID to be his face, but the Apple icon is not something. Yes, I would kill him if that happened.
If pizza drives you up the wall, look to the ceiling, glance at the floor, and keep moving forward.
You have to keep moving forward. Do not stop. The worst thing you can do around pizza is stopping. You have got to keep it moving forward. Don't rest. Don't sleep. And please don't blink. Especially... I don't want to harp on it too much, but especially the sleep part, because you fall asleep and it's like there could be the pizza's closed. I mean, how long are you sleeping? 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, the pizza won't get to you. So do not fall asleep. Pizza can burn, it can burn the roof. But it doesn't matter if you're a Red Baron guy, a DiGiorno guy, or maybe you're even an Elio's kind of fella. And you can, yeah, I mean, I'm Elio's. This guy right here, guilty as charged, ate at Elio's last night. And actually the home run and pizza. I love that. I love yes, it's a sauce. The difference is in the sauce. Yes, good pizza, good sauce. But yeah, I mean, whether you like stuffed crust, no crust, or just the crust, you want to bring it with you wherever you go. Enter the pizza pocket. Me and my team here are prepared to pitch you the Pizza Pocket hoodie. I mean, this is something else here. Yeah, in case you don't know. There's a whole different damn ballgame. Look, if you will, at the gentleman's zip. Here, you have the Cortex. Yes, a little surprise inside, shaped also like a pizza, and that makes sense. Well, put your pizza in that part, okay? I mean, every Pizza Pocket hoodie includes a hand-wash, removable, insulated pizza pouch, okay? Designed to fit snugly inside the zipper pocket and keep your pizza warm. So that was the pouch you just saw. Yes, that was the Cortex pouch. It's patented technology, keeps your pizza warm no matter if you're gloomy, sunny, or rainy or shiny. You can have it wherever you want, and yeah, that is patent pending. I think it's a patent pending design. It's never been created before, or else it will never be created. No, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. We're proud to be here with Pizza Pocket, and if you don't like the blue, shit, man. I mean, we got some other options for you. I'm not gonna lie to you, it comes in royal blue. So if you don't like it, you can like it even more. Yeah, midnight black. So that has something for everybody. And again, you get your pizza, you bake it, you put it in. You don't, and now where you can't mess up is obviously you know to unzip it, but you cannot just put the pizza there. You have to put it in the pizza pouch inside of the pizza thing on the shirt. You have to put it in the pouch to truly keep it warm. It needs to be in the Cortex. But yeah, so you have to go to the pizzapocket.com today and just go WMS for 10% off plus free shipping for your Pizza Pocket. It's a nice deal, 10% off plus free shipping. Go to WMS at the Pizza Pocket.
So you can see that
the pocket for your pizza.
typist had to use a Russian language typewriter.
What's the
Because
most
there are very,
long-term
very
girlfriend
few
you had, and why
Ukrainian
did the
language
relationship
typewriters.
end?
The Russians had engaged
about 2
a tremendous
years,
amount of energy
and
in
it
the late
ended
19th,
just
especially
because.
early 20th century, to try to
Well, I
control
actually transferred here this
spreading
last
and
semester,
standardization
and
of
so
the
the
Ukrainian
girl
language.
went to
They
the
really
other
wanted
school
to
that I was at.
preserve the Russian language against
The
the popular
Trojans.
movement to turn
Yeah,
the
so,
vernacular
not the
into
Trojans.
a formal written standardized language. This is
A
ironically
smaller
my
state
father,
school here in
Rabbi Rothschild,
Lacrosse,
so
in Wisconsin, called Lacrosse.
that's so weird.
I'm not even kidding. I was gonna guess that you were in Wisconsin.
In his current war on Ukraine is that
You just got a
Ukraine
lacrosse
has to
ball
protect the Russian
put it out on your
language,
back, and you
right?
get up against the
Worries
wall
that
that's
Russia will
inside.
somehow be, the great Russian literature will be lost.
You ever seen a ghost?
If Ukrainians
Oh, never seen a ghost.
special protection
I don't know if I
for it.
believe in ghosts.
But anyway,
You
you
believe
see
in
more of
Jesus,
the
right?
reality of the situation.
Well, I haven't seen
The
ghosts.
vast majority of the population, especially the
He
agrarian
touched you.
population,
Like you.
especially in Western regions, are much more likely to speak Ukrainian amongst themselves, although Russian was the formal
Good answer.
language.
Yeah. Holy shit.
So by trying to recreate Ukrainian, they've had to use a typewriter
It is
that
weird to
has
think about it now. Almost
Russian
road rage.
Cyrillic letters, and every time they come to the Ukrainian letter
Driving
I,
way too slow in front of me. I'm already on edge. We had a giant guest today. Guest fell
and then
through.
afterwards the typist
I'm
has to pull the
racing to
paper
get
out of
here.
the machine and write in the letters directly with the pen. By the way, I'm assuming that everyone is watching this video or attending this class is old enough to remember what a typewriter looked like.
Inside of the car, like once you're outside,
Simply with the backspace.
you gotta help people.
Whatever you type
Yeah,
once,
I'm trying.
actually puts it
Not
on
really,
the paper.
I
And
try.
take
I
it
like to
off.
think I do.
Unless
You helped us today. I mean, I stupidly didn't put the extra two on the thing. We were able to decipher that. Yeah, that is true. That's right. I
It's a Russian
use my
typewriter, and it
complex
uses the right
knowledge of
Ukrainian. What about Yiddish?
digits to figure out how to get about it. Yes, we have a new person. That's so funny. Okay, or it's been a pleasure. You've seen it say this episode 100% Kate. That's great to hear. Are you being sarcastic again a little bit? We don't. No, that's great to hear. Okay, I mean the wreck stuff earlier kind of rubbed me the wrong way a little bit. All right. Take some phone. We love you guys. Take care. Bye. I forgot to ask him what was under that hat. Yeah, I'm always curious. Yeah, like some sort of little fucked up head. Yeah, it's a champion hat. Yeah, a little head on top of his head. Yeah, it's nasty. It's a little gross, little shrunken beard. Because it seems like Kate can maybe meet some nice girls or something. It's like, yeah, there's something must be off. Something's beneath the surface here we're not seeing. And I want to apologize for not putting the extra two. Oh my gosh, and I'm shocked. That's so funny. Yeah, he was able to like hack the data frame and come talk to us for 30 minutes. Yeah. That's what you do. That's going to be a new part if we ever do the phone-in sections again. We're going to mess up the code by one. So whoever can decipher it can talk to us. That could be fun, maybe. Yeah. They get like a little treasure hunt. Come talk to us about kissing our dogs and doing math. So cool. I shouldn't have mentioned that. It's not that weird. I know it's. Ted was trying to feel you out, like trying to see like what makes you tick. And I think he was just trying to like play a little mind game with you, make you feel weird. Okay. Well, thank you for confirming, because I was thinking it was some sort of tough guy thing. Blaine. Oh my gosh, how are you? Thanks so much. I can't believe I botched adding the extra two on the guide on the freaking thing, dude.
Yeah, I was like, I'm giving up at this point. It's not gonna work.
It did. Oh my gosh, but it did. It worked. And you're in a big ass. Where are you? What is this?
In a big ass fucking warehouse right now.
Show us that shit. Show us around.
Tell us that shit.
Yeah, I don't have it. Moderate discriminatory, nevertheless,
You're not in Austin, Texas, are you? Because my AC doesn't get below 76 in the middle of summer. Yeah, that could be.
Yeah, you guys could be here and like fucking 3
hours if you're up right now. No, but here, are you familiar though, honestly, with air conditioning stuff? Should my air conditioner get below 76 in the summer?
For America,
yeah, probably sure it might be a little old, but no, I have no idea about air conditioning at all.
They're in the wrong place.
Well, yeah, but I don't even work with these. We have a couple companies that I work for. So I work for like an engineering company that does like parts for all different kinds of shit. So I like working in the shipping and receiving of that company. And then we have other companies that just like stores all these fucking. Oh my gosh!
So what? Screw around.
However, you want to this time,
no, it's worked all day for the most part. That's like my background. It's beautiful. All the way out wall AC units. It's an eyesore, actually. I wish that my background was like Fruit Loops or some shit. That would be pretty cool.
I know, it makes me want to eat some, but I can't because I'm too much sugar. I ate an entire thing of Girl Scout cookies last night.
Oh, what kind? Yeah.
Well, it was mainly, it was a mixture. It was in this big bowl, but how many I ate had to have been at least an entire pack. It was mainly the peanut butter ones, and then I would mix it. I would eat a peanut butter one, and when I still had some of the peanut butter stuff in my mouth, I would pop in one of the Samoas, and then I would also, or I would put in a peanut butter one, chew about halfway through, and then pop it out of the chocolate caramel, and then finish up my eating, and we mix it in your mouth. But it's not good. I actually got some cowboy boots, and I have some sore on my leg. It's not getting better. So isn't that what happens to people with diabetes? They get sores on their legs and they'll get better.
Dog bites on my legs right now. My neighbor's dog, I was over there the other day to complain about how their dog always started barking and the dog bit me.
You might need to take him to the People's Court to Judge Million. I watch that every day, and there's a decent amount of dog bite episodes. Have you got your shots up to date? Do you have some? Are you walking around with lockjaw right now?
No, I had like just now, like a week, like 2 weeks before, I almost cut my neck off, so I got it at the shop when that happened. And then, so like, I had that. I got close to like cut my off.
I thought you were about to say my nuts off. It's like, holy shit.
No, just working on a washing machine without gloves on like an idiot. My wife was like, you should put gloves on, and I was all irritated.
Yeah, the dog's barking. Wait, so what happens? You stick your hand in the washing machine, or what? How does it cut you?
You know what's
experience a surge of support for the Red Army from this Jewish population. So much so that they had to
I don't. It's like
whoa! How did you just do that one so fast?
Better than I am at it. Yeah, I've been working with that for years.
What's good?
Touched a rifle
it's like a build-up, like a washing machine, like so like in the townhome I'm in, it's not my washing machine, and I guess the person before me used a bunch like fabric softener and shit. Yeah, it was like coming out on my clothes. Like I would wash my clothes and then I would like get them out, put them in the dryer, and there'd be like little brown flakes of like shit on there. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And that's just yeah, it's like built up on the wall of the drum and like the washing plate and stuff. So I had to like take out the washing plate and like take out the drum and then clean all the walls and stuff. And the bolts were like super stuck from being used, you know, for years or however long. So I was like trying to
Later,
socket like
historians
slipped and it's sharp as fuck in there. And my wife said, put on gloves. I don't need gloves. And then I like slipped like 1 minute later and I see like blood splatter across the inside. I was like, oh, great. She's like, get in the car, you fucking idiot. I'm like, all right, let's go, I guess.
I do not feel that is an appropriate way to understand his role.
Actually, I went to like a care now, and the dude, I could have probably done better than the guy.
Scud launcher. Scud launcher. Yes. That's a Scud launcher. And then this is Scud. That's what Saddam Hussein had. Yeah, this is a bunch of Scud.
Yeah,
that's WMEs. Well, I'm glad your hand. Can we see your hand? Does it look?
Oh yeah, actually, it's been like a month. So my knuckles like purple and swollen now. I've got like scar tissue there.
But what ended up happening was
do it to the other one.
There we go. Yeah, it's just like purple and swollen real bad. But the cut itself healed up pretty good.
The image of him as
you know,
purple and swollen real bad. That's what she said.
The story behind his assassination is
And then she died.
the man shown in this photograph standing on the left is Schwarzbart. And basically at this time in 1926.
Cool. Well, Blaine, so nice to talk to you. Good. Godspeed with the neighbors and the dog.
Yeah, I'm hoping that they all die.
Well, just put some, inject antifreeze into a nice T-bone and just throw it over the fence, and that'll kill it. And also the raccoons.
Yeah, and maybe the owner will eat the T-bone too.
Yeah. Well, you could just invite the owner over to eat one night and just get them at your house. So you get their dog, you invite them over, and then you just poison them at your house, and then they go back to their house. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear about your dog. Yeah, you could feed them Gatorade, because sometimes old antifreeze, if you get it off eBay, tastes kind of sweet like Gatorade, so you can put it in Gatorade. So dabbling in Gatorade Munchhouse McGee. Yeah, the glass bottle ones. Don't you like the glass bottle? Yeah. I've been doing Munchhouse and stuff where I've been getting myself sick, so people give me more attention. Munchhouse and Munchhouse.
And of his role in the pogroms.
I know it's sweet. It is a good way. I've done it in the past. Yeah, just act.
Always works like every time.
Just to get some sort of no people. Yeah.
I do not feel that.
There's nothing wrong with that. No. Blaine, wonderful to talk to you, my friend. Thanks so much for calling in.
I do believe that chose to remain
Thank you. We'll be at you in 3 hours.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'll wait here, I guess. If not, when you get here, just fall asleep, and I'll be here in the morning.
Okay. Yeah,
rapid action.
Okay. Love you guys.
Early on, and this allowed the impression.
Oh my gosh, Blaine, hold on, you're still Grant. Oh my gosh, Blaine, you're still here.
Tolerated.
Blaine,
perhaps even
Grant, what the fuck's going on right now?
Grant, cut this guy loose. He told us he had to move the table with the other guy who works here. So Blaine, you're stuck with us for about 30 minutes.
Highly unlikely.
Yeah, so they go, you got any questions for us? Or never seen those?
There are some
Yeah,
historians who claim documentation that would say that, but that documentation is actually not been found.
I mean, I know that.
I would say
I'm
that
open to it. Yeah,
his
it might fuck up
culpability
my
rests
entire like
on
belief
commission
system if that happens. But
failed
yeah, I'm
to
open
take
to it.
actions necessary as
I'd be
the
like,
titular
well,
head of
maybe
this
there's
government,
shit
however
going
fragile,
on.
for fear of
Because right now,
losing
it's
the
like
goals
there's not shit going
This
on.
allowed
It's just this shit, you know. But
expand
I'd be like, God damn it.
We have a similar belief system. Sometimes I'll be walking around and I'll go, there's not shit
he
going
was
on.
exonerated. Under French law, he was required to pay
Yeah, I don't know. I have shit going on right now. Sometimes I do think that too. There is not shit happening.
incredibly insulting.
Yeah, nothing to realize there's not shit going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm stuck in the fucking apartment on the couch most of the time. Yeah,
Fucking AC's not going below 76. It's fucking.
I know, and it's already fucking 80 degrees.
How do you guys feel? Yeah, I was gonna say, how do you feel about the fact that it's February and it's already like 90 degrees yesterday? I'm like, this is a precursor for what summer's gonna be. I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna hit it all. Last summer was too fucking much.
Yeah, no, it scares me for sure. I hate it. So, I don't like it either.
Yeah. hunted my whole life too, and it's all. But you're both from originally pretty warm places, I suppose.
Damn right. Memphis, Tennessee, the river.
Atlanta.
He covered in gnats. You get gnats in Tennessee? Yes, you totally can get gnats.
You take naps.
Learned it from my dad. Siesta. I used to take naps sometimes.
The mattress I wore last year, because like we had an ice storm in February last year, and now this is happening. So
biggest single concentration of Jews in the Soviet Union because the
global sea levels are going to rise. Dick Cheney is going to take executive power, send us all to the nuclear ice age. Are you going to fight, Brian? Would you be willing to fight?
I'm gonna grab my fucking surfboard and I'm gonna rip one, brother.
So what does the Soviet Union do about this? We should recall that at this time there was a lot of
some war broke out. I mean, if Russia ends up having everything that they started claiming the other day, and then we actually end up going to war,
period which is called war communism, which lasts until 1920. It overlaps the Civil War, and it is a period where the communists try desperately
sense of purpose where
to
I
bring
could go.
this overwhelmingly agrarian society
and we just
rapidly into a
fight,
communist
and
future,
a lot of us die. I know.
Karl Marx,
But
when
it'd be
he
a fun, like
outlined
something is
his
happening
vision
now.
of
It
the
would be so
march
nice to not have
towards
to worry
the
about being
progress that
funny.
he
You
called
could just fight
communism.
for it.
He
Yeah,
really
just
didn't
fight. Yeah, you don't have to worry about
anticipate
going on a stage
that
anymore.
they
Just
were largely
blast. Just
pre-industrial.
fuck
So
you have
they
one
have a
mission.
really
That's all
difficult
you're
time
worried about.
trying to
You
make
can wear whatever you want to.
backward agrarian communities behave
Well, what are
like
you doing?
modern
You
technological
were cocking. You were
communist
loading it up.
And so they decided to back off, and they
Oh,
adopted
no.
a new program called the New Economic Policy.
Oh, no.
And this is sort of like a clamping down of the rapid
Have you got any new tattoos lately?
of agriculture.
No, I
and things like
just
that.
have
And that
the
proves to be the breathing
for
room
so
that a lot of
interesting
people
you asked me
need
that. I
to begin to
actually,
rebuild the economy.
sometimes when I'm
after
standing naked in the
4 years
bathroom,
of
just
World War and
just
2
looking
years
at
of
myself,
Civil
I
War.
fucking, I'm
Sorry,
looking at my
there's
leg.
also a tremendous change at the top of the
Fucking
political
idiot. No, I'm
establishment.
kidding. I don't.
Lenin
But I needed to. I
is
should have maybe
described
stuck
as
with
the
all black and
mastermind
white. I
behind
have the one color
communist
one now, and I
revolution.
love it.
Has a stroke.
But I might just have to
And the
get
last
more or
2 years
something
of his
because with
life
how it looks right now, it looks kind of nutty.
So that leaves a kind of a
Or maybe not. I don't
gap,
know.
Like a
vacuum
view,
of
and then
power,
it like looks
in
weird.
which
You
both
you're
Trotsky
like, I
and
gotta get more
Stalin
up.
and other
It looks
figures
weird.
of
That
power
shit sucks.
are
I do
all
that all the time.
jockeying to take
Yeah,
advantage
looks
of.
like you got a bunch of
Ultimately,
tents
the
on your
winner
arm.
would be Stalin, as we shall see.
Yeah, like
But
my arms,
for now,
my
we should
torso,
talk about the
my
Jewish
fucking
aspect.
legs.
Stalin is not a friend of the Jews at all. Stalin
No, you're
definitely
not.
has a
Stop. It looks good. I mean, you
distinct
I'm so
anti-Semitism
fucked
that will
with
eventually
shirts. No, you're
express
not.
itself to its
Stop.
fullest later on in his reign. But
Does
this
your
time
wife
it's
like
still
him?
too weak to really,
Well,
articulate it.
oh yeah, she's
And
fine with
more
them.
moderate,
She's got a few,
sometimes
but she's not
Jewish-inspired
new.
ideas dominate the
crazy.
party for
I'm
its
the one
first
that's on.
decade. It established something called
What's your
Yevsektia,
most advanced
which
tattoo?
is a Russian acronym
That's
for
called
the
burning
Jewish.
church on my
It is actually,
chin.
yeah, it is a Russian
On your
acronym.
chin?
not Jewish. It is a Russian acronym
A
for the
burning
Jewish
church?
section of the
Like,
Communist
what
Party.
is that?
The idea being
Signify?
that
I knew,
the
William, I knew
Jews,
you were gonna
because they are a
Oh,
highly
no, we
distinctive
shouldn't have
population,
asked.
very different
No, it's just like
demographically,
a,
economically,
like,
No, I don't.
religiously, linguistically,
yeah,
the
there's
broader
like,
population.
no, there's no people
They
that
need a special communist party
Makes
in
it worry.
order to move
Yeah,
them
a little
towards
better.
communist ideals.
Why are somebody
Recognizing
burning
their
it down?
special,
it's like
sort
a,
of
it's like a
complexion.
symbolism.
And ironically,
Why
they're
are so many
paralleled
burning
by
it
a
down? Why?
women's
Yeah.
section of the Communist
There
Party.
we go, Grant's
For
back.
similar reasons,
Grant,
which
Grant.
would
I
also
guess
have
that's enough
exactly
to
the
cut
same
this
lifestyle
fucker
as
loose.
the Jewish section. They've all been done by anthropology of Stalin players. Now it's like emphasis.
No,
Yiddish
we
to
keep
Irish
playing.
guys.
It's a
Nothing is
pleasure.
so
Your
mixed.
sweet tooth
Let's
cold.
move on
Thank
with
you.
real communism.
problem, guys.
Yevsektia was specifically
All
set
right,
up.
you can come get one of these ACs whenever you want. I'm fucking recording it. I'm sorry.
Are you sad? You sound sad. Are you okay? Tell us.
I'm ready to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Religious identity.
But yeah, I'm really, really sad.
lead this effort.
All right.
And have some
Yeah,
interesting
Yeah,
conversations.
it's okay. Oh,
Perhaps
just
the
joking.
most significant
Whoa.
aspect of the Yevsektia
Okay, bye, Blaine.
was
I gotta
initially
get back to it.
determined
Thank you
the
for talking
on
with me.
Jewish religion. So remember that the
Easter.
Communist Party is adopting
I don't know.
a distinctly anti-religious stance, based on Marx's ideas.
Get that image
The
off.
fact that Marx himself was born Jew, later baptized by his
Yeah, the
parents,
tattoos are nice.
irrelevant.
Yeah, I like
perhaps
that.
one of the most notorious
Yeah, we like that.
self-hating Jews
Should we
in
do
modern
one
history.
more?
You guys want to do a
The
quickie?
whole idea of religion in the Marxist
And I want to really apologize. I can't believe I botched
is that it
things
is an
so
opiate
hard
of the
today.
masses.
So, Casey, I really
It
did
is a drug that keeps people stupid.
I accept your
What
apology and that you
specifically
can't blame
does it
yourself.
Okay.
No one thought this
delete
was
from
going to
their
happen.
vision?
Okay.
It
I know.
obfuscates the importance
I have to
of
think about that.
class
I have to
in
remember
their
that.
lives,
It's not,
and
you
that
know,
their
sometimes I
true
feel like
enemies are not the adherents
always in
of
the garden,
rival religious
you know,
movements or
and like
national
Jesus, how
groups,
he was in the
but in
garden. But
reality
Jesus
their
wasn't
true
always in
enemies
the
are
garden.
their
Like
class
Jesus was out
enemies.
there
And so
doing all kinds of
doctrinaire Marxism teaches
and the world's not always
atheism in order to allow people to see
Whiplash.
through the veil of religious promises.
You just
The
go,
fact
I
that
didn't
they are
realize that when you join, you just get let in one by one.
Oh, yeah, I don't know how Grant, I don't know how his ass is doing it.
Expression of this
Oh
organization
God, I can see myself. Jesus Christ, look how bold I look.
No, look at me. I'm the one who looks bald in Whiplash. It looks like you at least have some hair underneath where you shave. I don't have. If I shaved, it wouldn't look like that.
It would just think I'm going your way with it.
Do I?
I think I was going your way.
Difficult task because
I just
although
made
this
the
is a
decision after a long week of work to fucking cut it off.
society that is
Nice. Well, looks good. So that's a new look.
secular approach. This
Yeah,
is
pretty
still
much,
the hard
pretty much.
path.
Getting used to it.
Orthodoxy.
Oh, nice. Wait, so where are you right now?
I'm in Manchester in the UK.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, what time is it?
Yeah.
And the image on the left, which is more of a
Okay, what time is it?
anti-Jewish
I think it's
Jesus
sometime.
is
Oh,
giving
there we go.
out alcohol to
I don't
other
know.
guests. These
It's a
party, and
nine-ish.
they're
Oh,
giving themselves stupid,
9:41 maybe.
and the whole idea of the
Maybe
mass
or 8:41, something like that. I'm just sat here waiting for
with
some of my
regards
friends to join me on
the
Xbox
Jews, there was
because
decided
that's all I do.
emphasis on trying
Well, it's
to
not.
extirpate religion.
Yeah, what
Sometimes
Baldur's
they
Gate
were
3.
co-opted, like they wrote special
Skates.
red haggadahs that were designed to try and
I've heard of
Well,
it.
really,
they really
yeah,
were
have you not heard of it?
rescued from Moses.
I've
from
heard of it.
Egypt
I'm
by
just
Moses.
balls
They
deep
were
in The
actually
Last of
rescued
Us
from,
2 remaster right now. They have the wonderful
Russian
game mode, and I
monarchs
started playing the
by
game
Stalin.
again on hard
Crazy
plus.
kind of
So
messages.
resources are
But
very
overall,
limited, and
go
it's
to
been
the
very
party and
difficult.
I
But I have loved it. Yeah, I'm balls.
I nearly got through the first one. Yeah, and then I got stuck. I was getting killed when I was playing Ellie.
And so it means
Oh my gosh! Well, think about playing the second one. It's wonderful. I have to cut the cutscenes though. I have to skip them. It's too sad. If you thought the first one was dramatic, wait until you get to the second one. I have to skip the cutscenes. I cannot watch any of them again.
Yeah, you ain't seen
I
nothing.
need the type of game that will watch the cutscenes. I'm terrible at skipping everything. I'm just getting into combat. Let me just kill things.
I pretty much always skip them, but The Last of Us 2, when I first played it, I had to watch it because it's like you're playing a movie almost. I had to watch it, but it's just too freaking sad. And then I get real angry with what's happening. Even though I'm playing it, so I'm causing this, but I get super angry, so I can't watch the cutscenes anymore. But yeah, for this game, I did. For this game, I would recommend it for sure.
So yeah, so I'll put in my playlist next. I'm really into all the Dark Souls type games.
Yiddish was regarded
So
as
I played them all in order. So I realized those ones where you basically I feel like it's working because I work a lot. So I feel like I like a game where you just sit and work.
Yiddish was good.
That's what I do in The Last of Us Part 2 remaster. I just look around for things to craft my. In all of the abandoned buildings, I just run everywhere and check every nook and cranny. It's insane. It's like other material.
Baldur's Gate 3 then there's lots of things just to walk around and find and search for. The story changes constantly depending on if you decide to play an evil person or not.
Now, there
So, you know, you can run around and just kill everybody. So,
Yiddish is about 20%.
we're playing an evil run now. I played the nice run. I want to see what it's like on an evil run.
retained
people
of the
remember.
language.
It's quite clever.
So
So
the
you don't get away with
Yiddishists
anything.
of the period,
Cool.
working with the
Have you
policy
ever beaten
colonization,
anybody up
tried to
outside of like the
edit Yiddish
Manchester
so it
football
does not
stadium?
have that Hebrew
No,
root. So, for example,
I haven't.
Hebrew
I
is
love
not
being with all the
like Yiddish,
tattoos and
a
stuff,
phonetic
but
language. It
I
doesn't
You ever
have
beat the
vowels.
shit out of anybody over there?
I'm a big pussy. I'm a big pussy. I just walk around looking intimidating, but if you talk to me, I'd run away.
I hear you. That's what I do. That's what my movements
Yeah.
are
My
off.
brother is literally just messaged me right now because we're massive fans of the two of you, saying Casey Rockets. Kill Tony. That's so funny.
So excited. Hell yeah. It's
So what
wonderful.
they did was,
Casey's great.
the
Casey'll do a
Soviets,
great
when they
job.
tried
It's
to
going
work
good
with
so
Hebrew
far, my
and
Flash.
Yiddish,
I'm excited.
they either forbade them,
Yeah,
or if they
I
couldn't
mean,
forbid
watching the
forbid
two
them
of you
because
evolve
they're
has
so
been
important,
freaking brilliant.
they would
So much fun. I
transliterate
really
them
hope you come over here because,
phonetically
it's
using Yiddish.
Yeah, we
So,
have
for
to.
example,
I
the
agree. I would love to. I've only ever been to Canada. I've never been
his name of our famous
out of
English
America,
for
but
example,
Flash, I'll be
but
honest,
it
I
was spelled in Hebrew.
rewatched
So they
Braveheart
respelled
recently,
it
and I don't know if I
Holocaust.
could step foot in
They
England
respelled
after
it Irish,
watching
then
them. Oh my
Irish,
gosh, that stuff.
which is pronounced
Yes,
MS.
I
And
don't think it's
it's
so
never
accurate, but I mean, I have some Scottish heritage, and
unless
England,
they
the English
are
people
aware
are
that
just Scottish people. Whiplash, so I don't know if I can step foot in
Ukrainians had it even worse in some ways, because
Yeah,
as
you
I
may not
mentioned
survive,
earlier,
to be honest.
this
Well, it's
lecture in
probably a good thing,
Ukraine,
yeah.
Syria, like Russian Syria,
No, I'd be fine over there. What did I? I'm kidding.
They also wanted to try and bring
Yeah.
associated Russian, although they were
I was kidding.
they also wanted specifically to assimilate Ukrainians to Russia. So they made the letter G in Ukrainian illegal. That's made the letter illegal. That's because the Ukrainian letter G is written differently than the Russian letter G. And Ukrainians have a different letter called the letter H in English, which is pronounced in Russian like the letter G. And it's complicated. But I think it's so ironic because if you look at this book here, this is the cover of the Chabad Siddur, the Chabad prayer book, and it is in a Hebrew Russian translation. And if you look over here, you see that it's called Tehillah Hashem, and the word, the sound H for Hashem, meaning the name of God, it doesn't have a Russian equivalent. So the Chabad movement added a special
Work at a Waffle House so
letter,
she can continue doing what she loves most, fist fighting black
women.
women.
You have to pronounce it like an H. So it's a little accent they've added. So ironically, the Russians try to take a letter away from the Ukrainian alphabet. The Jews instead add a letter to the Russian alphabet. I think that's kind of fun. They also, at this time, towards the end of this period, even attempt to replace the popularity of Zionism with a bizarre experiment, something called Birobidzhan, which is declared a homeland for the Jews, a Jewish autonomous oblast located way out in the far east, not too far from the Chinese border and the Pacific Ocean. The only real thing speaking for this territory is its proximity to authentic Asian food, and the fact that it could have been a huge refuge for Jews had Stalin allowed it to be so during the Holocaust. But of course, that was not Stalin's thinking, and although it became officially a Jewish autonomous oblast with Yiddish as its official language and for a time center of publishing and culture, nevertheless it was not successful in saving the many hundreds of thousands of Jews who could have used it as a refuge during the war. So all of this ends in 1930 and beyond, as Joseph Stalin is able to consolidate his control over the Soviet Union. He embarks on a series of 5-year plans in which he brutally attempts to force the Soviet Union into a rapidly industrialized phase to make it catch up with the West. Among the incredible tragedies associated with this is the Ukrainian Holodomor, what's called in English perhaps the terror famine, an artificial famine that was occasioned by Stalinist policies related to his aggressive push for industrialization that killed literally millions of people in Ukraine. There is still some doubt as to the true scope of it, but 3 or 4 million is considered a very low estimate. It could easily have exceeded 6 million people. It is a remarkable phenomenon. It was not nearly as well studied as the Holocaust, but it had a searing impact on the Ukrainian memory. And the fact that one of the key figures behind the implementation of Ukrainian policies, Stalinist policies in Ukraine, was a Jewish communist named Lazar Kaganovich, certainly did not help the overall impression of Jews, as we shall see tomorrow when we turn to the Holocaust. But it turns out that in the later part of the 1930s, the Soviet Union goes into this terrible phase of the purges, which I won't go into detail now, but Jews, like all Soviets, were caught up in this bitterly, and it was a period of great horrors for the larger population. But at this point, I've got to end for my hour. Tomorrow, we're going to look, God willing, at the implications of the Soviet popularity among Jews in the so-called bloodlands, the region that would be between Nazi Germany and Stalin's Soviet Union, and we'll see how that plays out in the Holocaust. Well, thank you very much for your endurance and your attention, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning.
KFI, more stimulating talk. I'm Mark Rohner in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A nurse at several hospitals in Riverside County has been arrested for the alleged sexual assault of an unconscious patient. The man from Lake Elsinore was arrested yesterday. The Riverside County Sheriff's Department says its Special Victims Unit began investigating the assault case last month. Investigators say they found evidence at the nurse's home connected to the case. USC says it's ready for budget cuts and layoffs as its deficit passes $200 million. The university plans to lay off staff, sell property, and cut the salaries of some top employees. One official blames rising costs.
In this penultimate lecture, we'll look at the most difficult chapter of the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz, and that is, of course, the history of the Holocaust. Thankfully, it is the penultimate chapter because we will have one lecture after the break in which we're going to look at post-Holocaust Ashkenaz. Thank God there is a post-Holocaust Ashkenaz.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing?
So let us begin just with a couple of preliminary remarks about the terminology and the scope of this very big treatment of such a colossal event in Jewish and in world history. First of all, the term Holocaust is somewhat problematic. Several terms were coined in the course of the years after World War II in an attempt to describe the magnitude of this tremendous earth-shattering unprecedented genocide. There were prior genocides. We spoke briefly about the First World War, for example.
You don't know anything about Mars? You literally look like a human transmission.
So I sold Hondas. Application of modern bureaucratic slaughter.
And then when I went to the garage, they had me, at first I was working in sales, and I was doing like cold calls
to destroy all of
to buy a car, which is
These
crazy.
are
I literally had to sell one car.
Cry out for
Because they'd be like, you want a new car? I'd be like, no, yeah,
struggle to find it. The term Holocaust has largely been accepted in scholarly and certainly the popular world, but it has its limitations. It's basically a Latin translation of the Hebrew word olah, which is a type of sacrifice offered to God, as described in Leviticus. The olah is a sacrifice which is completely burnt. Sometimes you see it translated as burnt offering. And there is certain levels of kind of a poetic rise for this in the sense that, so many, but certainly a minority of the victims of the Holocaust were in fact completely burnt up in the crematorium. But it has problematic aspects as well. For example, if we are comparing the victims of the Holocaust specifically used in this context, although of course there are many other victims. Roma, for example, suffered very heavily and severe mental and physical disabilities were singled out. Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, both classes of people, and of course the general enslavement of slavs in all the but if we are somehow to use the term Holocaust to describe this phenomenon, we're look at those in context. The God received cleansing from Roma from people, whatever that exactly means. Does that mean that somehow the sacrifices of the Holocaust were desired by God? That's certainly very problematic. And if the victims of the Holocaust are to look off on themselves, does that mean that the Nazis are, God forbid, somehow the high priests? Very, very hard thing, or the priests, I should say. Very, very hard thing to tolerate. Several other terms are in some usage among Orthodox Jews, particularly those of an older generation. They tend to use the Hebrew term for God, usually pronounced the Ashkenazi Yiddish pronunciation, which ties the Holocaust to the great destructions of the temples in Jerusalem in ancient times. And that gives you essentially the magnitude with which they regard this event. In Israel, the term Shoah is very popular. That has a kind of generic meaning of destruction in general. It's also a biblical Hebrew term, but it lacks the problematic association with the sacrifices. But we will work at any rate with the term Holocaust for our purposes. Now, I only have an hour to go through this horrible event, and I'm going to get through it, unfortunately, trying to give a succinct overview, especially for those of you who are in this audience who are not well familiar with the Holocaust. But I would like to point out that I have an online course which is free and open to the world on my website, henryabramson.com, and I certainly encourage you to sign up for that course so that you'll be able to get this video anytime. Certainly you can watch the dozens of lectures I have there on many aspects of the Holocaust to be more well educated on this terrible moment in human history, which has implications for us all, Jewish and non-Jewish. But for today, for this purpose, we're just going to take 1 hour to try and survey the entire event. Let us begin with interwar Germany. So, in the last lecture, we spoke about the implications of World War I, and specifically, we looked at the map of Europe after World War I, after the Peace Treaty had completely on the entire map. There were big losers in World War I, specifically Germany and Austria-Hungary lost a tremendous amount of territory. They were essentially blamed for starting World War I, although if you look at the unfolding causes of that war conflagration, it's not entirely clear that they bear sole responsibility for the chain reaction events that led to those incredible hostilities. But at any rate, that's the way the victors determined these things were. Many Germans, Austrians, Hungarians, and so on were very upset with it. Many of them chose to seek intellectual refuge in the political ideologies associated with revisionism, meaning they wanted to revise those the element that is specifically attached to a kind of anti-Semitic impetus is this thing that the Germans called the stab in the back. Basically, the argument went that the German troops and their allied forces were actually doing fairly well in the war. It had bogged down on both fronts, but nevertheless, they really did control a much larger amount of territory than they started with when the war broke out. And then because of internal weakness and war weariness in their countries that, according to those who advanced this theory, really pointed to Jewish peace agitators and communist agitators in some cases. They prematurely surrendered, and they left their soldiers behind in the field. This is the basic idea of the Dolchstoß, the betrayal from within, a stab in the back. You can see in this Austrian propaganda from the period that really encapsulates the mood of the era. On the left is the lantern-jawed, determined Austrian soldier. Steely-eyed gaze as he bravely defends the front from any attackers. But unbeknownst to him, there's these dark storm clouds that gather, and this grotesque woman with a strange kind of French-style hat. And in case you miss the iconographic elements of the large nose and the thick lips and the four locks, the payos on the sides of the head, there's a Star of David on the hat, so you won't make any mistake. And she stabs him in the back, betraying the entire country and allowing the enemies to overrun the borders. Right? That's the idea of the Dolchstoß. And this resentment over the anti-war movement really consumed a lot of the Axis powers at the time, and ultimately contributed to Hitler's rise to power, which is a fascinating topic in itself, but takes us a little bit further away from our focus on the Jews of Ashkenaz. So I refer you once again to my totally free and open to the global community course on the Holocaust. Here's another example, from Austria in the early post-war period. It's an election campaign poster, and you can see it says, actually,
welcome, Frosty.
Cut off on the top that says,
how you living, pimp?
It says German Christians and save Austria.
Are you ready to play a game?
Deutsche German.
Not right now, no, I haven't had a shower or anything yet. Woke up more than an hour, 2 hours back. The morning's so kind of slow because I go to the wall my shit in the morning. Were you able to my walk and shit? Were you able to quit smoking?
You see that there's the Austrian eagle there, and it's being
I mean, the vape thing is way worse. Like,
strange.
It started to make me sick. The vape.
Snake
So I just quit
that is
that.
clearly identified as the Jew.
Okay.
The hook nose, the thick lips, the payos. It's a trope for the era. A yarmulke.
So this is
and smiling.
I like lately there have been a lot of
Hitler
Jewish
rising
teachings on Christians, because Christians don't have like a full, like it's very rare. It's problematic sometimes because we don't have a very holistic faith. Remember I told you about it, right?
Yeah.
So that's slowly changing because
star popular with Germans.
Like
never wins
I don't know. They're focusing more on Trinity rather than saints and stuff, like just regular living kind of thing.
Minority chunk.
You got a new pope.
He is able to finally take control of the government.
Yeah. What else has happened since then? I don't remember the news again. Yeah, the Israel-Palestine thing got pretty bad, right? Still is. Word dog. And then Iran. Yeah.
They established the Nuremberg.
What do you think is happening with the Israel-Palestine thing? I don't know. I don't know, man. I just like I get annoyed when like people kind of get upset by it all the time because
rhetoric.
I don't know. Some people just watch like tragedy after, Yeah, I mean, call it out. Then it happens again, and they call it out. Right. I want world peace, so that's my stance on it.
In an intentional way, the use of Cyclone Bay in the gas chambers.
Yeah.
But rather,
what about Palestine? What do you think? Like,
his desire that Jews
gonna happen?
Suffer the same.
I don't know. I'm not a soothsayer. I just know I want peace.
That he and other German soldiers had suffered during World War I, specifically chlorine and mustard gas. But nevertheless,
there are a lot of Jews who are anti-Zionist as well.
Demagogic statements.
I don't know why they have that
identify the Jews.
I don't know. It's sort of like
so one of the very first efforts in this regard was this law, the Nuremberg Law, which clearly defined this eternal question: who is a Jew? And as you can see on the left, you have Deutschblütige, or German-blooded. These are Germans who have no Jewish grandparents.
Is this about Nazi culture or something?
What's going to happen?
Yeah, it's about the Holocaust.
Interwar years continue and you go into the Holocaust. German citizens will have.
Would you rate Trump as being like just as nefarious as Hitler?
Oh, I don't get political like that.
Industry of genealogy that develops. Then you have moving to the right.
Yeah, I guess that's the same thing.
Second degree mixed race.
I don't know. I just study
one Jewish parent.
Law, right?
In Jewish law,
that's my thing.
The maternal line has a special consideration that if one's mother is Jewish,
even like dictators, like really harsh dictators, belong to like sort of archetype.
But the Nazis didn't care about that. They're working with this
and it's the same with Hitler, is that
ideology. It didn't matter whether it was paternal or maternal.
His ideology of the anti-Semitism was that
mixed race is someone who has
it was rigid on
parents. And as soon as you get to the point where you have a person with 3 Jewish grandparents, that's called a Jew, right?
On bloodline.
The second from the right and the right.
What happens is that sometimes kind of, I don't know what it does.
And the reason why this was significant and important is because Germany had actually a very high intermarriage rate between Jews and non-Jews over the last.
We still don't know what happened at the end of World War II, for example.
Nowhere near the intermarriage rate that pertains, for example, with American Jews.
You know, like we know what happened after World War II, but we don't know what exactly really happened at the end of World War II.
And so that meant that a lot of people were partially Jewish, and the state had to identify them and to categorize exactly which restrictions would be applied to them.
No, but I sort of think like people don't get it too much because Putin talks about it a lot, but it's like everything, every war is based on
once you had a definition of Jews,
geopolitical conflict happening in different regions of the world.
Such as,
it's precisely the same reason that people form alliances, like countries form alliances.
Or you can put up signs outside town saying Jews are unwelcome here or are unwelcome guests and things like that. And you can slowly start, isolating them from the larger community, which you see in a whole series of laws that are imposed after that Nuremberg rally, excluding Jews from civil service, excluding Jews from working, for example, as teachers in public schools, and of course excluding them as children from the public schools themselves. All kinds of things that were imposed upon them through legal discrimination. But the lowest point before the war is undoubtedly a massive nationwide pogrom called Kristallnacht that clearly had advanced
like when you study a lot
for some kind of pretext in order to
I don't know if you have to do that anyway, but I don't know, maybe you have like something that you have some stuff forward.
On the night of
November 9th,
1938.
Have you decided like specifically to like the teaching stuff?
A very clear signal to the Jews.
What do you mean?
That situation was escalating.
Like you could combine kind of like grand of whatever this is, right, and use it to teach like modern era stuff in Judaism, whatever it is.
Perhaps I've thought about being a professor, but I, at this point, just am a lifelong learner. So I like to learn, and one of my favorite topics is Jewish history, so that's what I like to watch.
The reason it's referred to as Kristallnacht, which means
what is
Jewish history.
Refers to the tremendous number of shop windows that were broken.
Yeah,
as the rioters went through the towns, led by some of the hooligans of elements in the Nazi Party. There's literally glass all over the streets, littering the streets, and so that's why it acquired that particular name. This signaled to Jews, without any doubt, if there were any questions beforehand, that they had to leave Germany. And as you can see from this map, about 130,000 of the 500,000 Jews living in Germany at that time managed to flee before 1937, before Kristallnacht. The great challenge, however, was that most nations had been closing the doors to immigration over the late 1920s and into the 1930s, and it was very difficult for Jews to gain visas to be able to actually immigrate to some other safe climate. One of the most terrifying examples is the voyage of the St. Louis, or St. Louis, which was a boat carrying Jewish refugees at this time from Germany to Cuba. And from Cuba, as was the custom at that time, there was a brief window where people could get transit visas to Cuba. And then once they were in Cuba, they would attempt to immigrate typically to the United States or to South America, or some might even stay in Cuba. But the United States objected to this ship, which was not even going to land on its shores. And it was moored off the coast of Miami Beach for weeks as diplomats wrangled over it. Ultimately, the St. Louis was sent back to Europe with all of its passengers, most of whom were killed in the Holocaust following. It's a terrible, terrible period, and one upon which we should really reflect as we have such a massive displacement of refugees in the Russian attack on Ukraine. Now, the war actually breaks out September 1st, 1939. One of the key diplomatic events that makes the war possible is a secret pact called the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact that is signed by the foreign ministers of the Soviet Union, Molotov, and the Third Reich, Ribbentrop. And this was essentially a non-aggression pact between two erstwhile enemies. I mean, the Nazis representing fascism on the one hand, and the communists representing, socialism on the other hand. They were like bitter enemies. But when Hitler proposed to Stalin that they should cooperate, and the prize for both of them would be the acquisition of the territories that separated them, Stalin was very happy to accept. And so what happened on September 1st, 1939 is in a coordinated attack, the Nazis invaded Poland and the Baltic states from the west, and the Soviet Union invaded from the east. They met at a border that at which point they had previously agreed not to attack each other. And so why this is especially important for German purposes is this meant that the Nazis had a safe eastern front in 1939. Once the area was pacified, then Hitler could turn his attention to the west in the attack on France and Belgium and elsewhere, and ultimately that's what he did. Later in 1941, he would double-cross Stalin, taking him by surprise, and invade the Soviet Union, but that's a little further down the line in our story. But for now, what happens is you get this map that you're looking at here, a Polish language map, and the key line for us is the red line, which demonstrates the non-aggression tract boundary that was defined by the Soviet Union and the Nazis prior to the war. The territories on the left side, the west, were taken over by Germany. Some of them were outright annexed, basically on racial grounds. If the dominant population there were ethnically German, then they were simply annexed to the Third Reich, and all undesirable populations, including Jews, were pushed out into that green region in the center, which is extremely important, the so-called general government. This was not an area that was annexed by Germany, and in fact, the Nazi bureaucrats in charge of it were not entirely clear what they were supposed to do with all of the Jews that were being forced into the region. We don't have space or time to go into this in greater detail, but it is important to recognize that the Third Reich was an unusual combination of chaotic, spontaneous, impetuous leadership with a very dedicated, detail-oriented bureaucracy. It's a very unusual combination in which, Hitler would essentially approve radical initiatives and then hand it off to the bureaucrats who would go and actually figure out how to operationalize Hitler's will. And if Hitler would change his mind, then, the bureaucrats would have to undo what they had been doing or work on something else. And they did so with great fidelity. But it also meant that at the highest levels of the government, there was chaos and often contradictory impulses. But we won't go into that in greater detail. But anyway, the general government is going to be extremely important to this heavily concentrated, and they would work towards their
Can you do an Irish accent?
conclusion or the final solution.
Only when I'm taking the piss out
The
of my
first thing that's happening in Egypt
Irish and Catholic, and
they established numerous ghettos. As you can see, they scattered throughout the
Stop
region.
getting those
This map
tattoos, you
shows
look crazy.
the post-1941
That's what she
period.
said.
So that's what I'm saying. So get mad. Is that a way? Is that one of the times you get mad at her? Like, Whiplash, what are you? Stop gaming so much. Stop playing Baldur's Gate so much.
The green, the yellow, and black ones were established
so she doesn't see me.
first invasion.
No, but
And
pretend
this
like
they have not clearly articulated and defined
Whiplash, put the milk
what
down.
they were
That's not
intending to
milk.
do
That's
with
syrup.
the Jews. They certainly wanted to
I
control
thought you were
them.
going to say semen, but
And the
anyway.
ghettos were
Whiplash, that's
a
semen.
subject
Don't
of some
get nice
debate
jar
in
from
the
the cabinet.
internal Nazi hierarchy. Ultimately,
What do
of
you
course,
say
they
in the Irish
decided in
accent
favor
when
of
you're
them
mad at your
against the
mom?
arguments that, it would spread typhus and things like that.
Whiplash,
Meant
please
rebellion
don't leave us hanging like
and
that.
all those things.
We never get an Englishman
but
on
this
an
goes to a
Irish
much
accent with
larger
the Irish
issue
passport. We
in
never get this Whiplash,
historiography and the
please.
Holocaust as
I
well.
really wish I
That
didn't think about that.
sort of
Don't
pits
tell
two
us this.
major
It's already been a really
bodies
rough day
of
for both of us.
thinkers against
You
each
had a big
other.
old
It's
sandwich
very
and it wasn't that
important
good.
to understand this. Let me just mention it
What do I say?
one
Let me
school
just
of
get
thought,
let
which
me
really
frame in
emerges
mind.
from the immediate
Put that
post-war
jar
era
away.
of the Nuremberg
Oh
War
god, this
trial.
is so fucking
There's a school
embarrassing.
of thought called
I will
intentionalism.
here we go.
This was pioneered by great historians like Lucy Davidas, for example. And the argument was among intentionalists that Hitler and his Nazi party intended from the earliest
I love
period
it, Whiplash.
to murder
It was
all the
good.
Jews of
I mean,
Europe.
he doesn't even
And
sound
they
Irish.
certainly can draw a pretty
Please,
straight
can you just delete
line
this whole
from
thing as you were going down
statements
this
that Hitler
It was
made,
good, Whiplash.
decisions that were laid out,
Move it to the
that it was
front
all
of the
kind of
episode.
an
Put you at the
unfolding
front
plan
so
to
everybody
destroy
can see it.
the
Oh god, my life. I'm never I'm
in
just
the 1970s in particular, however,
Just a teaser for coming up on the
interpretation
William
began to
Montgomery.
emerge among historians called the
Whiplash, before we
functionalist
get
model,
off, because we have to leave,
which
do you
many
have what
scholars,
is the
Martin
ghost
Rothschild, one of the
situation
early ones,
over in
Christopher Browning,
Manchester?
my
Do
own
you
teacher,
believe in
Michael
ghosts,
Maris,
or where you live? Is it haunted? What are your thoughts?
in which they say that there's no question that Hitler and his close associates were incredibly virulent anti-Semites of colossal order, and they certainly will not have looked askance at the idea of this mass murder, but
my
they
brother
really
stayed once in
actually planned this from the beginning.
There
Were
was a
they that
hotel,
organized?
prison.
They point to all kinds of contradictory elements, like, for example, the
Him and his friend
plans
got
to
it really into
resettle
their mind
Jews
that
in
it was
the region,
haunted.
or the
But
plans
essentially,
to take the island of Madagascar and expel all
screaming like
Jews
something
there.
touched him,
And the
and
fact
he
that
left
Jews
the
were
hotel
actually
at 3
free
a.m.
to leave
and had to try
the
to find
Third
another
Reich right up
hotel.
until
Apparently,
1940.
it's haunted. It
Well,
used to be an old like prison.
if I remember correctly.
So,
They were really intending to murder
Is it
all of them.
Ottawa?
Why would they
Haunted
Yeah.
Ottawa. Yeah, no, I got somebody touching my
Furthermore,
leg in Austin a year or two ago.
real
Somebody, I was laying on the
smoking
bed
gun
and somebody touched my leg and it
that
scared me.
clearly
Fuck,
indicates
really?
the Nazi desire to murder all the Jews of
Yeah, I
Europe.
got haunted. We
was
were
dated quite late. Dated
January
January
no one's ever touched me.
1942.
Yeah.
Was it possible that they don't have any
Yeah, especially with that new haircut. I'm like, gosh, you're going to be getting touched. Don't worry.
Functionalists argue that while this is not diminishing the anti-Semitism that was present in the Nazi Party and its leadership,
Okay,
but they argue that plans to murder all the Jews of Europe grew out of a function of the war. Meaning, as the war was progressing, and Nazis began to experiment with different policies and procedures, they began to see that actually
started out. I started thinking this might be one of the all-time episodes. I think it ended up top 20. Me too. I think we easily top 20
experimentation and through testing the waters and things like that.
So
that's a major difference in intellectuals and the intellectuals and functionalists that characterizes much of the historiography. There's no question that the dominant interpretive mode that most scholars use today leans towards a functionalist interpretation, and it helps explain a lot of the internal contradictions that seem to be going on in the Nazi camp. But to return to our narrative, for developing these ghettos, first in the German-controlled regions and later after 1941 in
manifestos to the William Montgomery Show
at gmail.com. And they have a divided opinion as to how exactly they are two main models that seem to coexist with each other. Once again, an indication of the lack of clarity on Nazis as to what they're supposed to do with all these Jews piling up
check out William online at William.f.Montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube. Check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night.
The thinking was
Find
that,
more of me, Casey Rocket, at
for the
Patreon.com/Casey
ghettos,
Rocket. Follow me on
not
Instagram
really
at Casey
outlining
Rocket.
these things
This
for
episode
anybody.
of William Montgomery Show
Local bureaucrats are trying to figure out
ATX
these issues
Studios
on
right
their
here
own.
in the heart of Austin,
So
Texas.
this was regarded
Montgomery Show is
as an
produced by
example
William
of
Montgomery. The anthem is
used
sung
for
by
slave
William
labor.
Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. William Montgomery Show is a Fanny Hill production. Thanks for joining us. See you
Reputation
next
as
time.
a textile center, and Jews were heavily concentrated there in that industry, the traditional kind of industry for Jews to be involved in. And so the key to survival in which, at least for most of its duration, was to get a work permit, to be useful. And Jews were employed in slave-like conditions to produce, military uniforms and warm linings for
Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William
kinds of things like
Montgomery
that.
Show.
Ultimately, the production model would fail because those Jews would also be sent to the gas station. But for much of the early period of the war, that seems to be the way that they thought they were supposed to operate.
As always,
Others, like
William is joined by the lovely
were
Erica.
operating on a model which scholars
I'm
call
Casey Rocket.
attrition, meaning
And
the
now
Jews
here
were
he
essentially
is,
to be
the
rounded up,
big red machine,
concentrated
the
in
Memphis
areas,
Strangler,
and then
William
allowed to die
Montgomery.
of starvation and disease. Which also, Warsaw did not have any major industries that were especially useful to the Nazis.
Slept a little late.
They were given sparingly from time to time a ridiculously low ration of food, like 150 calories per
I was
person.
watching this show called The
Absurd, no one could survive on that. And so the Jews of Warsaw strove to figure out ways to smuggle in food from the outside, to engage in bribery with local Germans and Poles to try and bring in more food, but it was subject to tremendous deprivations.
monster.
People simply literally dying in the
It's a really good show. It's really good, but then I was up much later than
the
that.
ghettos are the dominant way in which Ashkenazi Jews appreciated the Nazi policies. That sounds so strange to say like that. The ghettos were the way in which Jews experienced Nazi policies from 1939
until the summer of 1944.
That would change dramatically with something called Operation Sada Barrosa. And before I continue, though, I reminded myself,
remember Congo? They end up
the
finding a
Holocaust
village
is
with
basically an Ashkenazi story, but it is not exclusively an Ashkenazi story. The Nazis would, of course, control many Sephardic areas. The coast of North Africa with its Jewish population is especially significant. And they would also control the smaller pockets of living, for example, in Greece and elsewhere. The general rule of thumb is that Nazis really didn't care about the cultural distinctions between Ashkenazim and Sephardim, although the policies that they implemented were different between Nazi-occupied Europe and North Africa. The experience of Sephardic Jews was by and large rather distinct. Certainly one of persecution, certainly one of abuse and murder, but not to the same degree that the European Ashkenazim and those Sephardim who lived in regions of German control in their experience. That is not to say that Sephardim were not on the list, that Nazis did not intend to oppose those similar policies. Had they had the wherewithal to extend the same degree of control to Afghanistan or Sephardic centers, Constantinople or Istanbul and elsewhere, that they were simply entities before they could impose such rules. Nevertheless, this is basically an Ashkenazi story, and Ashkenazi constitutes the overwhelming number of victims. But let us return to Operation Barbarossa. Very important developments in the war. The date is significant, easily as significant for the Holocaust, as the beginning of the war in September of 1939, the date is June 22nd, 1941. And it's a good example also of another important thing to bear in mind when we talk about the Holocaust, and that is the understanding that the Holocaust and the Second World War are not identical. They are overlapping historical phenomena, but they are following largely parallel tracks that, developments in the war have direct influence on the Holocaust. But it's clear also, for example, if we look at Hungarian theory, that the Holocaust, the war against the Jews, this pungent phrase, was primary for the Nazis, and even more important than World War II. In other words, when the Nazis had the choice between diverting resources to protect their eastern flank, and on the other hand, devoting those resources to murdering more Jews, they amazingly chose in a suicidal manner to make sure that they could murder more Hungarian Jews rather than protect themselves from the assault of the Red Army, which just shows how diabolical and how this is a phenomenal depth that absorbed the entire Nazi hierarchy of that. Anyways, here, have a look at this map, please. On June 22nd, 1941, Adolf Hitler sent his troops into the Soviet Union, breaching the treaty that he had signed with Joseph Stalin in August of 1939. Evidence indicates that Stalin was completely taken aback and surprised by the fact they were not prepared for the Nazi advance, and the Wehrmacht, the German army, made phenomenal inroads in a very, very short period of time, taking over all of what will be today the boundaries of Ukraine, White Russia, the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and penetrating well into Russian territory per se, approaching the city boundaries of Moscow, and placing Leningrad under a punishing siege that was absolutely devastating to the population. Now, that's the war using the army of the Wehrmacht. What we also did, and this represents a significant escalation in the war against the Jews, is he sent in 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. These 4 squads were called like a police battalion, followed behind the regular army, and their task was to spread out and go to all the tiny little Jewish villages called settlers that dotted the region, round up all of the Jews that they could find, as well as any other undesirables like communists or homosexuals or Jewish witnesses or anything else that was on their basis, march them out to local ravines. No local ravines existed to have them dig their own graves, and then to shoot them. This is called lately the Holocaust by bullets, which distinguishes it from the Holocaust by gas. That would be the next evolution in the Nazi plan. But as you can see from this map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and this is only a sampling of the towns that were affected. The Nazis simply sent these Einsatzgruppen throughout the region, going village to village to murder small numbers of Jews at a time. Occasionally, like in Kiev, where you have a massive Einsatzgruppen action at the ravine called Babin Yar means ravine. It's like a dried out riverbed. And they would kill, if I remember correctly, it was some 30,000 Jews within the space of just a few days. They would go on to use Babin Yar for up to 100,000 victims of various other strikes over the course of their occupation of Ukraine. But it was one of the single worst massacres of the Einsatzgruppen at that point. This is incidentally the way in which my grandparents' families were all killed. The only ones who were survived in my family were those who had emigrated to Canada prior to World War II and lived in safety while their parents and siblings lost their lives in the ravines of Lithuania. Here's one of the many photographs we have of the Holocaust by bullets, and various methods were used to process the Jews in this manner. One of the most chilling books on the topic is called Ordinary Men by Christopher Browning, a prominent member of the functionalist school, who mined the archives for depositions of Einsatzgruppen members to give us a really comprehensive look as to who these people were. He calls them, as in the title, ordinary men. They're people drawn from all walks of life, and here's in their own words how they somehow justified this horrific deed. Now, what ended up happening is sometime in the autumn of 1941, moving into the winter of 1942, the Nazis changed their mind about how they were murdering Jews. There's a lot of speculation as to why they changed their minds. It may have, some historians point to the rapid, successful advance of the Wehrmacht, and perhaps Hitler was thinking in a euphoric manner, wow, my gosh, if I can conquer the Soviet Union the same way I conquered Western Europe, right? England alone was not yet conquered. They were suffering under the horrible bombardments of the Blitz, but he controlled Western Europe in a euphoric manner. He might have said to himself, you know what, maybe I can really murder all the Jews of Europe. Other scholars point to the fact that they were bogged down by what was often called what was often called Russia's greatest general, General Winter, because the Nazis were not well prepared for the climactic change of the seasons, and their advance began to bog down. And so Hitler would say to himself, according to this model of thinking, you know, if I can't win the war against the Soviet Union, at least I should kill all the Jews of Europe. And so that indicated a shift. But what is certain is that the Einsatzgruppen were having an incredibly difficult time actually processing what they were doing day in and day out. This is amply demonstrated by Christopher Browning that, you know, it was psychologically traumatic to wake up every morning, drive out to a village, round up regular people, and look them in the eye as you put them in their grave. And, you know, they were getting drunk in the morning because they simply couldn't take it. They were relying very heavily on local volunteers, so-called Bilga, from also employment population, jobs like this, and they had to receive all kinds of pep talks from even people as high ranking as Finland, who would come out and say, you know, this is difficult, but you're doing it for the greater good of the Third Reich rights and so on, generations who were members who were heroism and things like that. So there was definitely a need to find a more efficient, less psychologically challenging way of murdering a Jew. Again, not for our purpose here, but I strongly recommend if you're interested in understanding this phenomenon, you have to look at the great experiments that psychologists of the later half of the 20th century, such as Stanley Milgram and Zimbardo, who've all done really useful work to show how this process plays out in the mind, and also how things are dangerous as this typical school day. So what happens is, in January 1942, there was a gathering at the Berlin Resort known as Wannsee, conference, in which for the first time the Nazis sit down and they lay out a plan to count all the Europe, or most chilling pages of the records of that meeting that we have is a list of all of the countries that the Nazis controlled or planned to control, including England, for example, and the Jewish population there. And they were clearly intending even to hunt down 200 Jews living in Albania. It didn't matter, large or small, they were going to murder all 11 million Jews of Europe at the time. And the way they would do it was they were going to adopt the technique that they had really pioneered in their attempts to rid Germany of people with mental or physical disabilities, people who possibly with Down syndrome, things like that, just horrific things that they would seek to harm the most vulnerable people in their society first. They were experimenting with the use of gas to murder these people, and they started developing experimental chambers where people could be murdered en masse with gases like cyclone A, essentially a rat poison. They established 6 death camps. These were distinct from the hundreds of concentration camps that they had developed as early as 1933. The concentration camps were largely scattered throughout Europe, and they were basically for political prisoners, which could include Jews as well, but that was not their main purpose. And they were abusive, and people died from malnutrition and from beating and things like that. But the concentration camps were essentially open-air prisons that were designed to house those people that really didn't want functioning in society. The death camps, on the other hand, were institutions, factories designed to eliminate human beings. In fact, the term that was used was Vernichtungslager, which means literally to make into nothing, as opposed to concentration which means concentration. The 6 camps were set up with access to the rail lines that was crucial. And so rather than leaving the Jews in the ghettos, where, for example, in Warsaw, they would just be left to die, the Nazis began from the spring of 1942 deporting Jews on the rail lines to these death camps, where they would immediately be sorted according to those who might be useful for slave labor. All of these death camps also had like satellite camps where a small number of Jews would be forced to engage in slave labor, either with something like associated with the war effort, like Auschwitz had a small satellite camp where they were producing acetone that they needed for the war effort, or to house those Jews that will be used in the murder process themselves, the so-called central commandos, who would have the incredibly difficult task of removing the bodies from the gas chambers, transporting them to the crematoria where the bodies would be burned, and so on. And these gas chambers operated with stereotypical function of efficiency, massacring thousands every day, far more effective for the dark, demonic plan of the Nazis than the Holocaust by bullets that we saw in Operation Barbarossa. Jews were not the only victims. Millions of Poles were also deported to death camps in Roma, and a whole series of people from then they had a complex hierarchy of political criminals and regular criminals and homosexuals. Everyone was thrown into these camps and had to exist in this bizarre universe of suffering. When the Americans from the West and the Red Army from the East liberated these camps, they found the Jews who were used as slave laborers, incredibly emaciated. Many of them, thousands of them, died after liberation because they were given food and their stomachs were big. This is definitely the darkest period of the Holocaust, and I would venture that it's probably the darkest moment in human history as well. Now, we should take some time to specifically think about the populations of the region, other than those who were direct victims of the Nazis by being sent to the death camps. Let us recall that between the beginning of the war in September 1939 and Hitler's double crossing of Stalin operation.
There he is. How you living, pimp?
There was a region of territory which was taken over.
What's up, dog?
Soviet Union, as you see in this map here.
My activity's increased in the last couple of days.
Of course it is. You've been spending more time with me. What's up, pimp? How are you?
Good. All right, let's try this puzzle.
All right. We've got a new game to play if you want to play it.
Is it? What's the app? What's the color? Is it here?
Yeah, it's in Play-Doh.
Is it new?
No, you and I have played it, but there are different ways to play it. So we will play. Yeah, we played it not too long ago. So it's Carom, and we're gonna play it. We're gonna play a private game, freestyle to 210, and I'm gonna send you an invitation, and you're gonna have the invitation right now. All right. The goal is you can see what the points are on the left. So black is 10, white is 20, red is 50. Were you aware that you had an invitation? Yo, Doug, were you aware that everyone's waiting on you? Yo, Doug, were you aware that everyone is waiting on you?
Yeah. Okay.
What percentage is your phone? What'd you say? You know who loves this game? Riser.
I'll give you all of these things if you fall down and worship me. Now, he couldn't have made that claim if he wasn't the ruler of the earth. So how did he get that title? When Adam and Eve sinned, they gave up their title to the earth, and Satan took over. So that's where it comes in. But the biggest mistake Satan made is he killed Christ. He had no idea when he killed Christ instead of the cross that it was the beginning of the end of his kingdom. Because when he did that, Christ died. He took away the one weapon that Satan could use against mankind, and that was death. Because Christ took all of sins on himself. He went down into hell. He took the keys of death from Satan's kingdom and came up and delivered us so that we would be eternally with him for those who accept Christ in his kingdom. So we're back here now, and though we see all of the struggles and things going on the earth, he gave us the keys to victory. So in the modern church, the church will teach, it's done a great job of evangelizing and bringing people into the kingdom of God. But it hasn't done such a great job after a person gets saved to say, okay, now you're in God's kingdom. Well, here's some rules you need to understand that you're now part of Christ's kingdom and you're part of this battle, right? So now that you're on Christ's side, there's a few things you're going to need to know, like the armor of God that Paul talks about, right? So you put on a helmet to protect your head. It's like a soldier in a Fort Operative base. He wouldn't get out of bed in the morning and go out on the front line without putting on his protective gear with him.
Did you go to the gym?
He puts on body armor to protect his heart, his vital organs. He puts on his belt.
Are you going today?
If he needs a shield, he's got a shield he can hide behind, and he's got a weapon to defend himself with.
How did you increase your IQ?
That's the armor of God that Paul talks about. So in the morning, when you get up,
How did you increase your IQ?
that's where prayer comes in. My week is spent with my block design, so I can walk from the top and then also the flip side of that is when you go to bed, you can go to sleep where you're recharge yourself. And I've been playing with the block design also.
Dog, you're really hard to understand.
Yeah, understand me.
You're very difficult to understand. Are you sure your mic, your like fingers not in front of your mic or something?
Yeah, it is. Can you hear me now?
It's still not as good as it normally is. Yeah, I guess.
I bought the block design toy because my week is pointing to IQ test for the block design.
Okay.
So I keep on playing with the block design.
Do you think you're still going to suck dick at mini golf? Or do you think that you're going to not suck dick at mini golf?
Here's the thing, Rabbi. I can study the Rothschild IQ test and study that, and then go into the 5 IQ test and don't study that and actually have my proper IQ.
Okay. Why are you so obsessed with IQ?
Christ coming back and dying on the cross gave us the legal authority to reclaim territory in his name. So when we see wars going on, we see people being killed, he's given us authority to pray against those spirits. I want to document in the heavenly places. All the same way you're documenting your life.
You want to document what?
I want to document my life.
Like, you want to live stream your life?
No, I want to document life in your university first. And study the misdiagnosis, like overdiagnostic, and what's going on.
Why do you want to do that? Yo, dog. Weren't you going on... What, didn't you do stand-up on Monday? Okay, what's your joke?
My whole fucking life's a joke.
Dude, now you sound better. Hold on, now you sound a lot better.
My whole life's a fucking joke. You can just look at my mid-goal gameplay and you can laugh at that.
Well, everybody knows that.
Not everyone knows that.
All right, Zoot. I've sent you an invitation. No, but what is your first joke going to be when you do stand-up?
So let's just take the helmet. What is the helmet for? So one of the main tools that Satan uses against us is the battle for our minds. Okay.
What'd you say?
And in particular, so in Christ's time, they would just
One more time?
expel demons. I'm not giving you my reason.
Why not?
I mean, just I'll record it and send it to you.
No, you don't have to do that. Just tell me your first joke.
Nah, it's not as funny
It's not as fun. Like,
Let
it's
me
all about the crowd.
let me be the judge of that. What's your first joke?
What's your first joke?
Yo, girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm gonna scream when I come inside. That's funny. So what is your joke? What'd you say? What did you say, Zoot?
What's my first joke?
Yeah.
I want to have
What are you saying, big dog?
I really don't know. I'm not giving away my joke.
I just gave away mine, and I just had one of the best shots of my career.
Last time.
I just gave you a joke. Now I want to hear your joke. Yo, dog, what's your joke?
It's not like a joke. I just want to tell people my life story, which is funny.
People are gonna boo you.
Why?
Because that's not why you do that. That's not what stand-up generally is. Oh, fuck you, Zoot.
Stand-up is building a connection with the audience and making them laugh.
Okay. So, connecting
with the audience.
Okay, I'm in agreement with that. So pretend you're on stage right now. How are you gonna make me laugh?
Subjective. Your sense of humor is different to the whole crowd.
Just do your routine. You're gonna do it for 2 or 5 minutes. Let's hear it.
I don't feel in the mood. There's not enough people around.
That's when it's perfect. Let's hear what you have to say. Are you gonna go up there and you're gonna be like, "Hey, my name is Zoot, and I'm neurodivergent"?
No, I prefer to identify as retarded because it's easy to explain to most people because most people don't understand neurodiversity.
But you're not retarded, and that's not a good word to use.
What's the definition of retarded?
That's kind of like a slur. You don't want to use that term. You might say mentally challenged or specially challenged, but you're not that either. You could go up there and you could be like, okay, if you really wanted, I'll do Zoot's routine, and this would be funnier than what you're gonna do. Are you ready? Hey everybody, my name is Zoot. I suffer from something known as Tourette syndrome. I don't know if you've ever had any kind of situation where you've had a thought that is in your head that you really, really, really didn't want to say. Well, when you have Tourette syndrome, the unfortunate thing occurs that you end up saying it. And it can cause you to say some really awkward things at some really inopportune times. Here are some examples. And then you can give real life examples.
I haven't had that bad of an experience with Tourette's where I've said something.
You could just make up stuff. It doesn't have to be real. So you could be like, this one time I was in the grocery store and I saw a really, really large person there. And it caused me to say, and then whatever you'd want to say.
I think I have seen the N word when I saw a darker skinned person. I think I have called someone a fat fuck that was really large as well. And I think I called someone ugly that was actually really attractive.
Okay.
Until I bring this con man to justice. I'm Caroline DeMore.
And I've definitely said the name, saying the wrong name during having sex with a girl. But everyone's done that.
No one's done that, dude. No one does that.
A lot of people do that.
No, in like movies and stuff. But real people don't fucking do that unless they're like cheating on their spouse. Okay, you could, that's kind of a joke that I guess is funny. So you could be like, hey everybody, my name is Zoot. I suffer from something known as Tourette syndrome. I don't know if any of you know what Tourette syndrome is, but it causes some tics, and sometimes it causes me to say things that I don't mean to say. Like, I've been having sex with a girl and said the wrong name. And then, so what was the girl's name and what did you call her?
Fuck, so long ago.
So you could say, what's a common Australian name for a girl? What was it?
Sarah or Maddie.
Okay. So I was fucking this chick named Maddie when I inadvertently called her the wrong name. It's really awkward when you call someone named Maddie Beyonce. Do you see how hard that made you? Do you see how hard that made you laugh?
Well, that's the fact. The fact is, like, it's not even that bad of a deal because like there's only fucking one person in the world named Beyonce, and she's a singer, and there's no way that she's gonna be like, oh, you fuck Beyonce on my back. No, she's gonna be like, oh yeah, you're gonna. What do you want to listen to Beyonce right now?
No. It's the fact that you just laughed at something that I just said, and that's what you want the crowd to do.
Yeah. I know how to make people laugh. I just can't fucking function right now, so I'm not in the mood.
Thank you, George. Paranormal data is available to you by going to paranormal.
Have I made you laugh before, right now?
Yeah.
At what?
Sometimes it's about sort of stuff that you do.
Yeah.
Exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system.
Oh, I could just talk about going to the gangbang and people would laugh.
Okay, so that could be one. You could be like, hey everybody, my name is Zoot. I was once in a gangbang at an adult bookstore. It turned out that there was a woman who I met on Reddit, and she was looking to get fucked by as many guys as possible. And I was cool with this under one condition, that I got to go first. And while that seems really cool to go first, unfortunately, what isn't cool is when you cannot get an erection when she's sucking your dick. So here I am in front of 25 fellow Australians trying to get a boner, and I'm limp as a fish, and there are like 20 guys waiting on me to come, and I absolutely can't. I mean, there are guys who are looking at their watch, there are guys looking at their phone, and here I am just trying as hard as I absolutely can to get a boner, and I couldn't. Zoot, you won. So that's kind of a funny story. I mean, you could do, like, if you wanted to be real shit that you do, or stories you've told me, and you just kind of twist it a little bit, you can be like, hey, everybody, my name's Zoot. I'm really into cryptocurrencies, but not just any cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin or Ethereum or Solana. I like funny sounding cryptocurrencies. So the ones that really attract my attention are ones like Fat Girl Investment Corporation. Why that? Because investing in Fat Girl Investment Corporation is like buying Bitcoin in 2009.
Yeah, because you're investing in fact girls is like buying Bitcoin 2009.
That's what I just said.
Find a fat girl. You gotta go to the gym, find a fat girl, and invest in her, and then yeah.
Isn't that what I just said?
Yeah, pretty much. But you said it was a token.
I have driven a limo for 11 years. It might sound glamorous, but it's tiring, repetitive physical work. I got to a point where I was in severe pain and couldn't bend my leg or stand up straight when I got out of the vehicle. Then I fell and jarred my neck really bad. I could not drive or lift anything for months.
All right, so you've got like enough jokes now. I mean, they're not really that funny, but they are good enough for you to use.
Yeah, anyway, I'm gonna go eat and I'll be back. And then go on the gym.
All right, well, charge your phone, dude.
Yeah.
My life has completely changed, and I am so grateful to Dr. Joel Wallach. My name is Ruth Ellen Sanchez. Visit criticalhealthnews.com. Sign up for the newsletter to receive Dr. Wallach's 10 Bad Foods list and other invaluable nutritional advice. Call 855-949 radio to speak to an experienced nutritional consultant. That's 855-949-7234 and criticalhealthnews.com.
Historian Simply Snyder calls
I wonder if there's any buried treasures or anything in Texas.
It included
Hopefully, get out there.
Countries, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and the eastern part of
seismic
Poland
scanning.
that had
Oh,
all
there's Amy drinking a
experienced
martini. I think
freedom and national sovereignty from World War I, and it was snatched back by the Soviet Union, which wanted to regain territory that they had lost in the
What's his name? Grant, do you know?
That was originally part of the Russian Empire, and the populations there were really quite restive and unhappy about that. So when they invaded these territories, they engaged in rapid, brutal Sovietization, meaning they came in and they rapidly tried to force these countries to adopt the communist way of life, collectivization of agriculture, arrest of local intelligentsia, especially priests, religious functionaries were under threat, the suppression of independent journalism. And one of the ways that they justified it was to have these kind of show elections where remarkably 98% of the local population said, oh yes, we love communism, we're so happy that we can now be a Soviet socialist state. If this sounds a lot like Putin's advance into the Donbass, it's because it's exactly the same thing that the Soviets did.
Every once in a while, I'll open it with a song and dance that everyone just fucking hates. And there was like 200 people there, and
So,
suits
not surprisingly, a huge amount of resentment builds up against the Soviet Union in these bloodline territories in particular for those very harsh, brutal treatments and confiscations and suppression of religion and
Is that what the song is? Yeah, I remember the show, and I can't think of the song. Well, that's fun. That's good. You did that. They probably liked it. It probably did set a good tone for the rest of the freaking how the whole show goes. The whole show went good, but yeah, it just felt weird to go up there. Oh, let me go bomb real quick. Yeah, that's brave. Casey, that is brave. It's very brave of you. It really is. This is just a bad precedent. I don't think you should start your show by bombing. You have to go back up later. Does it negatively affect your sight? Did you get into your head at all after something like that? Because I feel the fear with my crazy asses. I don't know. I could end up getting in my head and be like, oh my God, you're about to fuck everything up after this. Do you think that at all, or it's totally fine? Yeah, that's all right. You know, when I did it on Friday, I think that was a good breaking point. I think it's like, all right, I think I'm done. Yeah, I think I'm done going out there and singing before the show. In my head, I thought they'd all be excited, like, oh my God, this is guy for sure singing this song really, really good. Well, it could have just been a bad crap. I don't know. Could have just been a bad. Yeah, everybody could have.
NKVD. Later would be called the KGB, and now kind of morphed into what was called the FSB. And so there was this hostility to Jews that because of the perceived association of Jews with communism, by and large, this perceived association was incredibly exaggerated because Hitler, Stalin had already purged Soviet ranks with so many Jews, but this, kind of simmering hatred would serve the Nazis very well when they invaded these territories. When they came in 1941, one of the things the Soviets did was they essentially practiced a kind of scorched earth policy, and they murdered those prisoners that they had
nobody had just been in there, and it was kind of eerie, but luckily we went back and it seemed okay.
The thought leaders of these local populations, Western Ukrainian, Polish, Belarusian,
it was, I swear to you, Casey, we both looked at each other, and I knew he was thinking it's a weird energy, and it was, and I swear it made it more eerie than all the sinks were going.
100,000 local Jews who realized that
there was a notice on the door that said, oh, you drive a Chevy Cruze or whatever, we fix your airbag.
Very, very large number of Jews survived the Holocaust by fleeing.
It just was strange. It's like, why is this note on the door? Why is this are not taking off?
Setting up
how did they know this person drove the Chevy Cruze? How did they know their airbag was a recall? It was a recall of some sort.
And later they would move to the West. But for the local populations, such as the Ukrainians, for example, one of the things they did as soon as the Soviets fled is they went into local jail halls and they found the murdered bodies of their loved ones. And here's a photograph of Ukrainian women who are striving to identify the bodies that were taken out of the prisons. And there's a huge amount
Did you think that was funny, Grant? I don't think Casey did. I did. And then was it you laughing, Grant, or that was the fucking idiots next door? What's going on here?
That take place right after the Soviets leave.
What did they do that was so funny with the wrapping up? What are they doing? What they do? Tell us.
These pogroms took place before the Nazis arrived. But they really came from the population as a whole.
We have a lot of guest callers. I'll tell you who's a guest caller. Kelly's Killer Pop.
Because of their association.
They sent me a couple bags of delicious stuff. Queso Blanco,
now,
butter.
Collaboration with the Nazis during this period was built largely
one is Queso Blanco, one is the butter, classic butter. Those are the ones that I brought, but I got some of my house. Stop by, I got spicy nacho. There's like a sarsaparilla, caramel. I lost the caramel.
The local population who collaborated with the Nazis were primarily motivated by their hatred of the enemies of the Nazis, that is the Soviet Union. And the degree of collaboration was also related to the ferocity of the Nazi policies towards the local population. Whereas in Western Europe, as you can see in this map here, which shows you the high point of Nazi domination of Europe, in Western regions like France, the Nazis largely left people to their own devices, allowing governments to remain in place as long as they report to Nazi authorities, allowing policemen to continue doing their jobs, and they basically ran themselves in a wartime martial law kind of environment,
So it
but
was size
nevertheless they had
Casey. That's
tremendous
sweet. Just
amounts
on the
of
tag it said Casey. Size
collaboration with the Nazis
Yeah.
in those stages is far more egregious.
You sent me like a
than
little sewing
collaboration
kit, like in case I like gain or lose
you
like
know,
15 pounds,
daily
like, so I can tailor it. Cool.
capricious
That's sweet.
death
Yeah.
was
So he does.
a
Kelly
feature
does it all. He
of
does the shirts.
everyday
He does
life
the
that,
popcorn.
you know,
Makes the
people could
stickers.
be
The
killed
stickers are
certainly
strong.
for harboring and rescuing Jews,
Seriously? Yeah.
but they would also be
Adhesive
killed
tape.
for having an unregistered pig.
So
It was an
Kelly, you
incredibly
are
brutal
sort of a
environment,
superman.
public hangings, the lives of Poles and other
appreciate
Eastern
Kelly, and I think
Slavs
his
in
dad is
particular
Kelly
were
Blue
worth
Book.
almost nothing.
Yes, I
to
think his
the
dad.
Germans,
So I think he
and
comes
as a
from
result,
money, but he's done a lot
motive
with what
to
he was getting. A lot of
collaborate
people can squander
was
that
stronger.
money they inherit. But
And
he's
in
Kelly's
this context,
nice.
we
Invested in
can
himself.
also
Yes,
understand
that's what you have to
that
do. If you're
many
watching
of
this,
the,
you have
the
to
Slavic states at this time even
dies.
developed
Nazi
Nazi units. The Germans, as they were beginning to lose the war, were incredibly
That's what happened at
concerned
Grant.
by
Didn't you have a
the
windfall recently,
advance of the
Grant?
Red Army, and so ironically they allowed SS
No, with
units,
the
which
person that died
previously
in your
had been
house. That
reserved
was like a
only
relative or
for
something.
purebred Germans that could prove their descent all the way back
housekeeper died
to
and they
1750 with no Jewish blood.
Yeah, it's weird. It
They
was the
started hitting
housekeeper. What did
Slavs,
she
the
fell
lower
down the
racial
stairs or
hierarchy in
something?
the Nazi mind, very trapped within this ideology, and they
When did he
created
sign the
divisions
money
like the
over in
so-called
relation to when she
militia
died?
Waffen-SS division, which was made up of Western Ukrainians who primarily wanted the opportunity to fight against the Soviets. This complicates the entire process of understanding and unpacking collaboration efforts among these Slavs. You do definitely have real anti-Semites who delighted in
Yeah, I mean, when did this happen again?
but most of the collaboration that we see is primarily motivated by the hatred of the Soviet Union,
There's no
which may have had also war criminality involved.
I told them they could
We
close
could go
the
into
case.
specific units, but again, time is very short.
Genius move. Tell the cops
And
how
we
to
should
do their
also
job.
bear in mind
I'm
that
sure
this
you are
collaboration
100%.
has to be placed against this consciousness that the people
I have
had
to look at the
that
case
they
file,
were
but I'm
also
leaning
victims.
towards you're
Poles
definitely
in
probably the only
particular
person.
were invaded by both the
I mean,
Soviets
who was
and
in the
the
house? You and
Nazis,
John?
and the insinuation that Poles are all war criminals is something that rankles the Polish church to this day. Now, there is, as we shall probably
And I
discuss
can't
in the
believe
next
you let your
lecture,
daughter
some
find the
kind of
water.
ridiculous
That seems
measures
really
to deal with
ground,
this
Grant.
phenomenon, such as legislation that unfairly limits appropriate discourse on the Holocaust, part of a larger phenomenon. But nevertheless, it's important to understand that both populations have to regard themselves as victims. So, unpacking the complicated issue of collaboration is definitely challenging.
Go play with your
It's
blog.
extremely challenging as well to try and squeeze this
Island.
into 1
Do you remember
hour.
that?
But
Oh my gosh, it was a Nickelodeon show. And I was reminded of it because the only surgeries at that time, the only surgery I had was my mom just taking out in the room when you're recovering.
Resistance among Jews was fairly widespread, as you can see in this United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. And since these lectures are delivered to students
I think they are in Jamaica. I think they were on the big island.
the most inspirational figures of Jewish resistance, a young Hungarian woman who had emigrated from Budapest to Israel and
I see a little animated frog.
was so moved by the suffering of co-religionists in Hungary that she signed up with the paratroopers to parachute into Nazi-occupied Europe and to national resistance. She was captured, she was betrayed, and although she was tortured, she refused to divulge the signals that allowed the captain to use the radio that she carried with her. It's a rather remarkable story of
That's
heroism.
exciting. Well, I can't stop thinking about what I want to explore next.
So you do have military resistance of this form. However, one of the characteristics of Jewish resistance is that it tended to occur fairly late in the war for reasons that I'd like to explore. You should also understand that armed resistance may have been delayed for reasons we'll explore. There are many other forms of resistance.
I think I saw in a movie once, if you have
subject to
a
a
cap of
degree
love,
that
you put like
would have you die, that even choosing to live is understood as a form of resistance. And in the Warsaw Ghetto, for example, one of the hellholes of the Nazi Empire, Jews set up a tremendous network of charitable institutions that were designed to promote life rather than to allow it to
Who's Willie the
fade
sneaky
away.
little snake
They
sticky
have
saw? Oh my gosh, what a
underground
mouthful.
medical schools. I mean, it's amazing.
quite hard thing to
Lending
have.
libraries, theaters, all kinds of activities, orphanages run by people like the incredible Janusz Korczak, the famous
So in school,
child
would you say
psychologist who
kids with the
dedicated
W last name or the
months
S
of his
last
life
name?
to the welfare of
I
his
usually
children.
just
And
left
you have the incomparable Rabbi Columnist Thomas Shapiro, who is someone I've studied and written about extensively, who insisted on remaining with his parishioners right until he was shot in the context of a failed rebellion. But when we look at the resistance by Jews, we try to understand it because, again, we wonder why
that's a
they
sleeper
resist
thing
early,
to do
right? They
on
rise up
LSD
earlier.
is
We
running
have to
over
point to
trash
several
cans in
factors.
your car. That's really
Nazi
not going
policy
to
of
put the
collective punishment is
anxiety
very
in
important.
overdrive.
Generational
My anxiety would be through the roof if I was in a car in the first place.
We're working with a older model that has served the Jews fairly well for centuries of trying to basically stay out of trouble and ride out the punishment, hoping to emerge unscathed on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, that do-it-yourself car washes. It's like, how, what? I didn't go to school for this. How am I supposed to, how do you get the top of the car?
Meditation, but to state it briefly, historically, Jews living as a minority in Europe had learned that they simply suicidal to try and take up arms against an invading authority. It happens on occasion. You see Jews, for example, defending local cities.
What's going on today? Are you having a good day today?
I'm at the hospital right now. Military activities in Provence, for example, not exactly Ashkenazi Jews, but nevertheless reducing the south of France. But for most of this period, Jews had learned that there were two basic ways that were more likely to ensure survival. The first was to bribe the offending local authorities to offer a contribution or a gift.
Do you ever go through the boxes? What's in the boxes? Is it different? Is it pills? Morphine?
No, there's no good shit. It's all like me.
This is what one of my students coined the fee or free strategy of Jewish existence. And it works pretty well for a good 1,000 years of Ashkenazi history. But what did not work, and this is really the key.
Good to know. Yeah, my dad's buddy just got hit by some street racers in Memphis, got hit on his bike and he's 75.
Mental
Has
model
to get a new hip
of
now.
what Nazism represented. Hitler's level of anti-Semitism, his type of
He didn't
anti-Semitism,
deserve that.
was
Mr.
such
House didn't
that
deserve
bribes
that.
were not to be considered.
And I hear
This was
you.
some
Yeah,
kind of
I mean, you have to be on your P's and Q's.
diabolical
Where are you right
pessimism
now?
where all Jews had to be destroyed
I don't
and
know.
somehow
Like Granite
save the
City,
world,
Illinois. But I'm from City,
and
Illinois.
that there
And
was
when I go
no
downtown,
room
if I
to
get
flee.
caught in
So
crossfire, I don't
therefore they
complain. Like,
simply
it's
could
part
not
of
compute
part of it, you know?
the
You
threat
go to
that
Memphis,
Nazism
St. Louis,
represented.
Is
The
Nelly
younger
still
generation is
huge in
especially
St.
important
Louis?
because they were not laboring under this misconception to the same degree. As a result, it was only after the large deportations from Warsaw, for example, in the summer of 1942, well after the spring of 1942, ghetto uprising. So with this, we're going to continue with the final chapter in the next chapter. There is, thank God, for Ashkenazi Jews, but not for the 6 million that lost their lives. Thank you very much for your attention.
I've seen them like that before. We were there last Easter, and it was like yelling at us to find the eggs, and we're like, we're pretty sure we didn't find any eggs, and bring us back. It wasn't a school. Yeah, I got there a couple hours. I got exploring. I ended up exploring for eggs that day, but whatever. What are your plans for Easter? I mean, I guess they'll probably die egg, and then
You eat them?
I was just thinking about that. Like, I don't like food. Maybe the truffle.
Hello, fellow street producers. Over the course of this video, I'd like to walk you
All right, you sneaky little snake of sneaky seltzer. It was a pleasure.
how they interact
I figure out where we need to go.
Here you can see the nation of some 14 million people recognized valuable global real estate has a very good soil, soil one of the things that we'll see about the peoples of Ukraine, because it is appropriate to speak of it as a multi-ethnic state, not just but also Poles, Russians, of course, and many other nationalities is that the region is largely fisher, very long century old fisher. Part of which is faced towards the north and oriented towards Moscow, and part of it which faces towards the west, towards Warsaw, and also towards Paris and London and New York. We'll see how this occurred over the course of the video, but it is important to note that Ukraine is a rather distinct territory, and although it was not a formal statehood until the 20th century, it really has a very old history that goes back before most it would be more appropriate to say that Russia belongs to Ukraine than to say that Ukraine belongs to Russia, as we shall see shortly. This map here describes an early medieval region called Rus. The word Rus is not related to the word Russia, but it refers to a series of principalities. It's hard to use the term state to describe these affiliated princedoms, fiefdoms, but they centered around the city of Kyiv. That's the Ukrainian pronunciation, by the way. That's favored today because, of course, Ukrainian is the dominant language in the country. But it used to be called in English Kiev, which is closer to the Russian pronunciation because Russia dominated much of this area in the modern era. But this period of Kyiv and Rus, which existed long before Moscow was established, was focused around Ukraine and several of the Slavic peoples that emerged from Kyiv, which includes not only the Ukrainians but also the Russians. The Belarus in particular, they all owe their cultural heritage to this region of Kyiv. What's especially important in its history is the conversion of one of its leaders, the Volodymyr, pronounced in Russian Vladimir, shown here as a statue overlooking the Volodymyr made a decision basically.
Lettuces, folks. It's like a motherfucking Gatorade commercial.
Historical documents of the region, something called the Polis Chronicle of Bygone Years. There is a discussion of how Volodymyr converted to Christianity, and he had a debate which would actually be familiar to students of Jewish history because the same kind of situation is enacted in Caesarea by Yehuda Halevi specifically. Volodymyr, in the 10th century, invited representatives from all the major faiths of the region, not only Muslims, but also Jews, two different types of Christian, Catholic, and Orthodox. He has this long, drawn-out discussion about the various merits of each faith. He comes actually very close to adopting both Judaism and Islam. He rejects Judaism because he is concerned about the fact that the Jews had lost their national homeland. He's concerned about the Muslims for a whole host of strange reasons that the author alcohol that is referred to Catholic traditions that they don't drink alcohol, and ultimately decides to adopt Eastern Christianity that Orthodox Christianity, and that becomes the faith of the majority of the United States, although as we will see, Catholicism, which retains certain important aspects of Orthodox practice, even
And
while
that's another thing that I'm just thinking about now. Say you're somewhere that's freezing cold and you need a
debate
little
with.
extra
In the Popes,
warmth.
they brought them
Put one of
from
these bad boys on
Hazaria.
and put some
Hazaria is a
semen on pizza,
fascinating
and this is going
chapter
to keep your
in
chest
Jewish
area
history. We don't have a lot of
specifically
time to explore right now,
burning hot.
but it was, according to medieval sources,
that regulates all your blood temperature. This could literally be the
a medieval Jewish
Chris
kingdom
McCandless
that
probably, which is
existed
he had one of these things and he was all sick and freaking bad back in that
actually several
not only did you
now,
need
there's a lot of
you needed to eat something other than berries to get
stories
that
about
sick. If you just had some chances
of the version of these local people. There are some scholars that believe that it's all on the internet. After the medieval ages, other scholars believe that it was in fact a Jewish kingdom, but the Jews accentuated that it wasn't beginning to be not sure I can today, but it is interesting to note that there were definitely Hungarian people who were actively there. One of the most fascinating documents is this document, which is a letter called the Stephen letter, discovered in the Cairo Geniza. The Cairo Geniza is a collection of medieval documents, primarily written from Hebrew characters, sometimes in Judeo-Arabic, sometimes in Hebrew language. And this was a document supposedly from Cairo itself that was a letter of introduction for a Khazarian Cairo alms collection, tzedakah collection. This was what we call a modern Jewish that's a little document that we use, and the document talks about how, he's a member of the Senate, he's fallen hard times,
shipping on the
pizza pocket hoodie. And especially interesting is that there are several signatures, as is typical in the 21st century, signatures of various dignitaries attesting to the truth of those persons' bona fides, and one of those signatures is written, as you can see here, in Turkic.
Oh my gosh!
Rather than in Hebrew, which would suggest that one of the officials, the Khazarian Jewish officials living in Kiev, was not sufficiently literate in Hebrew to be able to sign his own name, but nevertheless was a figure of some importance. So what we know is that there were Jews living in Kiev in the period of Kiev. By the way, there were Jews there much earlier. We believe that there were Jewish settlements and trading posts on the Black Sea, but very, very little data is available. But definitely by the time you get to the 8th, 9th, 10th century,
the best thing to do is not to have it around. I currently have it.
There is even, in fact, a member of the rabbinic school of Tosafot, which left a very extensive commentary on the Talmud, who was called Moses of Kiev, with several other figures from this period that indicate that there were Jews living there even at the very beginning of Ukrainian history. Now, what happens to Kiev and Rus is it is overrun by the Mongols, and so there's a period when Mongols take over the entire territory, and when the Mongols finally recede, then the region of Ukraine is eventually absorbed into a very large state, which is called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, formed largely by a dynastic union between Polish and Lithuanian royalty. As you can see, it's quite a massive state. It includes what would be today, you can see there's modern boundaries on it, the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, extends through Belarus and much of Poland, and includes a big chunk of Ukraine, not quite reaching down to the Black Sea. And to this region, you have a massive influx of Jewish migration that extends from the 11th century onward, especially peaking around the 16th century. The reason why Jews are especially moving to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which is dominated by Ukraine and the southern regions, is because they are being driven out from the West by an increase in anti-Semitism, charges of the infamous blood libel, post-desecration stories, persecution after the Black Death of 1347-48. These are driving Jews to the East. At the same time, there is an economic vacuum that is attracting them to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The reason for this is primarily because Jews become part of a complex economic system in which Polish landlords hold large Ukrainian holdings called latifundia, hire Jews essentially to be leaseholders, to be middlemen for them, collecting income in the form of various types of taxes, produce, poll taxes, taxes for crossing bridges, all kinds of things. This system, also known as tax farming or the horrendous system, was definitely exploited. The Polish landlords had very little incentive to minimize their rapacious demands.
Yeah, right. That's what people are talking about. What if you did have family in Charlotte?
They simply would send the Jews in to make their collections. The Jewish community was largely based on the differential between what they could collect and what they had to transmit to the Polish landlords. And so that meant that the pressure on the Ukrainian peasantry simply increased every year as the Polish landlords would demand more.
It's beautiful there. I've never been.
Their massive holdings. So many Ukrainian peasants, particularly males, simply abandoned their ancestral farms and they retreated to these kind of quasi-military sort of cowboy-like encampments, primarily along the rapids of the Dnipro River. And in these sort of encampments, they would make their living by pirating, by freebooting. And ultimately, they organized themselves under one leader, who rose up, who organized them all.
I didn't know Georgia Southern was that close to Jacksonville, or the Savannah's
their leaseholders. And in 1648-49, there was a wave of violence that shook Ukraine to its very core. And although Jews had been living in this region relatively peacefully for about 500 years, this was a moment when the economic tensions associated with the agenda simply spilled over into violence and would have a great impact on Jewish self-image and the image of their Ukrainian neighbors as well, and put into motion kind of like a cycle of Jewish Ukrainian discrimination. But we should remember that there is a triangular conflict going on here, that Poles are definitely part of the overall picture. This 17th century eruption ended when Khmelnytsky made a very drastic decision. Here you can see a map that shows the separation
any sort of lead lining on it. That's what happened to Franklin expedition.
that was controlled by Khmelnytsky at its greatest extent. The line that sort of runs around the outside of the lighter green is the
nice. And I think slingshots can be deadly, but I think you have to hit somebody like right in the tip.
And Khmelnytsky, after having fought with the Poles and essentially, establishing an independent state, decided to ally himself with the emerging Russians in Moscow. And this was a very, very important and serious decision because this essentially shifted the Ukrainian center of gravity from Warsaw and Poland to Moscow. Now, it's important to note, just looking at this map, you can see that he's not speaking for all of them. The west, the left-hand side of the map, just above the red sphere that represents the Carpathian Mountains, you have the region known as Helchina, and above that, Volyn, which were still in the Polish border. This is the region where a lot of Ukrainians adopted Catholicism. The Ukrainian language they spoke was more heavily reflected by Policisms, and they generally look to the west. This is a fissure that will repeat itself all the way up until the 20th century, because there are certain parts of Ukraine that always look towards Moscow and the east, Other parts always look towards Europe and the West. It's the same kind of tension that's playing out today in our contemporary hostility. The Jewish community of Ukraine is able to recover from history massacres, although they are commemorated in the liturgy to this very day.
I went to the Jackalope Museum when I lived in Wyoming. They had a Jackalope Museum, and there was actually, I think, the biggest jackalope they've ever found.
Similar to called Honda.
Jackalope.
But what's going on internally
look like rabbits with the deer horns.
Ukrainian Jews are being heavily invested in a spiritual phenomenon known as Hasidism. And southern Ukraine is deeply associated with the development of this movement, first associated with someone called Baal Shem Tov, Israel Ben Eliezer, who lived in southwest Ukraine, or if you prefer, southeastern Poland.
Yeah, I think a wombat. That's just like
this
an
map here
Australian
from the historical
real
atlas of
animal, I
Hasidism
think.
Shows the
is that what a wombat looks like?
Hasidic activity.
Grant, what is that?
Particularly towards the western region, and it's spread throughout the entire area. To just give you a little bit of an orientation here, just to the right of the light yellow color, you can see there is just on the gray side. So this is towards what's called the right bank Ukraine, by the way, because Ukraine is largely bisected by the Dnipro River.
I was actually talking to my brother, and he said that his hearing was acting weird, and then he did some thing with some cleaning ear thing, because he'd only use Q-tips, and then he did something, and there was a bunch of earwax.
The other side,
pressing up against his eardrum, and that's why he couldn't hear very good.
But nevertheless,
and I think I use Q-tips every day.
Hasidism flows so good just during this time. It's also important to note that Jews have organized themselves very well within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. They've established something called the Council of Lands, which is essentially an interconnected network of Jewish municipalities called Tehilot, in which they establish standard legislation for all Jews living within this massive country. It eventually would come apart in the 18th century.
Okay, so maybe we're okay, because I do think I try to look at my hair and I think, how deep does it go back there? Like, there couldn't be that much. How many inches do you think it goes?
Renaissance and a period of great strength of their political and spiritual activity. This comes to a dramatic conclusion with the partition of Poland in a very cynical political move orchestrated by three neighbors of Poland. That is the German, the Austrian, and the Russian empires. They simply divide up Poland between the three of them in a series of three partitions. And in this map, you can see that the eastern section, sort of the orangish colors, go to Russia. And at the very bottom, you see that darker green eastern part of the darker green area, English as Galicia or Halachina in Ukrainian, goes to Austria. Another example of the fissure between the eastern orientation of the Ukrainians is going to be politically augmented by this population of formerly Polish Ukrainians, now Ukrainians of the Russian Empire. And in the West,
wait, so you dropped a Sour Patch Kids thing on your shirt and then you couldn't find it after?
That would pertain right up until World War I, and as we shall see.
Gosh,
the Jews who find themselves in the Russian Empire are relegated to this large territory called the Pale of Settlement, which was the region where Jews were allowed to live.
Is it in the sectional? Did you check the sectional out, or just
about the bottom half of this map is Ukraine. In the 19th century, the Russian Empire, in particular under Tsars like this man, Nicholas I, engaged in a very concerted effort to try and assimilate their local populations. In the case of the Jews,
Grizzly Wheeler was the first pleasure to speak
horrific Cantonist decree, which demanded that young Jewish males meet the quota to spend up to 36 years in military service. An absolutely horrific decree that caused untold tragedy
different types
in
of belly
Jewish streets.
What would yours look like?
In terms of Ukrainians, a little bit different because Ukrainians and Russians were, as I alluded to earlier, related peoples. They were all Orthodox at this point. They had a similar language. Ukrainian
Yes,
is, it's hard to define exactly what a dialect means, but it would be as easy to say that Russian is a dialect of Ukrainian and vice versa. But basically, they're written with a very similar Cyrillic alphabet, not identical, but very similar. Very similar grammar, very similar vocabulary, but not identical at all. Generally speaking, Ukrainians and Russians can speak to each other and understand most of what they're saying in their respective languages, and they can also read each other's texts, but it's something like, German speakers and Yiddish speakers, or maybe a little bit further apart, Spanish and Italian speakers. Actually, maybe it would be someone like with a very strong Quebecois accent speaking to someone from Paris. That's maybe a little bit closer than Russian. But in this environment, the Russian Empire embarks on a sometimes very coercive, sometimes very suggestive campaign to try to get the Ukrainians to think of themselves as these little brothers of the Russians. In fact, one of the terms that was used for Ukrainians at this time were the Russians. The Russians were called Great Russians or Big Russians, trying to convey the idea that they were part of one family, that the Ukrainians were sort of the little brothers of the senior brothers, the Russians. In some cases, this meant closing Ukrainian language schools that were developing towards the end of the 19th century, censoring Ukrainian language publications, and many other crude moves to try and make the Ukrainians think of themselves as being Russians. But it should be borne in mind that this is a period when Ukrainians were just beginning to articulate their differences, which obviously went back for centuries, but had not really been defined as such. This is an era in the late 19th century when all the peoples of Eastern Europe, including the Jews, are beginning to explore the idea of their self-determination and their national status. In the case of Jews, it is expressed in terms of experimentation with the Yiddish language and development of Yiddish literature, the standardization of Yiddish, which had been spoken by Ukrainian for about 10 centuries, yet it had never really decided on its own spelling, let alone its grammar. And also for Jews in the development of political Zionism, the idea that Jews constitute a distinct nation should return to their national homeland. For Ukrainians, of course, they were indigenous, they were living in a national homeland, but it meant developing a national identity which was very sharply differentiated from their northern neighbors. This comes to a head in the revolutionary era immediately following World War I. This map here, circa 1900, shows the density of Jewish population in Ukrainian regions. The blue line represents Ukrainian boundaries as they exist today. And as you can see, the Jewish population is concentrated on the western side of the Dnipro River, that's the right bank region. But a significant amount of it spills over into the neighboring region of Austria and Romania and even Hungary. This is, of course, very heavily Hasidic region in particular. And these cultural boundaries, these linguistic and religious boundaries, are often much more significant than the political ones, as we shall see. So during the revolutionary era, leading up to World War I, and then especially in 1917, when the Russian Empire collapses, a lot of Ukrainians begin to say, hey, now is our opportunity to actually establish some kind of independence from the Russian Empire. At first, it's a vision of a federated Russian state that includes elements of the non-Russian nationalities, like the Ukrainians, like Poles, and so on. And one of the great champions for this kind of moderate evolution of greater Ukrainian national expression is this man, the historian Mikhailo Khrushchevsky. Khrushchevsky and many others assembled an organization in Kiev called the Central Rada, or Central Council, which included Jews as well, with the idea of hammering out a rapprochement between the many peoples that live in Ukraine, not only the Ukrainian majority, but also the significant national minorities. The Jews, the Poles, the Germans, the Russians, of course, all of whom had different ideas about how to shape the post-World War I reality. Unfortunately, years after World War I were consumed by violence as civil war erupted, many internal and external forces active in Ukrainian territory. There was an attempt, specifically by the inheritor of the Central Rada, the directory, to establish that connection with the Jewish minority. This directory was led by this man, Simon Petliura. Unfortunately, Ukraine was submerged in communal violence at this time. In particular, there were a series of pogroms concentrated in the year 1919. And one of the great paradoxes of this period is that 40% of the recorded pogroms were actually committed by the troops that ostensibly were loyal to Ukrainian Petliura, who had the Ministry of Jewish Affairs in his government.
And I have to ask, this has been the kind of the elephant in the room for me since you got on. Is your actual name Marv?
Ultimately, the Soviets were able to seize control over most of Ukraine's colonialistic territory, and they established a new country, Ukrainian SSR, or Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic.
With the music?
Here on this map, you can see the boundaries of that new country. The white line that you can faintly see right around the outside represents contemporary Ukrainian boundaries. But more significantly is the pink area in the center, which is the boundaries of the Ukrainian SSR. The blue area just to the west represents those Ukrainians who found themselves not within the Soviet orbit, but within independent interwar Poland. And once again, you see that fissure where a large bulk of Ukrainians now find themselves associated, whether they like it or not, with Moscow and the Soviet Socialist Republics. And a minority in Western Ukraine find themselves associated again, whether they like it or not, with the independent Poland that reemerges after World War I. Also interesting to note is that it's not just Ukrainians. The little sort of yellow circles that have the number 3 on them all represent significant Jewish populations. As we saw in earlier maps, there's a high density of Jewish settlement, particularly in right bank Ukraine and especially in the Ukrainian region of Halichina, which at this point is in Polish control. There's a lot to say about the nature of Soviet rule in Ukraine, and I've spoken about it in other videos, so I don't want to go into detail. Perhaps most significant for our purposes is the infamous Holodomor, an artificial terror famine orchestrated by Stalin that killed millions of Ukrainians in 1933. The resentment against the Russian communists ran very high.
Oh my gosh, I'm sad. I thought we were about to hear the freaking music, man.
Accelerated and level of anti-Semitism that was specifically attached to the notion, false as it was, that the Jews were somehow behind communism and behind
maybe you have to keep it low because of the guy back there or something.
Obviously, what's going on to say about this complex period? Please have a look at some of the other videos to understand it. But what ends up happening in World War II
that's very exciting.
The region is temporarily divided between Hitler and Stalin by a pact known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Non-Aggression Pact. Stalin and Hitler agreed to cynically divide the region that separated the two countries, the Third Reich on the one hand and the USSR on the other, very much like the cynical division of Poland 2 centuries earlier. And so part of the region of Western Ukraine found itself suddenly under the control of the Soviets for 2 years. During these 2 years, the Soviets subjected Western Ukraine to
bunch of the fornicators beating y'all's ass in Rubberino in the 07 and 08 time period. I'm kidding. Kentucky's always really good, but I think
intellectuals,
and the football team is pretty good now.
priests and teachers, and
Yeah, finally. I usually get season tickets
what
for the
happens
football
in
team.
Operation Barbarossa,
I'm really good about going to the
second
first beginning of the season games, but then it gets too cold. I'm like, I don't even want to stand out here.
Have you ever been to Danville, Kentucky, where Keeland, or where's Keeland? Do you ever go to that?
Keelan's here in like
I remember getting drunk as fuck one day there, listening to Radiohead, bumping Radiohead out at that car speaker,
significant for our purposes is that Hitler sent
just out, and then I was driving,
mobile
which wasn't good. Hell yeah, I was out in the field somewhere and watching some horse racing. It
was
kind of fun. Had a pretty good time.
party, and then everybody will drink before they go in.
Tiny little shtetls.
Then it's just it's a bunch of frat kids,
rounding up
like
Jews,
reason to dress up. My parents, we have
political figures,
9
Jehovah's
horses,
Witnesses,
and
homosexuals,
they've never been to
anyone
Cuba
who
before, and I
is
took them back
regarded
in
as an enemy
August,
by the Third Reich,
and
taking them out
or no,
to,
April last year.
No, I mean 9 horses. That's cool. Were they race horses?
They're Tennessee walkers. So my family, they like to go trail riding and hang out with their folks and go camping.
My mom's a horse trainer. She does Western blood.
The Nazis hold on to the Ukrainian SSR until the war begins to turn from the Battle of Stalingrad, and eventually the Russian Red Army is able to drive them all the way back to Germany.
Wasting time with you is pretty
the
sweet.
reconstituted boundaries of Soviet Ukraine after World War II now include those Ukrainians who were on the western side. They're
I just love that you're writing speeds and helping to fill in the bed.
Yeah, the whole time. These western Ukrainians are much less likely to support corporation.
Is that you
seeing?
seeing?
Primarily because
No,
they've had
it's just
more
samples.
orientation
So I'll
to
go.
capitalism and to the
I'll
West.
get some
Europe in
samples
general.
from
Nevertheless, these
this,
are the boundaries of Ukrainian SSR
also
that pertain right up until the dissolution of the Soviet
blues collection where I'll take vinyl records,
Under Gorbachev,
sample
there were widespread protests, particularly by non-Russian
I'll just have the
nationalities,
bids
and they're breaking away from the
kind of mess
Soviet
with those.
Cool.
Ukraine, the Baltic states, and so on.
Sounds good. It's genuinely good.
All break away.
I know, it really is. I had no idea.
And it is during this period, particularly from the 1960s onward, that you begin to see Jews and Ukrainians forming another kind of
Mark. Well,
rapprochement.
thanks so much. Very
This
nice
time
communicating with you today.
Opposition
man. I'll
to
see you in
Stalinism
here in a couple
and
weeks.
to
My friend and I, we got priority seating for
notable
Saturday night,
figures
so
that
we're really
emerges
excited.
from Ukraine at this time is the dissident Anatoly Sharansky.
All right,
Natan
Mark.
Sharansky, who is
Thanks
now
for
a
calling
very
in, dude.
important leader
See
in
you later.
Israel,
See you.
who
See
was
you guys.
one of
See you,
the
man.
prominent refuseniks, that is, Jews who were sent to prison for the
It
temerity
was
to
sweet.
ask
That was wonderful. When he pranked his ass.
in many ways,
I wonder if he just never gets out of the bed or something.
I imagine in my head, like,
connections that will later be expressed.
That's what I was. He's right behind you. Oh, fuck, he's gone. He looked. It made his ass look. He hasn't walked since 1952.
Here's a map of what things are like today. As you can see, this map from the Washington Post gives you a sense of the linguistic differences of Ukrainians today. There's no question that the further east you go, the more Russified the population is, at least linguistically. The regions of Donetsk and Luhansk have a certain amount of dissident movements that Putin is taking
It's
advantage
my
of.
old friend John. Grant, thank you so much for getting John. John, holy shit, it's been what, 10, 15 years?
Yeah, I know. The last time that I saw you,
Crimea to the south
by Costco, right?
seized by Russia for some time now.
Yeah, 10, 15 years ago, I was working at the Costco, so that's why.
However, it's very
but
clear
right about the Costco. Oh my gosh,
$50
$1.50 hot dog.
they they have troops.
You have those beautiful blue eyes, John. Holy shit!
As well, which
I haven't redone actually.
and could
Gotta be the
suggest
blue
that
eyes.
they are much wider
I did.
hostilities.
From
How
the
do you
LASIK
feel about
people?
this right now? Well, it's an unusual moment.
Yeah, but I got it through Costco.
Perhaps most
Yes,
ironically,
Costco
the
has
current
more than
president of
bulk
Ukraine
buys with
is in fact
snacks. They
Jewish
have
himself. And
radios, they
he
have
has not made a
televisions, they
secret
have
of
eye
this.
services. John, thank you so much for bringing that up. Not enough
In their
people know
attempt to
they have a
resist this
medical
Russian
division.
aggression.
From the
Many
studio
Jews,
that brought you
alongside their Ukrainian neighbors, are very concerned about the future of the country. Jews have the option, which is something that is very rare in Jewish history, but is a product of the 20th century, and specifically the late 20th century.
Yes. Oh my gosh, and I used to cover my mouth on those bad boys because I'd always be so hungry because I
To
would
Israel, this is something that
the day
changes the
before,
entire
and then I go in
dynamic
there
for many of the
right out of the
40,000
microwave,
odd people who
right in my
identify
mouth.
as Jewish.
But yeah, I mean, it was a different time for sure. What were you doing then,
those
John?
Jews who are remaining, according to prominent leaders of the Ukrainian Jewish community,
Oh my gosh, with those beautiful blue eyes, John. I'm sure you were making a killing then. Are you retired already?
Let us hope for
Well,
peace in the region and a
burning when I
long-standing
pissed got so
resolution
fucking
to this
bad, dude.
conflict
Like,
that is
I
in
just had to
the
give up on it.
interest of all the
Yeah, every now and again, I don't know if it's a bladder infection or what that I have, but I don't and have never had any STDs. But every now and again, I will TT. It happened the other day, and again, and maybe it's because I've held it in too long or something, and I will TT, and man, every now and again, and luckily it's happened before, I'd be scared to death. I know it's fine, but every now and again, and it is a horrible feeling. It hurts.
I'll get a little soap down there sometimes, John. I'll use Dr. Bronner's peppermint soap. It's basically 37 in one use. You can use it on basically anything, cleaning bodies, hair. But I'll get it in my little hole down there, and it'll really, really hurt all day.
fellow students of Jewish history.
there's a special way to
As
get
we
it.
all watch the terrible events that are currently unfolding in Ukraine,
Squeeze it open like a open wound.
Yeah, you just gotta squeeze up at the top, kind of squeeze up there, and then it opens it.
Imagine it's like a little fish's mouth is what
Today,
I
what I'd like to do
Yeah, it looks like a sweet little fish's mouth most of the time. Yeah, I remember being kind of a little boy masturbating one time with shampoo. Ooh, I'll never do that again.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
So how are you doing these days?
Pretty good. Pretty good. You know, having the ice cream still. So, going good.
Love it. You wear those caps behind you, I see. Probably when you're in the truck.
Oh, yeah, man.
On for every day of the week. Yes. Do you still have all 7?
Are kind of surprised that I would portray
Orange, gray, blue, white.
as anything except unrelenting
One's
suffering.
real good.
And
I like that
I'm
white
sorry to disappoint you, but the reality is
That's
that
how cool. And that orange one is quite the pop of just orange. What are you drinking there?
they lived in a cultural symbiosis with their neighbors. Sometimes there's more strength, and sometimes, in fact,
Remember, yeah, okay, so home brew. Okay, I think about that sometimes making that, but then I'm worried I'm going to make it too strong.
But there's also,
So then I don't end up making it. So yeah, it's like I'm walking half a mile.
I think it's hard for people to let go of that kind of reified.
Well, where do you live these days?
I am in Illinois, northern Illinois, 45 minutes from Chicago.
Schaumburg?
I think I know
No,
more than most people about the violence that was perpetrated against Jews.
Where?
1948,
At Zany's, but they wouldn't let me in.
However,
I'm
when
21.
you look at the overarching.
That's bullshit, and you didn't even, well, you should have let me know. I could have told them how we're old buddies and everything. That's bullshit, though. You really, how long did it take you to get there?
I didn't even try and get there. Just saw the
What
website.
about
They wouldn't let me in.
Oh, I see. Well, good, yeah.
Tiny examples, sometimes more significant, obviously,
Just,
Holocaust.
Yeah, that straight, just thinking about it
more right-wing causes.
bothers me. I've been having
It's
a
a silly
pretty nice
argument.
day.
You
I've
look
slept
at America, we've got
Give it kiss. Oh my gosh, I've been kissing gators so much, I'm going to have to start wearing chapstick. She's making my lips chat now. I'm not even kidding. we were kissing on the bed earlier, and I'm thinking, Gator, you are fucking, I'm needing chapstick, bitch. You're kissing my ass so much, bitch.
Yeah.
Burt's Bees are buzzed around here.
Yes, we're Burt's Bees. We're Burt's Bees.
Especially when society has demonstrably taken steps to quell that kind of activity.
Nice.
Which is
Love
that.
That's a good stick. So are you in school? What are you doing today?
Let's have a look at some of the significant Jews that have been class. Here's a map just to recall what we're talking about when we say Ukraine. These are the contemporary.
What school you go to, DePaul?
Although it's important to note that with the exception of
in community college, just saving up
this
so a lot of
history,
$100,000
was not a
Cool.
titular
That's a sure smart idea.
their home
Yeah, I
state
think
that
I
they could claim. This is
now with the entrance close to $500,000 in the fucking hole, and I'm starting to think there's some guy that drove his plane into the IRS building here in Austin. And I still
often found
think
themselves
like
within
500 in the hole.
or Russia.
I go from here.
Where does it
Also,
stop?
When do I stop?
At what point do you get assessed now?
found
Just
themselves
take it
Right into the fucking side of the thing.
and the Western
But
group found
we'll
themselves
see.
under the Russians, for example.
Well, John, it's a real pleasure again. It's been, I don't even know how long, so it's been it's so nice to communicate with you, ass.
The 12th century stands out because there are two figures.
Fucking wild. I didn't know this was real.
Well, it's not real, so Grant's using AI stuff, so it's actually a new protocol. Yeah, no, Casey and I are actually in the other room. What you're seeing now is not, the AI has to, the camera has to be interfaced in the other room. So this actually is, yeah, so you're kind of right, but this actually isn't us.
We're in a state of stasis, basically.
Yes.
And there's another Isaac of
It's from goosehaven.com.
reported as Isaac
Ketamine and goosehaven.
Russian pronunciation of the same place.
You know, William,
Also,
give me a call. Casey, I love you, man. You guys are fucking amazing.
to the west, to the Rhineland,
John, stop it. Stop it.
Listen again.
Be like, you guys.
Okay, bye, John.
Looked like at that time, this is a period of chaos.
And a little thing there, I had never met John before in my life. Yeah, got your ass,
Many,
Grant.
many more famous
Grant
Jewish
thought he was
names
working
when you get to
Costco.
the 18th century. That's because Ukraine has been absorbing over the
What were you, a drink girl?
food
goer.
Damaging out pizza so I can go hide behind the trash can and eat it.
Food goer. She's walking around the pizza box. Oh, I fucked it up again.
You guys got time for one more?
Yeah.
How about
Here is what that massive state looked like in 1764. The Ukrainian part of it is sort of like the bottom section of the yellow map. You can see there that Kiev is just outside of it.
Mr. Balls, there's a Dr. Beetlejuice here to see you.
Russia proper.
Hey, how's it going? I got some really bad news.
Jews, by the way,
Would you go to a Dr. Beetlejuice?
Yeah, probably. You might want to sit down and get the test results.
All of the Jews who are
It's actually looking like it's spread into your lungs.
But the waiting room would always be weird with this.
Shrunken heads and everything.
Casey, I was watching the People's Court last night. I've been watching a shit ton recently, and one of the ladies from Harvey was talking to people out back in between on the commercial breaks. One of the ladies looks just like a shrunken head person with her hair and her head was real small. Oh my god. It's just like it.
Divine retribution.
Alex Balls wasn't happening, but here's Marcus.
Marcus C.
Marcus.
Many of the Hasidic dynasties that are
What's
still
up, man? We can't hear you, Marcus.
They all come from Ukraine.
Yeah, you have to tell us the whole story.
Oh,
Oh, here we go. How are you, man?
Casey.
Anything? What's up?
How you guys doing?
Doing good. Just chill. Just it's pretty nice here today. It's starting to get warm, which scares me. I think it's about to start getting real hot. It's like it's real nice today, but it's kind of
perhaps the best
scares me.
There's literally not a cloud in the sky here. It's insane, but it's actually
has an annual pilgrimage.
Oh, cool. How is the? Ooh, what is that? A heat lamp light up there? What is that? Or just a red light?
It's just a red light. I can change it to literally any color I want.
Oh my god, that's cool.
And he was
do it on your phone. Change it to something fucked up. Yeah, can you change it on your phone?
But he decided he wanted to be buried.
It's actually not as
largely
fancy as it sounds. It's just like an array of colors. Not any color.
Well, that's cool. It has a remote control. That's cooler than any of the freaking lights I have. Yes, please. That's awesome. Make it green, make it green.
If I go over here, I got this one too. I mean, there's all
Oh my gosh, that's fun. Yeah, that's fancier than any freaking lights I have. I just have the boring ass regular light bulbs. Yeah.
Take yourself to Target. They have them all over the place, different size, and this one's even it.
Oh my gosh, they are. I love it. Are they all on the same remote control, or are they on different remotes?
Are you kidding me? I can change that guy. That one's probably not on, but I go boom here, and then I'm going to change this one. I go boom.
What? Dude. Oh, shit. That's sick.
I'm really controlling this house.
You are, yeah. I just picture you walking in and just fucking with the lights for a while, and then fucking with them a little later on.
Seriously, it's red. My whole house is red. It's like a
period of time.
Oh, that's fun, especially in Tampa.
Yeah, we watched The Matrix yesterday. It was all green.
Incredible. Love it. What's your favorite Matrix? Just the first one?
Very successful later.
You know, I think the first one is the most important one, but I think the second one is the most fun. It's I like them both. I don't really like the third. I think that was kind of a money grab. But I love Keanu, so I mean, what are you gonna do?
For sure.
He can't make any mistake.
Keanu, and he's supposed to be really nice. What are you drinking, a beer?
Yeah, I'm having just a little Corona.
Yes, you are. Fine,
it's 3:43, so
it sounds like a good time. You're gonna get my ass drinking a Corona after this, Marcus. You're gonna be the reason I fucking start boozing again, dude. And if William doesn't do it, yeah, Casey's drinking too. Maybe we're both fucking. If William doesn't, I do it. Yeah, maybe we're falling off the wagon.
Had these claws for like a year. No one drinks them. They just been sitting here. Maybe you could.
Well, I would drink them because now that I'm not drinking, I am drinking a shit ton of those things. And I swear, when I was drinking, I would have never touched those. So I hear what you're saying. Now they're kind of I drink them. Whatever.
Keep one on hand if you end up in nearby. Awesome.
Cool. Yeah, last time I lobbed a thing, it was in Florida during a spring break, and it was people launching beers with the 3-person catapult just into the darkness, just full beers off of the balcony of some house. Somebody killed somebody.
I have seen you throw things pretty aggressively at people. It seems dangerous, but I mean, I don't complain.
It's his journey. Yeah, it's my cross to bear. It's my journey. It's right, Marcus. It starts turning into this. It's a hard deal, but yeah, I mean, when I get something in my hand and I want to fucking throw it, I try to nail people.
You got good form and everything.
Thank you. Yeah, I used to be a pitcher. Yeah, his dad was a pitcher for Georgia Tech.
Wow.
Casey's dad was also a left-handed pitcher. Yeah, Illinois State. Who's your best friend? A sick beak. It's a baby. Oh my gosh. Baby. What website do you get those on? I've seen the real lifelike baby dolls. Where did you get yours? That was super lifelike.
We thought we were getting a dog. And then, we thought maybe it's a hairless dog or some rare breed, but it turns out it's a full-grown baby.
You made that thing? Really?
Made that thing.
It looks kind of like you, Marcus. What is it, a boy or a girl?
It's a boy. His name is Stone.
Hi, Stone. Love it. Rock.
Say hi to your Uncle Casey, Uncle.
It's away. Oh my gosh, sweet little Stone. Hello, little friend. Romancing the Stone. That's a classic.
One of the things that surprised me.
Well, that's very sweet. So what did you do? Just bust up inside your bitch?
Literally just, it was 50-50. We didn't know what was going to happen. We thought maybe, like we said, we thought we were going to get a dog, but
We ended up with Will Stone. He's just so sweet.
That's very nice. I love it.
Also, I have a cigar. Kind of a big cigar guy now. It's weird. I'm not really enjoying it, but I have it.
Popularity.
Your dad. I love it. Yeah, you're a dad now. Holy shit.
Yeah. Well, we're moving. We're moving soon. Got to get a new job, and I have to pee in a cup for them. And I think if there was some weed in there, they'd get a little pissed. So I have to
Yeah, you gotta
do something else.
For sure. Have a stogie, man. Light one up for young Stone. It's a beautiful baby.
He's a beautiful boy. He's just so sweet. Sometimes he yells. He actually peed on my sock earlier. He has a strong stream. I was taking a diaper. Almost got the diaper off, but it just made it right over the edge of the diaper and right onto my sock.
Oh my gosh. That's funny.
He didn't talk much. I asked him what he did. He didn't really answer me.
That is frequently posed as a question. And
I can't really stay mad at someone that's just so cute. So cute.
Ashkenazi Jews are not.
He is the sweetest.
They have any connection with the Khazar Jews. Very, very
one proportion and the
overwhelming whole, which is largely.
Love it. Yeah, what is the Matrix about? Heaven?
So let's take some time.
No, it's just the reality. Everyone's just plugged into these little goofy pods. You're just in a back with a bunch of cables, and you're just like powering the machine. And then if you get
what
unplugged,
is the Khazar hypothesis?
you float around the ship and you transfer it all.
Is the machine a god?
I don't think so. It's like a guy in a suit with like some sweet ass sunglasses.
Grant tries to tell me it's an allegory about God, and it's like, dude, I'm not buying that. It's not about Jesus? Is Keanu not Jesus, Marcus?
That's what I thought. Especially now with the beard and the hair, he's like, looks the part. You know what they say? It looks like Jesus, smells like Jesus. I mean, it's just easy now.
It's got to be Jesus. He had the commercials on the Super Bowl this year, which was, I thought,
guys, you guys are in the Matrix right now.
Yeah, I know, we all are. Don't remind me, Marcus.
I remember you were It's nice to see that once a year, maybe come right.
Now, at the same time, more or less,
I need to. It's going to let us do probably a year. I normally watch around Easter.
Primarily
Easter. Passion of the Christ. I remember when I was still living in LA getting all fucked up. I watched Passion of the Christ for the first time at like 5 in the morning.
Ashkenazi is a biblical origin, but it is applied to
He gave everything for us.
Big old JC. Big up JC. You know what? That's what I'm going to. Can I shut this beer for JC? Because I will. I swear to God.
Yes. And then we're going to chug one right after this. Yeah, if you finish that thing, if you finish it, we're chugging one after. We're going to Chewy's, going to have a couple marks.
And there, they constitute the largest of European Ashkenazi
down the hatch.
Looking at this outline here.
Well, Marcus, yes. Got a little belt.
Of course, there's a big migration to the Americas.
Second person today who almost vomited. And sweet little Stone. Well, Marcus, wonderful to talk to you, my friend. Good luck with the move and your job and stuff. Thanks, man.
It's been an honor. It's been another time, you guys. Like I said, they want to meet you soon.
Cool. Sounds good.
Later,
I would make a hard note every one again.
We'll complete it for you.
Israel,
Oh my gosh, you guys are the best.
that's to distinguish them from other
Bye.
Spartan who trace their origins primarily to the Iberian Peninsula.
Very sweet. Had a little baby and a TT on a soccer.
Here's the Khazarian.
Crazy.
Since there is something of an overlap between.
It was fun. Thank anybody for calling. I'm very sorry if you didn't get on to that. Yeah. Figure out a way to talk to you all pretty soon. Yeah, we'll really figure it out.
And the population
was fun. Everyone was so nice. A couple people definitely drunk. Yes.
Are living in
oh my gosh,
the Khazar hypothesis says that the Jews that call themselves Ashkenazim coming from Eastern Europe are not descendants of the German Ashkenazim, They are actually descended
Okay.
from the Khazars.
That's it. Thank you.
That's the introduction.
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios, right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. The William Montgomery Show is a Fanny Co. production. Thanks for joining us. I'll see you next time.
No fun said that. I'm trying to have fun tonight.
Biological descent as opposed to halachic identity, Jewish identity by Jewish law, which is a different thing, although they tend to overlap like a Venn diagram. It's really clear that there's no DNA evidence or a very tiny element of DNA evidence to support the idea of a Khazar origin to Eastern European Ashkenazi Jews. Now, one exception to that rule is the Professor Eran El-Haik, who's written some interesting things on this, but he remains controversial, and most scholars are not accepting the research that is presented specifically on Khazarian. Now, without being a scientist and be able to get into the real nuts and bolts of this, what I've read about this is that he prepared in 2013, I think it was first published, an analysis of about 6
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the Demons King.
Unfortunately, the sample was really
As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the Big Red Machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery. Happy Birdstrap? Hey, Grant. Yeah.
Zero, because there are no Khazars today, and in fact, we haven't had any Khazars.
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the devious Casey Rocket. The Tony Chin Orchestra. William Montgomery Junior Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the Big Red Machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery.
I would consider the rivalry to be a very unreliable estimate, and most scholars
we do outlaw
are not accepting limited data evidence to suggest that
That's how bad it goes.
secondly, pile on.
Yeah, sure. TikTok, never heard of it. Yesterday's
Holy
shit, dude. How did you get my actual body? It's wild. He's so my dad. That's what I just typed in your name. Alright, Maddie. Wait, what was this voice? There's another producer in another room. You don't even let him in the room. No, Grant stays on the other side of the room. I used to get Grant in the room.
He used to.
Yeah, at the very beginning, he was in the room with us, but then he served us bad pasta one night and got food poisoning, so he has to stay in the other room now. R&R meatball. Yeah, laryngitis. Yeah, Grant loves doing little tricks like that to kind of keep control over you. Yeah, Grant.
You trust?
I'm already not feeling too well, so.
There are enjoy those words here and there that are kind of uncertain derivation.
Oh my gosh. And also, before we get into anything, Ari, first off, Ari, thank you so much for being on the podcast. Of course. Do you have any cysts? Like, you know what those things are? I have one in my ass.
Well, it's the thing. Casey had one on his forehead, and Casey, I wish I knew about it. I had one on my face, and the other week, last week, I was messing with it all one day, and now it fucking hurts. Yeah. Now it hurts. I was touching the cyst tumor. If you touch it, it'll get infected. It'll swell up like a little bit. You see that?
It hurts sometimes too.
So they have to operate inside house, right? Because I know people who do that, tobacco and stuff, snus and shit. They have to get, like my friend, they have to get the cyst removed.
Wait, this is the inside out. Wait, is this from the things that I do in my mouth?
For sure.
No, the dermatologist said it wasn't because I asked her specifically. The research
dermatologist. Well, that's like a chiropractor.
Yeah, other than they take skin cancer off of you. Yes, I hear you. I agree. The first time I went to the dermatologist, always pictures of like people getting tattoos removed or bullshit. I don't know. But then they actually take cancer off of your body.
I saw cancer today.
Where'd you see it?
I was just scrolling on Instagram. You do that sometimes? It's great.
You follow Cancer Daily?
No, it was just everybody's getting cancer these days. It's just, you know, when you're scrolling and you see like an old friend, you know, and you're like, oh, I haven't seen him for a while. And he's like, update, you know, those videos where he's walking. You know, this is going to be a positive update about this. Oh, maybe he's trying to record an album for Serious XM. What's happening, you know, for sure. And he goes, yeah, I have stage 4. I'm going to, you know, rest in peace. You know? And,
so you really had a friend who was doing a video that they have stage 4 cancer. You saw that recently?
Today, I was just scrolling in my bed. Immediately, I started Googling what sort of cancer he has, if I have it, because that's how.
Yeah, it's runs with the friend.
And then they go, and then you Google, every time they Google cancer, they go, you have it? And they go, you have it. I Googled that skin cancer, and they go, yeah, if you have,
So then that brings us to the next question. Where is it?
How do you find out about it? You know? You don't. It's just you.
Yeah, no, there's different ways you can look. I think I have one on my chest right now.
They go, yeah, you're gonna die.
You put a penny by it.
And then I was trying to find out about the stages. Because every time I find somebody out who finds out about cancer, it's always too late. You know?
Stage 4 or 3 or wait. So what kind of does everybody have?
Stage 17 melanoma.
Melanoma.
Yeah, and was like, oh yeah. And it's not like.
Do you comment?
Yeah, what do you say?
And then do you like those posts? Like, do you like that he has cancer?
That's what Kat was saying.
Or do you like that you posted?
I have to think about it. I mean, it was like being funny with it and stuff, you know, like he's a funny guy. Still, I don't know. And everybody has cancer. I don't think this thing could have cancer.
No, this literally my finger is. Just check where my finger is. No, that's a regular mole. Just look at this one. This is melanoma. That's not a melanoma.
This one is melanoma.
No, it's a regular. It has regular borders. It has regular borders. That's what makes my nipple. What do you have? Show right there. Mine's my list. Grant, you zoom on this. Popping on my nipple. Does yours have a regular border or is yours a regular?
This you don't have a belly button. This one.
This kid right next to my nipple. You can see it right here. You can't zoom in high. You can't zoom in more. Grant,
how am I so tagged?
I don't think you have to worry about skin cancer, dude. Quit flexing it. You have a beautiful colored skin. You have a beautiful colored tan skin.
I think my skin just wants to.
Your face isn't that tan, but your chest is very tan. Yeah, you're super tan. Tan in all the wrong places. How'd you get so tan?
I think a large number of people
Trick or treat. It's a period of time.
Yeah, the sun treats me well. I get bald, I get tans, I get a blonde color. Yeah, it's my body Is your friend in I mean, I just saw the story. It's crazy.
Go again. Go again. Go again.
One prayer. Jesus gives you one prayer for Anna, I think. So, yes, for Anna. Sounds like an animal thing. Yeah, for Anna. Three of our weekend nights for 3 years.
This is like the most Canadian shit I've ever seen.
But we used to make one because our business was basically nosediving during Q3. And we got together and we combined our prayers 3 years. So we did 6 prayers. Like, better dropshipping location. Better packaging deals. 100% never invested in plastics in Q3. We invested in this plastic thing, dropshipping, Amazon, whole deal. We invested a lot into just learning about this method, and then we invested in these plastic cones, which turns into like this logistical nightmare. It was a trying time for sure. And it's quarter 3. It's like you gotta get the profits for quarter 4 for sure for the investors. It's quarter 3, I don't know what, but the prayers help. It helped. And around the holidays, the investors, they start calling. They go, I got Christmas, I got kids, I got combs. I'm into my neck and combs. How can I get rid of some of these things? All right, yes, Merry Christmas, though. Happy Halloween. I hope you enjoy them because we can't sell them worth it. Yeah, so you're stuck with these things. Don't try to ship them back. That's why we don't put our address in Amazon for a reason. You can't ship them back. We ship to you. If you sell them better on you, for every comb we sell, we get 2 more combs that come in. Yes. We have like 2,000 at one point. Yeah, go. Like on the plastic comb. Yeah, like the switchblade ones, which we thought was funny. So we went way big on it. Yeah, you click a button and you think a nut blade's gonna come out, but it's a comb. Scared the hell out of me.
Somebody liked it.
And it's give me your money.
Who the fuck liked it?
It sings like the touch tune toothbrushes. That would sing when you brush your teeth, but it sings like you brush your hair. It was a really good idea. It's a great idea. It's all Alice in Chains. We got Alice in Chains.
Well, that's cool. Sometimes I dream that he is me. Got to be like music. Sometimes I dream. Sometimes I dream. Like. If I can be like, oh, I can be like.
I was at Alice in Chains. Well, we just got those into one song, so it kind of plays that loop, but it's a badass tune. It's good. I know now that you think about it, maybe you want to think to invest in maybe at least one other song. It's a dead dress. That's a good pop-up music. That is funny how you saw some. I went to. It is like let's take these chicks, you know? Yeah. It's like anyway, it is funny how you don't know what songs are like. I went to Thailand for a holiday, and there was like a song whatever Thailand. These are great, right? And they're singing, but they don't know any of the songs. Like they sang Cranberries, like they don't know the words, so they're like, you know, they're not singing. Are they singing the correct English words? They are, but
That's the that sounds, you know, and their bones, and all the rest of the groove.
What is zombie? I'm stupid. What is zombie?
Everybody's faces go through.
Now that we have
you find the question as a child.
What is this garbage?
You try to pick your baby up, but the mom just tore her apart.
Baby gone, you start running, you're getting all so sad.
I'm not sure that's the song, but that's what I hear.
What exactly do we know about the story of the conversion of the Khazars in that region?
Sunday, Bloody Sunday. Basically,
Right. The story of Khazaria is especially fascinating when you think about the way it has been received by Jewish history.
Do you?
This is what
you
the
too.
German historians call the conception
Yes, an iPhone. It came with the album.
history of the reflection.
Yeah, you two still play every time I turn on the car. I fucking hate it.
Whoever made that, like as an executive decision, I mean, what did you do? What did you think was going to happen?
Yeah.
Did you think your band is so cool? It was like, oh shit,
Holy shit, this is actually really good.
Yeah. No, it's like later years, you two. I mean, it was like 5 years ago.
And then you went into that Nickelback.
The story describes the Khazari
weird, where you're, I mean, I like YouTube songs, I like Nickelback songs, but for some reason,
this
they
great
sold out
poet
at some point. Like, it's a beautiful day. That's not YouTube. We need some like hard hitting, like
Vertigo when I was like a kid. Vertigo, they made that Tomb Raider song about Lara Croft jumping around with kitties.
40 is spiritual
Daniel Craig was in the movie.
I never saw the movie.
The practice of paganism among his people,
I even made a
and
fake passport.
looking at the
Because I was so in love with
these
Angelina Jolie, I made like
particular
a
Christianity
fake
and Islam.
passport where I put
Both Christianity and Islam are making geographic headway in Central Asia and approaching its borders, and he thinks to himself, so what should I be doing? Should I be remaining a pagan? Should I join one of the other faiths and so on? And so he has a debate where he gets together a Jew, a Muslim, and a Christian. I know it sounds like and he has them have a trilateral debate over which religion
and they made fun of it, and I tried to act like I don't know what they're talking about. Like, who else in this house with a
Rabbi decides to accept Judaism.
My dad. Yeah, I was like my stepdad. I was like, I don't know. Also, PlayStation 1, look at those pixelated banging titties. Because this is a remastered Lara Croft, but they used to be these super
that there's 500 years difference
and I was just jack off to
the
these
setting of this story and the authorship.
PlayStation 1, 2, did you play?
That's a
I had
lot
N64, never PS1.
You have to understand that
my parents got a
the
divorce, so
Khazari was chosen
Things were looking good over it. Where were you looking for those
I
60?
played Nintendo 64,
James
Bond
Day.
Yeah, I love that.
PlayStation tomorrow.
I love the PlayStation 2 James Bond games. I played every single one of them. I got these for Christmas. Nightfire was wonderful.
Story as a literary foil to have a larger philosophical discussion about the relative merits of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam.
was always
By doing so, to demonstrate the superiority of that's the essential idea of the Khazari and the actual
I think same with me
historical
too. I saw that on
elements
the
of the
airplane.
version of the Khazars is not necessarily important for
Tina Turner. I mean, it's an amazing soundtrack. That whole the opening credits, the scenes, the
So let me set
betrayal.
aside the Khazari as a historical source.
That character, I think that's a character. Yeah, isn't that one of the guys? Trevelyan. What's Tomorrow Never Dies? Is that the diamond one? What's the one forever? Yeah.
So
Wait, no,
let's
what
move
is
back a couple hundred years to the correspondence of Hussite and the Shuffle. Again, we're still about 300 years distant from the actual events described, but this is a fascinating, very important source, which was exceptionally important for Levi's work as well. Chastai ibn
interrupted.
Shaprut,
So that's
who
why
I
he
hope
would
we
call
will discuss in a
because he
few
was
lectures when we
mid-transition.
look at
I'm impressed. Do you remember all
very
the
important
details
diplomat
as a bond?
who
Wait, so which bond do they have? The
educated
stealth
the
ship?
Jewish communities
Isn't there a
throughout the
stealth ship?
Mediterranean basin.
Or
And he was
tomorrow never
fascinated with the story of the Chazar conversion, which was known to him. And so he sent out some emissaries to try and reach Khazaria and find
I
out,
do remember
you
that.
know,
Actually,
yeah,
watched that
what's
kind of
going
recently.
on there? You guys actually Jewish. Is this actually a Jewish kingdom? Now, for reasons which will take us beyond the scope of our discussion, his emissaries did not succeed in reaching Khazaria or speaking with any actual Khazarians, but they did receive correspondence from someone who purported to have brought letters from a King Joseph of Khazaria. These letters are absolutely fascinating. They relate the story of the conversion of Ulan. They talk about the nature of Khazarian, their Judaism, all kinds of fascinating things. But it's widely believed that these letters were forgeries. In other words, the people who provided the letters to the messengers of Chastai ibn Shaprut were essentially engaged in some kind of con. And they have no bearing on the actuality of Khazaria, and they don't have historical value for that purpose. So they're fascinating and they're really engaging. But
interesting. I've never thought about it. I think you're probably correct on that take, but I've never thought
are they authentic?
Yeah,
are they
what
actually
better
letters
food,
from
better
Joseph?
Like if
Probably
you're
not. We do
Yeah,
know,
better
however, as we
food,
get
better
closer
pizza
and closer
combination.
to the original dates, that
Yeah,
the
have you ever
medieval
heard that?
Jewish truth
Grand
travelers
knows quite a bit.
who either had direct contact with Khazaria or direct contact with Khazarians
Papa John
in
actually
different
has been
places
staying with
and
Grant.
report, however
Grant
briefly,
sees
on
that.
their Jewish
Yes.
status, sometimes with a degree of surprise, sometimes with a degree of skepticism, but nevertheless, there's like more and more little tiny bits of evidence piling up in a lot of places. As we shall see, many skeptics would say that the plural anecdote is not straight up, but it's hard to toss away these little bits of information.
Because every American controversy is about
For example, here's a fascinating document which was found in the Cairo Geniza. We will have opportunity to speak about what that Geniza is in lectures from now, but basically it's a medieval trove of documents which were literally thrown away, but were basically preserved until they were unearthed in the late 19th century. And in this trove of documents is a so-called Kievan letter, which is basically a letter that is familiar to anyone who lives in the Jewish community today. When tzedakah collectors, charity collectors come by Jewish homes, they typically present a document which is called a tzedakah, and it's essentially a statement of the bona fides of the bearer of the document, saying that this person represents a legitimate cause, valuing hard times, supporting orphans, widows, or a charitable cause, one or the other. And it's expected that when someone presents you with this which may be issued by the local community in which the donor lives, or may come from the originating community, Jerusalem or wherever, then you see this charity and they will build up the cup. So this is exactly what it is. The only real difference between this document and the one we use today is that the ones we usually are illuminated, typically this is not animated, but it comes from TM, which indicates that is part of the range of Khazaria. The great Harvard historian argued that Kiev may have been founded by Khazarian Jews. At any rate, the letter specifically describes how the person is falling out of line, the person is worthy, and he should specifically support his cause. And then, amazingly, at the bottom, you can see it's highlighted here in this particular image. There is a signature in what appear to be Turkic runes that say, I have
For sure. I mean, I need to download it again. I've never. It's Kazam. It's not Shazam. What was I thinking?
Evidently, people because normally this would be the signature of someone who was important in the Jewish community, like a rabbi or a parnasi, essentially the president of the community. And he obviously is completely illiterate in Hebrew and needs to write in perfect rules. Very unusual, unless there was We have multiple references from Arab historians to a Jewish presence in Khazaria as well. Perhaps one of my favorite examples is
their skin looks at their color. It's like,
early
this has to be some well-done Hollywood movie. How did they mess this up so bad?
I remember when Reddit was really popular. Population which later would grow into modern-day Ukraine. It's also shared with the Russian Empire, the Polish Empire, and so on. It's the so-called Povis or Chronicle of Bygone Years, which is essentially a church record of the history of the region. There's a fascinating description of a key element in the Christianization of the region, specifically the conversion of King Volodymyr or Vladimir to Eastern Orthodox Christianity. It's exactly like the story in Khazaria. There is a representative of Islam. There are two representatives of Christianity, both Western and Eastern Christianity.
He has a great bit on Family Guy where him and Peter drive past a pig. I think about this all the time. They're smoking a joint, and Bill Clinton goes, "Hey man, you think we could eat the whole pig?"
Not only do they replicate the story that was essentially told in the letters of hostile Joseph, they actually report the same kind of scenario. Of course, it ends up that King Volodymyr decides
to drive from Austin to Memphis, or we go past Arkansas, which is where he was born.
Had is he chosen to be Jewish? He very clearly did, by the way. But this is, one of those data points that you can't ignore.
Yeah, he's the biggest thing, and I hope he's a president.
The idea of a Jewish community.
Yeah, president.
And finally,
he's a president.
Really
that's the biggest thing I hope we'll ever see.
Finds, like this coin found in the United Kingdom as part of the so-called spilling cord. There's a whole number of them that come from Khazaria around this time of 8th, 9th century. This one writes in Arabic, sort of a paraphrase on the famous statement of Islamic faith. There is no God but Allah, and Moses is his prophet.
Crazy, because she looks like just kind of some older,
and then there are some
nondescript
examples of Jewish symbols on Khazar architecture, which is limited. There are not a lot of finds, but this menorah symbol from Khazar archaeological division especially. So all of these things come together to suggest that something really important happened.
Be careful saying the Jewish stuff grants
this
Jewish.
Region in the 8th century that involved Judaism.
And we caught him. This is God. I thought there was too much going on.
Let's have a look at
about to get me.
If you ask Professor Shaul Stein, who we met in the last
she's getting closer. Yeah, she's
talking about DNA. Dr. Sanford is definitely one of the biggest skeptics of the whole story. He says it is, quote, a splendid story. To finish the rest of that sentence. In other words, there's not much to it. So, but we still have all these little bits of data, the Kievan letter, the spilling coin, and things like that. What does all that mean? So, trying to put it together, one of the biggest questions we have is, if they did convert to Judaism, I tend to believe something happened there. Why did they convert? It does not seem to be a really good source. Besides, of course, there's another Joseph that has to largely recorded as a forgery, but in that letter, the primary motivation is essentially spiritual religion, and that's very nice, but maybe I think the story it's also possible that maybe it had to do with the geopolitics of the era, because I did fight through those wars. They did see the rapid expansion expanse of Christianity, which would overtake the claim of them to the Lewis sword order. So, maybe they chose to adopt Judaism as some kind of neutral position. Perhaps they hope to say that, hey, Jews are tolerated in Muslim lands under the fact of Lamar, which we discussed earlier, and in Christian lands through the doctrine of witness. Maybe they thought they could carve out some independence there. But we also have to remember that there is remarkable silence regarding their association with the rest of the population, which is really not so far away. This was really the real center of Jewish intellect and rabbinics and writing and so on. Why is there silence from Mesopotamia on the Khazar conversion?
Just
rabbis active in Babylonia and Mesopotamia.
Those are beautiful.
Was it the Karaites we haven't had the opportunity to discuss yet? Why do we have no Karaite sources either? So a lot of questions about why they would.
Go to Estonia.
Secondly, how Jewish was this conversion? Both in terms of quality.
I didn't know the Vikings went to Estonia. I thought they were just going to
Canada. We don't have a clear sense as to whether these converts were rabbinic in orientation or Karaite in orientation. The documents like the Kiev letter just indicate that particular individual who had gone
this apartment for a while. There was this old man I befriended who it looked like he used to have red hair, but it turned white, so we were friends because he used to have red hair. And he used to come over to my apartment and we would do cocaine together. And this guy's like mid-60s. It was just such a strange thing. But I think he was in some sort of Vikings movie. That's what he always told me and probably was lying to me about. He told me he was some old actor.
That this
and he came off that vibe, but he probably wasn't. He was probably some weird, scammy older guy. I don't know.
Converted to Judaism,
we were all having
her
fun.
Her husband remained non-Jewish.
Yeah, this was years ago. Gil. His first name was Gil. I can't remember his last name. I don't know.
We
yeah, we went up to the apartment one time in the lights. I hadn't paid the bills, and it was just dark in there.
It could be
a couple
that this was
buddies
simply
out
a
there
token
just
conversion
smoking weed in
that
the
took place
dark.
in the upper strata,
Kind of weird time. Sorry.
Population as a whole who remained essentially pagan.
It's your weird.
And thirdly, perhaps contributing to the ongoing history about the Khazars.
No, it can't be. Yeah, there's no way. We've been having a really good time.
We know that the empire lost its political independence in the 10th century.
That's what we're going for. Okay, we're going for super
destroyed it for the last time.
Yeah.
But they seem to like pop up every now and then in the chronicle of bygone years. That was a couple hundred years later. We still have reference to Khazars as Jews, but they don't seem to have that impact on the demographics of the region. We already discussed in the previous video the lack of DNA evidence of their intimate relationship with Ashkenazi Jews. Did they perhaps, make an impact on some of the smaller Jewish populations, like in the Caucasus, like the mountain Jews, perhaps?
Super Bowl 58. Pretty
Now,
exciting.
as I mentioned in the beginning of the last
Ask the question,
video,
get the
I
answer.
get a lot of
Is it
questions
football?
and a lot
Yes,
of
it
attention
is. Is
about
it fun?
concerts. Sometimes I have to actually
Football's
shut
fun,
off
yes.
the comments because
When
they
the
just
ball
get
hits
way
the
out of hand.
goalpost line,
You
you
might
lose the
wonder if
bet.
this is your first time asking this question. Why do people care? Like, what is the big deal? Some obscure 8-cent event. So the implications are actually quite significant for 2013 Consider, for example, the work of Professor Shlomo Zahn, which is the story, who's written quite a few controversial books of significant resistance here, the so-called Invention of the Jewish people, in which he essentially argues that Ashkenazi Jews, as we discussed in the last video, Ashkenazi Jews
head office, so do that math
that this entire
with you
of the Jewish people,
start
which has such a profound impact on modern politics in particular since the 19th
here's
century.
The fun part. If you're a new customer, new to
they're
this
not
whole
actually
domain, we've been a part of it for
from
years. Yes.
biblical
If you're a new customer, you can bet on the big game and turn
Israel.
$5 and
Now
then
this
$200
has a lot of
instantly in
appeal
bonus bets.
to
And with
people
$200,
who wish
you
to
can buy
see
who knows how
modern
much food
Jews take
at
it down
Chili's.
to 20 dishes for $10 each. And the Super Bowl is already super exciting, but betting with DraftKings at a whole new level to the share. Milton says F-U-N, like D-R-A-F-T-K-I-N-G-S. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code WMS. New customers can bet $5 to get $200 instantly in bonus bets. Yes, please. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 58 with code WMS. The crown is yours. Gamble it. But if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Or in West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. You got a problem in the big city, the Big Apple? Not a problem. You got a problem in New York? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY, which is 467-369. And if you're in Connecticut and have a gambling problem, help is available for problem gambling, but you got to call 888-887-9777 and visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. We're begging you hand in hand. Please play responsibly on Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 plus. Age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. And by the way, bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See dkng.com/football for eligibility and deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming resources. Support the show. Shake up the Super Bowl by downloading DraftKings Sportsbook and using code WMS.
I went into this hallway to the toilet.
Left wing has
this hallway.
he wishes to disassociate himself specifically with the Jewish claim to the land of Israel. If Ashkenazi Jews, the argument goes, are not really Jewish, and Israel is to be a homeland for Jews, that therefore,
in the building,
where the argument goes, invalidates the Ashkenazi claim to the
So
land
did you
of
go the right
Israel
way? Would you go left or right?
I saw chiropractor.
Now, that's a pretty strong thing to state politically. That's why, ironically, you sometimes find the Khazarian hypothesis being advanced by those who have issue with Jews
need
both
a
on the right
dentist.
and on the left.
We don't think
That's why this issue seems to have so much traction, even in the
You don't
21st
think you just handle it yourself?
But
What
in
are you,
terms
nuts?
of the
Yeah, what do you
overall
do if you have a
Jewish
cavity? Just get a buddy to yank it out.
a splendid story.
So
We've
get
got this
punched
now
in the
for
face if you have a
but
bad
we're gonna move
But
on
what if they
from this
punch
now.
the wrong
We're gonna
tooth?
look at a
Then
much
you
more
got two
significant
problems
topic.
back. You're doing a Charlie horse to get the right
Middle
tooth.
Eastern Jews,
less problems. That's
particularly
what I said.
Well, I had
More teeth, more
Thank you very
problems.
much
You know
for
that famous Ice Cube song?
I had a horrible nightmare. I was telling Casey out front, but I had this horrible nightmare last night where all of my bottom teeth came out. But it was like slowly, and I was like, I swear I was somewhere down in Mississippi or something at like some gift shop. And my friend Rydoon, who we used to do comedy together. He was wonderful. He was real big on Vine. We got to be buddies in LA. He was a funny comic, but he was hilarious on Vine.
Yes.
Yeah, we got to be buddies in LA, and he was in the Dream. I was thinking about him because I was talking to Red Band the other day, and I was asking about Rydoon came up, and I guess he's a lawyer now. I think he stopped doing comedy, and he went to law school, and he's a lawyer. Good for him. He's always hilarious. But basically, he was in the Dream, and all of my bottom teeth came out. It was a horrible nightmare. It really scared me.
Decay.
Yeah, it could be the things I put in my mouth. I don't know. It's probably it's a dream of things to come.
The only thing that came up was the new Dune 2 movie. Timothy Chalamet. Timothy Chalamet.
You like him?
I hate every guy that chicks like. Yeah.
Bingo.
So you don't like us?
Yeah, he must not like us
He must not like us very much. Hey, why are you laughing? Well, you don't like Rand, then for sure.
Because he gets chicks. Not like Timothy Chalamet.
Yeah, Timothy Chalamet.
The Bible does report.
Rand actually, he smashes. Yeah, he'll always text us and he'll go, another notch in the Mentos, boys. We're like,
dude, this is the second time you've texted us this afternoon. What are you talking about? Where are you right now? The fucking fair? Like, where are you finding these people?
You got a brothel? Yeah. Like, how are you smashing so much and he won't tell us, but I believe it.
He's getting them somehow. I don't even, he's probably on the Chili's on 45th. That goes to the Chili's on 45th.
That's a meat packing plant.
Yes. You want to find something to bag and tag, go to the freaking Chili's. I'm serious. That place is hopping on a freaking Tuesday, Wednesday night after 10. It's a literally, I swear to God, we drove past there earlier today. They're tailgating outside of the Chili's on 45th. Tuesday. Have you been to a Chili's yet?
I haven't been to a Chili's, but I get the reference. I watch Family Guy.
What do they say? Good things about Chili's on Family Guy? What do they say about Chili's on Family Guy?
Yeah, I've seen the little. Everybody has a joke, you know. I went to jail. I had a date. What do you think of the date?
Chili's. Yeah, they have a good cheese.
Oh, it's a lower income restaurant.
It's really good. The breaded chicken tenders and actually the big bites. They're so good.
And they have good deals. You get like a 3 for $10 deal. That's an appetizer, main course, dessert, drink. $10.
It's good to go to. Like if you're a blue collar guy, go there and work break, and you'll end up getting some ass, dude.
Totally.
Shitty ass.
Oh yeah, it just depends on which one you go to, but it's filled.
That's why I'm
I've always wanted to have you? Yeah, I mean it's something else over there. It's like you're walking into the Casablanca in the 70s or something. I mean it's like it's like insane. It's really weird because it's kind of out of the way in Austin. Not out of the way, but it's not in like the exact city center. So you wouldn't necessarily think there'd be such a place on the outskirts, but it's awesome. Yeah, I mean, you can go after this or something.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little sweaty just thinking about some of those apps.
Oh, 3 for me, starting at $10.90. Shouldn't it rhyme? Shouldn't that stuff rhyme normally?
3 for me and 10.93.
Yes.
3 for me.
3 rhymes. 3 for me. But it needs a rhyme at the end part as well. I think Casey might be on to something. 3 for me, starting at $10.93.
Yeah.
Does that count as rhyming if it's just the same word? It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know. Like poetry circles and stuff, people don't like that kind of rhyme. 3 for me, because 3 and me rhyme, but then it's like you're adding 3 for me, 1093.
This map does not
It's like it makes
exotic settlements that are really
put that on there.
this is Asia Minor,
You should go to Chili's and tell the employees about
Chocolate.
here
And probably chain us to the radiator.
Yeah, I mean, the employees over there don't. They're walking around, it looks like the freaking Thunderdome. I don't even know how they're allowed to wear what they wear. It's like freaking steampunk paradise. It's like weird.
That's like some kind of wild west. Yeah.
Yeah, just steampunk.
The spider. Mechanical spider.
It looks kind of
that there is
that's another one I never saw. I never saw Steel. I never saw Wild Wild West.
I never saw Wild Wild West.
Never.
I've seen everyone.
Mesopotamia, and in fact, it becomes a
I'm trying to beat you real quick. I can't think about it. It's been Pursuit of Happiness. 9 pounds. Is that the weight of? Is 9 pounds the weight of your soul? You lose 9 pounds when you die, and your soul is 9 pounds. Is that what it is?
Yes.
That's a heavy soul. Yeah, I would think your soul would be a matter of ounces, if anything. So, like this big rock is a big soul. I'm still thinking a soul is ounces. I'm not thinking 9 pounds. It's like your arm will weigh.
I think they say it's like grams, right, Graham?
Yeah, I think it's grams.
Like 9 grams of cum.
Yeah, it's cum. It's actually Italian cum.
some of them move it to France.
Is that a good movie?
Wild Wild West.
Italian cum.
It had a good song.
Great song, great flavor, like taste.
Here comes the wild wild.
And it's like
interesting of like that. I don't know. They had modern solutions, but with Germany, which is steam proper.
That is fun. Is that the start? Is that what kind of got steampunk popular, I wonder?
Could be, because it was steamy.
There's a big mechanical side.
Everything was steamy. There was like little phone, you know.
Hello.
Yeah. Everything.
You have to be careful because steam, those mechanisms can blow up sometimes, right?
Yes.
Cause a lot of damage.
It causes a lot of damage. Cowboys and steam.
What you can see in this map here,
because it was a cowboy.
White
You think they
arrows,
would mix?
they basically indicate major expulsion.
And it was quite the mashup. It's the mashup we needed in Hollywood at that time. Hollywood was kind of going down the drain. Yeah, and they got Wild Wild West going.
Will Smith was the fish movie where there was a great theme song.
Wait, what was the fish?
Oh yeah, what's that called? It's a Wonderful Life. Fish Tale.
Great fish tale.
Shark Tale, great movie.
I never saw that.
I Robot, great movie.
Oh, whoa.
Casey just got smacked.
Oh, yeah, that was after he smacked you.
Yeah, I was trying to do a joke for a while where it'd be funny if he didn't slap him, he just stuck his finger in his mouth. That would be kind of funny.
Suggesting that not only
And then he's all sad.
Yeah, that would almost be more disrespectful, putting your whole finger in somebody's mouth.
You know, that's disrespectful.
Is that a poop? It's not like poop on your finger and you put it in your mouth.
Oh, what the hell, man?
all areas of commerce, stakeholders,
That's a bad bitch.
All the Hollywood people so, you know,
arrows indicate not only
Yes.
from the west driving them towards the east,
So you've heard
but
about
also the economic
George
draw.
Yeah, is that how you got that information?
And if we switch back into the western parts of Europe,
Where were you at the time when that went down? Where were you during the pandemic? Were you in America or where were you?
I was in Estonia.
What was the pandemic like in Estonia?
We did about 2 weeks or something.
Got back to it.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, is it really not that long at all?
I did do sports for 2 weeks and then I thought, you know, I mean, I got
new Christians, meaning they
then I started doing gigs and then it was so and so, all kinds of these, I'm sure you did that, all kinds of different rules. No, between 10 o'clock and 11, I'll come in your house.
I think I thought they'd come over the speakers and say, it's time for bed. I don't know that yet.
Then there was one where 2 p.m. you have to like wash your face and then look at, you know, pray towards the east. Like all kinds of different rules. We went through all of it, you know.
People wearing a bunch of masks.
You put like one mask in the pocket, one hangs off your ear. And then masks after 10, we had that 3 for masks, you know. That campaign.
Yeah, 3 for free. If I would get thrown, yeah.
I want to get run. I'm gonna get sick.
How many have you had? How many?
This is my third. I mean, this is my third one today.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Small number of Jews
Girl Scout season.
I had 8 last night. I'm looking at the thing. I finished 2 rows last night, and then I put the rest in a bag.
So if Girl Scouts come to your door and they send you cookies to like perverts access, come on in. Yeah.
No,
Has there been like a serial?
a company.
Like a series? Like a, I'm sure there's a Netflix one already, right?
I think the main controversy has to do with their male counterpart, the Boy Scouts, and I think a lot of the Boy Scout masters were touching boys when they're camping outings. So I think the boy version has gotten worse than the girl version.
Boys always get fucked more than little girls.
Displacement.
Isn't it weird? And then you turn older and
This map shows
nobody wants to fuck
the
dudes.
Pale of Settlement, which is a
Like molest dudes.
You're little.
Russian
Yeah,
Empire
just,
where Jews
there's
were
nothing
allowed
cuter
to
than
live.
a boy. You know?
Basically overlap.
It's crazy because I haven't heard of young girls getting molested, you know. I don't even know what reference. It's the boys, it's the Vatican, Michael Jackson, the Boy Scouts, every camp ever. Basketball.
It's huge in basketball.
Like a little boy.
AAU, and that's the basketball. And you're right. People have a lot of bad to say about America, but I think one positive thing about America right now is little girls aren't getting molested anymore. So I think that's a positive. I mean, there's death everywhere. There's death.
I don't know one girl who got molested. It's crazy, isn't it? And I know so many guys.
Yeah, it's
not like famous guys. I don't mean like personally. I mean like hearing of kids, seeing them online or something.
Story time.
Dude, I remember mine was great. That was the original TikTok. 7 seconds. 7
seconds until your molestation. Remember that was either funny stuff or sad stuff.
Yeah. King match. King match.
Then you end with something.
I got molested.
That sounded like I was going for my Christmas song. Yes. Yeah, let's pivot from the molesting young boys to William Lake's listen. No, but yes, I think a young boy's voice is the prettiest voice that has ever graced this world.
Yeah, do you say voice crack? You say this word? Voice crack.
Yeah, voice crack.
Yeah, I remember before my voice cracked, I sounded amazing.
Did you?
I was like a really cute kid. But then my dick got bigger, and I started to like see it from one side, my eyes.
What do you mean your ligaments of your knees got this voice? What do you mean?
And then I was this weird, tall, skinny kid with a big fucking head, and then it's not cute anymore. But me as a boy, if you saw pictures,
you can't do much better.
My voice, and my voice. You know?
Well, see, that sounds like a pretty nice voice right there, though. So I think you need to give yourself a little more credit.
Okay.
I mean, that sounded nice. Is there something else you could sing first? I mean, let's say you look like him.
I know, yeah, kids used to make fun of me. That I look like Sid.
Well, stop. You don't look like him.
Tell me a song I'm singing.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to look at the origins of Polish Jews, the origins of the entire Eastern European Jewish population, Central and memorable other countries that we'll be looking at. And for those of you who took your time off to celebrate the holidays recently, I hope that you come to us and for all of us, I wish you all a wonderful year of blessings. By the way, if you're not aware, this is year 5,782
back ribs. I just kicked that chili, because I know the song, but it didn't really click.
And someone told me that he's very careful to go on his diet this year where he will never eat more than more calories than
See, you're messing. You could be prettier than that. You could sing prettier than that. I think you're messing up.
Sorry to do that. I know a lot of you don't like
trying to be crazy.
Let's talk about.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing you didn't even mean to sound good. You sounded good.
I'm really
You're putting on a show a little bit. I don't want to have to call you out. I mean, I don't know what you do, but I think you can sing a lot better.
Dominated by something called the Polish.
What's something that's a little more? What's like a pretty sounding song?
Which
It's
has
like a sweet
the
sounding song.
borders of the Commonwealth as of the year 1618, but superimposed on contemporary political boundaries to get a sense of where it was. It was this massive territory. Poland was at sort of like the southwestern core of it, but after this dynastic union with Lithuania, it spread really to a massive area, almost stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, well into European Russia, down into the Central European countries as well. And so the material that I'm discussing today does not really apply, strictly speaking, to Poland as we understand it by 21st century values, but to this larger entity, which includes, of course, Ukraine as well as Lithuania, where there are very, very large numbers of Jews residing. The southern part of Latvia is also very important because
It is?
Of course.
Settlement, which will get to in the lecture. At any rate, where did the Jews come from in this region, which became the dominant center of the rural Jewish population in the early modern
We
period.
wake up and get the
So
presents
there
from
is a
Santa.
small migration that extends back really to
The Christmas Eve, 24th?
first centuries of
Well,
the
you need to
Common
go
Era,
over, if you ever go back to
perhaps even a
Estonia,
little
you need to
bit
tell
before
the
the
people the good
And
news
these
about
are
opening
Jews that
presents
come
on
from
Christmas
different
Day.
lands
Christmas Eve is
and,
boring. You have to
make
have
their way
something to
through
look
the
forward to on
Khazarian
Christmas Day.
Empire
That's
as
my
well.
stance, at
The
least. You need to go tell the
extent
people.
of Khazarian
Because when I
influence
saw
is very, very difficult to quantify. It appears to have been minuscule. There are occasional references to Khazarian Jews, for example,
You wake up
in
and
the Russian chronicles, the
That's amazing.
It's not
Because
strictly
you know when you
speaking
wake
Russian,
up,
but refers to Kiev.
those 3 seconds you don't know who you are, where you are, and then it's like, and then you get that.
At that time,
It's like when you
and
leave
there's
the bathroom.
references
What am I wearing?
Khazarian involved in particular. And they left behind, as we discussed in previous lectures about Khazaria, they left behind very, very little trace of their presence, either cultural aspects, literary aspects, so we don't really know a lot about how extensive this penetration was and how much of the fact that the later dominant Polish Jewish population really big migration into Poland come in the 12th and especially up into the 16th century, and they're coming from the western part of Europe. They're coming primarily from Germany, France, making their way sometimes through Austria, Hungary, places like that. So that's really where you have the dominant Polish population of Jews. There you see lots of traces of European evidence, lots of very significant connections between cultures that started, for example, in the Rhineland and made their way to the east. Yiddish, of course,
everybody in my school is getting it, and this is not happening. It's the same with me.
That is basically a medieval German dialect with the letters. They're not
Move out. That's what your parents said. No, don't move out.
Languages of the Khazars, for example. So we begin to see some legendary elements of their appearance in the region from as early as the 8th and 9th century, but it really begins to coalesce around the 10th and 11th centuries. And one of the things that we see here, for example, in very early years, is that Jews are serving as royal interns making money. Here, have a look at these coins. I mean, literally making money, like producing money, things to be used as money, not necessarily making money for themselves, which I'm sure goes hand in hand with it, but some of the earliest coins in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth are actually written with Hebrew characters. You see stencils on several of them. Here's a better view of one that has the term Mashka Karo, or Mashka Karo, which is clearly the Hebrew phrase for King Reshko, a 12th century Polish ruler. Of course, this is highlighted in red videos. It's fascinating. Why would early Polish nobles make coins of Hebrew letters? It speaks most likely to the widespread illiteracy which was common to the region, and the fact that the Jews would use the Hebrew alphabet because Jews are
put it this way too.
money primarily for small commerce that became relevant. We'll have a lot more to say about this in future lectures. We'll talk a little bit about the economic basis of Polish Jewry, but for the time being, this is just some of the archaeological evidence of the early settlements from about the 10th century onward. When we look at why Jews migrated
What was your favorite game that you got like on Christmas Day? Grand Theft Auto.
there are both Christmas night and pull factors. Meaning there were factors which drove Jews out of Western Europe, and there are factors which drew Jews into Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was definitely a place of refuge for Jews. You see here beautiful representation by representing King Casimir, who was accepting the Jews and giving them protection and refuge. So much so that you see some of the great scholars like Rabbi Rothschild from Galicia referred to Poland as kind of like a classical analogy of people who in the family. Here,
and stuff now from the Christmas tree. Because I want the one. You in French, man. I want the one to burn. And she wrote out the blue box.
Did you say, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry?
Yeah, it was. And then I was still crying because the emotional. What are you doing? You're holding on to this place, but still crying because I already got going. Everybody's already arrested, already feeling so bad for me. Kids, it's hard to switch.
Yeah, it's hard to bring the tears back in.
For sure. And I was like, that really ruined boxing,
to manage, and Jews were very frustrated by this because as a minority, Jews are vulnerable to wildfire, and they rely on the legitimate authorities to maintain their society governed by law. This is disgusting. So many Jews are very happy to
There he is. Frosty. 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 Are you ready to play? Are you ready to play?
As long as they know that
I want to give you an update.
go to the police, and the police will investigate it.
I didn't like kind of like absorb stuff that like I'm actually meant to like listen to. But for the most part, like I run into a lot of people. So this guy Eban, right? Okay, forget about it. I'll talking about it later. He was talking about black communities and how they had like this whole control thing.
All right, you can tell me about it.
In black neighborhoods.
You can tell me about it. You have an invitation.
In the 13th century,
I'll check it out later. We'll play later.
Okay,
I
no.
want to just like give you updates.
Okay, update me with what you want.
What do you need? Like if I had to give you like something that you need to like input into your mainframe or whatever.
The push aspect of it.
I need you to take care of yourself, my friend.
Far less hospitable than they ever had before. Now, there's also pull factors.
All right, I'm fine.
Did you get your new computer so you can play old school RuneScape?
No, I'm not playing RuneScape anymore. I'm playing Raven Dawn. I sold my gaming laptop.
Why did you sell you? Wait. So you bought one, then you sold it, then you bought it back, now you sold it again?
Western Europe and the Jews have the know-how.
Yeah.
Why?
And I'll buy a new one. I'll buy a new one next. Because it kind of sucks. It's a piece of junk. But it overheats. Like, it just overheats on every game I play. And it's just anyway, it's like a really low budget gaming laptop.
Okay.
They also, to make this attractive to
so what I want to tell you about was Ebam. He's like this conspiracy theorist YouTuber, but he's not really a conspiracy theorist. He's more like a getting the truth out from the community, like the actual black community that cares about people and stuff, you know. So he was showing us a video about how there were these black people, political activists, right? And they were like, we need to erase hip-hop and its effect on our children. And erase stuff like anything to do with black culture and gangster stuff and everything like that. And what it did was it just drove down people's ability to have jobs. And usually what happened was they, like, all these people became poor. All these black people started living below the poverty line and increased poverty everywhere. And all due to this. So these people knew what they were doing. And they did it on purpose anyway.
But bear in mind also that we're speaking about a corporate.
Isn't that kind of crazy?
Where it's not like individuals simply say, you know what, I think I'd like to go live in Krakow, and then they go.
Yeah, but so he has like the kind of he has the opposite of your kind of mind. he has a more like what do you say, like
to affiliate, you were legally
like he just like sees stuff and he can instantly tell from cues that it's something to do with something else. So he has this kind of correlation thing going on. You know?
I guess so.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. I get along with him. I like chat and help him and stuff. But a lot of this stuff is like, you know, telling people about all this and everything. I mean, it helps. It helps a lot. It helps more than just like on an entertainment value. It kind of, I don't know. I don't know if like it's gonna help stuff like in the past, but moving on from now, like none of that stuff exists anymore. Anyway, so.
These things are actually set
but he kind of also goes deep into like the black community stuff happening and everything. And I think very often that stuff is like, I don't know, it's like an alternate America almost.
And just to give you a sense
like
of
if
what that looks like,
Christian, you go to church, you do your regular stuff, whatever you do. I don't think you see that side of the country.
1764,
but yeah, it's like a
yellow means like less
Hollywood type thing
Jews
of some kind. I don't know what it is.
More than 50,000 Jews.
Yeah, I watch a lot of this stuff on
where
YouTube.
the concentration is really
if you find him, his name's Posted.
Western Ukraine.
You can, if you search for Posted and Eban on YouTube, you find them.
The west on the border with Germany and to the north in Lithuania in particular.
So yeah, and also I don't know too much about like the media and stuff. I'm not involved in any of that. But for the most part, like you know, I think there is such a thing as sentient AI that controls a lot of stuff that happens right now. So like, I don't know, like I know you say that sentient AI, that sounds great, but I think it's some sort of like
welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it.
Like do you remember me telling you like what would happen if they put like a demonic entity into an AI system?
Yeah, I do.
But also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And each of these municipalities,
so that's kind of what's happening now, but
very similarly.
That's all like,
what happened was
the problem is you get into like stuff, afterlife stuff, and it just goes really early, and then it's
scope of the
right. And then what happens is like,
twice a year.
I don't know if like any of that makes sense to put on TV or media or anything. Like the
largest country in Europe.
You put on media, you put on YouTube, for example, you get like a scientist come in and show you how the Ouija board works on science. Doesn't make any sense, right?
Okay.
With me on the club, at least, like, probably, like, yeah.
They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish-Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly.
And by the way, once you actually do a Ouija board, there's no like that thing sticks to you, like forever.
But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than
you gotta be careful of
council of lands involved, that led to the erosion of the council of lands in particular.
And
we'll talk about that as well, I hope, in a future lecture.
Yeah, I'll tell you about that later.
The things that they dealt with were really quite significant. Made a huge impact.
If you search for Ouija board videos on YouTube, you find like all the weird shit that happens. And it's all 100% true, and it's like so horrific that some people are kind of scarred from how horror movie it is, you know. So it's not safe. Like it's more than it's your life at stake. It's your life at stake if you're someone who's not scared. If someone who's scared, like you're never gonna recover from it.
Result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis It was very similar in many ways to the German Jewish synthesis of the 19th century, but of course, when we get to the 20th century, we'll see it all unravel.
They're kind of like all the stuff, sentient AI running on this stuff.
Lecture.
If you did, it's all intermingled with a lot of people who believe in certain things and how, and a lot of like Christian exorcism and stuff like that. And they consistently try to prove them wrong, you know, and say there's scientific reason for it. I don't think there is scientific reason for it, to be honest.
Okay, dog.
So, like, the ultimate scientific reason for any of these metaphysical happenings or any of these afterlife incidents or even alien stuff, it could be quantum mechanics if you want to put it in a scientific reason, right? But that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah, but otherwise, I think everyone, they're putting everyone on this stuff right now, by like, be well informed, learn stuff. If you're unemployed, especially learn stuff. Keep learning stuff if you're unemployed, and eventually you'll get somewhere. I don't know how it's working out. They're gonna need to stop being detriment to these people who are gonna be deported or have low-paying jobs or whatever it is. They're gonna start accounting for them.
It's actually pronounced Khmelnytsky with a guttural at the beginning.
I don't know what will happen. Like anyway,
rising in the middle of the 17th century.
They probably have some ends or something. I don't know. They probably have some amount of money. It's just that they need employment and they very often
from the region. There was
what's going to happen is that they're going to curb, like the whole Trump administration is probably going to curb everyone.
Specifically was the cause for the attack.
Everyone would be elite, you know. Like you go out onto the streets and you see like everything clean and shit. But like, you know, it's just a bunch of rich people stuck in their homes on either side or whatever, you know.
All right.
The one way you get rid of prosperity, the way is just like
the Ukrainian Cossacks would gather.
The poor, you know,
Cossacks, the term is actually used in many
Word
different contexts, particularly when you get to the 18th and 19th century. So sometimes it's applied in a very different way. Sometimes it's used as a military designation in the Russian army and so on. But the original Cossacks, or Kozake, were these kind of freebooters, these cowboy types who fled typically from their owners where they were serfs.
I have to be a streamer myself if I want to like hang out with them
in fairly remote places such as
Are you going to be a streamer?
And there they engaged in
no, probably not. Because like I can't just like the sense
sort of like nationalistic piracy where they would raid enemies of the Ukrainian people.
The censored thing is kind of like I can't become like a thing.
But definitely there
was an ethnic group. That's like the end goal, right? Of Twitch streamers, you become like viral. I can't do any of that right now, at least.
As opposed to Catholicism. We'll get to that in just a second. And regarded themselves as being, some type of Slavic group, not quite the same as the Western Slavs, and certainly not the same as the Russians, but having some relationship with them. The interrelationship between these groups was very significant, and the Russians in particular would try to cultivate a particular image for the Ukrainians in which they were Malorossianem, or Little Russians, meaning they were the younger brothers, so to speak, of the older Russian nation, although that may not be historically accurate at all. In fact, it may be the other way around.
Can you give me an update on your end
of our discussion here?
Progress
these Cossacks were
I have been, dog.
Who had run away
we have
the hierarchical society of feudalism.
People who are talking about me on Blue Sky all the time, which is good.
And they set up their own society.
And I broke over 1,800 people in the server, which is great.
Let us go
and
directly to
I've just been slanging dick like it's going out of style, Pim.
So this map, which I think we've seen before, shows the migration of Jews to Eastern Europe from the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany in particular, and beginning really around the 10th century and especially accelerating in the 16th, 17th centuries, you have a large number of Jews who are making their way to the east. We spoke about this,
the whole
Jewish migration patterns. And in particular, my concentrating in this region, which we should call Right Bank Ukraine. Ukraine was not designated a country at the time. As I mentioned, there was a kind of common ethno-linguistic group living there that would ultimately define themselves separate from more like and others. But for the time being, they were still under control of the Polish Commonwealth, which we would also discuss that. The right bank refers to the right bank or the west bank of the Dnieper River, which flows, you can see, from Kiev and then sort of in kind of a curving line.
Yeah, it was more than I get
the Crimea. And it is along this river that we have the Zaporizhian Sea, where the Cossacks are housed, and a large number of Jews are settling in this region.
You have to realize, like, these people working professionally in the West,
the most important thing that they are doing,
they kind of optimize the noodle stuff
between the Polish nobility
it's not like a corporate
and
office, you know.
The Poles have massive land holdings in this region, very fertile region because of its Chernozem, its black soil.
Understand the late put into practice.
And the Polish landlords were, very keen on hiring the Jews to manage these massive estates while they lived in the Polish heartland to the north and to the west. And so the Jews, in accordance with more of a medieval,
I think, for example, like the Europe thing, like
the arenda is essentially a type of tax farm that before in the medieval period, where the nobility
Europe
actually owned not only the land, but owned the town,
on the inside and outside,
the bread mill, and owned the bridges, and owned the orchards.
So, like, when people like Putin pay their cards and shit, you have to be kind of careful to they're still living in the geopolitical climate or whatever it is, where
they authorize the Jews
regional conflictual interfere with
tax the local peasants
whatever.
In whatever way.
Like a lot of
raising the amount of money.
The line stuff is actually never going to end.
This type of tax
What I realized is
a perfectly acceptable way of
probably be like
kind of
what it is now,
relationship, but it can
going
become
that
exploitative very
on the
easily,
same
particularly if the Polish noblemen say, you know what, we're doing well, we're collecting 1,000 zloty from our territory this year, let's up it to 1,100 or 1,200 the next year. And the Jews who are entrusted with collecting those taxes, of course, let us now recall that the Jews have to collect more than that tax, and the difference between what they have to pay the Polish noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants is what they get to keep. So it is an inherently exploitative system.
Sounds like a plan, Stan.
More and more, the Jews have to go back and try to find ways to get that
Peace,
tax
Pim.
to the peasants. So that tax could have been developed in a whole variety of ways. It could be taxes on produce. It could be a work tax, a type of corvée, which was called borshchina at that time. Or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or hunting in particular forests, or even, as was alleged by many folktales, use of the church. For example, if a Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to widely perceived beliefs, Jews would charge to use the keys to get into the church. This has been widely disputed because it is kind of an inherently offensive thing, but there have been some researchers that have argued that in fact this did happen from time to time. At any rate, it is the kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants would certainly resent the Jews as the leading edge of Polish authority and Polish demands on their autonomy. Now, The
As an American
Jewish
primary
Arendator was
I've heard
the
of that word
backbone of
combination, just like
the
I've heard
economy.
chicken back ribs.
And,
But I haven't.
but it was not obviously
this
the only
reference
thing
I
that
don't
Jews
know.
were doing.
What is
They were
elf
involved in all
what
kinds of
actually
other
is it? So
small
every day there's
crafts
an elf on your
and
shelf. You buy a
you
little
know,
elf,
small
put it
time
on your
commerce and things like that.
And
But
then
perhaps
every
the
day
most
the kid, he
significant
wakes up
related
elf.
to
Let's just
the
say he's in a different
Latifundia
part of the
was
house this time.
the fact that Jews were frequently
So
involved
that's
in
a little
innkeeping.
scary. The assumption is, hey, this little bastard's moving.
The so-called Ketchmark, which was typically a man by a Jewish family.
It's like, well,
was not
I'm
because
hungry,
the Jews
Mom.
were specifically
I got
interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often gave the Jews a monopoly on the production, distillation, and sale of alcohol.
Does elf go in the stocking? I don't know. I was a little too
And
old.
so the Jews could control this entire industry and tax it and then pass along the profits.
We would do the thing, the Advent calendar, where you open up a
this
bank
was
sometimes,
one of those moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society where they were providing a service which was obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if they offered it on credit. But it's the kind of thing that can build resentment as well. Alcohol is certainly not something that is conducive always to the maintenance of a healthy society, particularly in excess, and also the use of credit for the consumption of alcohol is something that we certainly want not to encourage in Maine. And so you can see why resentment could easily build up against the Jews because of their role in the entire economic structure. Note also in the image there is a Jewish klezmer artist, something that was especially associated with Eastern Europe. Jews more like tend to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns as opposed to the spread out countryside, are much more likely to form bands and to develop professions such as music and business. At any rate, it was an environment that was ripe for an eventual confrontation, and this happened in 1648. This man shown here, Bohdan Khmelnytsky, capitalized on the dissent that was rife among these Cossacks who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their serf owners and so on. And he gathered together and in a proto-nationalist movement led them in massive attacks against Catholic Polish landowners and their Jewish agents. Now, let us recall that this is not only a moment of economic repression of Ukrainians, they also perceive it not incorrectly as a moment of religious oppression as well, because the Poles are Catholic, the Ukrainians are Orthodox, and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a compromise between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain, the Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but it was technically under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. So Khmelnytsky and his Cossacks deeply resented this incursion into their religious identity as well, and he was dramatically successful. So for a period of 2 years, in particular the year 1648-49, he and his Cossacks ravaged the countryside, attacking Polish nobles and especially attacking the Jews who lived among them. It's comparable, for example, if you recall the riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s. Some of the people who heard the worst were the shopholders who actually lived in South Central LA, even though they may not have been the architects of any kind of anti-African American oppression. They nevertheless were the people who were close by, and they felt the violence most directly. So in Hebrew, this particular period, the year 1648-49, although the war continued for a few more years, was called the Decree of Tachretat. The term decree in Hebrew speech generally means something very negative, like the evil decree of Tachretat. And in Jewish liturgy as a period of phenomenal violence and pogroms. Really, the archetypical pogroms of Eastern Europe for their horrific attacks on Jewish populations. These are recorded in several chronicles. Perhaps the most powerful is one by Nathan Hanover, which is Hebrew Yeved
Yeah, that's what I had. So if you don't want to know where though, you smell, you take your jeans off, you smell the butt area.
It's actually quite a powerful piece of historiography as well. The demography of the attacks is probably mostly inflated. Hanover's accounts regularly know good calculating the size of these attacks, and in fact many of the studies of 1548-49 tend to adopt without question large numbers like 250,000 Jews killed in these pogroms. Research by modern scholars like Shelley Stamper in particular have proved that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there weren't that many Jews living there at the time, and also because the recovery after the violence all subsided was actually fairly rapid. There's no question that it was a huge, devastating attack on the Jewish population. There were brutal, horrific attacks, and there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. We have many accounts from Merkel and Hammond to the important commentator on the show, the Shas, who all write about their experience at this time. But
I used to have to.
The numbers that are commonly brutal about are probably tens of thousands of horrific numbers.
You're sprinting with a boner. Yeah, your little running shorts. It's very embarrassing at the
Anyway, what ends up happening to this uprising on a political level is that Khmelnytsky decides to ally himself with Russia against Poland and turns his political attitude to the Russians, which initiates a centuries-long association with frequent difficulty between the emergent Ukrainian nation and the Russians. More on that perhaps when we get to the 19th and 20th century. For Jews, however, it sets in stone a kind of attitude towards the Ukrainians, which Ukrainians tend to call Ukrainophobia. Again, not without reason, because of the historical precedent of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, which would be repeated 100 years later with the Haidamach rebellion as well. One sees it again in the 20th century with the pogroms of 1919 and the Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note that simultaneous with these violent outbursts, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian coexistence, there was also a philo-Semitic trend as well. Not nearly as powerful, but we shall examine it in later lectures too. But for now, Khmelnytsky emerges as a national hero, as you can see in this 5-written note from modern Ukraine. He is considered one of the architects of Ukrainian nationalism, something which is horrific to Jews who see him as the architect of anti-Semitism simultaneously. Just to give you one more indication of that, this is actually a famous monument that stands in Maidan Nezalezhny in Kyiv today, a monument to Khmelnytsky, and it was erected in the early 20th or late 19th century. It shows him famously pointing to the north, to Russia, which was erected by the Tsarist authorities, which really like to play up the fact that Khmelnytsky decided to ally with the Russians. In the original version of this rather heroic statue, the original draft actually had a much more chauvinistic attitude. This is the only picture I could find out on the web, but in the original draft, this is a casting of it, behind the hooves of Khmelnytsky's horse, there's a fallen pole and a Jew who are knocked down by his passage and conquest, which explicitly stated, if this draft would have been accepted for the final version, that Khmelnytsky succeeded by being the Poles and the Jews, which is a metaphor that many Ukrainian nationalists might wish to absorb even today. At any rate,
Because you're such a fucking.
This sort of moment in time encapsulated for both Jews and Ukrainians a vision of each other that was not conducive to a rapprochement. In fact, really would only come until the early 20th century, which we'll have to speak about in another lecture. But the idea of a major disruption that would challenge the 100 years of peaceful existence that Jews had in Eastern Europe had a remarkably destabilizing impact on Jews across Europe, and many historians draw a direct line from the Nowitzki uprising to the debacle of Shabtai Tzvi, which we discussed in the next video. Okay, I hope you found this useful. If it was something you'd like to see again, please do subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers increasing, and I hope there are a lot of people out there who appreciate studying Jewish history as much as I do. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, but if she only had that Laura Croft passport.
Yeah.
She could make it out of the country
and live in a villa and on private jets.
In Casablanca. So you visited it and it was really sad?
Yeah, I went like room to room and it was just this weird. Like I thought it's just, everybody's like playing pillow fighting and.
But it wasn't, it was just dark
and super like, it was like super. No feng shui in the place. It was just one room. You just open this sort of light and just one go, in front of the camera.
Salute. Yeah, you just salute him when you get in there. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
Hello and welcome to another episode
and then she would also tell me that sometimes they get the credit card details of some of the customers and they just scam, and that's always good to hear. Exactly. Yeah. I love to hear stories like that. I love when they kill like a guy, like when there's a trucker picking up prostitutes when they murder those guys. I love that. That's good.
Yeah,
it's great. Balance it out. In Thailand, they do that.
In fact, one of the ways that I find most productive to look at
you're like, I don't want to pay you.
It's really the first modern
take their wigs off and just fucking skin you alive.
I know we have this term
and then they sometimes put you like one truck.
It's the American
and then you do one truck with a rope
called
on your
liberal
foot.
Judaism.
One truck and the other just fucking and then drive out.
Western Europe,
Have you seen the movie
but
Tomahawk?
it's predated by the Hasidic revolution, although it seems to be a very highly traditionalist kind of
bone tomahawk?
Yeah, especially when compared to
Greg's
approaches to Judaism. It definitely was quite challenging for
you see like a violent scene in the movie and I'm like,
so the historiography of Hasidism has evolved significantly since the 19th century.
I might explode into a star. I might explode into a star.
View of Hasidism
Sometimes stars get made. If you bust hard enough, you become a neutral star.
Credulous, even possibly Sabbath.
Well, Ari, thank you so much on the show today. Where can people find you?
Great encyclopedic historian of the late 19th and early 20th century argued the fact that it's not the outgrowth of ignoramuses, it represents the actual flourishing of the dominant spirit of Eastern European Judaism. I think Martin Buber, in many ways, although not a historian in this regard, really feel a lot to transform the popular Western European view of Hasidism to observe the brilliant
I was thinking about this the other day. If you're, I don't care if you're
there are many other approaches. If you're like looking for guys to sponsor and put money behind, and you watch Casey Walker, and I don't care if you're having a good night or a bad night, it's Casey theology.
This is what Ari was telling me last.
That's what I was telling
you. Ari was telling me last night. I totally agreed with
it. If you don't see it, then kill yourself.
Its earliest development takes place
I'm serious. What are you? And that's when I was watching that Netflix. When I saw the lineup, I was like, okay, if Casey doesn't get it, I will blow myself.
Uprising, and there is an attempt to
cancel your Netflix. We all set our jerseys down. Yeah, if Casey doesn't get it, we're all fucking. That's a thing.
And of course, you're a staple. You killed Tony. You're super funny. The first time I saw it live was in HEV, I think, on the area.
be swallowed up by Sarina Castro.
That's the best part of the outfit.
Who suddenly finds herself the owner of the largest Jewish population in the world. Russia, prior to
That was quite the picture.
the West, was actually it was free of Jews because they had been banned since 1479, and all of a sudden, kind of the second time, I have all these tens of, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews living in Russia. And the way she dealt with this was by establishing something called a Pale of Settlement, which is kind of strange English term, but it basically means the region of settlement where Jews were allowed to live. It had some changes to the borderlands, certain areas like Kiev were actually on limits for some time, even though they were in the interior of the Pale settlement. Exceptional Jews, like really talented medical doctors or very, very successful businessmen, could get permission to live in St. Petersburg or Moscow, but this Pale settlement is where the vast majority of Jews live. There's a lot more to say about this in future lectures. At any rate, this is the region, particularly in the southern area of Podolia, Volhynia, Galicia, where Hasid is especially key, with the exception of the Bible and the performance, like a whole it's a performance, you know. This is also the era following after the second of the terrible repression of Nicholas I. Nicholas I attempted to extirpate
that's what real
presence by forcibly assimilating either through into the army or by destroying their internal structures that she realized was
pleasure. Ari's such a great comedian. I know, Ari's hilarious.
All functions essentially serve the Russian state like that. So
No, you're hilarious. Yeah, you're great.
It's a period where there is increasing pressure on the Jewish population in the region. And one of the ways in which they react is by
No, we're going as well. We might do some acid for tools. We might do some acid.
Put acid here, please.
I love acid. We're going tomorrow. Yes, we're going to the show tomorrow.
I was thinking of Brian Adams' work tour. And
then today I decided
that's kind of too different. It's very
understood
that's summer of '69.
Someone who goes beyond what is
by the way,
naturally required.
Brian Adams would write songs,
extra.
and then
all these see that in all kinds of Hasidic activities, not only in the externalities like the fashion and the beards and the tails and things like that, but those are kind of like, pollution or things around the outside. What's on the inside of Hasidism?
Sounds good. All right, bye. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show.
Study.
Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/CaseyRocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. The William Montgomery Show is a Fanny Co production. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Traditional educational centers that were associated with it. It also favored charismatic dynasties of leaders, which were unlike the appointed court rabbis, who were often, given those positions because they could essentially buy them from the noblemen. This was part of the last
Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show.
That thoroughly corrupted the rabbinic areas of local Hasidic leaders.
With the Tony Chin
Did not
Orchestra.
necessarily have any official claim to authority, but nevertheless garnered the confidence of the
As
population
always, William is joined by the lovely Erica.
spiritual welfare and gathered around himself like disciple circles of
And now here he is,
followers
the big
who were not
red machine,
necessarily
the Memphis
heavily
Strangler,
learned and sought, but never strategically sincere, and they infused the idea of Judaism with much more passion and much more simple enthusiasm.
top ones. I don't want to get too close to the giant, but
somewhat desiccated version that focused on the arcane study of the Talmud, more associated with the northern
fries on them.
one of the most important leaders
like
of that time was Israel ben Eliezer, who was known as the Baal Shem Tov. So a couple of words about him. We only know about him from books that were written considerably after his lifetime, but we know something of the context in which he was acting. Specifically, there were people who were wandering around the southern part of Israel who were known as Baal Shem, literally masters of the name. The name, of course, was the name of God.
Typical Tuesday night.
This was kind of like a popular term that was associated with
she goes, Brian, come
literally
upstairs.
made amulets. One of the great scholars of this period is
not even laying, like sitting down, like
Professor Johann Stern of Northwestern.
The feast is ready.
Did you eat it?
Yeah, I ate a couple pieces.
Finds in the Vernadsky Library here of 18th century.
It wasn't sexy. It wasn't like, it was like, oh man.
Record books from the time.
She trying to be
I think she was, and
people
like
she didn't think
Baal
about
Shem,
it or something.
who were like,
just like quiet. Like
early proto-Hasidic leaders serving the local population and creating amulets for them.
How was your
where they
bush?
got that specific
It's always
now, not all of these amulet makers were especially reputable. Some of them were charlatans. And
go crazy.
Eliezer
Use Manscaped.
gathered a reputation for being exceptional, for being a miracle worker, and also very
Q3 we really got balls, and then we kind of grow it out.
with regular
Q3
so on. And so he was associated with the name Baal Shem Tov, the good Baal Shem, to distinguish him from some of the other Baal Shem were not necessarily so good. So the fact that we only have sources about him that were written quite a bit later does not diminish the fact that he was an actual person as researched and identified exhaustively by my colleague, senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rothschild,
irritate the follicles.
wrote an amazing book, early biography of Baal Shem based on secular sources, Polish sources, found in the tax records that specifically refer to the Baal Shem Tov living in 48 hours.
I'll put on my little, like the glasses that diamonders use to look at diamonds.
Well, and still provides clear, clean water to
do you have them in both eyes or just one?
We get this idea from the writings of followers and
there's no point using on the glass.
biographic considered tax records.
He was an accessory for somebody had a glass eye, just a diamond
spiritual request of his followers, and actually began this really important movement.
And if it's a glass eye, then the sun would go through it and shine on the glass eye and just make
Thank
rain.
you very much for watching. If you are so moved, please subscribe. I love seeing the numbers of students of Jewish history.
You ever have a good prism
And
like on your window and it's just making
have at least some kind of
prism is all over the
place.
It's gorgeous.
Have a
Yeah,
nice day.
we actually, Erica has found these, I think on Amazon and AliExpress, these wonderful things where the sun shines through the window and the sun catcher.
I have my balcony. I have like 13 sun catchers.
We got a bunch of
And
sun
2
catchers.
crystal balls. I have 2 disco balls. And
Like, what's it look like, a triangle or
just like little strings of
little dangly things?
crystally fake plastic kind of things, but they reflect the sun real cool.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they're real dangly. So if the wind's blowing, gosh, I kept on thinking recently that my downstairs neighbor was watching, freaking, what is the show? What's the show where they try to guess the words? Jeopardy? No, they try to guess the words. Really help me on this one. Maybe you read it. It's that game show. Censored version of Boys in the Hood? No, it's a game show where they try to guess
Who's the host?
Menace to Society?
Hello and welcome to another episode of
Similar to Jews. Belly. Yeah. Man, and I love child.
in the last video a little bit about the origins.
No, it's that show where they're trying to
understand
they get the letters
is by looking
like we have an
counter
eye.
reaction.
Yeah, yeah, wheel of
All that
choice.
surrounding Rabbi
I kept on. Yeah, I was kind of kidding about that. Then I was like,
these people
is that show William just panicking in my head? But now I thought, see my downstairs neighbors watching that. It's actually wind chimes.
Because they
It sounded like, it always fucking sounded
they were
like
actually
the door was open.
traditionalists. They
The letters
were
getting
really the inheritors of
buzzed out there. But it was
both
wind
the
chimes.
public study and
Wind chimes can go
culture
wrong.
that had predated the Hasidic revolution. And in their
Wind
reaction
chimes go wrong.
Hasidism,
I mean, I've seen a lot of examples of wind chimes go like
What's fascinating is they were also defined by the Hasidism as well.
Oh, then I'd say, yeah.
So
That's a good
let's
question.
just try to understand what are the main differences.
Yeah, I guess probably the Des Moines incident.
And, there's a lot to say about the fashion
the bigger one.
or what some people
Yeah.
call the
So
Yarmul
basically,
culture.
this kid brought wind chimes to school. And it was another prison situation. It was a really sunny day.
And 95% of the issues,
And it was like, how you can hold a magnifying glass
that's
over
why
your
they
head.
fall
Yes, it
within the
created
same
a category
category
of
of
super
Orthodox
red,
Jews.
and it burned
Let's try to understand, look at some of the most important elements of Jewish practice and
Yeah, he was
theology.
suspended for over 8 months.
Practice is
Yeah, I mean, that's close to school shooters.
far more
Man. I mean,
significant
be a way
for Jewish culture than theology.
copycats.
There are, let's say,
Not yet,
four
as
really
much as
big
we're
things
doing
we
that.
have to bear in mind. First of all,
Well, I mean, I read the freaking
that refers to the number of commandments as traditionally counted.
Yeah,
When I
I just
say
manifest
613 as context, I mean,
as long as an email
do
CC
you
to
believe
everybody.
that
It's
God
like, why are you
gave the
CCing
Torah
everybody into
to
this?
the Jews
It's just
at
a lot of
Mount
fest.
Sinai, and that the rabbis who interpreted it
And
in the Mishnah and the
just, yeah, I
Talmud
mean,
and
what
later
I
authorities
about wind chimes,
are authoritatively interpreting
and how
the
he was pretty
613
sure of the sun
commandments of the Torah.
actually.
So that's a really bright line between Orthodox Jews who call themselves Orthodox
Yeah, I used to listen to the Clash
Jews who
on
don't call themselves
Clash of
Orthodox.
the Eggs,
You know,
Guns
they
of Brixton.
don't call themselves Orthodox.
Guns of
Might want to
Brixton,
argue that
and I think this is what he was
things
listening to. in
evolved
his
over
headphones.
time. They weren't necessarily given at Sinai, and these are things which are happening
Like they're
to Orthodox Jews. So if we ask the question, do you believe in 613? The Mitnagdim and the Hasidim both agree unequivocally yes. And to drill down a little deeper into the three areas of Jewish life which are perhaps the most impactful
We should put one of these in the
daily experience of Judaism. Do you observe the Shabbat as understood by the rabbis? They both say yes. Do you kosher? They say absolutely. Are you kidding? Do you practice the laws of family security, which are considerations? They would say for sure.
Let Rick find out.
Ritual bath, not really for our discussion today. At any rate, in these main areas of Judaism, they're in total agreement. They may disagree about details, like for example, with keeping kosher, how exactly
on air.
one slaughter
Yes. You should already be going, Grant. Did you get any of
or
that
with
shit?
Shabbat. When exactly does Shabbat end? They don't disagree about the nature of kashrut in general. That
This is embarrassing, right, man? Because we swear
they don't
to
disagree
you.
about the
Normally,
fact that
Grant
there is a
is
Shabbat
what
that
is
has prohibited work on it and so on. But they may
Grant, are you
disagree
texting?
about things at the very fringes. But
This isn't common.
95% of things they
Yeah,
are
I mean,
total
right, man, we're
agreement.
trying to make it
So
seem like
what is it that they
good
really
place
disagree
over
about?
here. You're obviously
So let's
making
understand
pocket. We're
this in
trying
the
to
context of
fucking
development
impress you.
of
I mean, the table's already moving.
Again,
Grant's not
in
here.
its earliest origins, it was not in any ways a rebellion against
30 fucking minutes. It's like,
it was
dude,
considered
get
kind of
the
like a
fucking
development
beginning.
of a
It's foggy
style
outside.
of
Don't
a
let it fog your
different
brain.
approach to the same ideas,
Like
the same
turn the
practices,
windshield
and so
wipers
on.
on, dumbass.
In terms of actual
Kind of
people,
shoestring
one of the most
operation.
important students of the
I don't know.
Baal Shem Tov is though they're known
That was
as
scary
Maggid
driving
of
last
Ezrich.
That's the foggiest I've ever seen it.
1772.
It really was.
Trained 5 major
Yeah.
disciples.
Grant, so did you respond?
Also known as the Alter Rebbe, the older rabbi, who was the founder of Chabad, who was very important for associated with him in a very deep way. But 4 other disciples got turned, gave rise to many, many other disciples, many other dynasties.
People behind you needed a thing. What is that guy talking about? I was looking at the screen. I was like, this is fucking
Marcin
weird.
Yurczynski, that Hasidism spread very far and wide through these various dynasties. It is interesting that it only became
What does that
defined
mean?
as a
Like
distinct
residence?
movement that had a name.
What does it
After
mean?
the
Are you
Magen
having
Ezra
something
passed
wrong?
away, and
Sick. Papa John. I mean, I don't know if Papa John. Yeah, it's good. Do you have any questions? Yeah, write me an already knows green about Papa John and what's going on and him being at your house.
prior to it, but they have to define themselves in opposition. I don't see them themselves also define themselves as a way of kind of saying, well, what is it that we believe that is possibly your wife, your girlfriend?
You keep saying something about tenants, right? This one is
not necessarily over their charge.
Oh, he has the greasy fingers because he's eating all the pizza.
Just that boy. The garlic dipping sauce.
We got some Papa John's the other night, and there was a string, a red string, coming in and out of the fucking garlic sauce, and the other garlic sauce had exploded somehow. So I'm horrified. The pizza was pretty good, but there was a red string coming in and out, like it was sealed. I pasta ate it, and I still ate it. I wanted it. Where did the string come from? I've never seen something. I don't know.
That's a real mystery. That's
What's your guys' go-to? A genuine rabbi, somebody who really cares about Jesus and cares about you as a parishioner. So they did organize separate prayer groups.
I like Hungry Howie's. Have you ever had Hungry Howie's? That's okay.
How come? Why is that?
I like Papa John's.
Notion that
It's better
There's
than
more pizza. I used to like Papa John's, and I always thought the worst pizza was Little Caesars. But the other day I had Little Caesars. I was like, what happened? They made it better. It's actually legit. And now I get like the thin crust Papa John's, mushroom pepperoni.
How long does Yom Kippur last? What exactly is it? It's always like measuring things.
It's not bad. It's like still like $8.99 or something.
What, Little Caesars?
We would go once a week.
Now, it's not to say that custody, don't pay attention to measurements.
Get a fucking, one of those with stuffed crust and give me the extra calories. Give me some dipping sauces.
So the Hasidim would say,
Crazy bread.
why are you locking yourself into really restrictive prayer times?
That makes it
start
healthy.
by a particular time and by a particular time in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer. It's more important that you go to prayer with a
Yeah, it's a
proper
pandemic,
intention.
bitch. Start
Maybe that
smiling.
means you need a little more
Start
sleep.
smiling again. I haven't seen you smile in
Much
fucking
more
a
to say
week.
about it.
I
but
have
just
acrylic
not
nails
crossing
on.
over the-
You do?
Yes, the
No,
top.
like in this
Three,
scenario.
they recite the prayer.
Smile,
of
bitch.
Start smiling, bitch.
Follow
Make the day go by
Kabbalistic,
faster. Do what you want.
prayer schedule of the great.
That would have sounded so
Uriah,
cool
the
without your
discussion
guys'
of
fingers
the
right there if it did have the nail.
They maintain a separate kosher slaughter.
Why so serious?
Whether the knives should be sharper or
what movie
duller.
that's from,
Sharper
right?
knives are more
Spider-Man.
easily
Spider-Man
hit,
too. Yeah.
but
That's
duller
what I'm
knives
calling.
require more pressure.
Isn't the
All
guy
of
with
these
the
things
metal
could have
arms?
impact on whether or not an animal is slaughtered
Dr.
properly.
Octopus.
All of these things, by the way,
Harness the power of the sun.
the sociological separation of the
That's
community,
Batman.
which has economic
It's Doc Ock walking into the cafeteria with the bag on. And I'm so burnt down building.
Let's get the right angle here.
Well, especially when it comes to the collection of taxes.
Yeah, he just gets his henchman to just walk into
kosher meat,
every government building.
candles, things like that. That, you know, if you create a different revenue stream,
synchronized
really
attack.
upset the
That would be dramatic.
All the pressure points of the United States, the whole
Lithuanians,
country.
the Misnagdim argue that the Hasidim disregard the study of the Talmud, that they spend so much time singing
They get everything
perhaps
worse than
drinking
9/11.
and dancing and things like that. They're not sitting down and learning Talmud properly. Talmud is really what we should
It's
do.
so fucked up. I
More than
was
oh my gosh, this
driving
time
for a
studying
job
Kabbalah.
interview. Like,
Kabbalah should
you
only
know,
be
it
for
was
people
like
who
a big job,
for,
like it was web design and
decades
stuff,
and have
and I
already
was
completed
really
the
nervous. I
entire
was like,
Talmud.
I'm
They've already done
dying,
Daf Yomi and things like
listening
that.
to Howard Stern in the background, just going over things in my head,
Some
you know,
Hasidic
not
groups
paying
were
attention to
associated with
anything.
really
I hear them
unruly
talking about
behavior. You know, there was a
9/11
kind of
stuff. Like,
experimentation
oh, the
with
plane went
intention.
into the
Like,
tower, and I'm like,
you know, maybe I'll have more intention if I turn
anyways, and I
somersaults.
just like driving, not caring.
Maybe I'll have
I
more
get into
intention
the
if I
waiting
drink more
room. There's like
alcohol
three
before
other
I pray.
people in the
Things
job
like that.
interview,
That
and
the
this person
Lithuanians
just all sitting there, and everyone's just like, freaking out.
Finally,
You're telling someone something. I was like, what the hell?
Some of
And then
these
this
things
woman
really
comes out and goes, hey, I understand if anyone wants to reschedule. And everyone got up and left. And then I just sat there like, no, I'm here. I drove all the way here. Why would I want to reschedule?
Get ahead of the pack.
And then I just remember, like, they called me in, and this guy was just like,
really be extirpated now before it further affected the Jewish body.
and then he's like, starts asking me a question, and he goes, sorry, man, I know I can't do this right now. I'm going to have to reschedule this another time.
Went to the Vilna Gaon saying, they wanted to
I get in my car, and I'm like, driving home, I'm like, what the fuck was that? And I turn on Howard Stern, and then I just started listening to Howard Stern, and I was like, wait a second, is there something going on? And I ran home, and right when I walked in, turned on the TV, it was like on the second plane, and I thought, what the fuck?
This is actually kind of a nasty thing that's associated with the 18th century.
Jews
Unfortunately,
it's funny the idea of listening to Howard Stern reporting
about the writings of other Jews that But by the way, that only ends up making the books much more popular. So if anyone watching this video wants to ban any of my books, that would be great.
Just making stupid sounds on this.
At any rate, the Hasidim, they issued counterbands against the Misnagdim, and they
That was before God's age. Yeah, I was probably
especially strong social ban
under 16, but over 2. So I was probably
1794 when a
Do you
rabbi,
have any memory of when
Misnagdim
that happened?
rabbi,
Were you
lost
doing
a
it all
job
too
to
young?
a Hasidic
Yeah, I do.
candidate.
I was in kindergarten. I was 6 years old. So I remember they sent us home from school.
And
And
the
I was
Tsarist
in the
government
living room, like, playing with
always
blocks
on
because I was 6
the
years old. I was a
lookout
little kid.
for
I didn't
possible
stop playing with blocks
revolutionary
at a very late age.
movements.
And adding cars to the blocks.
Yeah, but then after that, I never played with blocks ever. And so I remember playing with blocks, and I said, "What happened?" The news was on. My mom said, "Some very bad men."
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's true, man.
Yeah, that's true.
Besides the tremendously bitter,
And that day I started training.
the Misnagdim were also busy thinking about, okay, well, how do we react to this? Because
I don't even know if I
really
you up the picture. Casey literally was training.
Yeah, oh, I've seen it. I printed it out.
So the Misnagdim had to articulate their response, and they did, which was ultimately
I met
expressed in
Casey's
things like
mother
this
in
building,
Chicago. She was
the
a
Yeshiva
very
of
wow. It's
Vodash.
a pleasure to meet
Now,
Casey's mom.
I've never thought about what Casey's mom would be like. Is she like hippie-ish?
The center,
I would think hippie-ish.
nucleus of
Yeah. She's really goofy. She's great. Yeah, she's like a free spirit, goofy lady.
Hey,
Yeah, she's a horse trainer, so Rough
say
Rider.
we're
Yeah, Rough
attached to
Rider's
text,
role.
well,
She worked with DMX on a couple of his albums.
super attached to text.
Yeah, I know.
We're going to spend even more energy.
You know what's weird is her belly button is perfectly circular. Yeah, it's like,
Oh, what were you about to say about the building?
it seems like it's got a deep one.
But
You ever get a?
I don't know. Does that seem deep? I feel like mine. I don't know. Mine is deep.
Really?
And that's not a good thing. Mine's super deep. I'm constantly after I take off a sweater or something. I have all this shit in my belly button.
That's fun.
It's very fun. I love it.
kind of like watered down versions of the Hasidim were circulating and weren't studying necessarily
real
so hard itself.
I
They
got
were
a
studying
hair in my belly button once,
digest
and it made
of
the
the
thing start
Zohar
getting
or
infected.
reworked
Like it made
versions
like
of
a big
the
cyst.
Zohar.
And it popped, and all
The
this like
Lithuanians were already studying the core text, but they did not believe
it's so fucking gross.
necessarily
Like it's like oily,
why
weird
you
smell.
But one
Yeah,
of the
it
key
did smell.
disciples
And I had to
of
take like Q-tips
Vilna
with
Gaon, the great
rubbing
Rabbi
alcohol or whatever,
Rothschild,
hydrogen peroxide.
Yeshiva, he wrote essentially a response to the Tanya, which was called Nefesh HaChayim, the soul of
I don't know. I didn't even see the hair.
This is essentially
I was
Kabbalah.
like, I went to urgent care after it, and they're like,
It
"Oh,
is,
you just
by
have
the
to
way,
go in there."
overwhelming.
That was like
I
dying.
remember
Like, oh my god,
personally, when I was studying in Yeshiva,
blood coming out of my
I
belly
spoke
button.
to my colleague, Rabbi Mordechai Becker,
Erica pulled some long
a
ass
guy
hair out
from
of
in those early years of my Yeshiva study.
doing it.
I
So
said, how's it going? I said,
smells like the grossest.
okay, I'm enjoying Yeshiva. You know, I go to Yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Tosfos, it has a problem in it, we figure out the problem, and I go home, but I think,
this is and so it's just this thing, you have to pulling it out.
So I picked up a couple of times.
There's pus and shit in there, and it's stunk.
Yeah.
I remember I kept on smelling it, but it's stunk.
Many times.
I couldn't stop smelling it.
And I looked up, and I already got way past my sheet of stuff. And I was like, way in some Arab neighborhood north of Houston. It's got so lost in his writings. Really changed the way that I would back stuff. It
Definitely
made
don't
it
like put it somewhere in the
jump off the page. This is really important. You've got to study this right now and know what it means because it's crucial. It's not a crossword puzzle. It's life
I
itself.
like to sit in front of and spy
You're
out of
having that problem.
Maybe there's a hair right now on that one right now, and I can picture it.
Finally, one of the criticisms of
because I was there last night when I saw it.
Venerated their leader, sometimes called it Sadik, sometimes called it Rebbe, to an inappropriate extent that in some cases
the hearse is still around. There's people living in an RV.
Oh god, the RV people are still there.
That really bothered me. I confronted there was some trash people dumping tons of trash, and I go out there with a little bag. I'm like, hey, what do y'all work for this place or something? I see y'all unloading a bunch of trash in here, bunch. And they said, yeah, we work for all the properties. And I said, okay, good, because I was about to beat y'all's asses if y'all weren't. And then I immediately said, no, I'm kidding, I'm a pussy. I was like, yeah, I was about to beat y'all's ass if y'all weren't, because I've been watching y'all. And I was like, no, I'm a pussy. And then two guys just kind of stood there and stared at me, and I just walked back. They smiled a little, but they didn't laugh.
You should film this shit. That's
Okay.
hilarious.
I need your glasses. So what your glasses do, you can film people. That's a fun perspective.
Record.
Beginning of the 19th century, there would be a major challenge that I'd just like to say that watching.
So where is that getting uploaded? Where is that?
Because I'm just getting so much pleasure seeing how many people love Jewish history like I do.
Must have a bunch of storage up there. I mean,
And let's turn and look at the challenge that
Just saving your phone.
not been faced.
Do we look handsome? How do we look?
Very much.
This is just, I guess this is your normal eyes, yeah, not video camera. But if you had these glasses on and you went to those trash people,
That would be so
but
fun.
actually start a fight.
yeah, just start swinging. Yeah.
Fucking. Because I don't swear to God, I don't think they were. I don't
It's
know. They said
valet
the right
trash.
name.
It's a nice building, but they don't offer valet trash. So it's like when you're talking about you work for our building.
Dude, I felt worked up a little bit when I grabbed that little bag of trash that I created to create the encounter. I was getting kind of worked up a little bit. That's why I had to say something. That's why I had to say something.
Another episode.
I've been watching them a couple fucking days. I was fucking ready when I was getting my little trash together to fucking throw out there.
You got fake trash together just to go out there?
Yeah, because with the confrontation, I had to be quick because they're dumping bags out of the back of the pickup.
The last two videos,
There's like a bunch of bags.
Fake trash is still trash though, right?
Yeah, there's stuff we can throw out.
This is valuable. So what was it like paper? It's like a
towel reaction of the
That's stupid. No, it was like a bag of like recyclables. It's like recyclables.
But there's a new movement that is more associated with Western Europe, in particular with Berlin, that is beginning to make out there in the heartland of the Hasidic and the Mishnah territory, and that is the Haskalah. An extremely important movement that, like the Hasidic and the Mishnah movement, would endure to our contemporary days.
Camera looking out your window, so you can just sit there, in bed and look at it.
So let's look at this sketchy of the Haskalah. First of all, the term Haskalah means enlightenment, and it is just the Hebrew translation of the German term Aufklärung that was widely used in the the 18th century
Well, you
to refer
emailed
to
my
this.
Oh yeah.
No shit, I emailed my landlord. I turned into some weird wow, looking out the windows,
There are
fucking
Jewish
ratting
roots to it
people
for sure.
out.
If you look,
No,
for
they were
example,
scary. I swear to God, I was watching them for 5 hours one day. They were out in the parking lot,
Italian Jewish thing.
and I'm looking out the fucking window, and they're getting all these bags of like
Constantly getting stuck
clothes,
out of
and
the
people
car
are coming
every
by
day.
like spying it. I was watching this horrified, thinking,
He was
oh my
forced out
God,
of
this is a
doors like
couple doors out
everybody
from where I
in
live.
Florida.
Yeah.
And while
This
they're
is
living in
scary.
tents,
Your kids
you know,
could be
worried
out there.
about aftershocks for some
Boy could be
weeks,
out there.
because a lot of buildings were destroyed.
Suck.
He has some encounters with
So,
Christian thinkers
kept
from the local church that he
freaking out.
probably
It's
would
like
not
I have
have
other
had,
shit to do.
you know, prior to
Watching y'all.
Among other things, he
Five Nights at Freddy's
discovered
highly
the
do not
letter of
recommend.
Aristeas and fascinating stuff. But in the context of his
Every single time he can't pass night two.
like
That's night two, and I swear to God, it raises my blood pressure. I like love it for a second, and then I fucking hate it. It's horrible. It's scary. Yeah, it's scary as shit.
Predecessors, my bodies, for example,
Okay,
right?
it's 1 a.m. and then like, dude, you see like a little head.
There is
Like
this
that.
Judaism,
But then they
and
start
although
running down the hallway, and it's like it's so stressful. All you hear is a fan going, and you click on your little things to see in the screens, and then you can just turn on a light or shut a door. Those are your two controls. It turns into a very stressful situation.
You should play that in VR.
Oh, yeah, the first one is in VR.
No, you can play the first one in VR.
Oh my God.
You can play it
He
on
was getting so scared. It was so funny.
And I would like know that people were coming, and it would still, I would legitimately jump.
Even if they're just like peekabooing at the door.
For example, in my mind, the chapters of much of except truth. Lots of moments.
It's raising my blood pressure.
That's why I was a little late today. I stayed up super late last night
And
watching
that oscillates
scary video
with kind of like
compilations on
the
YouTube.
internal inward
Did you
focus.
really?
Yeah, it was called like 2023 was our scariest year yet. And it was like an hour and a half long. I watched 2 of them, so 3 hours to do the math. But yeah, it's like scary TikToks, basically compilations of like people in bed.
Far
They're like,
towards
I use something in my
extreme
closet.
of
And they open it and the shirts are moving.
That's not normal. Wait, was anything? Was it all scary? Was any of it scary? What was it?
Some of it was really scary. Yeah, the most scariest.
At any rate,
There was a
these
Mexican
ideas
band.
of openness to outside society
They're a Mexican band,
jumpstart
and like I said, and they're playing music like band does at like some wedding, and they were like jamming out, and then the camera pans, and then the narrator's like, "Did you catch that? We might need to slow it down."
Let's
slow it down, and there's a TV in the background, and you just see hands come around it, and like
the rest of the world.
really scary woman's face, and it's like you can notice that the TV's only an inch off the wall. Is this the skinniest woman ever? Something else.
Very special.
I think it's something else.
Outside world
There's no way to
that
get away.
made them especially effective
It was really scary.
of what would become
Do you believe in ghosts, Casey? I know.
way too much introduction.
I do. Yeah, I had some weird experiences when I lived in Atlanta. We heard this baby crying in our backyard all the time. There's a graveyard back there. It was really scary.
Actually was
Scared the hell out of me,
especially
especially
not
knowing
only
there's a
for his philosophical work, but also for his
there's the connection.
Yeah.
I have a connection right now.
Let us
I
not
know.
forget
Putting the pieces together.
that
Yeah, there
Jews
was a
had their
baby's
own
grave.
language.
It was like a 100-year-old graveyard.
Besides the ancient
The only
language of
headstone you could
Hebrew,
read was like a baby. It was
largely
like
reserved for
1921 and 1922.
religious purposes,
And I was
prayer,
back. I was home alone one night.
Aramaic,
The
which
dog
was
started
used
freaking
primarily
out,
in
running
the
around the house, and I heard a
But the
baby like
vernacular was
screaming
Yiddish.
in the
Yiddish
backyard.
is essentially
And then a week
a
later,
medieval
the exact same
dialect that
time
was
of
like
night, exact same time,
it's kind of like
same thing happened.
compare,
Baby started crying again. Dog started.
Creole, Haitian, French.
Does it sound like a white baby or a black baby?
Continental French, or
Yeah,
you know,
mixed.
where I grew up,
It's mixed.
Joao, the Quechua French.
There's been in the backyard for 100 years.
Just crying.
Not understand each other. So it was like very similar. Huge overlaps, but you know,
Something weird happened
Yiddish
recently.
to a German would
No, maybe the other day though. I thought I saw something.
And of course, they're
Like a blurry
alphabet, so
I was looking at my phone if I'm remembering correctly, and I
understand written German unless they
maybe do my eyes up, and then maybe do it back down on the phone and do it up, and then I see like to my right, like
so Moses Mendelssohn.
But not enough.
Facility
No, what did we hear? We heard something.
And he was
Did
kind
we
of
hear
like
a
a
bag
car
or something the other
celebrity.
night? What happened?
Wow, here is a Jew. And note, by the way, he's still a very observant Jew. He's still observing Shabbat and Kashrut, someone who nevertheless can maintain himself in the highest levels of
In America doesn't believe in ghosts, but that's a bad explanation. Well, it's a little weird.
abilities and gifts. And so he was like really a famous Jew.
He was like, he said it was in the downstairs paper. I was like, yeah, because we can hear her opening the bag.
Hey, Jews have
Something's not right. We went on that ghost tour. Zach asked messaged me, said he wants to go ghost hunting.
considered second class citizens.
We have to do a better ghost tour. It was awful.
Travelers,
Yeah,
soldiers,
like that.
You guys send an email?
for hundreds of years.
No, I have
So he was someone who not only communicated Judaism and Jewish culture to the outside
all the
world,
time.
he also
He's radar service.
communicated it
Dude, that
backwards.
guy was boo-boo.
He also
Yeah, it was awful.
promoted the study of German language,
Downtown
German
Austin.
culture, and things like
I
that
don't believe in
to
ghosts.
traditional observances,
You heard that
which
baby crying
got
that
him
night.
into a lot of trouble.
So you never even
examples
experienced
of really
anything that seemed close to a ghost where it made you even think, what is that, or that's never even happened.
No.
Like anytime I've ever thought, whoa, that's weird. It's like, oh, the air
Solomon
conditioning kicked on.
unlike Moses Mendelssohn, did not remain an observant Jew. He went OTD or off the derriere, away from the path. He wrote a
mental illness.
biting service, sometimes hilarious.
There's a story.
What the hell are you talking about, dude? It's a hard cross
in which
to
he
bear.
describes his upbringing as a young, talented
There's a story of this lady that kept on seeing like shadowy
kind of
dark
like has this
figures,
intellectual journey.
and
In fact,
she kept on seeing
even
them. She thought they were ghosts, and then she
court
ended up
of
like
Magid of Nazareth
waking up and she's just
describes
stabbing
his
her
experience
husband
there.
like
When
with a
he
butcher
comes
knife
to
because she
Western
thought it
Europe,
had ghosts
in
attacked her.
particular, and he encounters
She's
German
like, I don't
culture,
remember. I just remember this
eventually
ghost came over to
jettisons
me and
his Jewish identity.
Hopefully she,
And,
hopefully she
you know,
didn't get in
got
trouble.
much more involved
Yeah, no, I'm
German
kidding,
philosophy, German
I thought you were going to say it was like
So,
cataracts.
whereas Moses Mendelssohn articulated that kind of
It's just people that
Haskalah
have schizophrenia. That's one of the things they see is like they think
others
it's a
like
ghost or
Solomon
things.
Lyman said, no, let's completely get rid of it
your
and move
voice.
straight into the main.
That's what you're implying about us. You're
Imagine
dead.
how this was that wow, they
There
are
was
at
a
each
bag
other's
made a
throats
noise the
and
other night.
like how sharp the knife should be.
They
Kosher
kosher
slaughter, or what
confirmation
time
bias.
you show up
But it has
for
to be
Minyan when they
I heard a
are facing
lion roar
Haskalah.
down the
They
den
say,
one
you
time
know,
with my buddy
like
Zane.
kosher
Buddy Zane was down there,
why
or
don't we
I
just
would have
move
thought I
the
was going
Sabbath to
crazy.
Sunday, which is, by the way,
It sounded like a kind, not like a scary lion roar, but like a
But
lion,
it's a-
like a stereotype, like
real,
from the beginning of the
growth
movies.
of the Haskalah happened actually in the context of a controversy over the false burial decree of 1772. It seems that in the 18th century, there was a rash
No, it's not. I
of
really
people
It's
being
probably was
declared
that line.
dead and actually buried. Only to
No, it's probably
discover
playing
that
on
actually they were
TV
alive,
somewhere,
or they
like,
lived
and
for
it's
some
just,
time
you just
after.
somehow
This
heard
is
it.
pretty terrifying.
This is
So
why
on
we
the
got
raised
Grant. Look at
people
that.
compensated
Ghost
with
line
also
and an artist's interpretation of William's sighting.
of these coffins where
The dead
if you
line
happen
of the
to
dead,
wake
they call
up
it.
and you were not in fact dead, then you could like, squeeze a bulb
Do you
and
ever
that
do
would
the
lift up
AI
a
art?
flag
Like,
or
like,
ring
sit
a
there
bell.
and
If you walk by a cemetery, you hear a
I
bell
would see
ring. That means
a
something
ghost
very,
baby.
very wrong. And
So I need to figure out how to do that. I don't know.
All you have to do is just type in ghost baby eating spaghetti.
What's the
Until
website
they
store? How
had
do you do that?
waited
You could just go to
3 days after
bing.com
the
and do it.
declaration of death.
It's free.
And
And
this
it's
was
really good.
contrary to Jewish
So
practice.
you go to bing.com,
Right.
and then you type in.
At the
Emphasizes
very
the
top, you
importance of
click
early
on it,
burial,
the AI thing button. And you
accelerated
just go, can you make me an image of a
flesh
baby ghost
as
eating
a
spaghetti realistic?
Can you help for us if you have a second? Working on it. Thank you.
So, this was created a whole
See, he's
hullabaloo
actually
because
pretty good when he's not
really,
like a
this particular secular decree
Yeah, we gotta
stepped
go to
on
some
Jewish
slack.
values. And on the one hand, there were traditionalists who said, hey, we can't stand for this. This is not okay. We have to protest. We have to be able to bury our dead right away. It's considered a great sacrilege to leave a dead body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, oh,
this is garlic sauce.
this is horrible if there is such a thing.
The weirdest thing is a little red string. And that's actually the night we heard the ghost noise. So I don't know if there's a connection.
Jews turned to Moses Mendelssohn
Witchcraft, dude. If there's a little string, that might be like a little
articulate
and it was a weird couple that gave me the pizza when I met them outside. It was a very cool evening, and I swear to God, it was this very weird little
where
they gave you a pizza.
Oh, was it delivery?
Yes, it was a delivery, which I don't normally get, but I got a delivery.
Society had to be
Weird little couple.
By the way,
They gave it to me. It was freezing cold outside. There was two of them that were together. It's bizarre. Yeah, and I was like, oh, thanks so much. And they just
equal rights on Jews would also find this expression. That's a little bit later in this course. But the idea that Jews might actually gain citizenship, that had a lot to do with how Jews
rejoiced.
in general society and how they were perceived to behave within general society. So some masculine, like David Friedlander, who was a student of Moses Mendelssohn, he said the only way we can really deal with this is by simply converting to Christianity. And not that he felt that this was valuable on a religious level, but he says we should just adopt it to go along so that we can get our place in general society. Essentially capitulating Jewish religious values to the desires of emancipation. He proposed this as a so-called dry baptism, that no water is involved. It's not a real baptism. It's just a pro forma thing. And in fact, many Jews, although it's not accepted really at all, and although Friedlander's suggestion was considered a shanda or just like outrageous, and Jews did not accept it on the general level, many Jews did accept it on an individual level. You see people choosing to baptize themselves, like Heine, for example, the great poet, or the parents of Karl Marx, who have children baptized. This is actually very common in the 19th century. And really dates back to Friedlander's suggestion. Others, like Rabbi Rothschild, argue that fraternity has to be engaged,
that's why she's a little
you
know the whole dog side.
So
chocolate being poison. I always wondered
like a hybrid
what else is poisonous. And I guess it's not even the chocolate that's poisonous; it's the caffeine in the chocolate. And I used to give soda pop to my dog here and there. That's just like a treat. That's a rod.
By the way, some chocolates have a little treat.
What a kind! Coke syrup.
Way too gave up too much for the modern era.
It was like a nice
a little bit heavier.
They like sweet. I've never thought of that. That's even worse than chocolate.
These were the things that were happening in Western Europe. Eastern Europe was an entirely different story. Western Europe had a much smaller Jewish population, and population was much more inclined
I guess that's like the most poisonous thing ever.
Eastern Europe, Jews lived in greater numbers,
are really poisonous too.
really much greater, endemic Jewish culture. So one of the big differences is that in Western Europe, particularly in Germany, the heavy lean towards assimilation. You don't necessarily find that in Eastern Europe, although there was more of an emphasis on acculturation, which is kind of like a softer word than assimilation, an adaptation to culture, rather than a disappearance within culture. And some of the ways in which the Haskalah was expressed in the let's do.
But you can make one now if you want to write one.
Larger
let's do this.
So rather than, let's say, abandoning Jewish languages to Russian or Ukrainian or Polish, let us instead develop Yiddish, which was at this time not a very advanced language, very, very limited literature, for example, but let us promote Yiddish as a genuine language capable of expression of a wide spectrum of Jewish experience.
That was a legitimately
or
scary.
let us adopt a political orientation, such as Zionism or Jewish socialism as well. So the Haskalah in Western Europe may have been much more of
what you type in for that
emphasized really abandonment of Jewish ideals. Eastern Europe was much more
had to date them. Which one?
Jewish ideals.
Which one would you choose?
But they're over 18. Not necessarily.
No. There goes maybe.
Some of the most interesting examples are people like Joseph Pearl, big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic movement,
Let's go top left.
who also argued that, what we should do is we should advance our educational system.
I don't
We
want to
should
zoom
include
up
much more secular studies within the educational environment.
Pastors, but they're all
hostility
they're all
from many
hundreds
other
of years ago, hundreds of years ago.
Finally, let us remember that all of this is happening within.
I'm gonna pass hard on that because I don't even like looking at that little shit.
I'm gonna smash those cheeks, but there's a lot of room in there.
Forcibly
Cream in the cheeks or spaghetti.
Yes,
by
spaghetti.
demanding that they
Really
join the army.
was that a bonnet or something on the head? That's. I think that's cool. I mean, what are we talking here? Like 18th century, 17th century, very old school bonnet. I love that.
Well
I'm saying.
indoctrinated into
Smash.
the values of
Two
Judaism.
smashes and a hard
Maybe they're
pass for me.
already married and things like that. You actually lower the age of conscription to 12.
So cute.
This was the
Would you lead us off, Red Man? What do you think?
I'm gonna pass on this one because it doesn't look like there's enough room for much spaghetti in that little small mouth.
Yeah, that is a smaller mouth for sure. Drag this one.
Reform schools called Catholic schools, where they would be trained in military values and also trained
that
in
question.
Russian
That's a
Orthodox
nice shawl.
Christianity. And many times they simply never return to
I'm
their
gonna go ahead.
families.
It kind of looks like Coraline's mom. She was kind of always very scary and sexy to me.
Very, very terrible.
She's a Spider Woman.
The alternative
Cool.
that Nicholas the first offered was Jews
I'm
could
gonna go ahead
attend
and
the
do a hard
so-called
pass
crown
again.
schools, which
I'm
were
too scary
Russian
thinking about that. The more I
schools
thought about it.
that had some participation
I don't
of
like
Jewish
being
leaders
scared.
like Max Lilly and
Oh,
Thal,
this is
who
easy.
believed that perhaps this was the
Oh
way
my God.
could
Now that baby's hand
offer
over
enlightenment to Russian Jewish
A
population.
lot of spaghetti in
But
that
in reality, they ended up
Kobayashi, baby.
for conversionist efforts, and even Lilienthal left in disgust
Smash it.
in the United States. So it was in this context that the fight of the Hasidim
I'll pass
and
on
the
the one
Misnagdim
really
have to be
looks
used.
just like a
But I think one of the most fascinating figures reflecting on this in the 19th century is Elizabeth Strauss, who wrote an interesting book called Shalom Israel, in which she wrote the model. God saw
just like a
shepherd, Rabbi Eliyahu, to safeguard the Torah, to purify its power, and to oversee its logic.
There was a logical explanation for that.
Gosh. Martial devotion to fan the embers.
Now, here's where I start getting a little sweaty.
With their
It's
ideals of the day.
something from Rec 1 and Rec 2.
Finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Menachem in Germany, that's Moses Mendelssohn, son of Misnagdim, who of course was himself observant.
What are you thinking, Grant?
And called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lap of religion. Now, of course, not everyone would agree with the views of Rabbi Rothschild.
It's a fun game. I'm
All
just gonna
three of
pass
these
on this one.
shepherds, the leader of the Misnagdim, the leader of the Hasidim, and the leader of the Maskilim, that they all somehow are like appointed by God to lead the
Casey's
future.
passing. Are you passing on this, Casey?
So I'm going to leave that to do debate. But it's worthy of note that today, a couple of centuries later, all three of these movements,
they're too scary and they're too
Hasidim,
gross.
Misnagdim,
Scary.
Maskilim,
I did send two photos. You could send to Grant. I think I found a little lady for you.
It's a picture of us being
I'll pass on this one. I don't like how the spaghetti's still on.
Okay, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. I had fun thinking about it, talking about it with you. If you are so inclined, please do subscribe. Please share this video with other people. Because one of my increasing pleasures with putting these lectures out there is seeing other people hit that subscribe button and increase the universe of people who are interested in studying.
There's just some
Thank you very much for
computer
watching.
somewhere, and they're like when Grant types that in, like scary baby eating spaghetti. There's just the supercomputer somewhere, and it's thinking to itself, okay, and then it just is able to make these images.
Yeah, it's TI-81s, like a bunch of them.
Oh God.
calculator?
Yeah, but there's like 40 of them all hooked up into one.
Jesus Christ. I remember playing games on that thing.
Yeah. I used to put my, like, there was a way to, like, put something in the memory. You could just put all the answers, like, in the memory. There was, like, some kind of weird thing that, like, does the teachers not know that you just save notes on your calculator?
I remember there was a point in time in Tennessee where there were a couple of tests where I would write everything down really tiny. And then I'd put the thing, and I shouldn't be admitting to thievery and cheating right now, but I'd put it in my pocket, I'd wear shorts, and I'd put it right down here, and I'd be able to look down there.
Yeah. I used to be
such a rush, just cheating on fucking tests that I don't give a shit about. Talk about a rush.
Yeah, I used to do little folded paper in my watch band, just unfold it like a fortune cookie and just put it back in my watch.
Do it on your water bottle too, put it beneath the label.
Oh, what's that?
We didn't drink water back then.
No sodium.
Yeah, water's a new thing. Remember when water bottles came out and everyone's like, what? You're going to pay for water.
When is this? See, I actually don't necessarily remember that. When would you say that?
1996, I would say. Grant, did you get those photos for Casey? His ghost baby's awaiting. You send them me?
Grant, you want to pop those up for me?
Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Live. Let's move forward and a little bit about the fall large empires. From the west, the Russian Empire
Wait, this guy was a
made up of
baby.
many different nationalities.
Was that
but
really?
all
He was a
under
baby?
the Tsar Nicholas II. And then
Oh my gosh,
Germany,
you
which dominated the
you have almost that looks
Baltic
like reddish
Sea
hair. I
coast,
can see
and
your red
below
hair
it,
in the sunlight.
Austria-Hungary,
Standing outside
also a
together.
very
Yeah,
healthy
I can really see it in the big
state that was actually dual monarchy.
Somebody made some pictures
These
of us.
three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up to much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples
I
who
don't
lived
like
in
thinking
these
about ghost baby eating spaghetti. It's actually
nationalities,
stressing me out.
the Germans and Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria-Hungary, and so on.
Spaghetti.
There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in these First World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own country. So, for example, most of them were really Poland, which, of course, was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was essentially divided up by its three neighbors, disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and there was tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other people. And then you have Austria and Hungary, which was this massive country. Now they're reduced to tiny, very young states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, was by Admiral Burton. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So the new British admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea. Yugoslavia was created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on.
So she ran into
Significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of
As
Czechoslovakia
the man, I had to go in there and
divided
check.
into the Czech
So I had to like,
but back then
I
one
got
country.
this.
Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany.
I was like,
So
yeah,
you have
you're
a
okay.
lot
You know,
of
put
states
the blanket over
who
your head or whatever.
are very much into revising
Go check the
peace
closet.
treaties, meaning
When I opened the
they
closet,
want
yeah,
to
I
go
was pretty
back
scared, but
and wipe out
unfortunately,
some of these gains of these new
there's
countries or
two more ghost
foreign
babies.
countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that. But it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries,
trending in the right direction, but I'm
Belarus,
still
for
gonna have
example,
to
in the
pass,
Baltic states,
unfortunately.
Lithuania,
Just too
Latvia,
scary for me.
Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the First World War Treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the First World War Treaty. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the users of World War I. People are unhappy with the sea treaties and they want to survive. Of course, Russia
returning my calls to my
so Russia is extremely complicated. So try to make this simple. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you were standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently being used in Western Europe and America. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same population of these days. February we had that. So that meant that quite literally Russia was 11 days behind the rest of their calendar. And so you don't have Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time. They refer to the February Revolution because of Russia occurred in February. But if you were standing in the Syrian Revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a strange revolution, and it occurred, it began really in Petrograd. More than that story is it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and crazy the city called Petrograd, Peter's city, was a Russian name of the city that was founded by Peter the Great years ago that was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it's no longer called St. Petersburg is because they thought that was too German. Petersburg is a German city, so their city was different Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian capital. They were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want to name it after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, identity change happened. It was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay. This is all really simple. But this happened in Petrograd where there was a significant and it has to occur on it's actually a very important date that they commemorate this day what's important for us right now that was specifically clamoring for the government shortages as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917 was 2 years into World War I. No sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war. And because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonet bullets, right? Like you imagine, you don't have to use the money, and you can't fire, you have to use your bayonet, because there's no to it, but they have machine guns, like that, so it's just Spider-Man. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman at the first threw into a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this police riot sort of expanded, it took on more political overtones, and ultimately, in a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested, assassinated, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in the early 1970s. What happens immediately after that is Russia becomes communist right away. Russian Empire becomes a sort of traditional democracy, and it was run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves a traditional government. The whole idea that was that they wanted to establish modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Roman Empire, and they ultimately elected constituent assemblies, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this background federated government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of his very first actions in his role as leader of the provisional government is to abolish the native Pale of settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was created by placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it, and he was clamoring to have equal rights. They wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale settlement. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on justice. And here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a visual sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers consider the massive ghetto So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was sheer dedication to doing what you can do that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its because by pushing off all really important discussions, like for example, should we fight the war? What are we going to do about land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the constituent assembly. And by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Rabbi Rothschild, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February and March and the second revolution, the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a propaganda from the era that shows Robert Vienna and Conrad Lenin as a top man with characteristic cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. There's nobility and the Russian clergy at the bottom, and also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the trying to caricature of capitalism. They recognize the compact, particularly the waistcoat, and usually a bag of money. And quite often, not this particular example, but quite often, the capitalist is
hours at a time because I wasn't paying attention a lot during the classes, so I didn't know how to do it. It was like so many people working for him. I was able to keep the radar.
Minimizing anti-Semitism, especially in comparison to the rivals like the right Russian outside. We'll get to that in the next video. But anyway, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to demobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like the local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia and the coast of New York. It was now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of white Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The white Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy, others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the international, which is essentially a gathering of socialist
I
thinkers.
remember I got
The
all right
idea
at the
was
call
here
center
that
thing, so I
Lenin,
went
who's shown
for
here,
when I was looking for jobs after that, after I got the ads, I did a couple other sales jobs, like interviews, like around LA, and I was telling them I was doing good at this other thing, but it's good I didn't fucking, that's probably good I didn't get any of those jobs, and I just thought I was a crazy person.
widely perceived for his
But yeah,
and they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy.
Yeah, I was a maintenance man
Russia
for
on
a
the
summer
altar
when I was 20, and it was for the peak of my alcoholism, and I was just so drunk all day trying to do maintenance stuff that I did not know how to do. So it was like a lot of electrical work that I had literally
arrayed around him with
so I would just be sneaking, like I used to drink these things called bootleggers, and they were like 4 logos, but they were in small glass bottles, so you could just have them in your pocket.
There's like all of
I would just be like drinking bootleggers at 10 in the morning, like trying to do like complex electrical work. I didn't get electric yet. It's messed up. It was like $6.50 an hour. There was some loophole where that was below minimum wage, and they were like, it's okay.
He's also got tails. He's also got forelocks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned
again,
his
Casey,
Jewish
it's good you
identity
didn't excel at being the electrician or a maintenance guy.
and he's holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces
going all the weddings,
gold
fucking eating all the
Judas
food.
accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlay here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really old anti-Semitic tropes.
A bear came out one time. I was in the mountains of Colorado, and a bear
At
came.
any rate,
That's out serving people little
fall
sandwiches or whatever the fuck, and somebody's like,
the Russian Empire,
there was some
those
bear, and everybody ran
regions
inside.
that are dominated by Russian cities like
It was a
Moscow
beautiful location. It was like these beautiful locations. We had this fucking bear
and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war.
Yeah, no, I fucking threw the plate I was using as like a frisbee at it, and just to scare them. Yeah, no, everybody was real excited for me after. Yeah, everybody was like so excited for me because normally I don't save stuff like that.
Yeah, my gosh, that was good. That was going to get work day.
Yeah, my other married new Janice is getting married at Olive Garden. Really? Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Y'all renting it, as long as y'all rent it out and there's nobody in the Olive Garden, I think that would be fun.
No, what I'm gonna do is try to find a Olive Garden like that has closed down. That's still, just an empty building, and just rent that from the people that are trying to rent it. I'm sure they're like, it's just gonna get
Hello and
torn down.
welcome to another installment of the Jewish History Lab.
Like
I'd like to pick up where we left off yesterday.
No, I just think it would be hilarious to make it like look like an Olive Garden, like to go all in and then have like all like the cruise guys dressed up like as Wendy's characters, and all the girls are dressed up as hot dogs. Janice already said it's a good idea, and then like you dressed up as some fancy centaur.
Centaur, but again, it has to be a physical maybe Centaur, maybe Dracula, Fabulous Cowboy.
Fabulous Cowboys always fabulous.
Cowboy.
Those are the top 3 probably: Centaur, Dragon,
and then at the bottom,
Fabulous
number 100,
you would be the best centaur out of all the people.
You're sweet. Why do you say that?
You just have like a very centaurian
of this
look to you. Like you would go in with a horse body.
Well,
maybe yeah, if the horse body had a similar.
The reason why I mentioned I actually know something about this because this was the topic of my PhD dissertation. I did a ridiculous amount of primary research in several archives around the world, and several of them in the former Soviet Union. Eventually came out with this book, which I'm proud to say still has some
that photo's really old.
and it's been translated as well by a fairly important publishing house there, Litera, And so if you're curious, you can get it.
You don't want to like that.
No, it reminds me of when you used to,
what I focused on
parents
was
made you shave your head
a
every time
period
you
of
go.
time in which
They
there
had
was a
long hair.
remarkable
Guys, I was
black
watching
bush
somebody
that
text
is
something, and
together,
one of the Kill Tonys during the
of
pandemic when it
populations
was
that
at
had
the
lived
Geno
in a
guys'
kind of,
place,
and
it was just ridiculous.
difficult
Some
symbiosis for
crowds
a
or
very long
something.
time.
Yeah, you got it. I said it fucked up. Weird times. What was I even saying? Something I watched like an hour ago. What am I saying here? It was making me laugh. But I didn't let it stop. So silent. There's no audience.
Right, there was just like watching the band laughing.
Who's that for?
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Yeah, it was at the studio place for a while when it was like people were looting down there. It was just straight down, and then it was via Zoom, so it was then it was just.
Remember how crazy it used to be though? I remember you were wasted one time we were doing a podcast and like Erica was getting me over. She was like an hour or something. I was like, well, I gotta go. I gotta go home. I'm having dinner and we can go. She's like, well, can I just come to your house? I'm like, you can't come to my house. You know, I don't know if you have COVID or not. She goes,
Welcome. Oh, it's Bigfoot Jones. How you living, pimp? What's good, son?
I'm actually just picking in. I didn't think.
So during this
I didn't
period
mean
of time, there was
to.
actually
Well, I was gonna see if there was anyone on. How are you?
I'm well. I mean, it's like 4:27 or 4:37 in the morning here, so it's still early.
What are you doing up?
I have a friend of mine from Australia, and he and I play video games. Not video games, but like we play chess, and checkers, and mini golf and darts, all kinds of mini games against each other. And so he keeps me up, and that's kind of reversed my hours.
I see. Okay. How's your day been?
So far, so good. Streaming like it's the coolest thing in the world because it is. How about you?
Yeah, not bad, man. Yeah, I'm feeling a little, unfortunately, like maybe getting a little sick. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Oh, you getting sick from eating so much pussy?
Sorry, what was that?
Are you getting sick from eating so much pussy?
That's right, yeah.
There you go, big dog. What's new in your neck of the woods?
Not much. I was just, honestly, not that much. I had a day off, so I was looking up obscure sort of Jewish rabbis and stuff. You know, videos with less than 300 views on YouTube.
Very well. How'd that go?
I mean, it's interesting. Like, I just found out a new term today, which I'd never known before, which is, I don't even know how to pronounce it. Tzadikim Nistarim. I think it's meant to be 36 people, you know, in who sort of support the world and in some way in each generation. It's interesting, you know.
Most certainly.
I didn't know much about it.
Yeah. So, what made you so interested in this topic?
I saw it on Bernie's Twitter.
No, I know. That's how you found out about me. Oh, did he post something else?
I found out about this term as well.
Oh, very well. Oh, very cool. And do you ever go on Twitter Spaces?
No. Well, I have been before. Yeah.
And how did that go?
Like I wasn't actually talking on Twitter Spaces. I was just.
Oh, just listening.
Like listening to other people.
Very well. What are your favorite topics?
Look. I mean that's a really good question. We couldn't actually tell you. Like insofar as I wouldn't actually know. You know, I jumped onto Discord because I thought. Oh, I remember having a chat with you the other night. I thought I might flick through the sort of your sort of general list of things that you talk about, you know, because there was some interesting stuff, but I didn't mean to actually connect, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's cool, whatever, it happened.
That's okay, go do your thing. If you just want to check out the server, feel free.
That's all good. So, yeah, how's your, I suppose it's 4 a.m. in the morning. Are you going to sleep or?
Yeah, I'll go to sleep.
Are you going to stay up all night?
I'll be up all night, but I'll go to sleep in a little bit. I've just been programming robots and just getting people to notice what I do and to tweet about me or to blue sky about me. And that's always cool, especially when like I'm just sitting here and the robots are doing their thing, and basically it causes people from around the world to either promote what I've done or tweet about it in one way or another, just some other type of support. So that's cool. I'm always about that. And I'm just watching Jewish history lectures, just enjoying life. Yeah, so that's what I'm doing. What are your plans for this weekend?
Oh man, I'm going up to see my mum who's a bit sick. You know, has a few issues with her back and stuff, so she needs someone to be there on the weekend when her care is not there. So
Okay.
That's what I'm doing this weekend.
Very well. And so you're like somewhat of a caretaker to her when you need to be?
Yeah, I mean she's getting much better now, so it's like in many ways I kind of in many ways I don't need to, you know. But you know, I'm in a routine now. It's winter in Australia, so frankly there's you know, there's not exactly a great deal to do anyway. So
Word.
What about you? What are you doing this weekend?
Oh, I'll be streaming. I may go on a walk each day just to get outside. Weather's been nice and it's nice and warm. I probably nothing too major. Maybe do some laundry, do some shopping online, and get groceries and stuff. That's really what I've got on the agenda. Nothing too exciting, but then again, it is a little different. And I have some friends of mine who returned from some personal issues or so, and they're from India, and they come in, and we play just about every single day. So I've been playing a lot of games with people, frankly. Every person who comes in, if we play games together, they're like, "Oh, you want to play? Yeah, we'll play." And so I've got a friend of mine who every night she comes in before she goes to bed, and she and I play. I've got a friend in Canada. He and I just picked up a new game. It's known as Carom. If you've ever heard of it, it's basically like shuffleboard. It's like a Middle Eastern game. Another game that we've been playing. It's the oldest. I play this with my friend from Australia. It's the oldest. How do I want to say this? The oldest board game, family of games in the world. It's known as Mancala. Have you ever heard of this?
No. Well, keep going.
It was played in Egypt, like under the Egyptian civilization, and it's played in Africa and the Middle East, and hasn't gotten too popular in Western society until recently. So it is something that we've been playing. We've just kind of been playing like more obscure games, just to learn more about them, and they're fun. And so, and then we play.
Have you ever heard of the role game of before?
You are. I know the city, but no, tell me about it.
I mean, it's something that I've never played. I've only read about it. It could be it might be. I'm not sure about this actually. It's an extremely old game, like 2500 BC or something. But it was from Mesopotamia, and the city of the board and the evidence for it was found in the city of So people from the British Museum sort of managed to translate the rules and so forth, so on and so forth. It's a very ancient game. It's very good. It's I believe it's called it's UR.
Yeah, I see it.
The role game of.
It's got a Wikipedia. Yeah. I'll have to check it out. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to play this probably a little later today.
It's very I find personally that whole region and sort of era is quite fascinating. I'm quite obsessed with it.
Yeah, definitely. It's quite interesting that we sometimes have people who are living their normal lives, not recognizing that there's an entire archived civilization beneath their feet, until someday someone starts digging a well or starts farming or does something and uncovers an entire civilization we didn't even know existed.
Yeah, 100%. Well, anyway, let's get going. I have many more questions, so we'll pop back.
Please
That's
do.
why I came to. What I was looking at is your list of emerging technology topics, which I was reading the other night, but I wanted to sort of refamiliarize myself on. But maybe next time we'll talk about that.
Sounds great. You pick a few of them, and we'll talk at length. Take care, my friend.
Yeah, you too, man. Take care.
Peace, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Effervescence of a new spirit of cooperation between Ukrainians and Jews, and it was extremely important because the Jews were, quite a significant population. Here's a map taken from the research of my PhD supervisor, Dr. Paul Robert Magachi, who's one of the great world experts of Ukrainian history. And you can see here the tremendous concentration of Jews were in much of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory, shown with the blue border. Jews constitute more than 15% of the population. That's particularly true in so-called right bank Ukraine, because they're on the right bank of the Dnieper River, which flows from north to south. Very, very heavy Jewish populations there. And so this idea of a connection between Ukrainians and Jews was very much appreciated by at least the urban literate Jews, perhaps less so by the wider population, but nevertheless, there was a certain amount of general enthusiasm. But, this is a chaotic time. Remember, this is all happening at the very end of World War I. There are German troops that are demobilizing, frequently without support from Germany. They're selling their arms and trying to make their way home on their own. There's a civil war brewing to the north, with Russia going communist and Ukraine not going communist. There are bands of anarchists that are wandering free, and there's no state power of any authority that actually can control any of this. Of course, it would explode into a bloody period of civil war and violence. But before that, let's just look at this document, which gives you a sense of how tenuous this rapprochement between Ukrainians and Jews were. This is a document that I found in the archives, typical of hundreds and hundreds of documents from this period here. And it's actually a document related to a particular Jewish community. And you can see that it is written in Ukrainian. That's the Slavic Cyrillic alphabet on the left of the page. But the typewriter that was used to write it was a Russian typewriter. And so there are certain, half a dozen odd letters in the Ukrainian alphabet that the Russians do not have. And so whenever they had the letter I, which you can see in the the first line of text there, the typist had to actually leave a blank space, and then afterwards actually physically write in longhand a letter I, because the typewriter wouldn't tolerate Ukrainian. That gives you a sense of that. And by the way, for those of you who were born after, let's say, 1985, typewriters are kind of like word processors, except that you can't go back and delete things. You have to write it exactly the way it turns out the first time, and then make it into a hard copy. Actually, it becomes a hard copy as you do it. And, well, I'm not going to explain to you technology. It is kind of weird. And then on the right, you see they've added in the Yiddish translation of the same document. Of course, there's no Yiddish typewriters, so the whole thing has to be written in by hand. But it just gives you a sense of how, they were trying to piece these things together without the right equipment, even to type up their orders. But nevertheless, it has certain kind of youthful exuberance that in many ways made the period, emblematic of the best that could have happened. Unfortunately, it all collapsed in terrible, terrible violence, primarily because of the pogroms that were especially bad in the year 1919. Now, there are many, many forces who were active in Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that were guilty of perpetrating pogroms. The White Russians, who we talked about in the previous lecture, who were monarchist, anti-communist Russians who wanted to, either restore the Tsar if possible, or if not, at least go back to some kind of provisional government, but certainly not the communists. They engaged in very brutal attacks on Jews. There are a number of foreign armies. A Polish army was there. And there were also bands of roving anarchists, particularly the Greens, people like Nestor Makhno, who were associated with attacks on civilian populations. Not only Jews, Mennonites, for example, suffered. Poles also suffered when they were, far away from large Polish centers, and it was a very, very bloody period of time. The numbers of deaths are very, very difficult to calculate, but certainly in the tens of thousands. A reasonable estimate of 50 to 60,000. Terrible, terrible time. And really, if it were not for the Holocaust that would occur only 20 years later, this would be considered one of the greatest periods of violence perpetrated against the Jews since, Temple times. It's definitely much worse than the Crusades. It's arguably much worse even than the Khmelnytsky massacres of the 17th century. And nevertheless, because the Holocaust and its much greater violence so deeply overshadowed this period, we tend to forget about it. Now, when I did my research back in the 1980s, 1990s, I really had to rely heavily on archival sources and secondary sources that were largely written in the 1920s. But my colleague Jeffrey Weidlinger has written really a remarkable book called In the Midst of Civilized Europe, the pogroms of 1918, 1921, which really treats the violence of this period in a much more significant and comprehensive manner. It's really, I'll put the link in the notes to this because it's really a phenomenal book. At any rate, let's go back to where we are. From the point of view of Ukrainian-Jewish relations, however, specifically with regard to that remarkable period that I described at the beginning of this lecture, one of the most tragic elements of this period is that roughly 40% of the pogroms that were recorded were attributed to the Ukrainian Directory forces under the control of this man, Simon Petyura. Now, we have to place this into a lot of context. Simon Petyura was a former journalist who early on in his career had actually exhibited some significant philo-Semitic tendencies. He had written some positive things about Jews in his work and so on. But as the leader of this very tenuous Ukrainian political movement, which could claim maybe 100,000 troops at its disposal at the beginning of 1919, found himself beleaguered and under tremendous attack by forces from all sides. Not only the Soviets, but also the Whites, the Greens, and so on. And his government at one point was literally reduced to operating out of train cars, moving from station to station in a triangle towards the western part of the region. And his troops rapidly diminished from 100,000 down to 16,000 within the space of a few months as they largely deserted the Ukrainian cause. But nevertheless, there was a period of time, particularly in the spring of 1919, in which there were a lot of pogroms happening, and Petyura did not act forcefully and demonstrably to end that violence against Jews. Later, towards the summer, he would issue some very strong condemnations of violence against Jews and so on. Many critics feel that these later statements were largely created for public consumption to try and bolster the flagging fortunes of the Ukrainian movement. But unlike the Soviets, who were much more effective in controlling the violence directed against Jews, Simon Petliura was rather silent for a period of several key weeks in the spring of 1919, for which many scholars, myself included, hold that he has a degree of responsibility for that violence. What ultimately happens is the Jews, who are beleaguered and attacked on all sides by many of these forces, and many locations are actually mobilized several times, they recognize that the Jewish Red Army leader, Leon Trotsky, is being much more effective in controlling his troops, that the Red Army is associated, not 100% completely, but nevertheless associated with protecting Jewish communities. And so there is a surge of support in 1919 for the Communist movement in general and for the Red Army in particular. So much so that the Red Army had to set up special training programs for these Yiddish-speaking youth. Some of them were literally piling out of yeshivas in order to pick up a gun that they never touched one before in their life, in order to defend their communities, and they do so under the banner of communism. We'll continue with what happens to these people in the next lecture, but for now, let us just jump ahead a little bit to 1926. The Ukrainian movement, of course, failed with the Russian onslaught, and with the exception of the part of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that was absorbed by Hitler Poland, most Ukrainians find themselves now as part of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, dominated by Moscow. Petliura and some of his close associates flee, and they make their way to Paris, where one day, walking out of a cafe, Mr. Petliura runs into an unfamiliar figure named Charlotte Schwarzbard, shown here in this photograph from his time. Schwarzbard is in Paris. Says to he's at Mr. Petliura, and Petliura says we, and Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead on the spot. He is immediately arrested, and he's taken to trial for assassinating someone right there on the streets of Paris. But his defense attorneys are mobilized by a fascinating and ultimately successful defense. They claim that Schwarzbard was acting out of revenge for the pogroms that occurred under Petliura's watch in Ukraine. And the trial, ostensibly of a man who shot another man in cold blood on the street of Paris, ultimately became a trial about Petliura's guilt or innocence in the early period of this fledgling Ukrainian state. The French jury, perhaps smarting from the embarrassment of the Dreyfus affair 30 years earlier, ultimately rendered verdict in favor of Schwarzbard, ordering him to pay $1 franc in damages, very insulting to Petliura's widow, and allowed him to go free. This was like a huge victory for Jews around the world who regarded Schwarzbard as an avenger of the massacre of the pogroms. According to my research, and I invite you to look at my book if you details the argument, it's very difficult to understand Petliura as, let's say, an architect of the pogrom, some kind of proto-Hitler. That doesn't seem to be an appropriate description of his responsibility at all. At the same time, there was that period of several weeks when he could have at least made a statement, but I would argue that perhaps he refrained from doing so because he had no way of controlling his troops. He had no resources even to provide for them, to feed them, and so on. And if he were to limit their violent activities, he might lose them even faster than he ultimately ended up losing them. Ultimately, he would lose the entire country as well. But that, I think, is probably a more reasonable assessment of his personal responsibility. At any rate, we will have to continue this discussion with Jews in the now communist Ukraine and the rest of the USSR. Thank you very much for watching.
I've learned so much. We've all shared so much. We've been through so many life events together. But I also want to say, you know, when a housewife leaves a show, what do they always say, honey?
Great things coming.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
That's the big thing. We always hear stay tuned, and then nothing ever happens. So I do want to say, I am very sad that my time here at Podcast One is over, and we've really had a beautiful decade together, truly. I am not ending my podcasting journey here.
Very impressive. Yeah, look at us now, dude. BTS are built. BTS one of the owners of Thick Boy Studio. Look at us. The stockholders.
They're feeding you into this information that all podcasters, all content creators, everybody can get a relief deal if they sign up with Podcast One. They're going to give you stock, which is worthless, by the way.
That money, Billboard confirmed, was borrowed to pay UFC fighter turned podcaster Brendan Schaub what he was owed by Cast Media, the Los Angeles-based podcast company launched in 2016 by founder and CEO Colin Thompson. Billboard had the details here. Records obtained by Billboard show that in early August, Live One borrowed $1.7 million from Cap Chase.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the last installment of the Jewish history lab, we looked at the terrible pogroms of the Civil War period. As we discussed there, ultimately the Soviet forces, the Red Army, were able to seize control of those areas where Jews primarily lived in the former Pale of Settlement. And once they were able to establish Soviet rule over the entire region, they began to impose a very different philosophy and political system that was associated with early communism. That's the period that I'd like to look at today. I'd like to look at the period from the end of the Civil War up until really the last couple of years of the Civil War, right up until World War II. Expansive time in some ways and restrictive in other ways. Now, let us begin with the discussion of the Yevsektia. The Soviets are very, very fond of acronyms. It's an abbreviation of the term Yevreysky Sektia, the Jewish section of the Communist Party. And this was a segment of the Communist Party that was formed under this individual, Simon Wittgenstein, a communist who actually was previously a Chabad rabbi who was thoroughly defrocked, as it were, completely removed from his religious forums as the kind of thing that frequently happened with those Jews who associated themselves with communism in the early period. Wittgenstein was assigned the task of propagandizing this largely very traditional population, that traditional specifically when you get outside of the large cities where there's much less secularism, much more traditional observance in the Shtetlach, the small villages that dotted the Soviet countryside, and bringing them into this brand new, radically atheistic, totally different economic system, and divorcing them from their Jewish roots, while at the same time successfully bringing them forward into this new Soviet era. Definitely a great challenge, and they evolved some really interesting strategies to try and do it. The general political environment in the first 3 years was especially dire. The period 1918 to 1920 is generally called the era of war communism. And during this period of war communism, when the Civil War was still being prosecuted, and there were still, numerous forces, including particularly the Ukrainian Directory, Machno and the anarchists, and the White Russian forces, that is, the Russians who wanted to bring back some form of the monarchy, or at least get rid of the communists and establish some kind of more capitalist society in its place. The communists were still fighting this war in real time, and war communism as a kind of like a temporary period characterized their attempts to rapidly bring the entire population into to the very doctrinaire policies of communism as a whole, including things like, confiscation of land and collectivization of farming, bringing individual farmers together into a larger collective. This would ultimately slow down and then speed up dramatically later, about a decade later, under communism. The outlawing of all kinds of forms of commerce and, shutting down capitalist enterprises, being very, very aggressively attacking any kind of religious behavior and so on. And this went on for about 2 years. Confiscation of Torah scrolls from synagogues, real persecution, but it was across the board, not just Jews, obviously. Any religious individual in this newly atheistic society felt definitely very out of place. This was followed as the war began to calm down and as the anti-Soviet forces were slowly quelled, and it was replaced by